Chapter 1. Am I Beerus? The shrill sound of an alarm clock abruptly jolted Zhao Yi from his slumber. Who on earth lacks the virtue to set off an alarm so early in the morning? Zhao Yi grumbled, yawning as he reached out to silence the incessant ringing. Suddenly, he found himself bewildered by the scene before him. What in the world is this purple hand? Am I about to? It dawned on Zhao Yi that he was no longer in his familiar surroundings, but instead in a room where the alarm clock floated eerily. Before he could comprehend the situation, a figure appeared as Bedsidian, ethereal blue-skinned man, with white hair, standing on end, wielding a staff. He smiled warmly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi instantly recognized that this individual was extraordinary by the heavens. What's with that flamboyant hand gesture? He must be a cross-dresser. Indeed, the man spoke in a tone reminiscent of a character from television show Lord Beerus. You are finally awake. You've slept for 700 years. We thought you would never rise again. This revelation caused Zhao Yi's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily wrapped himself in the covers, revealing only his eyes. Get out. I can rise on my own. His terrified voice made the figure appear as despondent as a heartbroken maiden. Lord Beerus, you've changed. You no longer care for me. As he spoke, he feigned tears. Zhao Yi was utterly confused at being addressed as Beerus. Beerus? He calls me Beerus? Could it be? He quickly felt around beneath the sheets naturally. He wasn't checking for any unwelcome surprises. Damn, a tail. A completely bare tail. After touching his own head, the realization struck him. My goodness, I've transformed into Beerus. At that moment, a flood of information surged into his mind, clarifying his identity, responsibilities, and the utilization of the power within him. Whis, stop your weeping. Tell me, why have you summoned me? Zhao Yi shot a glance at Whis, who was still feigning distress as he began to wash his face. He inquired, so what is the matter? Oh my, Lord Beerus is washing his face by himself. What a shocking turn of events. Whis chuckled as he floated behind Zhao Yi, sending a chill down Beerus' spine. Could you not hover behind me? It feels quite unsettling. Zhao Yi grimaced at the feline visage, staring back at him in the mirror. You're shouting at me again, Lord Beerus. Boo-hoo. Whis' expression soured, and he looked as though he might cry again. All right, let's get to the point. What is the reason for my awakening? With no other choice, Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively, urging Whis to proceed with the matter at hand. There is nothing of great concern. It is merely that the ancient Majin, Bu, long dormant, has been awakened by a sorcerer known as Bibidi, resulting in the destruction of thousands of planets over time. Whis, with a countenance shifting faster than that of a child, immediately donned a beaming smile and addressed Zhao Yi. Could it truly be that this awakening occurred thousands of years ago, at the inception of the original tale? Is it possible that Bu's resurgence is linked to the destruction of the Supreme Kai? Zhao Yi felt a wave of trouble wash over him just as he had emerged. He was summoned to action. Though it seemed rather exhilarating, isn't the destruction of planets typically the responsibility of the Supreme Kais? Why summon me? Or do you wish to change the destroyer once more? Zhao Yi shot a glance at Whis in the mirror before resuming his dental routine. I would indeed like that, but alas, this Majin Bu possesses a rather low intellect, making him unsuitable for such a role. Furthermore, the Kais have already engaged Bu in battle, and it appears they are in grave danger. I thought it prudent to awaken you. You are aware that should they perish, your existence would be in jeopardy as well. Whis' cheerful words abruptly halted Zhao Yi's brushing goodness. How could I have forgotten this predicament? Spitting out the mouthwash in haste, Zhao Yi quickly donned his destroyer attire. Let us proceed, Whis, to confront that insufferable Majin Bu, who dares to usurp my duty. Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. Though Zhao Yi projected an air of calm, a tempest of anxiety brewed within him. If he were to tarry, allowing Bu to wreak havoc upon all, his nascent status as a destroyer could swiftly lead to his demise. At your command, Lord Beerus. Whis, perceiving Zhao Yi's forced composure, smiled subtly while sweeping his staff across the ground, instantly transforming both into a streak of light that vanished from the realm of the destroyers in the distant realm of the Supreme Kais. Curse him. His power has multiplied exponentially since he absorbed the South Kai. At that moment, the once inconsequential North Kai had met his end, while the formidable South Kai had succumbed to the absorption by Majin Bu. Only the diminutive East Kai, the enchanting West Kai, and the Great Kai remained alive. Bu, quickly eliminate these detestable Supreme Kais, and I shall become the sovereign of the universe. Bibidi, lurking behind Bu, cackled with glee as he observed the battered forms of the three Supreme Kais before him. However, he failed to notice the flicker of murderous intent that glimmered in Bu's eyes, which he withheld due to Bibidi's ability to reseal him. This newfound aura of menace had not been present before the Great Kai, sensing the shift in Boo's demeanor since the absorption of the South Kai, spoke gravely. You too, the stability of the universe shall rest upon your shoulders henceforth. The great Kai's words momentarily stunned the two suddenly. In a flash, the great Kai appeared behind Bu, enveloping him in a tight embrace. As a powerful radiance erupted from his being, beware, he intends to self-destruct. Bu, exercise caution. Babidi hastily erected an energy shield around himself before shamelessly fleeing. Meanwhile, the ensnared Majin Bu let out a derisive chuckle and transformed into a mass of pink liquid, enveloping the Grand Kaioshin entirely. This is terrible. He aims to absorb the Grand Kaioshin. The West Kaioshin swiftly unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Bu, desperate to dislodge him from the Grand Kaioshin's grasp. Alas, the disparity between her power and Bu's was insurmountable. Her strikes were effortlessly absorbed by him beside them. The East Kaioshin stood frozen in fear. Well done, Bu. Eliminate these detestable Kaioshins. Babidi, encased within a shield, laughed heartily. Is it truly that amusing? Chapter 2. If I must die, do not involve me. As Babidi continued to cackle, he suddenly felt a large hand clasp his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. Are you? Babidi dared not move, acutely aware of the terrifying energy radiating from the figure behind him. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus. You really ought to temper your auras. See how you frighten him. At that moment, Whis descended gracefully from the heavens with a smile. Lord Whis. It is indeed Lord Whis and Lord Beerus. How splendid. We are saved. The East Kaioshin exclaimed in excitement with Beerus' arrival. The insignificant Bu seemed inconsequential. I pay my respects to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Unlike Shin, who was in a state of shock, the West Kaioshin approached Zhao Yi with utmost reverence. What? You are the legendary god of destruction? I must warn you, once my Bu devours the Grand Kaioshin, you may very well be next. Babidi was taken aback. His master had always cautioned him against provoking certain beings, namely, the Kaioshins and the gods of destruction. Yet here he was not only provoking the Kaioshins, but also eliminating a few. What could this so-called god of destruction possibly do? Ah, no need for formalities after all. You are gods of equal standing with me. Beerus cast a dismissive glance at the East Kaioshin, who was bowing deeply before him. As for Yu Zhao, he turned his purple eyes toward Babidi, who was still clamoring in his grip. What will you do? Can you threaten me? Despite being ensnared, Babidi maintained a fa. Ade of bravado. Your time has come. Beerus grinned slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a flash of purple light enveloped Babidi. In that instant, he vanished from existence entirely. Is that it? Shin stared blankly at the spot where Babidi had just been, astonished by how effortlessly the manipulator of Bu had been obliterated. No, Bu is still here. It is far from over. As soon as the Supreme Kai of the West uttered these words, the Supreme Kai of the East caught sight of the formidable Majin Bu swiftly transforming. Instantly, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly sought refuge behind Beerus' goodness. Is this fellow truly that timid? Observing the Supreme Kai's cowardice, Beerus felt exasperated. It was no wonder this character appeared so horrified in the original narrative upon encountering a powerful adversary. It seems that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this young lad will inevitably become the comic relief of the Dragon Ball saga in years to come. Zhao, he certainly did not wish to intertwine his fate with that of such a coward. I wonder how one might sever this wretched fate. Link the notion of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai being fated to be connected was, to Zhao, the most absurd predicament he had ever encountered. The juxtaposition of a mere fighter with Super Saiyan 2 capabilities and an opponent capable of dispatching foes with Super Saiyan 3 or even Super Saiyan God status was utterly ludicrous. While Zhao, he was lost in thought. Bu had completely absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai. As for why Zhao, he did not intervene to save the Grand Supreme Kai, it was quite simple. Beerus had no inclination to rescue someone who was willingly courting death. Despite having the means to seek assistance, the Grand Supreme Kai stubbornly clung to life, ultimately perishing and dragging 4 Supreme Kais down with him. Fortunately, Zhao Yi's intervention had allowed the Supreme Kai of the West to survive before them. A mass of soft flesh swiftly morphed into an endearingly rotund pink figure. Hey, Babidi is dead. Splendid. Now I can indulge in my favorite game every day. The chubby Bu chuckled. His preferred pastime was mindless destruction, while Babidi had aspired to dominate the universe. Did you slay Babidi? As a token of gratitude, I shall transform you into my favorite chocolate treat. The rotund Bu cast a glance at Beerus, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his narrowed eyes. Wow, Bu is about to unleash his wrath. Layla, hurry and take cover. The Supreme Kai of the East turned pale with fear, urgently beckoning the Supreme Kai of the West. Zhao, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow at this scene. No, I must terminate this lock. If this fool is frightened to death, what shall I do? Just as this thought crossed Zhao Yi's mind, a beam of white light shot toward him. Become chocolate! The chubby Bew laughed heartily, clutching his belly as he watched the incoming white energy. Zhao Yi mused in boredom with a subtle flick of his finger. He declared, destruction. In an instant, a flash of purple light surged forth, causing the white energy to vanish without a trace. Why didn't you turn into chocolate? The rotund Bew scratched his head in confusion. Save that question for later, Whis. Seal him. Beerus yawned, feeling an overwhelming lack of interest in the immense disparity between his strength and that of the rotund Majin Bew. At your command, Lord Beerus. Whis, with a cheerful disposition, waved his staff, striking the oblivious Majin Bew on the head. Ouch, ouch, ouch! As Bew clutched his head and cried out, a multitude of pink gas erupted from the holes in his body, enveloping him and ultimately forming a colossal egg. Whis, you are truly remarkable. You dispatched Bew with such ease. Layla, did you witness that? Zin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Whis. Enough of your foolishness, please. Layla chided Xin with a disapproving glance before bowing respectfully to Beerus. Once more, thank you. Lord Beerus, it is entirely our fault for being overly arrogant. Otherwise, the great Kaioshin and the others would not have perished. Layla, with a pained expression, admitted her wrongdoing to Zhao Yi. Recognizing your mistakes is not too late. Remember, your lives are not solely yours. If you were to perish, do not involve me. In the future, inform me beforehand of any matters. Zhao Yi retorted coldly, his own life taking precedence over the beauty before him. With that, he departed alongside Whis. Chapter 3. Beerus, you practiced without me. Lord Beerus, are we returning now? Whis inquired, observing Beerus deep in contemplative thought amidst the radiance. Return for what? It is a rare occasion to be out, by the way. Do you know how to sever the life link between me and the Kaioshin? Zhao, he was not keen on remaining connected to the feeble Kaioshin indefinitely. Ho ho ho, there is no way to sever it. Unless, of course, Lord Beerus no longer wishes to be a god of destruction. However, without that title, Lord Beerus would lack a lengthy lifespan. Whis replied, still smiling at Zhao Yi. Damn it. I can't believe this is the case. Zhao Yi's expression soured. Without a prolonged life, his several millennia of existence would be rendered meaningless. If he ceased being a god of destruction, would he not become insignificant? This cannot continue. I must seek the Super Dragon Balls. They must have a solution. With this thought, Zhao Yi's eyes brightened. Whis, are you familiar with the Super Dragon Balls? Can they help me sever this link? He fixed his gaze on the ever-smiling Whis. That fellow watches me every day. Once I grow stronger, I shall certainly give him good thrashing. How could Lord Beerus know about such artifacts? The Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God, whose status surpasses even that of the Omni King. The Super Dragon Balls can indeed sever the link, but it would require an encounter with Lord Kampa, whom Lord Beerus despises. Whis offered this information without further elaboration. Although he was tasked with monitoring Zhao Yi, his role was merely to guide him in fulfilling his duties, provided that it did not encroach upon the interests of the angelic race. Well, isn't it just an elephant paw? I have encountered it numerous times, and during my childhood, it even snatched my snacks upon the mention of the elephant paw. Zhao Yi's anger flared up, deeply influenced by his memories. Indeed, brothers are best suited for a confrontation. Ha ha ha. Since Lord Beerus has no objections to facing the opponent, let us set forth. Weiss chuckled. Then with a flick of his staff, the two transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the cosmos. With Weiss' staff capable of probing the universe and accessing the information of the Prophet Zuno from Dragon Ball Super, 3 days later, Zhao Yi gazed upon the 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls before him, a faint smile gracing his face. Finally, I no longer have to worry about accidentally perishing on that day. Zhao Yi subtly gestured to Weiss. I must say, Beerus, your audacity to invade my 6th universe and seize my possessions is quite disrespectful. Just then, an unwelcome voice, one that Zhao Yi deeply detested, resonated from behind him. Damn, here we go again. With a stern expression, Zhao Yi turned around to find a rotund cat clad in a god of destruction outfit standing before him, accompanied by an angel strikingly similar to Weiss lurking behind. How did you know I was here? Zhao Yi pondered, bemused that even after taking such precautions, he had been discovered by Kampa. What? Beerus, did you just call me something? Are you looking for a fight? Kampa's expression shifted dramatically, entirely dismissing Beerus' inquiry as he charged forward, fist raised. Do you think I am an easy target? If you want to fight, then come at me. Who's afraid? Zhao Yi's anger surged, and he retaliated, launching himself at Kampa. The current Zhao Yi was far removed from the Beerus depicted in the original narrative. As the pinnacle of destruction, he unleashed a flurry of strikes that left Kampa reeling. Beerus, how dare you train behind my back? This is utterly reprehensible. Kampa, though battered, was not one to back down easily, striving to land a punch on Zhao Yi in return. Boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as rifts began to tear through the very fabric of space. The sixth universe quaked with turbulence, and the previously amused angels now wore grave expressions. Bang! In that moment, Zhao Yi felt the force of Kampa's fist connect with what Beerus deemed his handsome visage, freezing the entire space in disbelief. Kampa stared incredulously at his own hand, while Zhao Yi, equally stunned, touched his swollen eye in bewilderment. I actually hit Beerus, Kampa exclaimed with elation, ready to press his advantage. You struck my eye. Zhao Yi's countenance darkened, causing Kampa's expression to falter. Ah, well, this was an accident. A mere accident. Look, I am the one who has been hit more. Kampa hastily pointed to his own battered face, attempting to elicit sympathy from Beerus. Humph. We're even now. Zhao Yi coldly scoffed, glancing at the ever-widening rifts around them. He ceased his assault. Continuing this way would prompt Weiss and the others to intervene. All right, we're even. Xiangpa, eager to avoid further conflict, swiftly slipped behind Bardos for cover. By the way, how did you come to know of our arrival in the sixth universe, Bardos? Surely you weren't idly observing the cosmos and happened to catch sight of us. Zhao Yi remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Bardos, who stood protectively in front of Xiangpa. Indeed, Lord Beerus was quite correct. Just yesterday, I was on the hunt for the best cosmetics. You know, despite being a deity, my age makes me a target for the whims of young ladies. Can you believe it? I happened to witness you and was covertly searching for the Super Dragon Balls. What infuriated me most was that we snatched the last of my favorite cosmetics right before my eyes, Bardos expressed, her gaze filled with ire directed at her brother, Whis. What? Is that the reason? Zhao Yi was left speechless, realizing that Whis had clandestinely bought cosmetics without his knowledge and had inadvertently summoned these two troublesome beings. With this thought, Zhao Yi shot Whis a fierce glare. Lord Beerus, please do not look at me with such eyes. It frightens me, Whis replied, appearing as innocent as a young girl, which only added to Zhao Yi's desire to reprimand him further. Chapter 4. The Super Dragon, Wishes Fulfilled. However, returning to the matter at hand, Beerus, what is your purpose in seeking the Super Dragon Balls? Xiangpa inquired, having regained his composure and fully restored his usual countenance. Oh, that. Just a few days ago, 3 of the Kaiashins from the 7th universe were slain by Majin Buu. The remaining 2 are woefully inadequate, and I certainly do not wish for them to meet their demise and drag me along with them, Zhao Yi explained, gently touching his eye socket. Relieved to find it healed, and continued, What? Majin Buu? The very same creature from ancient times that has slain several destroyers? How could he possibly be revived? Bardos exclaimed, her surprise evident. Majin Buu has killed destroyers? Whis, why did you not inform me of this? Zhao Yi gazed incredulously at Bardos, astonished by the revelation of Majin Buu's formidable past. Haha, Lord Beerus has never inquired about such matters, and besides, these events occurred long before my time. I am not entirely certain, but I recall my father mentioning that during his prime, even I would have been unable to defeat him. However, it seems that the passage of time has gradually weakened him, Whis smiled, providing Zhao Yi with insight. Ah, I see. No wonder discussions arose regarding Majin Buu's potential dominance in the Tournament of Power. Such claims are not to be taken lightly. Zhao Yi contemplated, deciding that should Majin Buu emerge once more, he would ensure he was vanquished or, if that proved impossible, transformed into a loyal guardian akin to his original portrayal. All right. Are we discussing Majin Buu or not? Beerus, what exactly do you seek the Super Dragon Balls for? In the realm of divine beings. Kampa found his attention captured by Zhao Yi's words, as the god of destruction of Universe 6 was nothing more than a gluttonous figure, indulging in slumber and feasting. While possessing a lamentable lack of strength, Zhao Yi expressed a desire to sever his connection with the god of destruction using the Super Dragon Balls, unwilling to entrust his fate to an inexperienced individual. This revelation sparked intrigue in Kampa, who exclaimed, Is such an operation even possible? I too wish to sever this bond. I cannot afford to meet an untimely demise. Kampa promptly addressed Zhao Yi. Very well, I shall add your name to the list. If it fails, we shall wait another year. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement and gestured to Whis. After a shared glance between Whis and Beerus, they both nodded in unison, subsequently seeking guidance from the Grand Minister in their minds. Far away in the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister smiled faintly, granting them permission to proceed as long as their duties were diligently overseen. Upon receiving the Grand Minister's words, Whis and his sibling exchanged a knowing smile. Whis approached the 7 Super Dragon Balls and declared, "Arise, eternal dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls, each larger than Earth itself, radiated a blinding light that soared into the heavens, spiraling through the cosmos. Countless planets and galaxies were enveloped by the majestic presence of the eternal dragon. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion, sparing the celestial bodies from destruction. Otherwise, a few more incidents could have led even the god of destruction to a rather uncomfortable tea session with the Grand Minister. "Have you summoned me, gods of destruction? Speak your desires." The eternal dragon exhibited no reverence towards the deities or angels, indicating its superiority, perhaps even above that of the Grand Minister. "Dragon, sever the life ties between Kampa, myself, and the gods of destruction of universes 6 and 7, Zhao stated gravely, fixating his gaze upon the eternal dragon as he articulated his wish. Kampa, upon hearing Beerus included him in Zhao Yi's request, chuckled heartily. "Oh, is that so? Quite simple indeed." The eternal dragon's crimson gaze flickered, and in an instant, Zhao Yi felt as though something in his mind had shattered. "Your wishes have been fulfilled. Until we meet again." After the divine dragon fulfilled its duty, it transformed into a golden light, shattering with a thunderous sound, scattering across the 7th and 8th universes. "Ha ha. My brother, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. This time, I need not concern myself with whether that Kaishin will perish from high blood pressure." Xiangpa chuckled as he approached Zhao Yi, playfully patting him on the shoulder. However, upon receiving a cold glare from Zhao Yi, Xiangpa promptly withdrew his hand in fright. "Well, my purpose has been achieved. Whis, let us depart." Zhao Yi realized he had nothing else to do here. Did he really want to remain with this bothersome Xiangpa? With that, he and Whis transformed into a beam of light, vanishing before Xiangpa and Beerus. "Let us leave as well, Beerus, to celebrate my newfound mastery over my destiny. Today, I shall indulge in a grand feast," Xiangpa exclaimed, laughing heartily at Beerus. "Lord Xiangpa, I advise you to abandon that notion. I have long warned you about the need for dietary restraint. You may not exercise, but you cannot expect to consume so much. Just look at how you were defeated by Beerus." Beerus sternly rejected Xiangpa's idea. "Nanny, must I really diet? I have not enjoyed a proper meal in over 1,000 years." Xiangpa protested, glaring. "Be careful, or I shall accuse you of mistreating me," he lamented, recalling how his last millennium had been spent on nothing but fruit and water, devoid of any nutrition. The most frustrating part was that his weight refused to budge. "Stop struggling. I certainly do not wish for you to be the first god of destruction to perish from health issues. Come along." With that, Beerus hoisted Xiangpa back to the realm of destruction amidst his lamentations. Chapter 5. The Commencement of Training. Seated by the fish pond in the realm of destruction, Zhao Yi observed the swimming fish below. This ultimate freedom technique seemed familiar, as if he had used it once before, yet he had not quite mastered it. Otherwise, he would have had some confidence even against Whis. Zhao Yi pondered, stroking his chin. However, considering Beerus's prior state, it appeared he had never truly trained. Ever since ascending to the position of god of destruction, he had merely indulged in eating and sleeping, occasionally venturing out in search of delicacies. Seeing Beerus's approach in his mind, Zhao Yi felt speechless. Could one truly grow stronger in such a manner? It was absurd, though Beerus was inherently powerful. Who was Zhao Yi? He was destined to strike down the elderly Grand Minister and kick the Omni King, a figure of authority. He could not afford to remain in such a despondent state. It was crucial to note that following the Tournament of Power, Goku's strength was approaching his own level. There were also various combat techniques to learn. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable to be defeated by someone of lesser power. Zhao Yi recalled numerous techniques from the Dragon Ball series, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. These techniques were undeniably formidable. Although he possessed destructive energy, casually wielding it would be a waste of great potential. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Yi raised his voice. "Whis, Whis, where on earth have you vanished to?" His thunderous call reverberated throughout the entire realm of destruction. Coming. I am here, Lord Beerus. What is it that you require of me?" Whis hurriedly approached from a distance, a facial mask still adorning his countenance. "I wish to train, Lord Beerus," he said coldly. "What do you mean by that? You are a noble god of destruction. How could you toil like those mere warriors, drenched in sweat from training?" Perhaps it was acceptable before. But Whis quickly shook his head. Training someone as inexperienced as Goku is one thing, but to train an entity like Lord Beerus, that would surely exhaust me. I have no desire to constantly retouch my makeup. Spare me your excuses. Have you forgotten what transpired a few days ago? I was struck by Kampa. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Zhao Yi recognized Whis' attempt to shirk responsibility. It was evident he wished to avoid fatigue. Lord Beerus, please reconsider. Did you not also sustain injuries at the hands of Kampa? We are brothers, after all. Why take it so seriously? Whis continued to offer his well-meaning counsel to Zhao Yi. If you are afraid of exhaustion, just admit it. Don't concoct these excuses. I remember your duty is to train me and supervise my work. How could you forget your responsibilities? Zhao Yi's words instantly rendered Whis awkward. Yes. Lord Beerus is always right. Whis finally acquiesced. I shall prepare. This place cannot withstand the destruction of Lord Beerus. With a smile, Whis waved his staff. And in an instant, the two found themselves in a realm of utter void. Zhao Yi immediately noticed several enormous luminous orbs suspended in the distance. Are these the remnants of the universe? Indeed, a god of destruction's training cannot occur in an ordinary locale. The realm of nothingness is truly devoid of all. Upon arriving, Whis waved his staff again, and a colossal plaza materialized within the void, stretching several tens of millions of kilometers. All right, Lord Beerus, our training is about to commence. You mustn't shed tears, ho ho ho. Whis looked at Zhao Yi with a mocking expression. After all, in the original narrative, Beerus despised training the most. Each session was met with sighs and complaints, and Whis merely assumed Zhao Yi's desire to train was a fleeting whim. Quit your prattling and commence the training. Zhao Yi could hardly tolerate Whis' demeanor, which made him feel akin to a meerkat. Once I grow stronger, the first to feel my wrath will be you. Whis. Zhao Yi cast a cold glance at Whis, making the latter feel uncomfortable. Very well, let us begin. We shall start with the most fundamental practice of meditation. Lord Beerus, having slumbered for such an extended period, must find his internal energy unmanageable. Even someone as unremarkable as Babidi has sensed your presence. Should Lord Kampa discover this, he would surely mock you. Whis' words left Zhao Yi slightly embarrassed. After all, he had only just traversed into this realm and had yet to fully acclimate. Besides, even a tiger occasionally takes a nap. What precisely should we do? Zhao Yi settled himself cross-legged in the center of the plaza. Under Whis' guidance, he commenced his inaugural training session since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. So, this is the method of harnessing ki. It appears that even with Beerus' memories, diligent practice is essential. A terrifying purple radiance began to emanate from Zhao Yi, causing the entire void realm to tremble. Lord Beerus, remember to temper your aura. Whis called out from a short distance away, casually enjoying what appeared to be an ice cream treat while offering Zhao Yi a gentle reminder. Stop babbling, I know. Zhao Yi shouted in exasperation before beginning to rein in his overwhelming aura. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into hours. Time flowed slowly as Zhao Yi's formidable energy gradually subsided. After all, possessing Beerus' memories, Zhao Yi merely needed to extract techniques from those recollections and apply them. Once Zhao Yi's aura had completely dissipated, Whis set aside his snack and approached him. Well done, Lord Beerus. Your transition into this state was notably swifter than before. Allow me to reward you. Whis smiled as he produced a lollipop. Zhao Yi opened his eyes, and upon seeing the lollipop, his expression darkened immediately. Whis, unfazed, continued to smile at him. Whis, do you think I am a child? Suddenly, the previously restrained aura erupted from Zhao Yi, and a fist infused with destructive purple energy surged towards Whis. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you seem rather irate. Whis remarked, completely unperturbed by Zhao Yi's strike. Your shoelaces are untied, Zhao Yi shouted, prompting Whis to instinctively glance down at his feet. Huh, they aren't. Whis replied, puzzled, only to look up and find a fist the size of a cauldron looming before him. Perish, you insolent brat. Zhao Yi sneered. Just as Zhao Yi believed he could exact revenge, Whis swiftly dodged his punch with a graceful movement, the white light surrounding him causing Zhao Yi's expression to shift slightly. The Ultra Instinct technique, indeed impressive. Zhao Yi realized that given his current strength, striking Whis would be nearly impossible. All right, I will train in Ultra Instinct now. Let us begin. Zhao Yi retracted his fist, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Chapter 6. The Frozen Demon Clan. Time swiftly passed under Whis' guidance, and soon several years had elapsed. Zhao Yi had completely mastered the first stage of the free and unfettered ultimate skill. This skill is divided into 3 stages. The first stage involves emanating a silvery radiance, with the eyes transforming to a silver hue. Although the power enhancement at this stage is substantial, its sole limitation is that it permits only passive evasion, akin to an invulnerable defense mechanism. The second stage of the free and unfettered ultimate skill remains somewhat unfamiliar to Zhao Yi. and he can only employ it a couple of times during Whis' rigorous training sessions. Lord Beerus, it has been many years since you last fell into slumber. Your god of destruction body is beginning to falter. Let us conclude this training for now, was said to Zhao Yi with a grave expression. Humph, I understand. Zhao Yi replied. Since ascending to the role of god of destruction, he had come to realize a rather unfortunate truth. The destructive energy of a god of destruction is exceedingly taxing on physical stamina, and recovery is quite arduous. Consequently, gods of destruction tend to enter slumber after a period of exertion. Lord Beerus, refrain from lamenting. Once you fully master the free and unfettered ultimate skill, you need not remain in slumber constantly. However, do not forget to obliterate a few planets before you sleep. That is your duty, Whis remarked with a smile, further fueling Zhao Yi's ambition to pursue the skill. Let us return now. Find me a few planets that cause daily chaos. They should lighten the burden on the Kais. Otherwise, if they happen to be killed, it would be troublesome for the Omni King to find someone else to bind with me. Zhao Yi lamented for the two inept Kais. Under Whis' guidance, Zhao Yi returned to the 7th universe. Whis scanned for suitable targets, and Zhao Yi focused on several planets that had become prosperous through cosmic piracy. Among these worlds, he recognized a remarkably familiar race, the Frost Demons, the same race as Frieza. This lineage boasts a long history, and it would be intriguing to explore the origins of Frieza. The Frost Demons, known for their occupation as cosmic pirates, hold unparalleled prestige in both the 6th and 7th universes. However, millennia ago, the Frost Demons were merely a collection of relatively weak individuals, with few even reaching the initial level of Frieza's power. On a planet perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, several towering humanoid beings traverse the surface. Concurrently, numerous individuals returned from their journeys through the cosmos. This planet possessed no air or atmosphere, completely exposed to the vastness of space. Should an Earthling arrive, they would perish instantly. In a flash, Zhao Yi and Whis materialized above the frosty star. Whis, please ascertain the current population of this race. As Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, he initially assumed that the Frost Demon clan, known for its low productivity, would be relatively small in number. However, it appeared otherwise. Reporting to Lord Beerus, there are currently 78 members of the Frost Demon clan, apart from King Leard, who leads a few loyal guards in battles across the universe. The rest are awaiting the arrival of newborns. Whis' words prompted a slight nod from Zhao Yi. In that case, let them be obliterated. With a subtle flick of his fingertip, a flash of violet light illuminated the sky, and in an instant, the entire Frost Star seemed to melt away, vanishing without a trace. The Frost Demon clan met their demise as well. Fortunately, Frieza belongs to the royal lineage. Otherwise, I would have felt reluctant to act. Let us proceed, Whis, to meet King Leard. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, Lord Beerus. With a sweep of Whis' staff, the two transformed into beams of light and vanished into the cosmos. While soaring through the void, Zhao Yi fell into contemplation. My current strength should be approximately tenfold greater than before. In terms of combat power, I have reached a staggering 10,000 quintillion, far exceeding Golden Frieza by 100-fold. However, this is merely a numerical representation. Should I employ destructive energy, even a millionfold powerful Frieza would not stand a chance against me, especially when combined with the Ultra Instinct technique. Over the years, Zhao Yi had come to grasp Whis' capabilities. In truth, Whis possessed around 5,000 quintillion in strength. Yet his mastery of Ultra Instinct had reached the 2nd tier, akin to the form that the god of destruction used to vanquish Jiren. On several occasions, when Zhao Yi unwittingly accessed the 2nd tier of Ultra Instinct, he nearly bested Whis, although due to his lack of familiarity, he could only manage a stalemate. The Grand Priest's strength likely encompassed at least the perfected form of Ultra Instinct. Alas, it seems a long journey lies ahead. Despite being born as Beerus, Zhao Yi understood that if he did not strive for improvement, the future Xeno could manipulate him at will. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. At that moment, Whis came to a halt in the starry expanse, and before them hovered a massive, disc-shaped spacecraft. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm. An immense energy presence has been detected. As Zhao Yi subtly radiated a trace of energy, the entire spacecraft began to emit a blinding crimson light. The regal figure of King Leard, seated in the grand chair of the cockpit, immediately altered his countenance upon hearing this announcement. An immense energy presence? This alarm signifies a combat power reaching 1 million. Who could possibly be arriving? King Leard's prowess was far inferior to that of the notorious Frieza and his kin from the original tale. After all, they merely dared to engage in cosmic piracy, whereas Frieza and his sons were sovereigns of the universe. This distinction explained why Frieza's trio, though somewhat intrigued by the notion of a super scion, exhibited not a shred of fear. "What shall we do?" King leered. The surrounding clansmen inquired, swallowing hard and casting perplexed glances at him. "Umph, I shall see who dares to act so brazenly before me," King leered, trembling with trepidation. Leard propelled himself towards the exterior of the spacecraft. Long live King Leard. Truly, he exemplifies the might of our cosmic piracy. With King Leard present, who could possibly challenge the Ice Demon clan? As Leard exited the cabin, a group of clansmen, who could only chant in admiration, silently sealed the hatch, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Chapter 7. A familiar shadow. As Leard stepped out of the cabin, the sound of the hatch slamming shut behind him caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Damn it, I'm not dead yet, and they dare to act so openly. Once I return, I shall ensure none of you survive." Leard was acutely aware of his abandonment by his own kin. To the Ice Demon clan, notions of friendship and loyalty were nothing but trifles. "Look at that fool wandering near me, scaring my ship," Leard bellowed, mustering his courage to confront the unknown ahead. Suddenly, two figures materialized before him. To his astonishment, Leard felt a flicker of unease arise within him. "Why you? Who are you?" Lilder suppressed the fear simmering within him and shouted at Zhao Yi. "The reason why King Lilder is so feeble is quite simple. The king of the Frozen clan, Kurder, is an anomalously powerful mutant. Frieza is a product of asexual reproduction from his father, thus inheriting the formidable traits of a mutant. Although they are referred to as the Frieza clan, only these two possess exceptional combat prowess and cruelty. Of course, in the movie, there is also his brother, though one cannot ascertain the veracity of that. However, it is certain that the Frozen Demon clan only began to grow formidable with Kurder. The so-called cosmic pirates of the Frozen Demon clan prior to that were mere novices with combat powers in the tens of millions. Whis. Do you think this fellow is brainless? Knowing we have grown stronger, he still poses so arrogantly, Zhao Yi remarked, exasperated, as he observed Lilder trembling in fear while still attempting to maintain a facade of invulnerability. It is noteworthy that King Lilder bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form and Kurder. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you may not be aware, but this race is particularly sensitive about their pride. If you push them to their limits, they may fight back with all their might, Whis explained leisurely. The dismissive actions of the two only served to further incite Lilder's wrath. Dare you disregard the majesty of King Lilder? Prepare to meet your demise. A red sphere of light coalesced in Lilder's hand. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a purple beam streaked across Lilder's cheek, striking the circular spaceship behind him, following a resounding explosion. Lilder quickly turned around, only to find that the circular spaceship had vanished without a trace. Gulp. King Lilder swallowed hard. Ah, how tiresome. By the way, can you transform? Zhao Yi sneezed, and if one were to speculate based on Frieza's case, it seemed that King Lilder should possess a third and fourth transformation. Transform? King Lilder stammered. Yes, can you not? Zhao Yi nonchalantly picked at his nails while directing a question at Lilder. I cannot. What is transformation? As expected, Zhao Yi had discerned from the outset that Lilder was not concealing his strength, indicating that transformation was indeed exclusive to Frieza and King Kurder. Unfortunately, Per Kurder was defeated by Trunks before he could even transform. Such a tragic family. All right, be gone. I have no interest in killing you. If I were to eliminate this fellow and Frieza cease to exist, it would not pose any issue for me, but it would certainly be a lamentable loss. May I inquire your esteemed name? Upon learning that his life was spared, Leard let out a sigh of relief, but still inquired of Zhao Yi. Hehehe. You are indeed fortunate to be alive, facing the formidable god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled gently, covering his mouth. Mind your own business. Zhao Yi retorted with a scoff, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. After all, this display was rather impressive. A god of destruction? Very well, I shall remember that. However, I have pressing household matters to attend to, so I take my leave. Realizing Zhao Yi's name, Leard quickly sought an excuse to make his escape. Humph. You claim to have pressing household tasks while you have no home left. Zhao Yi spat, observing Leard's hurried retreat. All right, let us proceed to the next few targets. Following the encounter with King Leard, Zhao Yi obliterated dozens of life-bearing planets, most inhabited by cosmic pirates, some of whom possessed strength rivaling that of the frost demons. Yet, upon arriving at the final planet designated for destruction, he encountered a somewhat familiar figure. Lawful, you have slaughtered billions on my planet, the Green Demon Star, today. I shall ensure your demise. A green figure, resembling a sausage with a mouth, was engaged in combat with a rotund figure enveloped in red skin. Interesting. Their combat power has reached 1 million. Quite impressive, Zhao mused, observing the fierce battle between the two. But this sausage figure seems eerily familiar. Lord Frieza. This Boffle is the leader of the planet we intend to annihilate, but it appears the inhabitants have already perished at the hands of his adversary, was commented, prompting Zhao Yi to nod in acknowledgement. The aura of righteousness emanating from the sausage figure was palpable, despite having killed an entire planet's populace. It seemed to be an act of vengeance. You little brat, for slaughtering my entire race, you shall pay with your life. Boffle roared, his crimson skin radiating intense heat. If I am to die, let us perish together, the sausage figure declared, then began to dance awkwardly. Finally, with fists clenched and arms extended straight towards Boffle, he prepared to unleash his attack. What is this move? Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed in anticipation. Lightning blast. With a thunderous roar, the sausage figure unleashed a terrifying wave of energy directed at Boffle. What? Boffle sensed the overwhelming aura of death, transforming into a blazing red pillar of light, narrowly escaping the attack's range in an instant. What a pity. The sausage figure relaxed his stance, panting heavily. Prepare to perish. In an instant, the radiant beam transformed from Baffuer surged towards the figure known as Sausage Mouth, who remained utterly motionless, as if the recent attack had depleted all of his strength. As the brilliance of Baffuer approached, Sausage Mouth smiled, a joyful expression gracing his features. It seems we need not intervene, Lord Beerus, Whis remarked with a smile, observing the battle below. Indeed, this is quite fortunate. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, astonished that he would witness Sausage Mouth's demise. Indeed. This Sausage Mouth was none other than the first master of the underworld, Rib Rice, whose prowess was such that even the god of destruction, Shin, could not match him when they clashed in the original tale. As Baffuer's attack was on the verge of colliding with Rib Rice began to spin wildly in place. Rib-style exclusive cyclone, a ferocious whirlwind, capable of tearing through the heavens and the earth, was instantaneously formed. Before Baffuer could comprehend the situation, he was drawn into it. The crimson light swiftly stained the entire cyclone. At that moment, the planet resembled an apocalypse, with the whirlwind leaving devastation in its wake. This technique is commendable, but against a being who can unleash the cosmos, it proves utterly useless, Zhao Yi remarked, prompting a nod of agreement from Whis. Indeed, within the universe, there is no gas for him to create a whirlwind. As the two conversed, the battle on the ground reached its climax. Bang! A fiery red figure crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. This individual was Baffuer, who now lay silent. Phew, it is finally over. Rib Rice gasped for breath, laboriously descending to the ground, a smile adorning his face. What was the purpose of expending your own vitality to vanquish him? Zhao Yi and Whis gently floated down to the ground, inquiring solemnly of Rib Rice. For what purpose? I am not entirely certain. Perhaps it was for revenge, or perhaps to ensure my family no longer suffers, Rib Rice replied, slowly kneeling on the ground, his voice tinged with sorrow. For family, you say? Zhao Yi gazed at the fading Rib Rice, lost in contemplation. What is the significance of my presence here? Is it merely to become a destroyer like Beerus? Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Weiss, perplexed, swayed before Zhao Yi, who reassured him, I am fine. Zhao Yi then turned and ascended slowly, soaring beyond the confines of Earth into the vastness of space. Once enveloped by the cosmos, he delicately tapped his fingertip, unleashing a beam of violet light that struck a distant planet. Without a sound or a tremor, the entire celestial body vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the remnants of the Rib Rice corpse drifting in the universe. Let us depart. The task is complete. And my divine form is on the verge of collapse, Zhao Yi stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Weiss. Indeed, Lord Beerus appears quite fearsome, Weiss replied, feigning trepidation. Sensing Zhao Yi's discontent, he refrained from provoking him further and swiftly gestured, causing both to transform into a streak of light, disappearing into the starry expanse. Once Beerus and the others had vanished, the Rib Rice corpse also ceased to exist. In the underworld, King Enma greeted the West Kai with a slight bow. What brings you here at such a leisurely hour? Surely, it is a matter of great importance. Please expedite the retrieval of the Rib Rice corpse from Green Demon Star, the West Kai urged anxiously. Noticing the urgency in his counterpart's demeanor, King Enma took the matter seriously. After a series of operations, a green figure materialized before him. What has transpired, West Kai? This individual seems to have slaughtered billions, albeit in defense of his kin. King Enma cautiously inquired. What do you understand? This individual is under the protection of Lord Beerus. Whether he has slain billions or even hundreds of billions is inconsequential. What if Lord Beerus wishes to appoint him as his successor? The West Kai's words astonished King Enma, who now regarded the rib rice corpse with newfound reverence. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained oblivious to the wild speculations about him, having merely refrained from destroying rib rice. His mind was preoccupied as he felt the cells within his body begin to wither. His energy had been entirely depleted by the destructive force. Upon returning to the realm of destruction, Zhao Yi collapsed into a deep slumber. Oh dear, I forgot to remind Lord Beerus to brush his teeth. It is truly not a good habit to sleep without brushing. Weiss mused, watching Zhao Yi snore soundly in bed. With a flick of his staff, Zhao Yi's attire transformed into a set of pajamas. After completing his task, Weiss soared into the air, filling the room with alarm clocks. Chapter 9. A Sleep of 2,000 Years. As time elapsed, Zhao Yi's destructive energy swiftly rejuvenated within the realm of his dreams. This rapid restoration, however, was only swift in comparison to other gods of destruction. This particular recovery consumed thousands of years of Zhao Yi's existence. Yet the benefits he reaped were undeniably significant. His original strength of 1,000 quintillion had burgeoned to 5,000 quintillion over the millennia. Upon reaching the realm of Beerus, every increment of quintillion in strength resulted in a substantial enhancement of power, while simultaneously, his destructive energy gradually solidified. After several centuries, Whis, who stood by his side, began to express his astonishment. Lord Beerus' destructive energy has increased at an astonishing rate, rivaling what I had witnessed over the course of his previous 100,000 years of growth. Zhao Yi's rapid ascension in power was fundamentally linked to the transformation of Beerus' soul, catalyzed by Zhao Yi's own essence. Each passing year saw a slight elevation in Zhao Yi's innate talent, which had multiplied several hundred times over the millennia. As the timeline approached a millennium before the original narrative, Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes. Stretching languidly, he gazed sleepily at Whis before exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing here, Whis?" His outburst reverberated throughout the entire realm of destruction. Hastily, Zhao Yi inspected his posterior, relieved to find that he had not suffered any untoward incidents. Breathing a sigh of relief, he fixed a fierce glare at Whis. "Oh dear. Why does Lord Beerus look at me in such a manner? I was merely waiting for you to awaken." Boo-hoo. Whis feigned tears, prompting Zhao Yi to respond with a swift punch, glowing with a white radiance. Lord Beerus is striking." Whis quickly activated the second stage of his Ultra Instinct, effortlessly dodging Zhao Yi's blow. The momentum of Zhao Yi's attack dissipated as he retracted his energy. Still a tad short," he muttered, spitting in frustration as he soared towards the washroom. "Speak, what recent occurrences merit my attention?" Zhao Yi inquired while rinsing his mouth. Observing Zhao Yi's sudden pretense of normalcy, Whis sighed in resignation. Had he continued, he might have had the opportunity to tease Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi discerned that Whis regarded him as a mere pet, which was precisely why he never afforded Whis the chance to provoke him. Ho ho ho. It is rare for Lord Beerus to show concern for the affairs of the universe, even more so than the Kais, Whis remarked with a smile, momentarily catching Zhao Yi off guard. Was it true that the Kais were so irresponsible? No wonder so many events have transpired unbeknownst to me. Zhao Yi is at a loss for words. The Kaishin are but a group of beings who eat and sleep in a perpetual cycle, indifferent to the affairs of the universe. Were it not for their fortunate births, they would have long been eliminated. Behold, this is the realm of the Kaishin, where Lord Beerus may take a glance. Whis extended the crystal orb atop his staff before Zhao Yi, who was brushing his teeth as he observed. Within the orb's imagery, the East Kaishin, Shichi, was leisurely basking in the sun upon the grass of the Kaishin realm, attended by a robust man with crimson skin named Jebet. He was a formidable warrior selected from the Grand Kai, previously the mightiest in the realm until he spent 2 millennia in the afterlife honing his skills, subsequently becoming the second strongest and serving as the East Kaishin's attendant. Once Whis had finished speaking, Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. "What did you just say?" he inquired with astonishment. "Did Lord Beerus not hear clearly?" "I shall repeat. This individual is named Jebet, a warrior chosen from the Grand Kai," Whis reiterated. "How many years did I sleep?" Zhao Yi was flabbergasted. "What nonsense is this about my time in the afterlife thousands of years ago?" Lord Beerus. It seems your slumber was rather prolonged, perhaps due to the complete depletion of your destructive power. You have been asleep for 650 years, Whis informed him. Zhao Yi, caught off guard, inadvertently sprayed mouthwash onto Wiss's face. 2,600 years. Are you jesting with me? Despite Zhao Yi's reluctance to accept this reality, he ultimately had to come to terms with the fact that he had been in slumber for over 2 millennia. Well then, what of the West Kaishin? Zhao Yi asked. Resigned, splashing cold water on his face to regain composure, all the while feeling the immense energy coursing through his being. No wonder Lord Beerus eschews training. It seems one can grow stronger merely by sleeping. The West Kaishin returned to the planet of Shirin for further training after the demise of many from the Grand Kai's ranks. His strength has since multiplied significantly, although he still falls short against Majin Bu. Zhao Yi nodded slightly at Wiss's words, appreciating the ambition. Oh, I just recalled that there is an old fellow I sealed away in the Kaishin realm. I should pay him a visit. He rummaged through his memories of the ancient Kaishin he had sealed away 1,000,000 years prior, during his youthful arrogance, resulting in a prolonged disruption among the Kaishin of this universe. As you command, Lord Beerus. Chapter 10. The Old Kaishin. Jebbet, have you discovered any delightful delicacies of late? Reclining upon the verdant lawn, Shinzi felt an unparalleled sense of contentment. Ever since the demise of the great Kaishin and his companions, he was liberated from the incessant pressure to cultivate. The West Kaishin had returned to his homeland, and Shinzi, wielding his authority, had procured a servant, who he instructed in the essential techniques of instantaneous movement and life energy. He was now virtually a carefree overseer, reveling in the delightful news that the recent gatherings of the Kaishins and destroyers had been postponed due to Beerus' slumber. It was simply blissful. Your Excellency, I recently discovered a fruit on a sealed planet, said to be the finest in the world. I shall bring it to you at once, reported Jebbite, smiling as he observed the Kaishin Shinzi, who was nurturing his physique as if tending to livestock. Is it truly so exquisite? Hurry and fetch it for me, exclaimed Shinzi, his mouth watering at the thought. Jebbite promptly soared toward the grand hall. Oh, why is the Kaishin so jubilant? Might you share your joy with me? Just then, a mocking voice caused Shinzi's body to stiffen immediately. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Shinzi stammered as he approached Zhao Yi, kneeling before him. Zhao Yi regarded Shinzi, who, despite being of equal rank, prostrated himself, sending a chill down his spine. This individual was remarkably similar to the subjects of the smaller nation, so quick to kneel. Their servile mentality so pronounced. Enough, rise, Zhao Yi remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Shinzi. Does the Lord of Destruction and Lord Whis have a matter to attend to? Zhao Yi's command to stand imbued Shinzi with a profound sense of respect. Lord Beerus is not as fearsome as one might believe. I have come merely to visit an old friend. It bears no relevance to you, Zhao Yi replied, dismissively eyeing the Kaishin before ascending toward a towering stone-like peak within the Kaishin realm, followed closely by Whis. An old friend? Are there others within the Kaishin realm? Shinzi pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Your Excellency, the fruit has arrived. At that moment, Jebbite appeared before Shinzi, bearing a platter of fruit. The moment he appeared, his gaze caught sight of Zhao Yi and Whis standing atop the distant peak. How dare you, audacious rogue, trespass in the Kaishin realm? Jebbite bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura as he vanished from his position. Wait, Jebbite, no? Shinzi's complexion, already pale, turned a ghostly white in that instant. Boom. Indeed. A colossal sound echoed as Jebbite hurtled back like a meteor from afar. Oh no, I have angered Lord Beerus, Shinzi exclaimed, quickly taking flight in an attempt to catch Jebbite. However, upon witnessing Jebbite's rapid descent, his expression changed dramatically, prompting him to flee. Boom. After a resounding roar, the earth shattered, revealing a vast pit in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Gulping nervously, Exion swiftly descended, only to behold the once recognizable Jebbit now unrecognizable beneath the rubble. Dismayed, he thought to himself, what if Lord Beerus were to unleash such devastation upon me? However, Jebbit remained his servant, and Exion hurriedly extracted him from the abyss. Oh no, I cannot save anyone. At this moment, Exion realized a harsh truth. His own laziness had led him to forego acquiring any skills as a Supreme Kai, leaving all the learning to Jebbit. How unfortunate. It seems time to seek a more powerful bodyguard. That skeletal figure seemed promising, albeit rather arrogant. If Jebbit were to discover that Exion was contemplating replacing him, he might very well be infuriated. Supreme Kai, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to merely observe him without offering assistance? Just then, Whis and Zhao Yi returned. with Whis observing the pensive Supreme Kai standing in the street, and inquired curiously. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi appeared lost in thought, gazing at the sword in his hand. Xian, caught off guard by Whis' question, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, upon seeing the sword in Zhao Yi's possession, he was left utterly astonished. Is that the Supreme Kai's sword? The fact that Lord Beerus could wield it is simply astounding. Xian's flattery made Zhao Yi feel quite awkward. Does my inability to draw this sword diminish my prowess? Zhao Yi's cold inquiry sent Xian tumbling to his knees, bowing in submission with his rear end in the air before Zhao Yi. All right, Whis, assist him. As Zhao Yi spoke, he raised 2 fingers and brought them down upon the Supreme Kai's sword with a decisive chop. Clang, with a resounding clash. The sword, renowned for its power to elevate its wielder to the mightiest in the universe, shattered into pieces. It shattered, shattered, shattered. The Supreme Kai felt his worldview shatter along with the sword. The sacred artifact he held in such reverence had been broken. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Yi, the one responsible for this calamity, the Supreme Kai swallowed hard and refrained from further protest. Old fool, do you wish to remain hidden? Should I seal you away for another several 100,000 years? Zhao Yi's nonchalant remark left the Supreme Kai in confusion, pondering, who is this so-called old fool? Wait, I'm coming out. The old Kai swiftly transformed into a wisp of smoke and emerged from the shattered sword, enveloping the area in a mist that soon coalesced into the form of a hunched, disheveled old man. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the old man's beard, Zhao Yi felt an inexplicable urge to strike him. His distaste for the appearance reminiscent of her country was unmistakable. The icy gaze Zhao Yi cast upon the old Kai immediately changed the latter's demeanor. Lord Beerus, in my youth, I was foolish and naive. I implore your magnanimity to spare me. The old Kai pleaded, not wishing to face another ceiling. Chapter 11. Fusion. Jebit God. Upon witnessing the old Kai, Xian was momentarily taken aback, sensing a profound divinity emanating from the old man. However, his naturally timid disposition held him back from speaking. As long as you refrain from provoking me, I shall not seal you, Zhao Yi remarked coolly, casting a glance at the old Kai. It must be noted that the old Kai had indeed been up to mischief. Ever since his fusion with the old witch, he had grown somewhat arrogant, brazenly declaring that the role of the god of destruction was a mistake during the Millennium Assembly of the Gods of Destruction and Kaishins, intending to petition the Omni King for the dissolution of that position. The outcome was predictable. His tempestuous nature led Beerus to seal him within the Kaishin sword for countless years. Had it not been for the fact that killing this old fool would also lead to his own demise, Beerus might have delighted in ending him. Please, I beg of you. The old Kai repeatedly apologized. The years of darkness had extinguished any desire to oppose Zhao Yi. Oh, is that not the god of Kaishin from 15 generations ago? It has been an age since our last encounter. Whis, after healing Jebit, gracefully floated to Zhao Yi's side, addressing the old Kai. Lord Whis, it has been too long. How fares your health? The old Kai promptly greeted Whis. Meanwhile, Xian stood in bewilderment, grappling with the revelation that this seemingly lecherous old man was indeed a god of Kaishin, and one from 15 generations past. He was an ancestral figure. Now, I did not summon you merely for nostalgia. Look at your descendant behind you, Zhao Yi interjected, halting the old Kai's attempts at conversation. Upon hearing this, the old Kai turned to regard the god of Kaishin Zhao Yi had indicated. You are the current god of Kaishin? Your power appears rather lacking, the old Kai remarked, slightly wrinkling his brow at Xian's unimpressive abilities and feeble physique. You must be the ancestral figure, right? I am Xian, the current East Kaishin. I hope your health is well. Xian bowed and nodded, his demeanor causing the old Kai to furrow his brow further. This young fellow seemed rather unreliable. By the way, what do you mean by the East Kaishin? Do the Kaishins really have distinctions of East and West? The old Supreme Kai, filled with confusion, inquired, what word shall we speak later? I have released you so that you may properly guide your junior. However, the most crucial task is for you all to attentively monitor the development of the universe. The combat prowess of our 7th universe has now dwindled below the average standard. If this continues, do you comprehend the dire consequences should Lord Zeno decide to obliterate us? Zhao Yi distinctly recalled that there were originally 18 universes, yet now only 12 remained, with the others having been eradicated by Zeno. Very well, I shall remember this. The youth of today seems somewhat lacking. The old Supreme Kai nodded repeatedly. That is all. I must return to my duties. The Eastern Supreme Kai will be entrusted to you. After Zhao Yi spoke to the old Supreme Kai, he departed the Kai realm accompanied by Whis. Oh, we are finally gone. What a terrifying Lord Beerus, the Eastern Supreme Kai wiped his brow. What is your name? And who is this person beside you? The old Supreme Kai's eyes gleamed with a sudden insight, scanning Sin from head to toe, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In the original narrative, Sin, faced with the threat of Majin Buu and being the sole Supreme Kai, exerted tremendous effort. Ultimately, he awaited the moment when Bibidi was on the verge of death. Seizing the opportunity after Bibidi sealed Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai appeared, eliminating Bibidi and concealing Majin Buu in a hidden location, significantly prolonging Bibidi's future growth and the time to locate Majin Buu. Of course, after that, Sin relaxed. Yet the centuries that passed allowed him to become at least a semi-competent Supreme Kai capable of standing on his own. Presently, however, under Zhao Yi's influence, one could say Sin had transformed into a mere slacker. Upon Sin's explanation, the old Supreme Kai finally grasped the situation. Damn it, Beerus has truly caused me trouble, casting such a burden upon me. Observing the somewhat hopeless Sin, the old Supreme Kai fell into deep thought. Tomorrow, I shall journey to the planet of the Kais to retrieve the Western Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai's words caused Jebet, who stood nearby, to sigh softly, realizing that the old Supreme Kai appeared to be relinquishing Sin. By the way, you are Jebet, correct? The old Supreme Kai suddenly smiled at Jebet. Yes, ancestor. Jebet replied respectfully, despite being uncertain of the old Supreme Kai's thoughts. Sin, you must give your left earring to Jebet to wear. The old Supreme Kai's directive momentarily stunned both individuals, but they promptly complied. The instant Jebet donned the earring, a terrifying force drew the two towards each other. Help, 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 save me. Xing and Jebite were in a state of panic, desperately attempting to break free. Unfortunately, the power of the Patera earrings was beyond their resistance. In an instant, the two became fused, transforming into a radiant light. Once the brilliance faded, a tall young man appeared, clad in Jebite's attire, with long white hair. Wow, what immense power! Is this truly me? A deep voice resonated from the young man. Look closely. This is a mirror, exclaimed the old Supreme Kai, as he summoned a mirror into his hands. Ah, who is this? He resembles me quite a bit. Jebite observed the figure in the mirror, chuckling. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback by Jebite's foolishness. Look closely. This is your current self. Chapter 12, Planet Adrat. What? This is me. Jebite exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief as he gazed at the old Supreme Kai. Since the fusion of a Supreme Kai with an ordinary person results in the preservation of only the Supreme Kai's essence, Jebite's thoughts were now entirely those of Supreme Kai Xing. Well, this is the purpose of the Patera earrings. I was once dashing and handsome, but one day, I inadvertently lost an earring to an old hag, and that's how I became so unattractive, the old Supreme Kai lamented, prompting Jebite to nod in a daze. No wonder I have become so powerful. Haha, with this strength, I need not fear even the likes of Majin Buu. Jebite laughed triumphantly. Majin Buu, a terrifying deity from ancient times, how do you know of him? The old Kaioshin was unaware of Majin Buu's existence. Under the explanation of the god of Jebet, his expression became grave. From this day forth, you shall diligently cultivate in the realm of the Kaioshins, and I shall oversee your progress. Alas, we can only pray that when Majin Buu awakens once more, his strength will have diminished. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to seek the assistance of Beerus. The old Kaioshin's words caused a slight change in the expression of the god of Jebet. I, the esteemed Kaioshin, must engage in training. This is truly a torment. If the old Kaioshin were to learn of this fellow's thoughts, who knows what fate would befall him? The following day, the old Kaioshin arrived at the planet of the Chosen Ones, bringing back the West Kaioshin, and thus began a period of rigorous training. However, due to the old Kaioshin's inability to enhance the potential of the Kaioshins, he only provided them with standard training. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Whis, after departing from the realm of the Kaioshins, arrived at a mysterious planet. Above a dusty yellow planet, Zhao Yi squinted as he observed those below engaged in their training. Lost in contemplation. Lord Beerus, this planet is called Yardrat. The sage of this world is a rather enigmatic young man, rumored to possess the ability to communicate with the dragon god. Whether this is true remains uncertain, yet it is evident that although this race has only recently emerged, each individual is endowed with extraordinary abilities, was explained with a smile. What sort of abilities are we talking about? Zhao Yi inquired. From the original text, he only knew that the Yardratians possessed the skill of instantaneous movement, with little else revealed. Ah, Where to begin? Each inhabitant of this planet is born with unique abilities, such as confinement, instantaneous movement, control over the growth of trees, prophecy, and a myriad of other powers. However, their sage can utilize the majority of the Yardratian abilities. Was counted on his fingers. Most abilities? How intriguing. According to the original text, these abilities seem to be transferable to others. Zhao mused with a slight smile. He possessed a more advanced form of instantaneous movement. However, with Whis as his driver, he had little need to utilize it. Yet, the prophecies and similar abilities could prove immensely useful. Let us go meet the so-called sage. With that, the two of them shot down towards the ground like two comets. In a valley, there stood a modest wooden cabin, seemingly precarious, yet steadfast against the elements for centuries. At the entrance sat an elder with red skin, adorned with black spots. He was the sage of Yardrat. Just then, the sage's murky eyes opened wide. The supreme deity has actually come to my Yardrat. What on earth could this mean? As Zhao, Yi, and Weiss penetrated the atmosphere, the sage foresaw the imminent arrival of a divine being through his extraordinary abilities. However, the nature of this visit eluded even his prophetic powers. Gradually rising to his feet, he pointed his wooden staff towards the ground. In an instant, dozens of figures materialized beside the sage's humble abode. Great sage, what command do you have for us? Inquired the towering Artitrad alien, bowing respectfully, while the others gazed reverently at the stooped elder. The deity is about to descend. I have summoned you to prepare for this divine arrival. Whether it brings fortune or calamity rests in the hands of fate. The sage's words left everyone momentarily speechless. A god was indeed coming. Wasn't divinity synonymous with benevolence and greatness? Why then, the threat of misfortune? You possess the remarkable ability to foresee my arrival. Your prophetic skills are commendable, a calm voice echoed from the heavens. As the crowd looked up, two ethereal figures, devoid of any palpable aura, had inexplicably appeared in the sky. Had they not witnessed this event with their own eyes, they might have doubted their own perceptions. Old One, accompanied by the Artitrat. We pay homage to the divine. The sage's eyes gleamed upon recognizing Zhao Yi and Weiss, and then widened in shock as he knelt before them. We pay our respects to the divine. We pay our respects to the divine. We pay our respects to the divine. Dozens of Artitrat aliens hastily knelt alongside the sage. Rise, everyone. Lord Beerus does not favor such formalities, Weiss spoke gently, easing the tension within the hearts of the crowd, suggesting that he was a benevolent deity. Yet, the sage's brow began to bead with cold sweat. However, Lord Beerus has a penchant for exquisite cuisine. Should the fare fail to satisfy his palate, your planet may cease to exist. Ha ha ha, forgive me for sounding rather ominous. Weiss's words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present, with some impulsive individuals contemplating a hasty reaction. Did you hear that? Quickly, go find delectable dishes for Lord Beerus. The sage struck the ground forcefully with his staff, snapping everyone back to reality from their fury. In a flash, all present vanished before Zhao Yi. You have done well. You made the right choice. I have another purpose for my visit. I have heard of your numerous extraordinary abilities. I have witnessed your prophetic skills and teleportation. As for the others, Zhao Yi remarked nonchalantly, idly picking at his fingernails. Chapter 13. Lord Beerus. Oh, esteemed deity, I present to you the comprehensive methodology I have devised for mastering all the abilities of the Adrat star. The sage exhibited not a trace of hesitation. Were Zhao Yi akin to the nefarious Frieza, he would resolutely refuse to relinquish anything, even unto death. However, it was evident that Zhao Yi was a divine being, a magnificent god, comparable to the high-ranking officials of my previous life. When such dignitaries desire your possessions, one naturally acquiesces, for doing so elicits their commendation, greatly benefiting the advancement of one's race. Zhao Yi subtly nodded, and with a mere flick of his fingers, the scroll held by the sage gracefully soared into his grasp. Very well, since you are so perceptive, I shall make a brief visit to the King of the North on your behalf, upon your demise. You may enter the underworld for further enlightenment. Having acquired the sage's possession, Zhao Yi felt compelled to offer a token of goodwill. After all, he was a god, albeit a god of destruction, but nonetheless a figure of virtue, was he not? Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, the voice of Lord Beerus resonated softly. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the sage of Adrat is well taken care of after his passing. A sycophantic voice echoed in Zhao Yi's ear. Is this the King of the North? Through the boundless void, Zhao Yi discerned a diminutive, portly figure, bowing and wearing sunglasses on a tiny planet. This voice belongs to the King of the North. How could he show such deference to this deity? The sage, while suspecting Zhao Yi's divine nature. Had only ever known the king as the highest echelon of divinity, having never heard of the great king, the king of the north? Have you been surveilling me since my arrival? What audacity grants you such boldness? Zhao Yi gazed at the obsequious king of the north, intent on teasing him. Indeed. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat began to form on the king's brow. Lord Beerus, I did not mean to. Please, your greatness, forgive me. I shall cease immediately. The king of the north lamented his misfortune. He had been instructed by the great king to diligently fulfill his duties without a hint of negligence, lest he face dismissal. Ironically, it was Zhao Yi's decree that had prompted this situation. Now, having worked diligently, he inadvertently stumbled upon Lord Beerus and found himself chastised. No need for that. Simply perform your duties well. Zhao Yi observed the king of the north, whose face had turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and, wishing to spare him a heart attack, refrained from further jesting. Indeed. Yes, of course. The North Realm King wiped the sweat from his brow. Pondering in frustration about the nature of this deity, Beerus, just a mere glance from him sent shivers down his spine. I must seek out Beerus for a thorough massage to soothe my fragile heart. It seems that the recently born Beerus has now been relegated to the role of the North Realm King's masseur. Before proceeding, I ought to inquire with the Grand Kai about this Beerus. Humiliated by Zhao Yi's jesting, the North Realm King hurried away to seek solace from the Grand Kai. Meanwhile, the sage of the Yadrit people was left utterly bewildered, realizing that what he perceived as the pinnacle of cosmic divinity was viewed merely as trash by this great being. May the heavens protect my race. How fortunate we are to have aligned ourselves with the right ally. The elderly sage's face trembled with excitement, his wrinkles fluttering. At that moment, Zhao Yi spoke up, and the sage immediately listened attentively, for this was a divine revelation. What the heck? I've been here for so long. Where's the food? Zhao Yi bellowed, patting his stomach. After all, it had been over 2,000 years since he last ate. For someone who had been a glutton in his past life and continued to be so, this was utterly intolerable. If Lord Beerus were not satiated or if the food was unpalatable, he could very well unleash his wrath. Was covered his mouth with a smile. Yes. I shall urge them forth at once. The sage, drenched in sweat, hurriedly tapped his staff against the ground. A massive wooden table and chair slowly emerged from beneath the earth. After inviting Zhao Yi to sit, the sage promptly vanished in an instant. Bored, Zhao Yi unfurled the scroll in his hand. Instantaneous movement, to sense another's aura and then, using that aura as a coordinate. Tear through space to reach the source of the aura? It was clear that without a measure of strength, one could not master such a skill. No wonder only a handful of the tens of thousands of Yadrit people could perform instantaneous movement. As a divine technique, it was not something that could be easily learned. Zhao Yi speculated that one would need at least 1,000 points of combat power to acquire this ability. The further one could travel depended on their strength. It was astonishingly simple. Zhao Yi nearly mastered it in an instant, surprising even himself. Although he understood the principles, learning it so quickly seemed excessive. Reflecting on the transformation he brought to Beerus's body since his arrival, Zhao Yi recalled that 2,000 years ago, learning combat techniques had not been so effortless. It certainly did not come as easily as it did now. It seems that every traveler enjoys certain benefits, which explains why most of them rise to greatness. A smile crept upon Zhao Yi's lips. What is so amusing, Lord Beerus? How can one smile so joyfully? Yet, the most discordant element is certainly Whiss's effeminate voice. Perhaps it's best to hone my skills and aim to deliver a thorough thrashing to Whiss's mother first. Upon awakening, Zhao Yi was astonished to discover that Whiss's combat prowess had indeed surged, albeit not to the terrifying extent of his own, yet still doubling in strength. However, Zhao Yi was aware that once he comprehended the second tier of the ultimate freedom technique, in the White God mode, he would be able to effortlessly pin Whiss to the ground. Chapter 14. Time Reversal. Victory is so close at hand. It seems I can no longer afford to be idle. With the intention of delivering a sound beating to Whiss, Zhao Yi, after a moment of reflection, began to explore other superpowers. Confinement? Not quite as flawless as my mastery, no? Manipulation? Does it equate to puppetry? Excellent. I shall learn it. Psychokinesis? Oh, how sophisticated. I shall acquire this skill. Telepathy? Not bad. I wonder if I could foresee Whiss's thoughts. One by one, Zhao Yi assimilated each superpower that crossed his gaze. Though his favorites remained transformation and the great prophecy technique. Yet, at this moment, the priority was not these abilities. Whiss, you dare to steal my cake. Zhao Yi, with his mouth full, furiously shouted at the insatiable Whiss, whose stomach appeared bottomless. Certainly not. Lord Beerus consumes far more than I do. Whis muttered disdainfully in response. You eat daily, while I have not eaten for 2 millennia. How dare you compete with me? Instantly, the two were embroiled in an argument. Meanwhile, the Wise One and the towering Ardradian were tirelessly serving dishes. As a race capable of instantaneous movement, the Ardradians teleported thousands of light years away to procure these delicacies for Zhao Yi. These were among the most exquisite foods found within hundreds of thousands of light years. Whis, you owe me my chicken leg. Finally unable to contain himself, Zhao Yi protested, of all things to steal, why his chicken leg? Whis was clearly up to something significant. Lord Beerus, this is no mere chicken leg. It is the leg of the ice fire bird, a delicacy one can savor only once in hundreds of years. Whis hastily clutched a massive chicken leg and soared into the sky, fearful that Zhao Yi would snatch it away. Very well, you have some nerve. Zhao Yi spat. And in an instant, he vanished. Where did he go? Whis was taken aback, suddenly feeling the weight in his hand diminish. Looking down, he found that the chicken leg had disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi stood not far away, grinning while holding the ice fire bird's leg. Lord Beerus, you are being underhanded. Using the ultimate freedom technique to snatch my chicken leg. Weiss looked at Zhao Yi, who radiated a brilliant white light, with a face full of grievance. In terms of sheer power, Weiss was no match for Zhao Yi. However, under the influence of Zhao Yi's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, Weiss found himself utterly incapable of reacting. After all, it was impossible for Weiss to maintain the Ultra Instinct at all times. Zhao Yi, indifferent to Weiss's plight, took a decisive bite. The sound of teeth colliding echoed sharply, causing Zhao Yi's expression to darken instantly. Weiss, Zhao Yi bellowed, emanating a terrifying violet aura. In an instant, the entire planet of Adrat was set into tremors, as countless spatial rifts manifested around them, and the planet began to crack inch by inch. Lord Beerus, please calm your wrath. Restrain your powers. The wise and towering Adration pleaded. Have mercy, O divine being. At that moment, the wise Adration and his fellow beings regretted not preparing more than a single portion of the fiery bird's leg. Yet, after a flash of purple light, the entire Adrat planet vanished from the cosmos. Zhao Yi was unfazed by this occurrence. In an instant, his golden aura transformed into a blinding white. A colossal white energy surged forth from his body, just as Weiss, who had managed to seize the chicken leg, attempted to make his escape. He felt a sharp pain in his hand, instinctively dropping the leg. Humph! A cold snort came from behind him. Weiss turned to see Lord Beerus. My goodness, Lord Beerus. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere chicken leg? Even breaking through Ultra Instinct? Weiss forced a bitter smile, quickly adopting a serious demeanor to avoid punishment. Lord Beerus, please retract your Ultra Instinct. You have yet to fully master it, and it will deplete your God of Destruction energy far too quickly. Zhao Yi scoffed at Weiss's words. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? You merely wish to seize my chicken leg once I release the Ultra Instinct. Dream on. At that moment, Zhao Yi's telepathic abilities effortlessly unraveled Weiss's thoughts. Without hesitation, he devoured the fiery bird's chicken leg before Weiss's forlorn gaze. Ah, delightful. I shall savor this again when the opportunity arises. Zhao Yi licked his lips in satisfaction, gently patting his now full belly. By the way, rewind time a few minutes. I seem to have inadvertently obliterated the planet of Adrat. With his hands clasped behind his back, he cast a nonchalant glance at Weiss. Humph. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Not only do you deny others sustenance, but you also make them toil daily. My fate is truly pitiful. Sob, sob, sob. The sight of Weiss weeping caused Zhao Yi considerable discomfort. However, under Zhao Yi's overwhelming presence, Weiss dutifully arrived above the planet Yardrat. With a slight motion of his staff, a verdant light instantaneously enveloped the starry sky. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow at this luminous green aura, perplexed by its profound energy, which he found utterly indecipherable. Initially, Zhao Yi had hoped that his current talents might offer some insight, yet he soon realized that Lord Beerus, as a god of destruction, commanded destructive energy while he, as a priest, wielded temporal energy. It was impossible for one to master both energies simultaneously unless one chose to relinquish their destructive abilities. Weiss's words struck Zhao Yi with clarity, as these two energies seemed akin to the laws depicted in the novels of his previous life. Nevertheless, Weiss smiled and suggested. Chapter 15. Is someone playing with time travel? By the heavens, Zhao Yi thought, gazing at Weiss's seemingly unreliable grin. He narrowed his eyes, demanding, what method are you proposing? Weiss felt a twinge of discomfort under Zhao Yi's intense gaze, tinged with a hint of trepidation. After all, Lord Beerus had been increasingly irritable of late. He mused. I have secluded myself for 2,000 years to avoid being struck. I cannot allow Lord Beerus to surpass me. Whis, fully aware of Zhao Yi's peculiar glances, continued. If Lord Beerus desires to comprehend temporal energy, he merely needs to invest 10,000 times more effort than I did. Indeed, we priests begin our understanding of temporal energy from the moment of our birth. As expected, Whis' remarks instantly darkened Zhao Yi's expression. To my knowledge, your age spans billions of years. Are you truly suggesting that I must invest time multiple times greater than yours? Zhao Yi inquired with a cold smirk. Indeed. As a divine priest, Beerus was born on the same day as the seventh universe, thus his age surpasses several billion years. Oh dear, I am not that ancient. Among the divine priests, I am one of the youngest, Beerus replied, appearing somewhat bashful. Zhao Yi merely rolled his eyes in response, choosing not to utter a word. Just then, the surroundings began to transform at a rapid pace. The ruins that had once exploded gradually retracted from a distant point. Countless flying stones slowly merged together, ultimately coalescing into a soil-colored planet. The power of the time laws is indeed terrifying. If I were to master the ability to pause time, even those far more powerful than I would stand no chance against me. In that moment, Zhao Yi once again felt the disparity between himself and Beerus. It could be said that if Beerus desired to end his life, it would take but an instant for his head to tumble to the ground. Thus, it was resolved. I must learn the laws of time. There is no other option. Zhao Yi's determined gaze went unnoticed by Beerus, who would certainly have lamented the reduction of his leisure time had he seen it. All those who perished in the wake of Zhao Yi's wrath were revived. Zhao Yi, feeling satiated, declared, let us explore other places. With that, he and Beerus transformed into a beam of light and disappeared above the planet of Adrat. Meanwhile, the sage and the giant remained frozen in time, their memories lingering on the battle between Zhao Yi and Beerus just 3 minutes prior. Master Sage, where has Lord Beerus gone? The giant inquired, perplexed. The sage shot him a disdainful glance. I possess prophetic abilities, but I am not an oracle. How could I know everything? Can't you use your imagination? However, to maintain his lofty image, the sage sighed with an air of profundity. Alas, the divine has departed. It seems that humans and deities are fated to have little interaction, which may bring us calamity. This statement from the sage echoed through the ages, leading future generations of Adratans to regard divine beings with trepidation, ultimately missing numerous opportunities for alliance. Some even refused to accept the invitation to train on the Grand Kai's planet after death, leading to the sage waiting in vain for countless years without seeing his kin. Upon learning the truth, he was left utterly enraged. Of course, Zhao Yi had no time to concern himself with such matters. Beerus, is there a race in this universe known as the Scions? He asked as they soared through space at high speeds. Oh, is Lord Beerus interested in this race? Beerus replied with a smile. Indeed, the Scions are quite an intriguing species. Intriguing? What makes them so? Zhao Yi pressed. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus will surely understand upon arrival. Whis recognized that since Zhao Yi had posed the question, he would undoubtedly wish to explore, and promptly adjusted their course towards the Scion planet. Moments later, Zhao Yi found himself on a planet riddled with craters, where sparse vegetation struggled to thrive. This celestial body was significantly larger than Earth, yet all he sensed was a faint essence of life. Astonishingly, only one race seemed to inhabit this world. Were there truly no other creatures? It was difficult to fathom a planet devoid of life aside from humans, with the scant vegetation excluded. As Lord Beerus had observed, all other beings on this planet had been consumed by the Scions. Even the indigenous inhabitants were now reliant on the meager flora for survival. Whis' explanation left Zhao Yi utterly bewildered. Consumed? Entirely? Was it truly so terrifying that a whole planet could be devoured? Zhao Yi considered himself a voracious eater. Yet he never imagined there could exist a race with an even greater appetite. Reflecting on Goku and his companions' prodigious consumption, it seemed that their gluttony was indeed hereditary, perhaps even diminished over time. Just then, Whis, who had been smiling, suddenly furrowed his brow. What troubles you? Zhao Yi inquired, recognizing that whatever had caused Whis' concern was certainly not trivial. Someone has breached the temporal barrier, traversing from a distant future, Whis revealed, prompting Zhao Yi to frown. Do you know if they traveled from years past? A sudden realization struck Zhao Yi as a formidable figure materialized in his mind. I cannot say for certain, but I can ascertain it has been at least 800 or 900 years. Whis' words further solidified Zhao Yi's suspicion about the identity of the traveler. Yes, you know where he is. Let us go see, Zhao Yi urged. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, sweeping his staff, and the two soared across millions of light years. Chapter 16. Bardock. Within a parched cave, a muscular man lay at the farthest recess, adorned with a red scarf and bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide. Where am I? I thought I was dead. He recalled the crimson orb of light. Under its radiance, survival seemed impossible. You are awake. At that moment, a child's voice echoed from the cave entrance. The man abruptly turned his gaze towards the opening and beheld a small creature resembling a pink frog standing at the threshold. This little being appeared quite delectable, albeit a tad diminutive. Instantly intimidated by the man's stare, the creature trembled, thinking, what a terrifying individual. Could he be the legendary monster my father spoke of? Reflexively, it covered its rear. Where am I? How did I end up here? This man was none other than Bardock, the father of Goku. Bardock gradually rose to his feet and approached the small creature, though his hands were concealed behind him, poised to eliminate this little being for a hearty meal. Sensing a palpable malice, the creature, still shielding its backside, retreated while uttering, "This is Planet Plant, and my name is Bailey." Bardock was momentarily taken aback by Bailey's words. Planet Plant? Isn't that the original name of Planet Vegeta? He strode purposefully out of the cave, everything feeling eerily familiar. This child's appearance indeed confirmed he was a Planteon. Had he somehow returned to the past? Bardock's appetite had vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. You've awakened. That is splendid news. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Bardock furrowed his brow and turned around to see a larger Planteon approaching from the opposite side of the mountain. Little Bailey, upon spotting his father, hastily scurried behind him for protection. Greetings, I am Bailey's father. Your injuries have yet to heal. Please remain still, Bailey's father said with a warm smile. Producing a vial of blue liquid, he gently poured it over Bardock's arm. The sensation was reminiscent of the healing chamber's restorative fluid. Could it be that I truly returned to the past? Bardock's skepticism regarding the situation grew. Here, take this bottle. Once you use it, you will fully recover. Bailey's father continued to smile at Bardock. Without hesitation, Bardock accepted the vial, though he dismissed any thoughts of feasting upon the two plantions. Oh, by the way, you must be famished. This is a small token of our goodwill, Bailey's father said, gesturing towards a selection of fruits on a nearby table. Bardock, without a moment's pause, seized the food and made his way outside, ignoring Bailey's father's calls to turn back. Dad, let it go. He probably doesn't want to trouble us. Little Bailey urged his father. What do you know? We only have 2 baskets at home, and he took one of them. Bailey listened to his father's complaints, rendered speechless. It seemed that his father was fixated on retrieving a beloved basket. In the following days, Bailey's father sent his son daily to deliver food in an attempt to win back the cherished item. Unfortunately, timid Bailey would drop off the food and flee, leaving the basket behind in the cave discovered by Bardock. Father, I cannot do it. That person is so fierce. Just a glance sent me running, Bailey lamented. One day, he returned home with an empty basket, bursting into tears upon seeing his father. You useless child. Let me demonstrate what it means to steal the beams and replace them with rotten timbers, his father scoffed, then took the basket and food and departed. Upon arrival, Bailey's father spotted Bardock, who, weary of daily fruit, was grilling frogs, not the plantions, but it still startled Bailey's father, turning his face pale. Minutes later, Bailey saw his father stumbling back home, panting heavily. How terrifying. Bailey, you should deliver the food from now on, he gasped, having abandoned any hope of retrieving the basket. Innocent Bailey remained oblivious to the fact that his father's fear of merely witnessing someone eating frogs would shatter his worldview. In the ensuing days, Bailey continued to bring food to Bardock, who gradually began conversing with him about various cosmic matters. During this time, Bardock finally confirmed that he had indeed been thrown from a future world into the past. Although he was uncertain how many years had elapsed, he was certain it was far more than a couple of hundred. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the distance, prompting Bardock to rush outside. There, he beheld several extraterrestrials clad in battle attire wreaking havoc, resulting in the demise of numerous plantions. Upon seeing the approaching spaceship, Bardock's fury ignited. Frieza's ship, how despicable. As one of the most formidable low-level warriors, Bardock's combat strength exceeded 18,000, and after traversing time, it surged to 30,000. In an instant, he confronted the extraterrestrials. After a devastating battle, all of the invaders were annihilated. In that moment, Bardock emerged as a hero among the plantions. However, he knew these were merely the vanguard troops. Given Frieza's nature, reinforcements would surely follow. Just as Bardock returned to his cave, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 17. Indeed, Deities can act at will. Are you the one who traverses time and space? One of the imposing figures, a majestic feline, inquired. What in the world? Cats can talk now? Bardock gazed at Zhao Yi with a mixture of curiosity and shock, particularly at the words he had just heard. What? I truly have returned to the past? Initially, upon encountering Frieza's spaceship, Bardock believed he had merely been transported to a planet strikingly similar to the former Vegeta. However, just as he was about to dismiss his own assumption, someone informed him that his conjecture was, in fact, accurate. Who are you? How do you know I hail from the future? Bardock regarded Zhao Yi and Whis with a wary expression. Not speaking, are we? Whis, delve into his memories. Zhao Yi, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, recognized that Bardock was utterly ignorant of the situation. It would be a miracle if he could extract any useful information. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Bardock, witnessing Zhao Yi's dismissive demeanor, felt his pride wounded. I am a proud lower-class warrior leader. You dare to disregard me? Even Frieza would not dare treat me with such contempt. Who do you think you are? Bardock contemplated resistance, but suddenly Whis appeared right before him. Having traversed the distance in an instant, for reasons unknown, Bardock found himself unable to move. Curse it, what is happening? He grimaced, staring at Whis, who had placed his staff atop Bardock's head. Strange. There is nothing here. This cannot be. Whis exclaimed, taken aback by the absence of any memories within Bardock's mind. It was a well-known fact that even newborns possess something to examine. Such a phenomenon exists? Zhao Yi pondered, his expression shifting to one of gravity. The inability of Whis to access Bardock's consciousness suggested that his arrival was no mere coincidence. The depths of the Dragon Ball universe are indeed unfathomable. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened. Whis gradually withdrew his hand from Bardock's head and returned to stand behind Zhao Yi. Naturally, Zhao Yi understood that Whis was now contacting the Grand Minister to report this extraordinary occurrence. Zhao Yi then turned his attention to the immobilized Bardock, a smile gracing his lips. You are a scion, are you not? Bardock was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, but who are you? Why can I not move? He inquired, a hint of anger lacing his voice. In response, Zhao Yi merely flicked his fingertip, and with a crack, Bardock suddenly regained control over his body. Speak. What is your purpose in coming here? Bardock realized that his strength was no match for his opponent. However, his pride as a scion was not something to be trampled upon. Lord Beerus is the supreme deity of this universe, and your arrival from the future has already transgressed the laws of time and space. Therefore, you have two choices, Whis said with a smile directed at Bardock. What choices? Bardock's heart trembled at the thought. The supreme deity of the universe? That sounded immensely grandiose. No wonder he was so formidable. Yet, Whis merely smiled at Bardock's words. Gesturing towards Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. How was he to know about this so-called choice? Furthermore, from his memories, he recalled that the punishment had no definitive conclusion. At Whis' suggestion, Bardock hastily turned his gaze towards Zhao Yi. Ahem. The choice is quite simple. One is that I annihilate you, and then all traces of your existence in this world will vanish. Zhao Yi, of course, could not admit ignorance of the punishment. He had to devise his own. What? Annihilation? Are you jesting with me? The supreme deity is so formidable that he can act with impunity? Bardock was instantly enraged, almost taking action against Zhao Yi. Noticing Bardock's demeanor, Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled with amusement. Indeed, the supreme deity is remarkable. The supreme deity can do as he pleases. After his laughter, Zhao Yi glanced at the grinning Whis and continued. We shall not only obliterate your physical form but also extinguish your soul, so you will understand that a god can indeed act with impunity. Zhao Yi's words left Bardock momentarily speechless. He understood that what Zhao Yi articulated was undeniably true. What the hell? These two were hardly gods. They were nothing more than ruffians, utterly unreasonable. Bardock clenched his fists but ultimately refrained from acting impulsively. Very well, what is the second choice? Bardock spat, acknowledging the superiority of the situation. As long as they did not insult him, agreeing to their demands was not out of the question. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. What was he thinking? He had intended to tease them, but now he was at a loss. But wait. A brilliant idea struck Zhao Yi. This universe is troubled by the Ice Demon Clan. I offer you a choice. Eliminate their current leader, King Zild, and I will no longer concern myself with you. Zhao Yi's proposition rendered Whis momentarily speechless. Why was Lord Beerus always seeking trouble with the Ice Demon Clan? Was it simply because he wanted to witness their transformation, but was disappointed? Lord Beerus truly was rather petty. Certainly, Bardock would never dare to utter such words carelessly, otherwise. If Zhao Yi were to erupt in fury and challenge him to a duel, it would spell disaster. Administering a beating to Zhao Yi may seem trivial. Yet the aftermath of needing to touch up his appearance is a far more pressing concern. The Frozen Demon Clan? What on earth is that? Humph. It's merely a matter of taking a life. Have I not slain enough myself? Chapter 18. The mighty king zealed upon a peak of planet Plant. A weary man sat atop the mountain, his lifeless eyes fixed intently upon the heavens. 3 days had passed. I've been stuck here for 3 interminable days. Curse that detestable Zealed for not arriving yet. The man in question was Bardock, who felt thoroughly duped by Zhao Yi. The reason for this sense of betrayal was quite simple. After Bardock boasted with unwavering confidence that he would surely vanquish Zealed, Zhao Yi led him to this mountain, claiming that Zealed would soar through the sky above. Rest assured, I shall remain here, unwavering and steadfast, Bardock had declared with utmost conviction, which only served to irk Zhao Yi. Consequently, our god of destruction, with a mere flick of his finger, rendered Bardock immobile. What on earth are you doing? Freezing me like this? Bardock bellowed in frustration, unable to move. Fear not. It's merely to prevent your escape. Consider the situation. We only just met. And you've not provided any sort of deposit. If you were to flee, it would mean my task remains unfulfilled, and I would be reprimanded by my superiors. Zhao Yi's earnest words prompted a slight nod from Bardock. Indeed, you make a valid point. Thus, Bardock was left in a position to gaze skyward as Zhao Yi departed. Wow, Lord Bardock is so dedicated. He has eaten or drunk anything for 3 whole days for the sake of Planet Plant. I aspire to be a hero like Lord Bardock. Indeed, indeed. I too wish to be like him. What drove Bardock to the brink of despair was the incessant chatter of the younglings below, who pointed and gawked at him. Though they claimed to idolize him, Bardock, being a proud scion, had no need for such a trivial title of heroism. Zealed, if you do not arrive soon, I shall lose my sanity. Just as Bardock teetered on the edge of collapse, a glimmer caught his eye. Oh my goodness, it's happening. They are coming. Bardock's heart raced as he caught sight of the circular spacecraft soaring toward him. However, as he observed its trajectory, his expression shifted to one of alarm. What in the world? Do you not know how to pilot a ship? Can you not see the mountain ahead? Bardock gazed in terror as the spacecraft hurtled ever closer. Boom. At last, following a resounding crash, a portion of the entire mountain was sheared away, with the spacecraft embedded within its depths. Bardock was propelled backward, his body drenched in blood, ultimately landing amidst the debris. Coughing violently, he cursed, "Damn it, Zild. Even if I lose everything, I will still bring you down." Amidst the ruins, Bardock applied a healing potion he carried on himself, and soon his wounds began to mend rapidly. At that moment, the hatch of the spacecraft, lodged in the mountain, swung open. An audacious preschooler emerged, flanked by a few lackeys. How's my braking technique? He boasted with a swagger. The underdeveloped Zild, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Zild the Great is impressive. Zild the Great is impressive. A few hapless onlookers quickly joined in, cheering mindlessly. Do you know what this technique is called? Zild asked with a mysterious grin. Upon hearing this, the lackeys shook their heads in unison. I knew you wouldn't know. It's called the iron-headed child wall crash braking technique. Zild's infectious smile radiated for miles. Zild the Great is impressive. Zild the Great is impressive. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. While Zild was still laughing, he suddenly felt a grip around his throat. In a dizzying whirl, Bardock appeared, executing a shoulder throw that slammed Zild into the ground, followed by a furious barrage of kicks to his head. The spectators, frozen in disbelief, murmured, "Isn't he the iron-headed child? Isn't this a wall crash? Isn't it exhilarating?" Bardock continued to kick while hurling insults. Just then, a tremor reverberated from beneath the ground, causing Bardock's expression to shift as he hastily took flight. A tremendous roar echoed, and a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted from the very spot where Bardock had just attacked the young student. Zild, glowing with a crimson aura, surged forth from the ground. Seeing that their master was unharmed, the onlookers erupted in joy, chanting, "Zild the Great is impressive. Zild the Great is impressive." However, upon hearing this, Zild's expression darkened. A surge of red energy coalesced in his palm, and, with a swift motion, he unleashed it upon his bewildered lackeys, resulting in a devastating explosion that sent limbs flying in all directions. "Where were you when I was being attacked?" He spat at the fallen. His furious gaze then turned towards the distant Bardock, who, at that moment, finally recognized Zild's true form. Frieza, it's you. Chapter 19, Super Saiyan Bardock. Frieza? Who is Frieza? I am the great King Zild, and you should behold this truth. The crimson aura surrounding Zild grew increasingly ferocious, as if it were on the verge of igniting. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Frieza could not compare to your hideousness. However, you indeed belong to the Frost Demon clan, Bardock declared, concealing his right hand behind his back, from which a sphere of light began to coalesce. Oh, you are aware of our Frost clan. You possess a modicum of culture. Zild, with hands on hips, laughed boastfully. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the sky, causing Zild's eyes to ache. What in the world is this? Rubbing his eyes, Zild swiftly gazed upwards, only to witness a luminous sphere floating in the heavens. For heaven's sake, who turns on the lights in broad daylight? Zild spat in annoyance. With a thunderous roar echoing through the air, a colossal foot descended from the sky. Even from several dozen meters away, Zild's expression turned pale. Such overwhelming odor. Zild sensed the terrifying aura of the great hand and hastily darted aside. Humph, Zild, is it? Currently, my battle power is tenfold that of what it once was. No matter how formidable you may be, you are no match for me. Transformed into a giant ape, Bardock cackled maniacally, stomping down toward Zild. Zild could only flee in a state of disarray. Curse be you. Who are you, truly? Zild had never encountered such a terrifying race, one capable of transformation. Ha ha ha. Remember this. It is a Scion who will slay you, and my name is Bardock. Bardock, laughing maniacally, unleashed a massive sphere of light from his mouth. How dare you underestimate me? Zild's fury ignited as his muscles surged, causing him to swell like an inflated doll. His battle power escalated from 200,000 to 400,000. Did you think you were the only one capable of transformation? Zild roared as he charged towards Bardock, abruptly reversing the tide of battle. In a fortuitous moment, Zild managed to sever Bardock's tail. The weakened Bardock faced utter defeat. Just as Zild was about to triumphantly end Bardock's life, Bailey and his son rushed in, delivering two heads from afar. Enraged beyond measure, Bardock ignited with a fierce aura, which gradually dyed his fur a brilliant yellow. What kind of hair dye is this remarkable? After uttering his final words, Zild was sent flying into the cosmos by the Super Saiyan Bardock. However, Zild did not perish immediately. He was saved by his kin days later. Lacking healing potions, they could only watch helplessly as Zild succumbed to his fate. In his final moments, Zild's eyes widened as he warned the younger generation to beware of the golden-haired, flamboyant Saiyots. With that, he concluded his brief, ostentatious existence. Meanwhile, Bardock, having just vanquished Zild, approached the injured father and son, Bailey. Under the restorative effects of the healing potion, the duo began to regain their strength. At that moment, two figures radiating cataclysmic energy descended slowly from the heavens. Lord Beerus, does this display truly serve to intimidate? Whis murmured to Beerus. Fear not, fear not. Mortals must be frightened to recognize your divinity. This was Beerus's conclusion drawn from his previous experiences. Oh, such a terrifying being. The cat demon has arrived. Young Bailey cried out, his face turning ashen at the sight of Beerus, swiftly hiding behind his father. Do not fear, we have. Bardock, Bailey's father, already trembling with fear, found no solace in their exchange, which only served to darken Beerus's expression. Hey you. The chilling voice of Beerus reached Bailey's ears, causing him to scream in fright. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you are truly terrifying. Look at how you frightened this poor child. Whis, reveling in the mischief, prompted Beerus to roll his eyes in exasperation. All right, Bardock, our transaction is complete. As long as you refrain from causing any disturbances in the universe, I shall pay you no heed. Beerus, with a stoic expression, addressed Bardock. However, at that moment, Bardock's gaze towards Beerus appeared rather peculiar. Beerus, unable to fathom Bardock's intentions, slightly raised his right hand. In an instant, a terrifying purple beam of light surged toward Bardock. What? Bardock hastily concentrated a golden energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at the approaching purple light. However, the purple beam effortlessly shattered the golden sphere and halted ominously above Bardock's forehead. Beads of cold sweat, akin to pearls, formed on Bardock's brow as the overwhelming aura of death nearly suffocated him. How infuriating. Why are you so powerful? I have already ascended to Super Saiyan, Bardock remarked with a grim expression. If you wish to challenge me, first attain the realm of the gods. Otherwise, you will never touch even a single hair on my finger. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Bardock, pondering the possibility of a contest should Bardock attain the realm of divinity. By the way, allow me to offer you a subtle hint. Not far from this planet lies the gathering place of the Psions. With that, Beerus provided him with a coordinate. The excitement in Bardock's eyes was unmistakable. "Thank you," he exclaimed sincerely. As Bardock expressed his heartfelt gratitude, Beerus departed Planet Plant accompanied by Whis. The prospect of nearby Psions was exhilarating. Ha! I must see what these Psions of this era are like. After bidding farewell to the two Beerus, Bardock boarded a ship from Child and set course for Planet Vegeta. Chapter 20. I shall master the laws of time. Whis. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan that Bardock just mentioned? Whis and Beerus were en route to the realm of the Destroyers when Zhao Yi posed the question to Whis. The Super Saiyan, indeed, I have heard of it. It is said that among the Psions, a Super Saiyan appears every 1,000 years, Whis began to explain to Beerus with a smile. The emergence of the Super Saiyan dates back to the inception of the Saiyan race. Every millennium, a Saiyan of extraordinary innate strength is born, even without training. This Scion's growth rate surpasses that of ordinary Scions by hundreds of times. Upon reaching adulthood, this Scion gains the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In this form, their power skyrockets, often overpowering even the gods of the Kai. However, it is said that the legendary Super Scions perished before they were ever discovered by the gods of the Kai. Whis' final words caused Beerus' pupils to constrict sharply. Perished? What exactly transpired? With a grave expression, Beerus inquired about the matter, which was indeed intricate. To put it succinctly, the legendary Super Scions are notoriously temperamental. Typically, each time a new one is born, a cataclysmic event befalls Planet Vegeta. Either their entire race faces annihilation, or the planet itself is obliterated. This has led to the paradox that, despite being an ancient lineage, the Scions have not experienced any notable evolution. Whis' explanation prompted Zhao Yi to recall that in the original tale, the destruction of Planet Vegeta occurred shortly after the birth of Broly. However, if the planet was indeed destroyed, how could any Scions have survived? Zhao Yi found it hard to believe that the legendary, tempestuous Super Scions would leave any survivors. To unravel this mystery, one must refer back to Bardock, whom you encountered earlier. Upon witnessing Bardock transform into a Super Saiyan, I too was taken aback. For among the Scions, every millennium, a royal bloodline member would ascend to become a standard golden Super Saiyan through rigorous training. Although these Super Scions may not possess overwhelming strength, they could become exceptionally formidable in battles against the legendary Super Scions. Historically, nearly all legendary Super Scions were vanquished by their ordinary counterparts. What a profound secret. It is astonishing that none of the revered legendary Super Scions from my previous life managed to survive. They were all defeated by ordinary Super Scions. Yet, if ordinary Super Scions are exclusively derived from the royal lineage, then could Bardock be of royal descent? Beerus distinctly recalls that Bardock was merely an ordinary low-ranking Scion. I am unaware of this. In my recollection, all Scions capable of transforming into Super Scions are descendants of royalty. Whis chuckled and shook his head, while Beerus fell into deep contemplation. A few minutes later, the two returned to the realm of destruction. Very well, Lord Beerus, what shall you train in this time? Your current strength is such that no other god of destruction could possibly rival you, Whis inquired with a smile by the pond. To be candid, this formidable god of destruction, since the inception of the 7th universe, has never been encountered by Whis. Perhaps such a god of destruction only appeared before the establishment of the 7th universe. However, is Beerus truly satisfied merely with being able to defeat other gods of destruction? No, that is unequivocally impossible. I am destined to strike the Grand Priest with my fists and kick the Omni King, a mere child, with my feet. Such a modicum of power would scarcely suffice. Naturally, Beerus could never articulate this sentiment, for uttering such words would summon the Grand Priest for a rather uncomfortable tea session. Even the Omni King would seek to engage in a game of destruction with him. Whis, one must have dreams. Without dreams, what distinguishes one from a mere salted fish? I truly cannot fathom how you attained your position among the priests. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Whis, which made Whis feel as if he were a mere salted fish. Indeed, what has Master Beerus come to? Contemplating daily training. Does Kampa's punch truly wield such efficacy? Whis now harbored a desire to give Kampa a good thrashing. After all, even the obedient and well-behaved Beerus had been adversely affected by that single blow. Enough of the trivialities. From this day forth, I shall master the manipulation of time energy. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, commanded Whis. Energy learning time? Lord Beerus, are you unwell? Whis promptly approached Beerus and checked his forehead, You don't have a fever. Why are you speaking nonsense? Whis' actions left Beerus momentarily speechless. Do you underestimate my talent? There's no reason I, Beerus, cannot master what you, Whis, can learn. Have you forgotten that I was the champion in the God of Destruction IQ assessment? Beerus proudly remarked that although the previous incarnation of himself was indolent, his intellect was undeniably remarkable. But, Lord Beerus, I have previously informed you that possessing destructive energy means that acquiring the energy of time will demand 1,000-fold effort compared to that of an ordinary person. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? The earnest demeanor of Whis caused Zhao to narrow his eyes once more. He remained silently fixed on Whis, which only intensified the latter's apprehension. All right, Lord Beerus, please do not gaze at me in such a manner. It is rather bothersome. Would it be too much to ask for me to teach you? Whis playfully protested. Beerus took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his urge to unleash his fury. No. He must not lose control. For the sake of delivering a more satisfying thrashing to this brat in the future, he must refrain from succumbing to his rage. In the depths of his mind, Beerus forcibly comforted himself. Chapter 21. The Commencement of Training in Temporal Energy. Vados regarded the resolute Beerus with a serious expression. Since Lord Beerus wished to master the control of temporal energy, he would have to endure some hardships, for the laws of time are not easily grasped. Vados' solemn words evoked no fear in Beerus. Let us proceed to the dimension of anomalies. Upon uttering this, Vados struck his staff against the void. With a resounding chime, the fabric of space shattered, revealing an expanse of white dimensionality before Beerus. This realm was familiar to him. Millennia ago, when his power was not as formidable, he would often inadvertently shatter space, only for Vados to restore it. Nonetheless, Beerus had ventured into this anomalous dimension many times. Essentially, these spaces resembled the rooms within the hyperbolic time chamber, each with its own unique time flow. The optimal method for Lord Beerus to comprehend temporal energy would be to cultivate within these diverse temporal realms, thereby deepening his understanding of time itself. However, there existed perilous areas within these dimensions. I shall do my utmost to steer Lord Beerus clear of danger, yet should he disregard my warnings and fall into peril, he must rely on his own fortune. Vados, with an unusually grave demeanor, addressed Beerus, making him realize that Vados was not jesting. I am aware. Do I appear to be such a timid individual? Zhao Yi retorted to Vados. Indeed. To me, Lord Beerus is the most formidable. Vados hastily complimented. Then let us commence. With that, the two entered the dimensional realm in succession. As they arrived, the spatial rift behind them gradually sealed. This anomalous dimension is the most suitable for Lord Beerus's training that I could find among the tens of millions nearby. With a time dilation of 10 days here equating to 1 day outside, Vados explained, moving to a clear area and delineating a space with his staff. Meanwhile, Beerus gazed in awe at the surrounding pure white expanse. In such sweltering conditions, from where did his energy emanate? According to the law of conservation of energy, light and heat must originate from some energy source. However, Zhao Yi's thoughts were not focused on these matters. Vados, what on earth are you doing? He inquired loudly. Observing Vados, who was squatting not far away and drawing circles with his staff, Vados paid him no heed, continuing his task. And Beerus felt a pang of irritation as he watched Vados produce only a centimeter of progress after a full minute. Yet, he refrained from interrupting. Finally finished. The temporal array is indeed troublesome. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Whis smiled and turned to face Beerus. Lord Beerus, this is my original time-space formation. Designed to comprehend time-space energy, it is incredibly efficient. Whis' prideful declaration left Beerus in a state of bewilderment. You, researching formations? Is that credible? Faced with Beerus' skeptical gaze, Whis, rarely angered, retorted, Lord Beerus, I am, after all, a prodigy of the angelic race. Is it a trivial matter to spend billions of years crafting a formation? How can you doubt me? As he spoke, Whis began to whimper. Come on, I was merely asking, Beerus thought, bewildered by Whis' unexpected fragility. Observing Whis in tears, Beerus approached and patted his shoulder. All right, I was just joking. I meant no offense. Hearing Beerus' words, Whis slowly lifted his head, only to find that he had shed not a single tear. Goodness, Lord Beerus can actually comfort someone, Whis chuckled mischievously, making Beerus feel like a foolish donkey. Enough. I need to train. Quickly, tell me the method for comprehension. With a swift kick to Whis, Beerus seated himself within the so-called time-space formation, crossing his legs to meditate. Rubbing his sore backside, Whis approached Beerus and began to explain the method. To comprehend time-space energy, there is but one way. You must feel the passage of time without a single distraction. Additionally, this practice has the benefit of simultaneously cultivating the ultimate instinct technique. After Whis finished speaking, Beerus closed his eyes and embarked on his journey of comprehension, while Whis sat nearby, attentively observing Beerus's progress. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years had passed. After sitting in silence for centuries, one day Beerus suddenly furrowed his brow, prompting Whis to snap back from his reverie. Oh, this feeling. Time-space energy? Lord Beerus's talent is astonishing. He grasped it in just a few hundred years? I took hundreds of thousands. Whis, astonished, set down the cake he had been enjoying and moved closer to Beerus. At that moment, Beerus slowly opened his eyes. Lord Beerus, you are finally awake. I've been going mad with worry. Before Whis could finish, he saw a fist glowing with white light hurtling towards his face. Here we go again, Whis thought. Recognizing the silvery hue of Beerus's eyes, realizing that his centuries of meditation had allowed Beerus to master the second tier of the ultimate instinct technique. Not only that, but Beerus's combat prowess had also significantly increased during this time. In summary, Whis realized he was about to be struck. Time-space confinement. Unfortunately, Whis still had his ultimate trump card ready. As the temporal energy was unleashed, time instantly came to a standstill. What sent cold sweat cascading down Whis's brow was the realization that Beerus's fist was mere inches from his eyes. This meant that had Whis's speed faltered even slightly, he would have faced a direct blow to the face. Lord Beerus was truly terrifying. After this encounter, he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking him again. Whis hastily darted behind Beerus, adjusting his posture with a semblance of grace. The flow of time resumed. Boom. As the temporal confinement was momentarily lifted, the alternate dimension was violently shattered by Beerus's powerful strike. Chapter 22. A millennium ago, the legendary Super Saiyan. Surveying the destroyed alternate realm before him, Beerus sneered disdainfully. Whis, that crafty fellow, had even managed to harness temporal energy. It appeared he could no longer withstand my onslaught with his ultra instinct. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Beerus's face. Lord Beerus is truly a force of nature. It seems he is poised to redraw a temporal array. Whis, with a resigned touch to his forehead, pondered. But wait, how much time have I spent in meditation? Beerus halted Whis, who was about to open the second dimension. Whis paused momentarily, then began to contemplate earnestly. It appeared that Lord Beerus had spent approximately 240 years within that alternate realm, which translated to roughly 24 years in the real world. Upon realizing this, Whis was taken aback. What? Lord Beerus grasped the essence of temporal energy in merely 24 years? It dawned on him that Beerus had already mastered the energy of destruction. Logically, this meant that Beerus's innate talent far surpassed his own. Yet Whis had taken several million years to comprehend the concept of temporal energy. By this calculation, wasn't Beerus's aptitude hundreds of billions of times greater than his own? Humph. With such meager talent, you dare to compare yourself to me, Beerus? Oh, Whis, you are far too naive. Beerus, with a haughty demeanor, proudly lifted his chin. Beerus, your nose is pointed skyward, but do not rejoice too soon. The subsequent training is what truly matters. At your current pace, my Lord Beerus, to genuinely comprehend the laws of time and space as I do, you shall require no less than 1,000,000 years. After all, I am already 1,000,000,000,000 years old. Oh, how embarrassing. The sight of Whis stifling a chuckle only served to further infuriate Beerus. Regardless of how many years this ancient being has lived, I am on the brink of starvation. Quickly prepare a feast for me. Tearing open the fabric of space, Beerus returned to the god of destruction realm, clutching his stomach and shouting at Whis. All right, I'm on it. Whis promptly jogged over, and with a swift motion of his staff, a grand table, 100 meters in diameter, materialized in the open space. The table was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies, amounting to thousands of dishes upon a cursory glance. What? Is this all there is? How stingy, Whis. After voicing his complaint, Beerus finally indulged in his first meal in centuries. By the way, what became of that stowaway? Is he dead? Of course, when Beerus speaks, he refers to Bardock. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary feats Bardock, as a traveler through time and space, might accomplish. Bardock, in his current existence, enjoys a life of considerable comfort. After all, he is the king of the Saiyans. Moreover, he has led his people in migrating from planet Vegeta to planet Plant, coexisting peacefully with its inhabitants. As was displayed a vision, it became evident that planet Plant had undergone a remarkable transformation. Within just a few decades, it had evolved into a technologically advanced planet, adorned with towering skyscrapers. The rapid development was astonishing, largely benefiting from the advanced ships of the Chilled faction. Beerus wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Ah, Lord Beerus. There is something you may find intriguing," Whis remarked, smiling as he gestured to the scene in the void. Instantly, the image shifted to a luxurious room within a towering edifice, where a small bed cradled an infant with rosy lips and pearly teeth. "What is this?" Beerus pondered, noticing the tail protruding from the child's backside. "Isn't this just an ordinary scion child?" "Lord Beerus, this child is the son of Bardock. When he was born, his battle power exceeded 10,000, and now, at the tender age of 1.5, he possesses a battle power of 50,000, Whis explained, causing Beerus's eyes to widen in astonishment. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? And he is Bardock's son. So he is Goku's brother then? How fascinating. Beerus curled his lips into a faint smile. "However, Lord Beerus, there is one matter that perplexes me. It has been said since time immemorial that the legendary Super Saions are descended from the common Saiyan folk, while the ordinary Super Saions hail from the royal lineage. This child seems rather exceptional." "Oh, so he is indeed an anomaly? How amusing. Come, let us go and observe this little one." As Beerus concluded his words, the multitude of delectable dishes before him had already been consumed. "I wish to see it as well. Let us go, Lord Beerus." With that, the two transformed into beams of light and vanished from the realm of the destroyers. "Bardock, what shall you do regarding your son?" inquired a long-haired female scion, standing beside the legendary Super Scion's crib, addressing Bardock, who stood nearby. Bardock was no longer the unrefined individual he had been 4 decades prior. Now, as the king of the Scions, he basked in glory. His power had ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan, and upon achieving this form, his combat prowess skyrocketed to billions. He even found a new wife. This legendary Super Saiyan was born of him and Goku's stepmother. One could only wonder how Goku and Raditz would react upon learning this. Florence, renowned among the Scions for millennia as a Super Saiyan, signified a time of monumental change for their race, according to ancient texts. Bardock believed with unwavering conviction that he could lead the Scions to greatness. He had always harbored the ambition that his children must become elite warriors, even super warriors, determined that his son's fate would not mirror his own past misfortunes. This was the very reason for his fury upon the births of Kakarot and Raditz. Although transported a millennium into the past, and after battling with Chilled, Bardock's ambition had waned. However, the moment Florence was born, that desire was reignited. Chapter 23, Florence. "So, you intend to let things unfold as they will." The female scion furrowed her brow. Florence, barely over a year old, had already surpassed her in strength. Among the entire scion race, only Bardock could potentially best the current Florence. Yet, merely having Bardock oversee her would likely lead to her uncontrollable rampage, resulting in devastation. Their fear was not that Florence would indiscriminately take lives, but rather that she might target them. "You need not worry about that. I have already devised a plan. I will take Florence to other planets, and I will train her until adulthood. Planet Plant shall be entrusted to you," Bardock declared, gently lifting Florence and striding toward the exit. Minutes later, a spaceship roared into the skies. However, just as Bardock and the child soared beyond the planet's atmosphere, the vessel began to tremble violently. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by intense vibrations, before the entire spaceship fell into silence. "What has happened?" Bardock furrowed his brow and addressed the spaceship's intelligence system. "Beep, beep, beep. The spaceship has arrived at its destination. Beep, beep, beep. The spaceship has arrived at its destination. Beep, beep, beep. The spaceship has arrived at its destination." The urgent beeping sound rendered Bardock's expression grim. What on earth has transpired? Glancing at the still slumbering Fiorenza in the compartment, Bardock approached the skylight. His eyes were met with a vast meteorite crater. While the control room confirmed that he had indeed reached his destination, "Bardock, it has been quite some time." At that moment, a calm yet indelible voice echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned around, and there stood Beerus and Whis, figures he had first encountered upon his arrival on this planet decades ago. "So it was you orchestrating this." At this juncture, Bardock was fully aware of the unfolding events. Yet, the realization that Beerus could summon him from light years away instilled a sense of wariness within him. "Are you once again contemplating my annihilation?" Bardock scoffed, his muscles taut and poised for action, ready to unleash his full power at the slightest opportunity. "You remain as ferocious as ever." Beerus let out a yawn, and then proceeded to walk towards the compartment. Halt! You cannot. Bardock's anger flared at Beerus's actions, ready to erupt. However, a terrifying realization struck him. I am unable to move again. The same despair engulfed him, rendering him immobile once more. Damn it! I, Bardock, have trained for decades, striving to defeat this so-called god of destruction. Why do I still face the same outcome? Bardock furiously cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, who had already entered the compartment, dragging out the tail of Frieza. This fellow sleeps far too soundly. He seems to be the very embodiment of laziness. Beerus, holding Florencia, approached Whis and spoke in disbelief. Hehehe, my lord Beerus, you overestimate yourself. Who could possibly enjoy sleeping as much as you do? This lad has merely exhausted his strength after losing control a few days ago, and now he is consumed by slumber. As for you, if you were to fall asleep, not even a tug on your tail or a slap to your cheek would rouse you. Whis's words caused a blush to rise on Beerus's cheeks. Was he truly that exaggerated? Whis, please awaken this young man. Beerus had little patience to wait for the boy to awaken slowly. With a swift motion, he tossed Florence into Whis's embrace, leaving Whis flustered. Lord Beerus was decidedly ungentle, carelessly throwing around such a small child. Whis cast a disdainful glance at Beerus. Enough with the chatter. Simply do as you are instructed. Your verbosity is tiresome. Beerus discovered that ever since he began his training, Whis had been incessantly teasing him, making him increasingly inclined to retaliate. Lord Beerus, once your power surpasses mine, I shall no longer dare to provoke you. While I still can, I shall take every opportunity to do so. Given Beerus's rapid growth, Whis was aware that it would only take a few millennia for Beerus to eclipse him. A few millennia, after all, is merely the time it takes for a beauty sleep. Amidst Beerus's scolding, Whis quickly pointed his fingertip to the forehead of the child cradled in his arms. A flash of green light enveloped the scene, and slowly, the child named Florenza opened his eyes. A beam of green light shimmered from his youthful form, yet upon encountering Whis's divine power, this light gradually subsided. Where am I? Oh, who are you? Wow. Daddy, there's a big cat here. Upon opening his eyes, Florenza gazed at Beerus with sparkling eyes and excitedly exclaimed to his father, who stood beside him in stunned silence. In an instant, Bardock's expression shifted dramatically. What the heck, little ancestor? Can't you see your father is here playing a game of statues? If you provoke him, you won't have enough lives to spare, regardless of Bardock's cold sweat. Beerus's face darkened, a few ominous lines appearing on his forehead. Oh my, Lord Beerus, this child is simply adorable. Shall we take him with us? Whis's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Florenza, who resembled a porcelain doll. Wow, big sister, you are so beautiful, just slightly less so than my mother. At this moment, Florenza finally noticed Whis holding him, and his words instantly brought a radiant smile to Whis's face. Children truly have an eye for beauty, but I must clarify. I am a male, Whis replied with a smile. Goodness gracious, Whis, hearing someone call you beautiful has made your tail perk up. Observing Whis's delighted expression towards Florenza, Beerus silently scoffed. Kid, your father thinks you are too much of a handful, constantly breaking buildings, so he has decided to send you to me as a pet. From now on, you belong to me. Chapter 24, Transcendence? A cross-dressing master? The words of Beerus astonished not only Bardock and the young Florence, but even Whis was taken aback. Whis swiftly brushed aside Florence and hurried to Beerus, extending his hand to touch Beerus's forehead. Ah, there's nothing wrong. Why on earth is a perfectly fine person acting so foolishly? Whis murmured in confusion. Smack! You are the one who is foolish. Your entire family is foolish. With a swift motion, Beerus swatted away Whis's hand, exhaling in exasperation. After his reprimand, he turned to the bewildered Florencia, who was rising from the ground, and remarked, You need not be so astonished. Just observe how your father has nodded in agreement. Wouldn't you concur, Mr. Bardock? As soon as Beerus's words fell, Florencia gazed tearfully at her father, while Bardock, with a grim expression, nodded slightly. Of course, his nodding was entirely due to the coercive power exerted by Beerus, who forcefully compelled him to comply. Should he dare to resist further, his head would surely be twisted off by Beerus. Florencia immediately burst into tears, being inherently more intelligent than the average child. She understood all too well that her father's gesture signified a willingness to sacrifice himself. Lord Beerus, you are truly despicable. Look at how frightened the poor child is. Whis whispered into Beerus's ear. You know nothing. This is for the benefit of both father and daughter, Beerus retorted. Certainly, Beerus has his own considerations. He wishes to witness whether the legendary Super Saiyan he has mentored could be vanquished by the so-called Royal Super Saiyans. With talent vastly superior, there is no reason for him to be bested. Bardock, since you have acquiesced, we shall take Frieza with us. By the way, I advise you to refrain from returning to planet Vegeta. Otherwise, should your wife inquire, we shall not be held accountable. With a sinister chuckle, Beerus grasped the weeping Frieza, whose cries echoed with heart-wrenching despair, and in an instant, they vanished into the spacecraft. Mr. Bardock, until we meet again. With a nod towards Bardock, Whis also disappeared into the ship. Crack! Just as they vanished, the sound of shattering chains reached Bardock's ears. Beerus, I demand your demise. Following this furious shout, a fleeting glimmer of golden light enveloped the entire planet, which then erupted into a spectacular display of cosmic fireworks. Amidst the pyrotechnics, a spacecraft zipped through. Swish! In the realm of the gods of destruction, 3 figures materialized upon the surface of the lake. Oh, let go of me. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. You must release me. Frieza, being held by her tail by Beerus, kicked her little legs in a futile attempt to strike him. But alas, even when fully extended, her short legs were still a considerable distance from Beerus. Enough, young one. If you continue to cause a ruckus, I shall toss you to feed the fish. Beerus slowly lowered his hand, intimidating Frieza. As the lake's surface approached ominously, Frieza's small feet kicked desperately, fearing that Beerus might truly cast him into the depths. Listen well, young one, Beerus declared, from this day forth. You shall serve as a hired child laborer in the realm of destruction. In return, you shall have the opportunity to train alongside Whis. Do you understand? After Beerus spoke, he casually flicked his hand, sending Frieza hurtling towards Whis. Bound by the constraints of his own power, Frieza screamed as he fell into Whis' embrace. I leave him in your care. I shall return in 30 years. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Frieza, who was huddled in Whis' embrace, too timid to confront the fierce feline. Lord Beerus, you are being quite unreasonable. I have raised you to this size, and now you expect me to nurture another? She is an angel, a divine attendant, not a mere maid. Unfortunately, Whis' words failed to elicit any reaction from Beerus, who, after slicing through the fabric of space, vanished from the realm of destruction. Nanny? Lord Beerus, are you serious? Whis despaired, rubbing his forehead. Do not fear, big sister. When I grow up, I will defeat the fierce kitty and avenge you. Frieza declared, shaking her tiny fists with an air of bravado. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Whis' eyes sparkled with delight. Little Lewin is so obedient. Come here, and let your big brother Whis give you a lollipop. After affectionately tousling Frieza's hair, a daring idea sparked in Whis' mind. If he were to properly train Frieza to conquer Lord Beerus, the god of destruction would surely be astonished. Oh ho ho, how brilliant. Of course, he could not forget the tasks assigned by Beerus before his departure. Placing his hand on little Frieza's head, a radiant light enveloped them, and in an instant, Frieza's attire transformed into a maid's outfit. How adorable! Whis exclaimed, joyfully styling Frieza's hair until 2 playful pigtails adorned her head. What is this? Sister Whis. I feel so awkward. Frieza said, a perplexed expression crossing her face, tinged with a hint of distaste. This is your work attire. Remember not to take it off. It won't get dirty. Whis gazed at Frieza with adoring eyes. Should Bardock discover that his precious son had been transformed into a cross-dressing figure by Whis, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury, unleashing Super Saiyan transformations beyond comprehension, and would likely grind Whis' face into the ground. Even Beerus would surely be left aghast. Well then, this is your tool for work. Remember to sweep the entire realm of destruction until it sparkles. Whis grinned as he handed Frieza a broom, affectionately patting her head before vanishing, leaving behind a bewildered Frieza. Chapter 25. Who is this woman? In an endless expanse of alternate dimensions, a space filled with chaotic dimensional currents. At this moment, Beerus is seated cross-legged within a circular formation, a design conceived by Whis after several billion years of meticulous research. The sole purpose of this formation is to significantly reduce the passage of time while comprehending the energies of space and time, for time is indeed synonymous with one's lifespan. Throughout the centuries spent studying the energies of space and time, Beerus has discerned a profound truth. If he can initially grasp the principles of time, allowing it to flow backward, his lifespan could potentially become eternal. It appears that in order to break free from the constraints of his divine role, the key lies in whether he can comprehend the laws of time and space. Perhaps this will also serve as the foundation for surpassing the Grand Minister in the future. Beerus has categorized his temporal energy into levels, contemplating that if he could reverse time, it would signify a complete understanding of the laws of time. In contrast, Whis has attained an astonishing comprehension level of 300%. As for himself, after some calculations, he estimates his own mastery to be a disheartening 0.001. Indeed, the situation is quite bleak. Nevertheless, Beerus remains undeterred, after all. He has only trained for a few decades while Whis has been honing his skills for an unfathomable trillion years. Were he to dedicate the same amount of time, he would surely ascend to the position of the Omni King. His goal is to strive for a grasp of temporal energy equivalent to that of the Grand Minister before the onset of the power tournament from the original work. Otherwise, should the seventh universe face defeat, his fate would be sealed. To this day, Beerus remains uncertain whether the Grand Minister surpasses the Omni King in strength, after all. Who knows how this enigmatic figure has been conceived? This alternate dimension has become unsuitable for him, indicating that it is time to adopt a more rigorous approach. Beerus slowly rose to his feet, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch into the void. Boom, boom, boom. Countless layers of spatial rifts materialized before him. Had the later version of Goku witnessed this, he would have undoubtedly been struck with terror. It is essential to comprehend that shattering a single spatial barrier is fundamentally different from breaking through two. During his third transformation into a Super Saiyan, Goku could barely breach one spatial barrier. However, Beerus effortlessly created thousands with a mere flick of his fist. In terms of combat prowess, even if Goku at Super Saiyan 3 were to grow exponentially stronger, he would still pale in comparison to the casual strike of Beerus. TSK. And he only managed to break a handful. Beerus spat disdainfully, while Whis utilized his mastery over time and space to seek out a suitable realm among countless dimensions. The rift in space began to gradually mend itself, as Beerus made no further movements, for he found nothing of interest within that particular dimension. With a series of thunderous punches, he shattered myriad realms, yet still failed to uncover the alternate dimension he desired. After obliterating millions of these extraordinary spaces in succession, he remained unsatisfied. Beerus abruptly ceased his relentless assault, finally having discovered what he sought. Beerus smiled faintly before tearing through the fabric of space, arriving in a dimension shimmering with dazzling light. The flow of time here was remarkable. I have spent a decade in this realm, while merely a day has elapsed in the outside world. This terrifyingly high temporal flow, exceeding 3,000 times the norm, is among the rarest in the surrounding dimensions. Most importantly, there are no constraints on my training within this space. After inscribing Whis' magical array upon the ground, Beerus settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on an endless journey of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had slipped by. Awakened from his profound trance, Beerus gazed at Whis standing before him, suddenly feeling a jolt of surprise. What are you doing here? Beerus quickly touched his rear, discovering it to be perfectly intact. Lord Beerus, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? It fills me with trepidation, Whis remarked, gently patting his own heart. Get away from me. Speak swiftly. What brings you here? Beerus certainly does not fall for Whis' antics. This fellow is always creating chaos for himself. Has Lord Beerus forgotten? Did we not agree that I would come to fetch you after 30 years? It has already been 30 years, Whis reproached, gazing at Beerus. Oh, I forgot. I've been here for 100,000 years. How could I possibly remember such things? After justifying himself, Beerus clasped his hands behind his back. With a mere thought, countless rifts in space shattered, and with a single step, Beerus emerged from the alternate dimension. Whis hurriedly followed him out. Naturally, the first order of business for Beerus upon his arrival was to indulge in a meal. Whis, hurry up and serve the dishes. What are you dawdling for? Beerus exclaimed. Seated at an enormous dining table, glaring at Whis, who remained unfazed at a distance. Lord Beerus, the task of preparing the food this time is certainly not mine, Whis said with a mysterious smile. Then, under Beerus's puzzled gaze, Whis pointed a finger behind him. Beerus looked over in confusion, and at once he was taken aback. A girl with long hair cascading to her waist and delicate features, holding a large platter of food, approached him. What was most surprising was that she was clad in a maid outfit. Whis, who is she? How did she come to be in the realm of the god of destruction? Beerus gazed perplexedly at the maid who was continuously serving dishes and curiously inquired of Whis. Has this lad Whis truly undergone a transformation? Is he actually engaging in courtship? Chapter 26. A sudden flirtation. The mere thought of Whis possibly changing his demeanor left Beerus in a state of exhilaration, to the extent that he lost his appetite. If this were indeed the case, he would no longer have to worry about potential consequences. Has Lord Beerus truly forgotten? Have you not encountered him before? It was you who brought him to the realm of destruction. How could you inquire about me? Whiss's bewildering words momentarily silenced Beerus, sensing an overwhelming malice. He swiftly teleported to a position behind the maid. Suddenly, to Whiss's astonished gaze, Beerus abruptly lifted the maid's skirt. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the entire realm of destruction. Meanwhile, Beerus, with a darkened expression, strode over to the table and seated himself. Whiss, I demand an explanation. In a fit of rage, Beerus confronted Whiss. At the moment the skirt was lifted, a fluffy tail appeared before him. In that instant, Beerus realized that this so-called beautiful maid was none other than Florencia. Lord Beerus truly acted recklessly. How could a mere male dare to lift a young lady's skirt? He glanced at the frightened girl, while Whiss hurriedly comforted the weeping Florencia in his arms. It seemed at this time, a deep-seated enmity with Bardock had been irrevocably established. Transforming a noble scion prince into a cross-dresser was no small matter. Not only Bardock, who held immense hopes for Florencia, but even Beerus himself felt a desire to give Whiss a good thrashing. However, the situation was beyond his control. After all, was Beerus truly afraid of a mere Bardock? By the way, Whiss, what is this young man's strength like? As Beerus indulged in his meal, he mumbled a question to Whiss. After comforting Florencia, Whiss smiled and gestured towards her. Despite her initial resistance, she ultimately acquiesced. A sudden, delicate cry startled Beerus, sending a shiver down his spine. However, the realization that it emanated from a cross-dressing individual intensified his discomfort. To his astonishment, the very realm of the destroyers trembled in response to Florencia's exclamation. In that moment, Beerus furrowed his brow. How could it be that she had reached such divine heights? Whiss, what on earth are you up to? Beerus felt the familiar energy and furrowed his brow slightly. A boundless, emerald flame erupted from Florence's body, which gradually transformed into an inky black. A divine aura began to emanate from Florence. Lord Beerus, this is the legendary Super Saiyan God, whom I refer to as Super Saiyan Black. Ho ho ho. Whiss chuckled with pride, for he had toiled tirelessly over the past 30 years to cultivate this formidable warrior, Florence. Super Saiyan Black? How intriguing. As Beerus smirked slightly. It seemed that the events to follow would be quite entertaining. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power erupted from Florenza, intensifying several-fold. The originally black aura transformed into a vibrant green. A colossal roar escaped from Florenza's lips. Had he lost his sanity? Even Whiss was unable to resolve this predicament. The sole flaw of a transcendent was that, during an outburst of power, he would completely lose his rationality, utterly forsaking all bonds. Furthermore, his strength would continue to escalate. The more his power increased, the greater the likelihood of a rampage. In essence, if left unchecked. The ultimate fate of a transcendent would be to devolve into a mere killing machine. What was most terrifying was that the transcendent possessed the strength to survive in the cosmos. This meant that, aside from the Kaioshin and gods of destruction, no one could stand in his way. There was one notable aspect. The legendary Super Saiyan would instinctively seek out ordinary Super Saiyans, offering them their own precious lives as tribute. Just as Beerus pondered this, a knock resounded at the door. At that moment, Florenza lay unconscious on the ground, a sizable lump swelling atop his head. Alas, a miscalculation had occurred. It was all Beerus's fault. Whiss huffed, shaking his fist in indignation at Beerus. What does this have to do with me? You were the one who asked him to perform, after all. Beerus glared at Whiss, who had audaciously perched upon his head, and could not help but unleash a tirade of indignation. How can you have the audacity? What compels you to provoke her in such a manner? Look at how you frightened the poor girl. Whiss's words rendered Beerus momentarily speechless. Begone. It's one thing for you to indulge in such frivolities yourself, but to corrupt the innocence of a child is entirely unacceptable. Is this truly the demeanor befitting a prince of the Scions? Beerus spat thoughtfully. By the way, it seems that Bardock had promised to bring this boy back for him to see once he grew up. What shall you do? Although Beerus is not afraid of Bardock, it is quite troubling that his son has been brought to such a dismal state. Ha ha ha, I have already devised a plan. I shall return little Win to his home and let him explain everything to his parents himself. The sight of Whiss covering his mouth and smiling caused a shiver down Beerus's spine. How cunning this lad Whiss is. If they return, what if Bardock does not hesitate to act against his own kin? For the sake of world peace and the stability of the universe, Beerus made his decision. A splendid idea. Let us proceed as you suggested. With that, Beerus hastily feigned the demeanor of someone eager to dine, while Whiss lifted the maid Florentia, her form shimmering with light, and vanished from the realm of the Destroyer. Moments later, a radiant beam reintroduced Whis back into the Destroyer realm. Chapter 27. The Legendary Super Saiyan God. By the lakeside of the Destroyer realm, Beerus and Whis clandestinely observed the scene within Whis's crystal ball. Lord Beerus, do you think those two might come to blows? Whis inquired, watching Florinda as she soared towards her home, swallowing hard. How would I know? Have you forgotten how we deceived Florinda? He must be seething with hatred towards Bardock, who has abandoned him. Certainly, Beerus would not forget the good deeds he has performed. I almost overlooked the fact that it was indeed you, Lord Beerus, who initiated this. Why then, do you still wish to drag me into this? Whis cast a disdainful glance at Beerus and remarked, enough of your prattling. Observe, he has entered. With a thunderous roar, Beerus pointed excitedly at Florence, who had entered his family's castle, unchanged for decades. The two instigators watched with great interest as the scene unfolded. Moments later, amidst a resounding explosion, a golden figure emerged from the castle ruins, cradling a female scion. This figure was none other than the aged Bardock. Florence, I am your father. You must listen to me, Bardock implored, gazing helplessly at Florence, who stood amidst the debris, radiating a green luminescence. Did you ever consider that you were my father when you sent me away? Florence retorted angrily, her voice a blend of indignation and hurt. Had Florence been more composed, Bardock would not have been so incensed. Observing her now, adorned in lipstick, a skirt, and high heels, she resembled a quintessential courtesan. As the proud Scion King, the thought of having such a son, should it become public knowledge, would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Nonetheless, out of guilt, Bardock refrained from chastising her. Though he offered no kindness in his demeanor, nor did he deign to explain the events of the past. Ah, Lord Beerus, did you witness that? This is what the Scions call dignity. Look how irate our little Florence is, Whis exclaimed, pointing at Bardock with indignation. What do you know? Bardock is merely absolving us of blame. Observe how furious Florence is. This way, she remains oblivious to our initial deception, Whis continued, his voice laced with frustration. Seeing Bardock's unexpected support, Beerus chuckled with delight. Indeed, it seems Bardock is not without his merits, Whis nodded in agreement. However, with both father and son unable to see eye to eye, the only outcome was inevitable. After casting aside his wife, Bardock and Florence immediately engaged in combat. Their strength was terrifying, far surpassing that of the group that had once surrounded Broly during the tragic incident with Dog Kong. Bardock, not to be underestimated, had spent decades honing his skills, ultimately breaking through his limits to attain the legendary Super Saiyan 3rd grade, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly. This sight provoked an exasperated reaction from the bald Beerus. Florence, strike him. Pull his hair. Poke his eyes. The irritable remarks from Beerus caused a cold sweat to break out on Whis. It seems that Lord Beerus harbors considerable resentment towards long hair. No wonder he constantly contemplates striking me. He must be envious of my magnificent locks. Whis proudly stroked his own impressive hair, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the battle depicted in the scene reached a fevered intensity. The older Bardock, with his vast combat experience and sheer fighting prowess, significantly outmatched the relatively inexperienced Florinda, who had merely activated the ordinary legendary Super Saiyan mode. With a terrifying crash, the two warriors were abruptly separated by dozens of miles. Haha, truly. My son possesses tremendous strength. Bardock laughed heartily, reveling in the fact that even his son, who was 60 or 70 years younger, could surpass him. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed formidable. Who is your son? I'm a woman. And do you really think my fighting power is only this little? Florinda scoffed. Bardock furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation might be turning dire. Slowly, Florinda closed her eyes, and a fierce black flame began to erupt around her. The previously violent aura inexplicably began to subside. What was happening? Bardock was taken aback. With a delicate yet powerful exclamation, Florinda's eyes transformed. With even the whites turning pure black, the Dark God mode was likely now comparable to the deep blue of the Tragedy Tower. Beerus quietly compared, noting that the combat prowess of the Dark God had ascended to the level of a typical candidate for destruction, akin to his description of the tragic deep blue in the original work. Upon transforming into the Dark God, Florinda exhibited a marked increase in ferocity. In an instant, he appeared behind Bardock, seizing his long hair. This scene brought a sense of satisfaction to Beerus. Show off your long hair, splendid Florinda. Teach your father a lesson. Yet, Florinda did not disappoint Beerus. Even Bardock, having attained the Super Saiyan 3rd level, was no match for Florinda in his Dark God form. Thus commenced a tormenting journey, with Florenza employing techniques reminiscent of the most brutal tortures of the Qing dynasty upon his father's body. Before long, Bardock was battered and bruised, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The aged Bardock, panting heavily, leaned against the rubble, gazing proudly at his son. This moment was familiar to him. He had seen it before, yet he had not known then. The terrifying girl that now surfaced in his mind was indeed his son. The future of the Scions lies in your hands. I am proud of you. After uttering these words, the elderly Bardock gradually collapsed to the ground. Florenza, however, remained in place, refraining from launching another attack. TCH, as my sister was said, men are indeed prone to deceit. Florenza could hardly believe Bardock's words before he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, billions of light years away, Beerus suddenly recalled something. Whis, do you know about the Brutz's wave? As he spoke, a devilish smile crept across Beerus's lips. Chapter 28, Super Saiyan 4th Level. Brutz's wave? Isn't that the lunar reflection that Scions require to transform into a gorilla? Whis, who had cared for Florenza since childhood, certainly understood the nature of the Brutz's wave. Good. Since you know, then unleash a billionfold Brutz's wave upon Bardock. Indeed, Beerus was eager to ascertain whether the Super Saiyan 4th level from Dragon Ball GT truly existed. If it did, Bardock's current strength would undoubtedly allow him to transform. Lord Beerus wishes to see the gorilla transform, but wouldn't a single fold suffice? Is a billionfold not excessive? To understand, the Brutz's light wave can indeed be considered a form of ray. If it were to strike Bardock, who is currently in a state of near death, it would surely be fatal. Enough of this idle chatter. Hasten to strike him, for he is on the brink of demise. Observing Florenza, who was poised to avenge his father, Beerus bellowed in frustration. Whis, too, ceased his incessant prattle and instantly transported himself to hover above Planet Plant. In an instant, an imperceptible beam of light erupted towards the surface. Florenza sensed a chilling aura and swiftly darted aside. Yet, nothing appeared to transpire before him. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the terrifying presence near his deceased father. Upon Whis retracting the Brutz's light wave, the frigid sensation vanished. Just as Florenza exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden, intense thumping resonated in his ears. His expression shifted. He witnessed his father's body undergoing a drastic transformation. Within mere seconds, his physique expanded exponentially. Fortunately, his garments were specially crafted, maintaining their integrity despite the rapid growth. The sound of the heartbeat intensified, becoming increasingly thunderous. Is he transforming into a great ape? Humph. Does it truly hold any significance? Florenza scoffed quietly, observing Bardock's swift metamorphosis. With a resounding roar, a colossal golden great ape materialized before Florenza and Beerus. A hue of earthy yellow? Indeed, that is correct. Ha. The existence of Super Saiyan 4 is real. It seems there will be many more exciting developments to explore in the future. Beerus smiled contentedly. For before the emergence of Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT had always been the original in his heart. Oh dear Lord Beerus, do you sense it? Bardock seems to have undergone a significant transformation. Whis, filled with the excitement of discovering something novel, eagerly tugged at Beerus, pointing towards the golden great ape depicted on the screen. No need to pull at me. I can see it, Beerus replied. By the way, have you never encountered this form of Saiyan before? Beerus swatted away Whis's hand, perplexed, and inquired, not at all. Since ancient times, the Scions have only exhibited two forms, golden short hair and golden long hair. This is the second time I have witnessed a long-haired Scion. While the golden great ape is a first for me. Whis's words elicited a slight nod from Beerus. In Dragon Ball GT, golden great apes are a product of chance. And the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is no simple feat after all. To transform into a great ape, two conditions must be met. Firstly, the Scion's power must reach Super Saiyan 3, and secondly, the Super Saiyan must be devoid of resistance. Otherwise, a Super Scion's formidable power would prevent the transformation into a great ape, as such a primal form starkly contradicts their refined image. Of course, there is an exception involving the ultra-high-speed Brutz's waves, which can forcibly induce the transformation to Super Saiyan 4. However, the individual subjected to this radiation cannot possess weak power. At the very least, they must be at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Ah, this is my first encounter, Beerus remarked. You are indeed fortunate to witness such a transformation, and it shall continue. Beerus smiled faintly, his voice laced with intrigue. Oh, it can transform? Could it possibly achieve the divine mode? Whis, taken aback, focused intently on the golden great ape depicted on the screen. A thunderous roar erupted from Bardock, his power surging exponentially. Yet, the dark god, Frieza, remained utterly unfazed, for the divine mode far surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 form by countless magnitudes. Even the formidable Great Ape posed little threat. Just as Frieza contemplated bringing this farce to an end, the once rampaging gorilla abruptly halted. Had it regained consciousness? Ah, this promises to be entertaining. Beerus gazed at the gorilla depicted on the screen with a subtle smile. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared high above Planet Plant. After all, one must witness such a spectacle in person. In the vastness of the starry sky, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the brutal clash between the father and daughter below, his lips curling into a faint smirk, utterly devoid of any remorse for his role as the instigator. On the ground, Frieza furrowed her brow. From the moment she regained consciousness and beheld Bardock, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Frieza, your strength is indeed commendable. But how long can you sustain this form? The golden great ape grinned widely, an endless plume of white smoke billowing from its body. In an instant, its form began to contract violently. Yet, to Fiorenza's astonishment, Bardock's already amplified power, now tenfold, continued to grow exponentially. Within a mere 10 seconds, his strength surged by hundreds of times. Coupled with the fact that the golden great ape was 10 times stronger than its base form, Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 power had reached several thousand times that of his ordinary state. Such transformations among Saiyans? Fiorenza mused, her brow slightly furrowing. Impressive power indeed. Bardock's appearance mirrored that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku from the original narrative, with fiery red fur, crimson eyeshadows, a robust tail, and cascading long hair that made him resemble a ferocious beast. What is your newfound strength matter? Do you truly believe your previous power was formidable? Fiorenza scoffed dismissively. What does Super Saiyan 4 signify, really? With her right fist clenched, she delivered a powerful punch into the void. Boom. Bardock, who had previously stood imperiously, was suddenly struck as if by a freight truck, hurtling through the air for hundreds of miles before crashing violently into a mountain, which crumbled as if made of paper, shattering into dozens of pieces. Chapter 29. Mutual Demise. This new form, while formidable, seems ineffective against the God mode, Whis remarked, smiling as he floated beside Beerus. However, he regarded Beerus with a hint of curiosity. Could it be that Lord Beerus has spent 100,000 years in this alternate dimension honing prophetic abilities? How is it that he knows even of such matters? Recently, Lord Beerus had become increasingly enigmatic, prompting Whis to speculate whether Beerus had engaged in secret training behind his back. Indeed, the enhancements from God mode surpassed this form significantly. Nevertheless, it appeared that this transformation was merely the initial stage, with the potential for further advancement. Whis contemplated the Super Saiyan transformations from the fanworks of his previous life, Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, and so forth, feeling a tinge of excitement. However, to delve into such matters, a prerequisite loomed. His own strength must be up to par. Should he fall short and allow a Saiyan to surpass him, it would be a matter of disgrace. After all, he was a god of destruction. How could he permit these mere mortals to eclipse him? Beerus resolved that upon his return, he would embark on a more formidable training regimen. Meanwhile, on the ground, Frieza once again commenced a journey of torment against his father. However, this time, Frieza found himself perplexed by the fact that Bardock's attacks were not particularly fierce. Rather, they were surprisingly gentle. What could this mean? Did he assume I would show him leniency? In an instant, Frieza felt a surge of indignation, prompting him to escalate his assault. Bardock, on the other hand, found himself at a loss, pondering, why does this kid possess such boundless energy? Logically, he should be on the verge of a breakdown. Given Fiorenza's history, such intense attacks should have long since sent him into a frenzy. Could it be that he was not enraged enough? As Bardock felt Fiorenza's fist suddenly strike his face with increased force, he resolved to take a gamble. Then, unexpectedly, Bardock erupted into laughter, causing Fiorenza to furrow his brow. What are you laughing at? Fiorenza inquired, puzzled. I laugh at your pitiable state. I cast you aside, and yet you scurry back to me. I am Bardock, the Saiyan King. How could I have such a despicable son? Bardock spat from his swollen, pig-like mouth, the saliva landing squarely on Fiorenza's face. Instantly, Fiorenza's expression darkened. You dare. In a fit of rage, Fiorenza raised his fist and struck Bardock's face with a heavy blow. The previously imperceptible aura erupted violently. You dare? He questioned again, before planting his foot upon the prostrate Bardock. as his eyes slowly transformed to a pure white, and his energy shifted to a vibrant green. Florenza gradually lifted his right hand, coalescing a green energy sphere in his palm. Yet, Bardock felt no fear. Rather, a thrill coursed through him. Yes, this is it. Let your fury consume you. Once you unleash it, you will lose control of your own body. This was precisely the outcome Bardock desired. He secretly admired his own eloquence, having driven his son to madness with just a few words. Though he had endured a beating for several minutes, not a single word of complaint escaped him. It was worth it. However, Florenza's next utterance nearly caused Bardock to choke on his own blood. You dare to ruin my makeup. With that explosive proclamation, Florenza completely lost control, yet the power coursing through him began to wane rapidly. In his current state, he was no match for Bardock. Die. Tenfold Kamehameha. Bardock lay upon the ground, his hands unleashing a crimson beam of light, as he faced the frenzied Florencia, who exhibited no semblance of a defensive response. With a tremendous force, he was sent hurtling towards a distant star, one that orbited perilously close to Planet Plant. In an instant, the star, colossal and far greater than the sun, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering its remnants across the cosmos. At that moment, Florencia was reduced to mere ashes. Bardock, gazing at the remnants of the once glorious star, felt a sudden pang of anguish in his heart, though he masked his emotions. Abruptly, he coughed forth a copious amount of blood, staining the ground a deep crimson. At nearly 90 years of age, he had entered the twilight of his Scion life. And now, forced into the Super Saiyan 4 transformation by Beerus, his body had reached its breaking point. In his final moments, Bardock recalled a premonition from a day prior, a vision in which Florencia was thrust into the sun, transformed into ash. Another image surfaced, depicting Florencia alongside Kakarot and others. A laugh escaped him, tinged with melancholy. He had once been curious about this girl, only to realize she was the very same Florencia. Yet, he could do little more than this for her. After a sorrowful smile, Bardock gradually closed his eyes, his once vibrant hair retracting into his being. In the vastness of the starry sky was feigned sorrow as he lamented to Beerus, "My little sister has perished. What shall we do?" However, Beerus merely cast an indifferent glance at him. Do you angels possess such emotions? Spare me your theatrics. To Whis, whose lifespan was infinite, Florencia was akin to an ant he had inadvertently stumbled upon. Now that the ant had perished, he felt no sorrow. How dreadful! She was a little sister I painstakingly nurtured. How could she be allowed to die? Whis exclaimed, with a wave of his hand. He forcibly summoned a spectral soul from the underworld. Even the king of the underworld would be too intimidated to utter a word before such power. Regrettably, to restore a divine being's essence would require a millennium within the main universe, and it seemed he would be occupied once more. With a resigned sigh, Whis returned his little sister's soul to the staff he wielded. Chapter 30. The God of Destruction Tournament TCH, you possess such awareness? Very well, time is of the essence. Let us commence our duties. Whis' words elicited nothing but disdain from Beerus. Beerus furrowed his brow upon witnessing Bardock's demise, who, in their idleness, brought him here. Alas, the God of Destruction is unable to utilize the time rings to traverse through time. Otherwise, he could directly journey a millennium into the future to discern any revelations. After Beerus let out a sigh, he and Whis transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the starry sky. The duty of the God of Destruction involves obliterating aging planets or those inhabited by particularly malevolent beings. This serves to ensure the tranquility of the universe. Furthermore, once a planet has been destroyed, the Supreme Kai can gather its fragments to forge a new, vibrant world. Such actions contribute to the perfection of the cosmos, which explains why the Omni King would intimidate Beerus upon discovering his laziness, compelling him to take action. Lord Beerus, after accumulating several millennia of idleness, you shall now be required to labor continuously for over a decade to fulfill these tasks, Whis remarked, waving his staff to reveal a list spanning several hundred meters in length. Goodness gracious, as a dignified God of Destruction, I find it utterly tragic that I must toil for my duties. Beerus became increasingly resolute in his determination to deliver a sound thrashing to the Omni King, akin to reprimanding a schoolboy. Let us proceed. This time, we shall wreak havoc without searching for delectable morsels. In his fervor to expedite the completion of his tasks, Beerus resolutely relinquished his most cherished culinary delights. Nanny? Lord Beerus, you cannot possibly do this. What a few more years of effort. I still wish to indulge in some fine cosmetics. Whis, upon hearing Beerus's declaration, was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically as layers of powder cascaded down. Enough. After years of training, have you not indulged in enough shopping? How dare you express a desire for cosmetics at this juncture? Do not even entertain the thought? After being chastised by Beerus, Whis sulkily turned his head away. We must go. Time is of the essence. Beerus, feeling exasperated, urged Whis with a huff. Alas, Whis merely cast a fleeting glance at Beerus before disregarding him entirely. I concede. Fine, I shall purchase a modest amount. Is that satisfactory? Reluctantly, Beerus acquiesced. For it was not that he could not procure items himself. Rather, Whis was, after all, the one who had nurtured him into adulthood. And though he had not contributed significantly, he had certainly endured hardships. Indeed, upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis's face lit up with joy. Lord Beerus is the best. I promise. I shall only buy a little. Whis smiled, gesturing with his hand. I hope you remember this. Despite the nagging feeling that he might be deceived by Whis, Beerus ultimately relented. Time passed swiftly, and it had been several millennia since Beerus arrived in this realm. Throughout these countless years, he had only spent a mere century in awareness. The remainder of the time was either spent in slumber or in training. Fortunately, Beerus had now fully comprehended the second stage of the Ultra Instinct technique, allowing his god of destruction energy to regenerate perpetually and at an accelerated pace. Thus, even while exerting his full power in training, his destructive energy would never wane. Whis, you deceitful trickster. You promised to buy just a little, yet look around. The entire realm of destruction is filled with your cosmetics. Can you possibly use all of this? A century had elapsed since they began their tasks. Yet what should have concluded in a few decades had been exponentially prolonged by Whis's shopping escapades. At this moment, half of the God of Destruction realm was overrun with Whis's cosmetics. And you, Lord Beerus, have the audacity to criticize me? Look at the other half of the realm, brimming with your delectable treats. If I hadn't implemented a preservation mechanism, your food would have spoiled long ago. Whis made a playful face at Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a flush of embarrassment. Although it was indeed the truth, he could not help but feel that Whis had shown him a lack of respect. Very well. I shall now retreat to my training. Pack all my food for me, as I intend to take it with me. Beerus promptly shifted the subject. Realizing he had little time to engage in banter with Whis, as only a little over 800 years remained until the beginning of the original tale. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. With a flick of his staff, the abundant feast that adorned the King Kai's realm was transformed into a singular ring. Here, Lord Beerus, this shall serve as your sustenance, Whis declared, tossing the ring towards Beerus. A storage ring capable of accommodating an entire galaxy. Truly a testament to a being capable of cosmic annihilation. Beerus slightly adjusted his position, inadvertently causing the ring to become ensnared upon his finger. Just then, the staff of Whis began to emit a brilliant glow, prompting a sudden shift in Whis's demeanor to one of solemnity. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from the staff, coalescing into the form of a diminutive figure adorned in blue skin and white hair. This individual, akin to Whis, had encountered the Grand Minister before. Whis, with a warm smile, offered a respectful salute to the Grand Minister. Beerus furrowed his brow, astonished to encounter none other than the Grand Priest. Ah, esteemed Grand Priest, it has been quite some time. Beerus also greeted him with a nod. Haha. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Lord Beerus has grown so much. The High Priest's smile is immensely infectious. And even Beerus cannot help but feel a profound fondness for him. However, it is precisely this that heightens Beerus's wariness. Why would the High Priest take the time to chat with me? Could it be that there is something he wishes to convey? Beerus wasted no time and directly inquired of the Grand Priest. After all, if there were matters to discuss with Whis, it would undoubtedly not be at a moment when he was in Whis's company. Yes, indeed, there is a matter, the Grand Priest conveyed. The Omni King has sensed that it has been quite a while since the last God of Destruction meeting and has decided to convene one tomorrow within the halls of the Omni King. Your presence is earnestly requested. Upon hearing this, Beerus' expression shifted dramatically. The Omni King was actually summoning a meeting of the gods of destruction. How infuriating. This little creature was notoriously capricious. If by any mischance he were to face annihilation, whom could he turn to for justification? Nevertheless, Lord Beerus had no option but to attend. Failing to do so would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Very well, then, we shall meet at that time. Chapter 31. The Elementary School Omni King. Whis, what on earth is the Omni King up to this time? Broly asked gravely. Oh, Perhaps he is merely feeling bored and desires the company of Lord Beerus and others to engage in some games, Whis mused. Recalling the unfortunate fates of previous gods of destruction, casting a sorrowful glance at Beerus. Please, do not regard me with such morbid eyes. Beerus retorted, incensed. The mightiest god of destruction in history would not fall to the whims of a mere child like the Omni King. It seemed that it was time to employ some secret weapons. Beerus stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the second day of the universe. Early in the morning, Beerus donned his attire and, accompanied by Whis, ascended into a square vessel, soaring towards the realm of the Omni King. Along the way, Beerus employed his abilities to conjure numerous luminous discs and a variety of toys. Lord Beerus, are you truly going to present these childish toys to the Omni King? Whis gazed incredulously at the assortment before him. What do you know? The Omni King is not merely a child. Just watch, as long as he desires our company. The moment I unveil these trinkets, heh. At this juncture, Beerus chuckled mischievously. However, Whis remained skeptical, unable to fathom that the omnipotent Omni King, who had existed since time immemorial, could be captivated by such trivialities. Yet, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Once Beerus made a decision, it was not for him to contest. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. At that moment, Whis realized they had indeed reached the domain of the Omni King. With a resounding boom, they landed not far from the grand palace of the Omni King. Oh ho ho, who do we have here? Is it not Beerus? I see you've come without your portly brother this time. Just as Beerus touched down, an obnoxious voice, far more irritating than that of Kampa, echoed through the air. Damn it, get lost. Without turning his head, Beerus casually launched a purple energy sphere towards the source of the sound, his eyes transforming into a radiant white at the moment of unleashing the attack. Not far from Beerus stood a mouse-like god of destruction, accompanied by his attendant. Hop, Beerus, your doom is imminent. Are you not afraid of the Omni King's retribution? The god of destruction, Chita Mouse, laughed heartily upon witnessing Beerus's audacity to strike at him, reaching out his hand to intercept the impending assault. Meanwhile, his attendant exchanged a knowing glance with Whis, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. With a thunderous explosion, Chita Mouse was instantly enveloped in the purple radiance, a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the Omni King's realm remained unscathed, while Chita Mouse lay on the ground, gravely injured. Is this the extent of your prowess, daring to challenge me? Beerus let out a disdainful chuckle. At this moment, he had transcended the realm of a god of destruction. Even among the gods, only the Grand Minister could defeat him, provided he refrained from utilizing the powers of time. How infuriating. Beerus, I shall bring about your demise, roared Chitamouse, unleashing a terrifying aura that illuminated the entirety of the Omni King's realm. Lord Chitamouse, it is forbidden to engage in combat within the Omni King's domain. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from afar, and the Grand Minister gracefully descended from the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, Beerus's pupils constricted sharply. I was utterly oblivious to when he arrived. Indeed, the power of the Grand Minister is truly formidable. Beerus remained on high alert, though he did not betray any outward expression. Greetings, Lord Grand Minister. Vados and the god of destruction from Universe 4 respectfully addressed the Grand Minister. Kampa reluctantly dissipated the destructive energy surrounding him. Greetings, Lord Grand Minister. Kampa saluted the Grand Minister. The king of all dislikes disturbances. This is both the first and the last time. The Grand Minister smiled at Kampa, which instantly caused his complexion to turn a deep shade of purple. Was it I who struck first? It was clearly Beerus. How unreasonable can you be? Kampa silently seethed with anger, but could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. Well then, the other gods of destruction have already arrived. Let us proceed together. The Grand Minister chuckled softly before disregarding him, turning to fly towards the King of All's palace. In that fleeting moment, his gaze subtly flicked towards Beerus. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, yet chose not to elaborate, striding purposefully toward the Xeno's palace. How infuriating. How could Beerus have become so formidable? Can Conic truly perceive his power? The reluctant Chitamouse inquired of his godly attendant, the robust Conic. Do you really wish to know? I hesitate to discourage you, but you likely could not withstand even a single punch from him. Conic's words, though cloaked in a guise of concern, dripped with sarcasm. What? Is he truly that powerful? Has Beerus been diligently training? Chitamouse's expression darkened. It was difficult to accept that the destroyer, once on par with him, had now surpassed him so profoundly. This was a reality he found hard to bear. No, it seems there is but one course of action, Chitamouse sneered, realizing that the recent encounter had irrevocably established an enmity between them. Contemplating his strategy to confront Beerus, he hastened toward the Xeno's palace. Beerus and Whis traversed a grand hall, arriving at a magnificent round table. At the head of this table sat a young boy with a head resembling a rugby ball, distinguished by the title of Xeno emblazoned upon his attire. The boy fixated his vacant gaze upon Beerus, his hollow eyes leading Beerus to question whether the child was, indeed, asleep. Ah, Beerus, you have certainly grown stronger. It seems you surpass everyone else. At that moment, Xeno's astonished declaration rendered all the gods of destruction seated at the foot of the round table momentarily speechless. What? Beerus is more powerful than all of us? How is that even conceivable? Isn't he among the youngest, alongside Kampa? How could he possibly be stronger than us? Xeno's words are never false. It appears that Beerus has genuinely become more formidable. The gods of destruction exchanged grave glances, their expressions reflecting a newfound respect for the seemingly nonchalant Beerus. Haha, your praise is excessive, Xeno. It is nothing remarkable. Chapter 32, Peppa Pig. The casual remarks of Beerus startled everyone, even the usually composed Whis, who quickly turned to blame Beerus. However, Beerus showed no signs of acknowledgement. What do you have in that ring? As everyone anticipated that the king of all might lose his temper, he instead appeared as if he had discovered a new world. His eyes sparkling as he inquired of Beerus. What is going on? What could Beerus possess that elicits such a reaction from the king? It must surely be an extraordinary treasure, or perhaps even a pet. The other gods of destruction began to whisper among themselves. Hey, Bados, what do you think Beerus is up to? Kampa asked, glancing curiously at Bados, who stood behind him. I am not certain. Lord Beerus seems rather enigmatic lately. Even Whis claims he cannot fathom Beerus, Bados replied, causing Kampa's eyes to widen in surprise. At that moment, Beerus spoke up. I am unaware of what the king of all means. I possess many items, he said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he swayed his ring. The golden light in the king's eyes intensified. What about that pink object? What is it? The king of all exclaimed excitedly, flying in front of Beerus and circling him. Two guards, resembling oversized pens, hurried over to ensure the king's safety. Oh, you mean this? Here. Beerus let out a sly smile, and then, from within his ring, he produced a plush toy that unmistakably resembled Peppa Pig. Wow, how adorable! Exclaimed the king, his eyes sparkling as he embraced the plush toy, beaming with joy. In that moment, not only were the gods of destruction and their angels taken aback, but even the two attendants and the grand priest were left in a state of astonishment. How could such a trivial item bring such delight to the king? Where could Beerus have possibly acquired this pink treasure? Could it possess some kind of magic? The gods of destruction felt a pang of frustration. It seemed almost unfair that something so simple could evoke such laughter from the king. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since we've seen the king so joyous. Beerus, you have done splendidly. The grand priest smiled and nodded approvingly at Beerus. You flatter me, my lord. It is merely a trinket. Beerus shook his head. Ah, Lord Xeno. I have a supplementary DVD for you to peruse. As he spoke, Beerus produced a disc and simultaneously retrieved a monitor. Although he could have projected the images directly into the void, he opted for the player to pique the curiosity of the young ones. What is this? It even has a picture of that doll on it. Lord Xeno exclaimed with wide-eyed innocence, pointing at the disc. Ha ha, this doll is named Peppa Pig. This is a story about her. Allow me to show you, Beerus replied, inserting the disc, and the screen began to play the Peppa Pig cartoon. Hello everyone. I'm Peppa, came the cheerful introduction as the character appeared on screen, instantly captivating Lord Xeno's attention. However, as the first episode concluded, everyone, including the Grand Priest, wore a rather grim expression. How could Lord Xeno find such nonsense so enthralling? Indeed, what with the muddy puddles and the infectious pig squeals? One wondered how Beerus conceived such absurdities. Keep your voices down. Look, Lord Xeno is already on his second viewing, someone whispered. Again and again. Lord Xeno watched the same episode of Peppa Pig, engrossed for over 10 viewings before reluctantly shifting his gaze. That was delightful, almost as satisfying as obliterating a few universes. Beerus, do you have more? Lord Xeno gazed eagerly at Beerus, his eyes brimming with anticipation. There are more. But you'll have to wait 1,000 years for the next episode. However, I do have a Peppa Pig sticker. Would you like it? Beerus offered, producing a paper adorned with the image of Peppa Pig from his ring. Initially disheartened by the mention of 1,000-year wait, Lord Xeno's face lit up upon seeing the sticker. What is this for? It has Peppa Pig's picture on it. His impatience endeared him to everyone around, who were now thoroughly impressed by Beerus. Only Beerus could elicit such joy from Lord Xeno, the Grand Priest remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Father. Perhaps you lack such a talent. Whis smiled, addressing the Grand Priest. Ha ha. Whis, you know how stubborn father can be. He could hardly tell a joke without choking on it. Bados chimed in, approaching and mockingly covering her mouth as she laughed at the Grand Priest. Ah, you. Still acting like this at your age. The Grand Priest cast a helpless glance at Beerus. Realizing that only someone as audacious as Beerus would dare to speak to him in such a manner, even in a universe untouched by destruction. Father. It is your indulgence that has spoiled the two of them. Just look at Whis. His makeup is such that even women would be frightened. With a serious expression. The stern-haired Corrin approached, offering guidance to his younger brother, Whis. In response, Whis merely stuck out his tongue in playful defiance. At that moment, amidst the familial exchange, a singular action from Beerus caused the two guards to erupt in outrage. How dare you, Beerus? Do you think you can tug at the sleeves of the Omni King? At that instant, Beerus was seen grasping the small hand of the Omni King, playfully pulling up his sleeves. Upon hearing the words of the two guards, a glint of coldness flashed across Beerus's face. Stay where you are? Did I give you permission to speak? Go stand properly. Beerus will not harm me. The once cheerful visage of the Omni King was replaced by an expression of profound authority, radiating an overwhelming sense of command. Yes, yes, yes. The faces of the two guards transformed in an instant, as they hastily rushed to the side of the Omni King's throne, standing rigidly like iron pillars. Such cowards. Beerus chuckled disdainfully, then promptly tore off the temporary tattoo and pressed it against the Grand King's arm. Chapter 33. The Socialite. The Grand King? As the tattoo was delicately placed on the Grand King's small arm, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd. Rip. Upon tearing the tattoo away once more, a brand new Peppa Pig design adorned the Grand King's arm. Oh, how adorable. The Grand King beamed with delight as he embraced his arm. Oh, Grand King. In the homeland of Peppa Pig, there is a saying, when Peppa Pig is tattooed, applause is given to the socialite. With this Peppa Pig tattoo, you have truly become a socialite. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke mysteriously. Social beings? Everyone was taken aback, pondering the nature of this species. Indeed. Social beings are those who stand at the pinnacle of society, akin to beings such as the Omni King. Thus, after much contemplation, I concluded that only the Omni King truly embodies the essence of a social being. Beerus's words left everyone astounded. One would never have anticipated such a perspective. Indeed, a true eye-opener. Yes, the demeanor of a societal figure exudes an air of undeniable authority. Meanwhile, little Zeno joyfully raised his hand and exclaimed, from this day forth, I shall be a member of society. How delightful this is. Beerus stood to the side, forcing himself to suppress a laugh. Indeed, there is another characteristic of a social individual. Whenever he reveals his tattoos, everyone present is compelled to applaud. Upon concluding his statement, Beerus promptly began to applaud with fervor. The others, upon hearing this, quickly followed suit, joining him in a vigorous display of clapping. The sound of applause echoed throughout the entirety of the Omni Palace. And in that moment, the Omni King experienced an unprecedented joy. In his spiritually barren existence, he was profoundly touched by Beerus's simple gesture. Ha ha ha, splendid. I am truly delighted. By the way, Beerus, thanks to you. Feel free to express any desires you may have. Also, do expedite the production of the second episode of Peppa Pig. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The Omni King's words incited envy among all the destroyers, who cast glances of jealousy at Beerus. Meanwhile, the mouse deity, Cheetise, bore a grim expression. He believed that if Beerus were to request the Omni King to obliterate him at this moment, the exuberant Omni King would not show any mercy. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. I do have a request, and I hope you might grant it. Beerus cast a subtle smile at the Grand Zeno. Indeed. This time, Beerus came prepared. What he seeks remains a mystery, yet it seems certain individuals are destined to suffer the consequences. I distinctly heard someone earlier berating Beerus. Upon this remark, all the destroyers and angels turned their gazes towards Kampa. Ha ha ha, if Beerus wishes for your disappearance, I would wholeheartedly support that notion. Kampa's gleeful expression elicited slight shakes of the head from everyone. Indeed, in his youth, Kampa had often taken advantage of his seniority to bully both Beerus and himself. It appears that this time, Kampa's fate is sealed. I wish to cultivate for a period in the alternate dimensions surrounding the realm of the Grand Zeno. Yet my power is insufficient to access these spaces. Therefore, I implore you to seek assistance on my behalf. For 100,000 years, Beerus has immersed himself in the otherworldly realm surrounding the realm of the destroyers, only to realize that his strength has expanded at a sluggish pace. The mere acceleration of time yielded little benefit, as the limitations of this alternate space constrained his abilities. However, upon arriving in the realm of the Omni King, he was astounded by the sheer power of its otherworldly expanse, discovering that even his most formidable strike failed to produce a ripple in the fabric of space. Beerus, do you take pleasure in your training? Very well, no issues here. Grand Priest, I entrust Beerus's request to you. The Omni King was in a particularly joyous mood, and Beerus's entreaty was hardly unreasonable. Indeed, Your Majesty. The Grand Priest nodded with a smile. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the main agenda. It's time for the meeting. Only then did the Omni King recall that he had summoned them to convene. Beerus approached Kampa and took a seat beside him, observing the envious gazes of the other gods of destruction. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, "You can't even manage a single child. It's a shame to have lived for so many years." Just then, the Omni King suddenly raised his arm, revealing a dazzling little Peppa Pig. The faces of the gods of destruction changed dramatically, and they promptly erupted into a fervent applause. Wow, Beerus, you weren't deceiving me. They truly are applauding. The Omni King beamed with delight as he witnessed the frenzy of clapping. Of course, I said it. Who would dare refrain from applauding? That would be courting disaster. While Beerus indulged in his musings, the Grand Minister spoke up. The reason for gathering everyone here today is to announce an important matter. After a brief pause, the Grand Minister continued, the Omni King believes that many gods of destruction have become somewhat lax in their duties. Thus, he has decided to compile a count of the planets across various universes that have reached their annihilation targets yet remain unscathed. Ultimately, the universe with the highest number will face obliteration at the hands of the Omni King. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all the gods of destruction and their attendants shifted dramatically. Only Beerus, upon hearing this, exchanged a meaningful glance with Whis. As the son of the Grand Minister, Whis suddenly felt compelled to expedite the destruction of all planets in recent times, seemingly having caught wind of the impending announcement. Indeed, where there are connections and influence, there is undeniable satisfaction. Beerus exclaimed with a chuckle, after several millennia of dieting, I have finally achieved results. Kampa, this time I shall certainly evade annihilation. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Kampa laughed proudly, for ever since he had been bested by Beerus, he had been compelled by Vados to embark on a weight loss regimen. Though it bore little fruit, at least all tasks were completed. Yet, as Kampa reveled in his mirth, the expressions of the other gods of destruction darkened. Enough, Lord Zeno is about to commence the tally. Chapter 34, The Ninth Universe. Annihilation. Now, let us begin the enumeration. The Grand Priest had no interest in the fates of others. Even if they were deities, he cared little unless they were his own offspring. As the Grand Priest's words echoed, a new image appeared at the center of the grand table. It depicted 12 colossal orbs of light, arranged in a circular formation. I shall display the remaining undestroyed planets of each universe above their respective realms, so you may ascertain your own standings. The Grand Priest's declaration caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down the brows of all present. After all, none could ascertain whether the other gods of destruction were diligently fulfilling their duties. Under the anxious gazes of the assembly, numbers began to materialize above each universe's orb. Beerus gazed ahead at the display of the seventh universe, which indicated 58 planets, and he felt a slight sense of relief. He never expected such a significant increase in celestial bodies within a mere day. The role of a destroyer god was indeed no easy task. However, Beerus could confidently declare that if he were to acknowledge anyone as second, no other destroyer god would dare to claim the first position. Haha. I possess merely 1,000 planets. I challenge you all to compare with me. At that moment, Kampa burst into laughter beside him, pointing at the impressive number 1086 displayed above his sixth universe, reveling in his triumph. Meanwhile, the destroyer gods of the 1st, 12th, and 11th universes cast disdainful glances in his direction, sneering as they gestured towards the few hundred planets displayed in their own realms. Kampa, who had just attempted to boast, was suddenly struck down by the reality of the situation. Yet, he remained unperturbed, as he deliberately glanced at the 4th universe of Quitella, which showcased an astonishingly high figure, likely in the millions. At this moment, Quitella was frantically sweating, feeling the weight of impending defeat. Alas, it seems this time, I must bid farewell to everyone. At that moment, the god of destruction of Universe 9 let out a sigh. Everyone turned their gaze towards the billions of numbers displayed above Universe 9, enveloped in silence. Billions of planets are almost negligible for a universe, yet the sheer number of planets that have reached a level of destruction but remain unscathed is rather excessive. Sidera, you. Beside him, Wymite sighed. Sidera was acutely aware of the reasons behind his reluctance to destroy these planets. One of them could not tolerate any evil, while the other could not bear to harm any goodness. Given their similar beliefs, one would expect their capabilities to be somewhat aligned. However, their approaches diverged significantly. In Wymide's universe, the mere presence of a single malevolent individual on a planet destined for destruction would prompt immediate obliteration. Even planets deemed unnecessary for destruction could fall victim if the number of wicked souls exceeded a certain threshold, leading to frequent clashes with the god of creation of Universe 11. Conversely, Universe 9's situation was quite the opposite. Every surviving planet was spared due to the presence of virtuous beings. It was precisely because of these good souls that Sidera chose to spare these worlds. Over time, as these planets accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, their numbers swelled. I have long warned you that your indecisiveness would ultimately bring ruin to Universe 9, remarked the proud high priest of Universe 9, his expression darkening as he realized he was to be dragged down by this indecisive god of destruction. I thought I would merely face punishment in the end, not that it would implicate the entirety of Universe 9. Sidera sighed, his dejected demeanor silencing all the gods of destruction. While other gods might revel in the annihilation of their counterparts, many held a certain respect for Sidera's words. Of course, there were those who considered him hopelessly antiquated, one of whom was Chitara. As a counterpart from a different universe, Chitara regarded Sidera as the greatest hindrance to his own growth. Once Sidera is gone, my Universe 4 will flourish rapidly. I wonder how such a useless being came to hold the title of God of Destruction. Chitara kept his thoughts to himself, for he was acutely aware that he stood second to last, and if the Omni King were to unleash his wrath, he would have no grounds for defense. Ah, has it been decided? That would be Universe 9 of Sidera. The Omni King, having emerged from his stupor, gazed innocently at the unfolding events, witnessing his naive demeanor. Beerus could only shake his head in bemusement. Perhaps this child did not comprehend the implications of annihilating Universe 9, viewing it merely as a source of amusement. Indeed, Lord Omni King, it appears that Sidera's efforts have been rather lackluster this time, the Grand Priest replied with a smile. Then let Universe 9 be erased. The Omni King rose to his feet, his small hands clasped behind him. The 12 gods of destruction also stood solemnly. The Omni King raised his right hand, the tips of his fingers shimmering with a dazzling white light. In an instant, this radiance spread from the Omni King's palace to the realm of the Omni King, and then extended to the 12 universes. Simultaneously, the orb representing the 9th universe atop the Grand Round Table slowly became translucent. With each passing moment, it completely vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Farewell, everyone. Sidera smiled as he addressed the gathering before gradually fading from their view. Lord Grand Priest, I shall take my leave now, the priest of the 9th universe remarked coldly, casting a final glance at the spot where Sidera had disappeared, before turning to the Grand Priest. Very well, you may go, the Grand Priest replied with a slight smile, and soon the priest of the 9th universe too vanished from sight. However, Beerus furrowed his brow. Whis, it seems the priest of the 9th universe has not perished. Where has he gone? Lord Beerus, you may not be aware, Vados explained with a smile, that if the universe under our jurisdiction were to vanish, we would return to our place of origin until a new universe is born or the existing one is resurrected. It is no wonder, then, that the deities from the universes destroyed in years past have never made an appearance. Beerus nodded slightly. All right, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone may return now. And do remember to work diligently. Chapter 35, The Black Cat Police Chief. 4 updates today. Though the meeting was brief, it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Observing the scene where the king began watching the first episode of Peppa Pig, Beerus spat in disdain. Damn it. My fate is to be dictated by this foolish little brat. How absurd. As Sidera vanished, Beerus's obsession with becoming stronger intensified. Beerus, I'm leaving now. Do come visit when you have the time, but remember to bring some delicacies, Compass said, hastily exiting that contentious place. Ha ha ha. It's quite a spectacle that Lord Compa would greet Lord Beerus. Whis remarked with a smile. Humph, it's merely a fear of being struck. It seems this lad has finally come to terms with reality. Beerus smirked with disdain. Do come and visit when you have the time. The goddess of destruction, reminiscent of Cleopatra, suddenly appeared before Beerus and blew him a kiss, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. It was not just her. Many other deities of destruction approached Beerus to greet him before taking their leave. Clearly, in their eyes, Beerus, who had managed to amuse the Omni King, had become quite the celebrated figure. Indeed, I shall. Beerus, with a sense of indifference, found little joy in the company of others. Most were merely a band of uncouth barbarians. However, there existed one notable exception: Chitara. Before departing, Chitara cast a venomous glance at Beerus. Though he had meticulously devised a scheme to ensnare Beerus, his plans were thwarted before they even commenced. Did he still wish to evade? Since time immemorial, the dance of predator and prey has unfolded. A mere mouse, emboldened by age, presumed it could act with impunity? In the next moment, it would meet its demise. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Chitara's retreating figure, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he approached the young king, who was still engrossed in a cartoon. "Oh, Beerus, you haven't left yet? Would you care to join me in watching Peppa Pig?" the young king exclaimed, playfully imitating the sounds of a pig. Instantly, the expressions of the two guards darkened. Their sovereign had been led astray. Should the individuals behind the king learn of this, it could spell doom for them. However, at present, Beerus enjoyed the king's favor, and any reckless words from the guards would surely result in their own demise. It seemed prudent to issue a subtle warning to Beerus. Exchanging knowing glances, the two guards arrived at this shared conclusion. "I shall refrain from watching. By the way, this is a different animated series. There were many viewers earlier, but now I present it to you." With a sinister smile, Beerus produced a disc and handed it to the Omni King. "Wow, Beerus, you are truly wonderful. What is the title of this?" the Omni King inquired excitedly, clutching the disc in his hands. This? It is called The Black Cat Sheriff, a limited edition animated film." The sinister expression of Beerus did not go unnoticed by the Grand Minister and Whis, who immediately sensed that misfortune might befall someone. "Black Cat Police Chief? Quickly. Let me see it." The king's eyes sparkled with excitement as the animated series began to unfold. "Esteemed Grand Minister, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in opening the dimensional space for me during this recent period." Beerus gazed at the enthralled Omni King, realizing that his objective had been accomplished. He then turned to the Grand Minister and inquired, "Lord Beerus, are you truly going to abandon me?" Whis wore an expression of exaggerated despair, leaving the Grand Minister speechless. How could a dignified Grand Minister like himself have such a son? With a wave of his hand, the Grand Minister sent Whis back to universe.Given. "Thank you, Grand Minister. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to handle Whis." Beerus chuckled lightly. "No worries, let us proceed, Lord Beerus." The Grand Priest smiled faintly, then tore through the fabric of reality, revealing a pitch-black dimension beyond. As Beerus stepped into the realm, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force that nearly toppled him to the ground. The surrounding anomalous space of the King of All was deemed unsuitable for cultivation due to the immense gravitational pull. Among the deities, few, aside from myself, could maintain their composure in such an environment. The Grand Priest observed Beerus, whose legs trembled slightly yet remained steadfastly upright, and offered a subtle nod. "Indeed, the gravity is commendable. I appreciate your efforts, Grand Priest." Beerus learned from Whis that there exists but a singular alternate dimension surrounding the realm of the Omni King. However, this dimension is distinct from that of the seventh universe, as its expanse is boundless. Whis' father, the Grand Priest, has dedicated several eons to exploring its depths. It has not reached an endpoint. Whis has likely informed you that it is prudent to limit your range of activities. Otherwise, locating you may prove to be a laborious task. This device is a communicator. Should you wish to emerge, simply contact me. Upon finishing his words, the Grand Priest tossed a small button aside and, after exiting the alternate dimension, waved his hand to seal the rift. With a time ratio of 10,000 to 1, if I cannot open this space within a millennium, I might as well livestream my demise. After a self-deprecating chuckle, Beerus crushed the button in his hand, leaving it on the ground. He then retreated to an open area to commence his prolonged training. In the Grand Minister's temple, the Grand Minister, who had just sealed the spatial rift, seemed to sense something, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Beerus, you have indeed transformed. I just wonder if you will be able to break free from this confinement." The Grand Minister cast a deep gaze towards the Omni King and the two guards, who were still engrossed in watching animated series. Chapter 36. One Ear, Chitara? Fifth update. In the vast expanse of the ninth universe, Chitara was recklessly wreaking havoc among the stars, his face aflame with fury. "Lord Chitara, if you continue to cause such wanton destruction, the Omni King will surely punish you," cautioned a burly figure from the fourth universe's priesthood, his hairstyle remarkably flamboyant. "Curse it. Always the Omni King. That little brat is nothing but a child, humph," Chitara retorted defiantly. Yet his actions faltered, halting his rampage. "Enough of this chaos, Lord Chitara. Shouldn't you hasten to complete your tasks? There are millions of planets awaiting your destruction. The priest promptly produced a list, one that stretched hundreds of meters longer than Beerus's original. So many? How long must this take? Chitara trembled in fear. Not much time left, perhaps just a few hundred years. Remember, the slower you work, the greater your workload will become, the burly priest urged. At that moment, a conical object suddenly streaked across the cosmos, striking Chitara on the ear with a resounding smack, catching him completely off guard. The pain surged through him, and upon touching his ear, he realized in horror that one of them had vanished entirely. Most alarming was the realization that his divine power could not restore it. What is happening? What has happened to Conic? He shouted in a mixture of fury and confusion at the priest Conic. I did not see anything either, Conic replied, his expression grave, having already begun to suspect who was behind the assault. What? You didn't see anything either? How is that possible? Chitara was taken aback. It was one thing for him, a novice, to have missed it, but if even Conic had not witnessed it, the situation was dire. Meanwhile, within the Omni King's palace, the Omni King was joyfully aiming a pistol-like object in a particular direction. Ha ha, I hit it. I struck that wretched ear. The Omni King leaped with delight. The scene frozen just as the Black Cat police officer had shot off an ear. Truly, Lord Omni King, your marksmanship is divine. You hit it with a single shot. The high priest smiled gently at the side. Receiving the high priest's praise, the king of all raised his right hand majestically, revealing his little Peppa Pig. Applause erupted from the two guards and the high priest. In that moment, the king of all felt a sense of respect that surpassed even his royal status. However, once this was done, he resumed watching the remaining episodes of the Black Cat police chief. This time, the king of all witnessed an ear, accompanied by his maternal uncle, burst into the police station and slay the White Cat police chief. Instantly, having immersed himself in the role of the Black Cat police chief, the king of all was consumed with rage. The audacity of the ear was simply intolerable, thus it must be eradicated. The king of all assumed a righteous demeanor that left the two guards and the high priest speechless. This was more terrifying than ruse. Such a trivial video could provoke such excitement in the king of all. It seemed that Chitara was doomed this time, a thought echoed in the minds of the three. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction within the fourth universe, Chitara, who was expending his divine power to purge the lingering energy of the ear, suddenly felt the god of destruction core within his body begin to crack. Panic surged through Chitara. The god of destruction core had been bestowed upon him by the king of all at the time of his selection. If it were to shatter completely, it would signify the end of his long existence, leading to his transformation into mere dust. Conic, hurry, help me, he cried out in terror. However, this time, Conic seemed to have received some kind of command, remaining utterly indifferent to Chitara's pleas. With a crack, the sound of shattering reached Chitara's ears, and in his eyes filled with horror, he saw his feet begin to turn to dust. Those who fail to comprehend the energy of time ultimately cannot withstand its erosion. Chitara, you have provoked forces you should not have. Conic's lament echoed in Chitara's ears, before he unwillingly disintegrated into ashes. Meanwhile, the Kaishin of the fourth universe watched in bewilderment as his body slowly faded away. Chitara had perished? He could hardly believe it. The being who stood atop the universe had actually met his end. Yet, no matter how incredulous he felt, he too transformed into dust alongside Chitara. In the realm of destruction, after Chitara's demise, the high priest descended from the heavens. I have seen the high priest. Conic addressed him respectfully. No need for formalities. I have come to discuss the selection of the next god of destruction. Currently, the king of all has no suitable candidates, and your fourth universe lacks any talented individuals. Thus, the position of god of destruction will remain vacant until the king of all appoints a new candidate. The grand priest spoke slowly. Indeed, I comprehend. Since it is thus, I shall assume the duties of the god of destruction during this period. I will personally journey to the planet of the Kais to seek out the Kaishin. Upon finishing his words, the grand priest gave a slight nod and subsequently vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the news of Chitara's demise reached all the gods of destruction, each one categorizing Beerus as the foremost individual to be avoided. Time swiftly elapsed, spanning several centuries. Chapter 37. I simply cannot tolerate you. Oh dear, Lord Beerus. It has been hundreds of years, and you have yet to return to see us. I have been waiting here for so long that I am nearly aging. Whis sat by the tranquil lake, idly toying with his scepter. Humph, do you truly believe I would miss you? At that moment, a frigid voice resonated behind Whis. Startled, he realized he had not sensed the other's arrival in the slightest. However, Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Whis was instantly filled with excitement and swiftly turned around. Ah, it is Lord Beerus. I thought you had forgotten me. Look how long I have waited here. I am starting to develop wrinkles. As Whis spoke, he began to weep softly. Get away from me. I never said I wanted you here. Go as far away as you can. With an air of exasperation, Beerus delivered a swift kick towards Whis. Initially intent on fleeing, Whis suddenly found himself immobilized, only to be struck squarely on the backside by Beerus's foot. Ouch! Lord Beerus. Why must you kick me? Whis lamented, rubbing his rear with a look of deep discontent as he gazed at Beerus. Yet, beneath his outward demeanor lay a profound astonishment. For Beerus had executed the maneuver without the slightest invocation of his mastery over Ultra Instinct, rendering Whis completely unresponsive. Even the manipulation of temporal energy had ceased to function. This signified that Beerus had achieved a far more profound comprehension of time and space than Whis himself. Haha, it is purely because I find you irksome. Beerus laughed heartily. He had long wished to challenge Whis. Unfortunately, this dog had initially employed the Ultra Instinct technique, just when Beerus had painstakingly grasped the second tier of Ultra Instinct. Whis began utilizing the energy of space and time. This time, he had successfully emerged from the alternate dimension of the King of All's realm. Relying solely on his own strength, Whis was no longer a match for him. Feeling quite content today, he resolved to destroy 2 planets for amusement. Beerus smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. He had meticulously planned this moment, which coincided perfectly with the birth of that rascal, Frieza. As a fellow who relished in chaos, how could Beerus possibly resist the opportunity to pay a visit to the king? Indeed, Lord Beerus has changed. In the past, he would never have resorted to violence, yet now he shows no mercy. Whis, nursing his sore backside, lamented softly before promptly retrieving his staff. Alas, Whis, you have gravely misunderstood me. Beerus let out a sigh, and Whis's eyes brightened at the sight. Oh, is Lord Beerus attempting to charm someone? He mused. No, I must remain composed. I cannot be swayed by Lord Beerus's sweet words. Just as Whis reveled in his internal delight, Beerus's voice resounded once more. You have truly misunderstood me. I have never shown mercy in the past, you know. Ha ha ha. Beerus's sly grin finally provoked the usually composed Whis, eliciting his very first display of anger. You. Lord Beerus, you are being utterly unreasonable. Whis exclaimed, burying his face in his hands, weeping profusely. Oh. For heaven's sake, enough of the fuss. Stop crying, and let us get to work. Beerus felt overwhelmed, regretting his decision to tease Whis. Unfortunately, Whis had not yet returned to his usual self. All right, do not cry. Shall we go in search of delicious food? Reluctantly, Beerus found himself attempting to comfort Whis. Upon hearing the mention of delectable treats, Whis paused momentarily, yet it seemed that the prospect did not sufficiently appease him, leading him to sob once more. Witnessing this scene, Beerus broke into a cold sweat. All right then, I suppose I could procure a couple of cosmetics from other planets. Would that suffice? Beerus deliberately exclaimed the word cosmetics in a loud voice, ensuring that Whis would not miss it. Indeed, Whis's cries immediately diminished. 3 planets. Whis's sobs softened further. Damn it, 10 planets. Any more and I shall take them for myself. As Beerus, in a fit of rage, declared his final ultimatum, Whis promptly lowered his hand and joyfully rushed towards Beerus, attempting to lift him. Fortunately, Beerus, with remarkable reflexes, swiftly positioned himself behind Whis. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus keeps his word. I have indeed remembered. Let us depart for some shopping. With that, Whis seized Beerus and, in an instant, transformed into a beam of light. Departing from the realm of destruction, leaving only the echoes of Beerus's wrath reverberating through the void. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, upon a planet eternally encased in ice, a tall, horned man anxiously gazed at a colossal ice mountain. Beside him stood a young boy. Father, when will my brother emerge? I have waited 100 years. Why is he still inside? The child curiously inquired of his father. Chapter 38. Frieza suddenly. A crackling sound resonated from the great ice mountain before them. Kurt's expression transformed into one of intense excitement, as he sensed the presence of the mutated frost demon clan emanating from the mountain. This was a power known only to him and his eldest son, Gula. Ha 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 indeed. It is my lineage. The Kurt family is about to welcome another formidable descendant. No one understood better than he the immense potential of the mutated frost demons. Unlike ordinary frost demons, the mutated ones possessed limitless potential, growing stronger through training, while the ordinary frost demons were constrained by their innate abilities. Is my brother about to emerge? I am so curious about what he will look like. The young Gula, untouched by the later animosities with Frieza, remained blissfully excited about the impending arrival of his brother. Boom. At that moment, the ice mountain erupted, and a slender figure shot into the sky. I am Frieza. After performing several somersaults in the air, Frieza plummeted towards the ground like a meteor. Ha ha ha. My son Frieza is indeed remarkable. He can already fly right after birth. Zilt, laughing heartily, watched as Frieza descended in a straight line. Wow, my brother is amazing. Gula clapped his hands in delight, both father and son reveling in Frieza's evident talent. Their laughter was abruptly cut short by a thunderous crash. Frieza had crashed directly into the ground, leaving only his tail exposed. Kurd and his son stood momentarily stunned. What the heck? Wasn't he supposed to be extraordinarily gifted and able to fly upon birth? What is happening? Kurd's lips quivered in disbelief. Wow. A sudden wail jolted Cooled and Gula awake. They hurried over to extricate the battered Frieza from the ice, his features bruised and battered. Gazing at Frieza, who seemed on the brink of death, the two men exchanged awkward smiles, scratching their heads. Father, perhaps we should first take our brother to the healing pod, Gula suggested, breaking the silence as he observed Cooled, who had been absent-mindedly grinning at Frieza. Huh. Oh right. Almost forgot. Cooled exclaimed, promptly retrieving the controller to summon the hovering spaceship. After placing Frieza in the nutrient chamber, Cooled hastily produced the combat power tester. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 50,000. A profound silence enveloped Cooled upon seeing the reading. This was merely the level of an ordinary infant from the frozen race. Not much different at all. Wow, brother is so weak. Gula's remark made Cooled's expression darken. Humph. It appears to be a failure. I didn't expect to be so disappointed. Cooled spat disdainfully at Frieza, who resembled a little old man, his earlier excitement extinguished. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 100,000. Suddenly, the combat power tester emitted a sound, causing Cooled to pause in surprise. 100,000? What is going on? Could it be that Frieza has mastered the art of concealing his energy? Cooled's brow furrowed slightly. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 130,000. Another alarm rang out, indicating a further increase. A smile crept onto Cooled's lips. The beeping notifications filled his ears, and soon Frieza's combat power reached 200,000. At that moment, Frieza radiated a dazzling light. Once the brilliance faded, a Frieza slightly larger than before materialized before the father and son, showcasing his ultimate form. Transformation? To master such a form at such a young age, it's no wonder his strength was so feeble. He had merely concealed it, Cooled thought, excitement bubbling within him. It was known that his ancestors had devoted generations to studying the transformation ability. Little did Cooled know that the initial motivation behind his ancestors' research was merely to amuse Beerus, who had expressed a desire to witness transformations. In their efforts to please Beerus, they had been investigating the concept of transformation for millennia, ultimately culminating in this rather peculiar transformation that bore no enhancement of strength, but instead sealed away their true power. Chapter 39. The mischievous child meets his match before the ice mountain. What are you? Just as Cooled was reveling in his thoughts, the little Frieza pointed at Cooled and Gula, demanding an answer. Suddenly, Kurd and Gula were taken aback as they beheld Frieza, hands on hips, exuding an air of arrogance as he addressed his elder brother. How can you say we are worthless? We are not worthless. Gula, with an innocent expression, inquired. What do you mean by I am not worthless? We are indeed something, or rather, your brother certainly deserves a beating, understand? Kurd was instantly infuriated, feeling insulted by this little brat. After all, he was the cosmic emperor. Meanwhile, Gula keenly noted the fact that Frieza was indeed deserving of a thrashing, and thereafter, he did not hesitate to administer it to Frieza on several occasions. Suddenly, Kurd appeared behind Frieza and seized his tail. Let go of me, you fool. Are you seeking death? Frieza exclaimed as he kicked his little legs wildly. Gula, witnessing this scene, rushed over with delight, only to have Frieza coldly smirk and sweep his foot, striking Gula squarely in the face. In an instant, Gula was sent hurtling backwards into the icy mountain with a resounding crash. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can challenge me? Frieza, inverted with hands on hips, looked triumphantly at Gula emerging slowly from the ice. You are indeed foolish. Suddenly, Frieza felt a tightening sensation at his tail as a robust figure spoke from behind him. Spare me, brave warrior. In my youth, I was foolish and naive, and my rear remains rather unblemished. Just look at the one I just sent flying. Frieza wore a sycophantic expression that left Kurd utterly speechless. Goodness, Have children these days become so lewd? Such brazen words were beyond his own capacity to utter. This is not right. Something feels amiss. Has this child not drunk from the river of oblivion at birth? Kurd finally sensed the anomaly. This child, newly born, could not possibly possess such intellect, even if he were exceptionally gifted. Speak. Who exactly are you? How can a mere infant be so astute? Kurd's words rendered Frieza momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Am I not naturally clever and quick-witted? Just look at you, burly and simple-minded, clearly brawn over brains. I am born of extraordinary lineage, far beyond your comprehension. The young Frieza sneered, making Kurd question his own intellect. No, I am the first mutant of the Ice Demon clan in history. How could my intelligence be lacking? The only possibility is... As he spoke, Kurd hastily set Frieza down. Ha! Truly, you are my son, endowed with high intelligence. Henceforth, you shall accompany your father to conquer the world. Remember, your name is Frieza. Kurd felt assured that his exceptional genetics had bestowed upon him a remarkably intelligent child. Observing Kurd's demeanor, Frieza smirked disdainfully, thinking how foolish it was to have such a father. The young Frieza looked at the arrogant Kurd with a sneer, feeling incensed. How infuriating, Frieza. I shall bring you to ruin. At that moment, Gula dashed forth from the icy mountains, fists clenched, charging at Frieza. Goodness, is this brother truly that fierce? Frieza was taken aback and hastily sought refuge behind Kurd. Now, Gula, how old are you? Shouldn't you be focusing on your training? Look at you. Even your younger brother can best you. Kurd waved his hand, halting Gula's intent to bully the younger one. Gula, however, was not pleased, glaring at Frieza with fury. Yet out of respect for Kurd's authority, he refrained from speaking. Hebehe. Frieza, seeing Gula's face turn an ashen hue with rage, made a face that nearly sent Gula into a faint. Frieza, emboldened by Gula's immobilization, mischievously placed both hands on Kurd's thigh, lifting one foot to kick at Gula repeatedly. This audacious display even caused Kurd to furrow his brow. Gula, looking down at Frieza's incessant kicks, felt his body tremble with rising anger. Frieza, I swear I will end you. Gula erupted, transforming into a violet flash that appeared before Frieza in an instant, executing a shoulder throw that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Frieza's head. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the frozen star. Chapter 40. How's this service? In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a streak of light traversed the sky as Beerus and Whis materialized among the stars. Their eyes immediately fell upon Frieza, who was being mercilessly pummeled on the ground. Oh dear, this frozen devil race is exceedingly violent, showing no mercy even to children. Whis remarked with a smile, covering his mouth. As Beerus gazed upon Whis's beaming countenance, he discerned that this fellow was certainly not advocating for Frieza. How utterly charming. Just look at that poor lad who has been struck. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Lord Beerus in his youth, always seeking a fight. Ho ho ho. Whis stifled a chuckle, which immediately darkened Beerus's expression. Whis, are you perhaps eager to experience the sensation of a shoulder throw? Perhaps the 1,000 years of pain would suit you as well. I believe you would excel at it. With a sinister grin, Beerus addressed Whis, causing Whis's expression to shift dramatically. Lord Beerus, you cannot jest like this. I was merely joking. The 1,000 years of pain technique is certainly unbefitting of me. As he spoke, Whis hastily shielded himself and retreated into the distance. Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed and ascertain whether the Frozen Demon clan has made any progress. With a cold snort, Beerus swiftly descended towards the ground, hands clasped behind his back. Whis exhaled in relief and followed suit, diving downwards. Meanwhile, after delivering a flurry of kicks, Gula finally ceased his assault, raising his foot with lingering satisfaction. Bah! Pathetic. He spat at the motionless Frieza, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and then joined Kurd at his side. Before them lay a massive pit, with Frieza feigning unconsciousness at the bottom. Sigh. Your brother is so inept, just dispose of him. Keeping him around is a waste of resources, Kurd remarked with a sneer, observing Frieza's attempts to provoke them. In an instant, Frieza found himself at the edge of the pit, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Huh, who's your brother? Dear brother, seeing how dashing you are. Your sibling must also be quite the handsome figure. Of course, you are undoubtedly more striking than him, but we are all brothers, so why resort to infighting? Frieza's ingratiating demeanor starkly contrasted with the formidable cosmic emperor he would become centuries later, resembling more a petty thug who bullied the weak. Humph. Gula, once hopeful for a charming sibling, was now thoroughly disillusioned. With a huff, he turned away, choosing to ignore Frieza. At that moment, Two figures began to descend from the heavens. Upon noticing their arrival, Kurd's brow furrowed. However, upon recognizing Beerus's form, his expression soured further. A cat-like visage, golden eyes, accompanied by a flamboyant attendant. Realizing the implications of this encounter, Kurd broke into a cold sweat. "You are the god of destruction, Beerus." His exclamation stunned young Frieza, who quickly looked up to see Whis and Beerus hovering above him. "Nanny, who dares to intrude upon Lord Frieza's domain? Behold my deadly blossom fist." Frieza leapt, aiming a punch at Whis. The instant his fist was aimed, Whis's countenance turned a deep shade of purple. "Is there something about my being that draws everyone's attention? Why does everyone wish to embrace me so?" Certainly, Whis could not be struck, and there was no need for him to take action. Just as Frieza found himself staring at Whis's rear in close proximity, a sly grin crept upon his lips. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him, swiftly seizing his head. Overwhelmed by an immense force, Frieza was engulfed in excruciating pain as he was tossed back and forth like a mere plaything by Gula and Kurd. The intensity of their kicks showed no mercy, even though Frieza was their own kin. "Lord Beerus, do you see? Is this force adequate?" Kurd inquired, wearing an ingratiating smile akin to Frieza's earlier expression. In that moment, Gula finally comprehended the origins of his brother's lewdness. It was evidently hereditary. "Well, this is quite satisfactory, but a little more emphasis would make it even better." Chapter 41. The despicable Frieza with a sinister smile curling at the corners of Beerus's mouth. He paid no heed to the terrified gaze of Frieza, who was being beaten mercilessly as if he were a mere lifeless creature. "All right, Gula, let us escalate the power." Kuld nodded at Gula, and instantly, they quickened the pace of their assault. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Frieza, numbering in the hundreds. "Mother, save me. I am dying." Frieza wailed, his cries filled with desperation. Initially indifferent, he soon realized that Kuld and Gula, those two relentless fiends, were becoming increasingly fervent in their onslaught. Each of them seemed to exert greater effort with every strike. Furthermore, Gula, seeking vengeance, delivered each kick with the precision of his icy race's pointed toes, akin to daggers. "Ah, my foolish brother, our mother and father are indeed one and the same," Gula proclaimed, simultaneously intensifying his assault, while Kuld, sensing the surge of power, could not help but amplify his own force. "If we continue to strike this wretch, he shall surely perish." Beerus gazed at the frothing Frieza, realizing that the king could no longer endure. It seemed the Ice Demon clan lacked any semblance of familial affection, a notion that rang true, as even one's own progeny could be subjected to such cruelty. Indeed, whatever Lord Beerus decrees is absolute. After uttering this, Kuld couldn't resist lifting the unfortunate Frieza, who lay sprawled like a defeated hound upon the ground. Uncertain of Lord Beerus's intentions for visiting the Ice Clan, Kuld swallowed nervously. It was known that during Beerus's last visit, the once thriving Ice Demon race of hundreds had dwindled to the rare existence of just his family. Should a similar fate befall them this time, extinction might be imminent. "Ah, I have heard whispers that you have taken to proclaiming yourself the sovereign of the universe lately. Is that so?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus smiled at Kurd, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Kurd's brow. "My Lord Beerus, I assure you, I have never uttered such words. Someone must be slandering me. I have always operated under the banner of a singular destroyer." He continued, "Just take a look at me. My appearance is hardly regal, and my foolishness certainly disqualifies me from being a ruler of the cosmos." In a desperate bid for survival, Kurd was willing to belittle what he considered his most admirable trait. "Oh, is that so?" Beerus gently curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, fixating his gaze intently on Kurd, who was visibly shaken, his complexion paling in fear. "I bear witness that everything my father said is true. He holds you in the highest regard." At that moment, Frieza, held aloft by Kurd, opened his pig-like eyes and weakly spoke. Kurd shuddered, glancing at the frightened Gula, who resembled a terrified dog, and then at Frieza, who, despite being battered and on the brink of collapse, resolutely defended himself. A slight tremor coursed through Kurd's heart. "My dear son, you must always treat him well." Meanwhile, Beerus cast a surprised glance at Frieza, suspended in midair. "Pray tell, how does your father express his respect for me?" Beerus inquired with a subtle tone, and at that moment, Kurd had also set down Frieza, who had fallen to the ground. Frieza brushed the dust off his body and, with his small hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached Beerus. "My father. He speaks of Lord Beerus every day, using a special liquid to rub his name." Frieza's words left everyone momentarily stunned. But even a fool could discern that Frieza was not merely praising his father. He was certainly up to mischief. When Beerus queried about the nature of the liquid, the answer was all too evident. It was, of course, urine. Upon uttering this, Frieza hastily dashed behind Beerus to hide. "You cowardly Frieza, come out here. I shall slay you." Kurd shouted angrily at the coward hiding behind Beerus. "Lord Beerus, look. This brat seeks to silence me. His intentions are nefarious. He must be dealt with." Frieza's cheeky demeanor was utterly incongruous with the fact that he was but a newly born child. Chapter 42. Who is more wretched than I? "Come here." Kurd fumed, glaring at Frieza, who was teasingly beckoning him with a finger. He wished he could return to the moment of Frieza's birth and crush him then and there. Just as Frieza was reveling in his triumph, Whis, standing behind Beerus, cast a mischievous glance at Frieza's protruding dairy and conjured a wooden stick into his hand with a flick of his wrist. "Ha ha, Kurd. Come and strike me if you dare. Do you have the audacity to treat me like a mere ball? Have you grown tired of living?" Suddenly, Frieza's smug expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Trembling, he turned his swollen head, resembling that of a pig, to see was poised to prod him with the stick. Instantly, tears streamed down Frieza's face. "I am merely a cute child. Why does everyone conspire against me?" Frieza burst into tears, lamenting his fate, from being cruelly dropped at birth to being beaten by his brother, and then enduring a combination of father-son assaults, culminating in this indignity. "Who is more wretched than I? Is everything all right, Whis? What are you doing? You do not even spare a child. And Kurd, are you courting death? I have taken a liking to this boy. Whoever dares to strike him again will be opposing me." Just then, a celestial voice echoed from beside Frieza. He lifted his head to face the sunlight and beheld Beerus, who was scolding the others. "This is a savior. A great savior. Lousy no longer needs to be beaten." Frieza immediately felt as though he had found support, a stronghold. At that moment, he was tempted to provoke Kurd once more. The expression on Kurd's face shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly ingratiated himself to Beerus, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, your wisdom is unparalleled. However, how could we ever strike Frieza? He is my precious darling." Should anyone else have witnessed Kurd's earnest declaration, they would undoubtedly have scoffed. Not long ago, it was he who had engaged in the most fervent battle. And now he dares to claim Frieza as his treasure? "Father, did you not say that my younger brother deserves a thrashing?" queried Gula, bewildered. Instantly, Kurd's smile froze. How could he have birthed such two oblivious creatures? Were they intent on driving him to his demise? Kurd lamented his choices. Was it not better to lead a solitary life in peace? Why had he allowed himself to be swept away by impulsive thoughts? Enough of your family's idle chatter. Take good care of this brat, and ensure he does not perish, Beerus remarked, giving a nudge to the sprawled Frieza, whose rear end was prominently displayed. Beerus found little amusement in the situation. This child did not seem to comprehend the gravity of his actions, embodying the very essence of a mischievous young rascal. Yes, I shall certainly look after him," Kurd replied, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. "By the way, there is something I need your assistance with." Suddenly, Beerus seemed to recall something. "Please, speak freely. I assure you I will fulfill your request," Kurd vowed, thumping his chest in promise. "Well, I need you to procure several weeks' worth of cosmetics for me, and also, please obliterate the planets listed here." Beerus smiled as he produced a lengthy list, causing Kurd's complexion to turn ashen. "Goodness, there are so many. It would take me countless years to eradicate them all." Kurd felt as if the world were spinning around him. If he were to truly embark on this task, what would become of his vast universe? What? Is it inconvenient? If it is, then never mind. I shall seek assistance elsewhere. With a smile, Beerus addressed Kurd, yet his calm words instantly elicited a cold sweat from Kurd. And no, how could it be inconvenient? It would bring me great joy to work for Lord Beerus. After receiving Kurd's assurance, Beerus nodded slightly and soared into the sky, vanishing before Kurd's spaceship. Finally gone. Lord Beerus truly is formidable. Just seeing him makes me tremble, Kurd mused as he strode into the spaceship. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah, my hand." Kurd felt as if he had stepped on something and looked down to discover Frieza's hand beneath his foot. Upon further inspection, he noticed a thick, dark stick protruding from Frieza's posterior. "Goodness, I almost forgot about you." Kurd quickly lifted his foot and grasped the black stick, pulling it out with force. "Ah!" A piercing scream followed as Frieza writhed on the ground, clutching his rear. "Dad, poor Frieza. Should we take him to the medical bay?" Gula remarked, noticing Kurd lost in thought. "Huh? Oh, yes, indeed." Kurd snapped back to reality, hastily scooping up Frieza and rushing into the spaceship, unceremoniously tossing him into the medical bay. Kurd then commanded the ship to head towards the nearest planet listed by Beerus. Thus began Kurd's life as a laborer, albeit one without a salary. In time, Gula and Frieza grew up, gradually inheriting half of Kurd's territory, while a small portion was claimed by a Namekian named Shiragu, who began to clock in as Kurd worked. During the early years of Frieza and Gula's childhood, as time flew by, one day, a relatively powerful race caught Frieza's attention. This race, known as a warrior tribe, bore a striking resemblance to the Scions described in Frieza's ancestral lore. Ho ho ho, Scions! How intriguing! Chapter 43. Be my woman. Since the demise of Bardock a millennium ago, his wife, the mother of Florencia, endeavored to establish a small Scion settlement alongside Florencia's younger brother. However, due to the cataclysmic battle between Bardock and Florencia, the Scion race faced near annihilation, their civilization left in ruins. To exacerbate their plight, an alien species known as the Zephyrians invaded, obliterating the native plantions overnight. The Scions, through fierce resistance, managed to survive, but were relegated to the status of slaves and savages. This period of degradation lasted for a century, during which the tempers of the Scions grew increasingly volatile. 100 years later, the Scion population surged once more, culminating in the complete eradication of the Zephyrians on a moonlit night. Harnessing the formidable technology of the Zephyrians, the Scions ventured into the cosmos, leaving their small planet behind. Their conquests expanded significantly, and eventually, the grandson of Florencia's brother proclaimed himself King Vegeta, renaming Planet Plant to Planet Vegeta. Each successive prince bore the name Vegeta, and this illustrious lineage governed the entire Scion race. Centuries later, on this very day, King Vegeta ascended to the throne following the passing of his predecessor. As he contemplated further territorial expansion, a figure destined to alter the fate of the Scions arrived on planet Vegeta. Whis, why are the Scions so tempestuous? Look at what they have done to this once picturesque planet plant, remarked Beerus as they strolled through the streets, flanked by extraterrestrial vendors selling either food or weaponry. Relying on the Scions for commerce was a fool's errand. It would be more plausible to expect Whis to become a true man. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. This planet's days are numbered. In just a few decades, it will face utter destruction. Shouldn't you intervene ahead of time? Whis inquired with a smile. Forget it. I am a good person. Haven't you noticed that I haven't indiscriminately taken lives for centuries? I aspire to be a paragon of virtue, Beerus replied. Beerus cast a dismissive smile at Whis. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus still has the audacity to speak. Just look at how exhausted Kurds has become, for centuries. He has been tirelessly engaged in the destruction of planets, that even the inhabitants of the universe have forgotten the true sovereign of the cosmos from back in the day. Whis's words caused a flush to rise on Beerus's countenance. It is not that I failed to notice his idleness. I simply believe that he sought dominance, he remarked. Just observe how fulfilling his current existence has become. With a sinister grin, Beerus suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Oh my, Whis, look. Is that not Bardock? Whis turned around and, indeed, spotted the youthful Bardock at the entrance of a store, still purchasing battle attire. Oh my little loony's father. But isn't he supposed to be dead? How can he appear so youthful? Whis wore a bemused expression, which Bardock, having just completed his shopping from afar, noticed. He quickly approached Whis and exclaimed, Woman, will you be my wife? In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Ha ha ha, Whis, he just called you woman. This is too amusing. The uproarious laughter of Beerus echoed throughout the entirety of planet Vegeta, while Whis's complexion transformed to a shade reminiscent of pig liver. Although he exhibited a slight effeminacy, his sexual orientation remained quite conventional. Otherwise, Beerus would have long since dispatched him. Suddenly, Whis grasped Bardock and lifted him effortlessly, delivering a flurry of punches to Bardock's chest. The resounding booms reverberated through the streets, one louder than the last. Bardock spewed forth copious amounts of blood, exclaiming, I am a man. How dare you profess your feelings to me? I shall end you. Whis, infuriated, nearly erupted, though he exercised restraint and did not reach the point of wishing to kill Bardock. Ultimately, he regarded the barely conscious Bardock with a cold huff before unceremoniously discarding him onto the ground. Oh dear, how tragic. Beerus chuckled heartily, nearly losing control of his laughter at Whis's indignant demeanor. This moment prompted memories of Florencia, leading Beerus to wonder if Whis had foreseen such an event a millennium prior. Hence the creation of Florencia. Indeed, the cycle of fate is ever present. After a moment of reflection, Beerus instructed Whis to revive the near-death Bardock. As Bardock slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Whis coming to his aid. Indeed, the goddess has not rejected me, he mused. I, Bardock, am dashing and charming. How could I possibly be spurned? The only alternative is. With that thought, Bardock cast a venomous glare at Beerus, muttering, "Curse you, you feline fiend. Competing for my affections? You shall perish." Chapter 44. Power is the true path. As Bardock charged towards him, Beerus's expression soured, resembling one who had just ingested a fly. How could he mistakenly believe that he held any affection for Whis? What a delusion! Beerus gazed at Bardock, whose face bore no scars, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. In an instant, a flicker of energy erupted from his fingertips. Bang! Suddenly, Bardock, still engulfed in rage, felt a sharp pain strike his face, causing his pupils to constrict violently. What? Bardock, in disbelief, touched his cheek only to discover blood. I'll leave you a scar. So you remember that not everyone is to be trifled with. The words of Beerus resonated deeply within Bardock's heart, striking him with an overwhelming intensity. Such a formidable man. How infuriating. How could such a powerful being exist on planet Vegeta? At that moment, Bardock was merely 17 or 18 years of age, and his strength ranked among the lowest on planet Vegeta. Even Beerus, upon their initial encounter, had not anticipated that Bardock would be so inept at this time. Humph. Lord Beerus, let us depart. This planet is of no consequence, remarked Whis, his icy demeanor suggesting genuine anger, prompting even Beerus to feel a tinge of apprehension. Calm yourself. I have already conceived a plan for this desolate planet. Do not dwell on this transient moment. Beerus hastily comforted Whis, and with Beerus's assurance, was gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Bardock clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the two plotting the destruction of planet Vegeta. How infuriating! I must inform King Vegeta. I cannot allow these two to succeed. After wiping the blood from his face, Bardock cast a cold glance at Whis and Beerus before dashing toward the royal palace of Vegeta. His intention was unmistakable, to expose the conspiracy of Beerus and Whis. At that moment, he was merely an ordinary low-ranking warrior, and the outcome of his encounter with the king was predictable. Bardock shouted that someone intended to annihilate planet Vegeta, only to be apprehended by the royal guards. In the prison, Bardock endured severe torment, and ultimately, due to the sparse population of the Scion race, he was released. However, upon his release, he was dispatched to the front lines to engage in relentless combat. Time after time, teetering on the brink of death, Bardock finally awakened to the truth. In this world, everything is ephemeral, only strength reigns supreme. Although he could not comprehend why those two had refrained from obliterating planet Vegeta all those years ago, he had no desire to dwell on such matters. His fighting became increasingly frenzied, each encounter a narrow escape from death. These numerous life and death battles propelled his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Within a mere 5 years, he achieved a battle power of 10,000. Countless lower-ranking warriors emulated Bardock's nearly suicidal fighting style, yet the results were stark. Either they succumbed to the pressure and forfeited, or they perished on the battlefield. Of course, some thrived under this methodology, growing rapidly and joining Bardock's ranks, forming what became known as Bardock Squad. The reputation of this squad in planet Vegeta was akin to that of Frieza's elite Ginyu Force, regarded as an ace unit. Each victory of Bardock's squad not only failed to please King Vegeta, but also instilled a sense of jealousy within him. Yet, he was presently too preoccupied to concern himself with Bardock. Are you Frieza? King Vegeta, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, emerged with a grim expression from the debris of the wall, gazing at the diminutive elder seated in the hovering chair. The notoriety of Frieza had gradually spread throughout the universe after King Cold's retirement from labor. Initially as a scion, he had presumed Frieza to be merely on par with himself, albeit older. However, just moments ago, a mere pink-hued rotund minion of Frieza had rendered him utterly defenseless. In that instant, he fully grasped the vast chasm between himself and Frieza. Ho ho ho. Dodoria, have you perhaps been too rough? Just look at how you've treated King Vegeta. What a lack of courtesy. Frieza, with a mocking smile, jested at Dodoria. Indeed, my blows may have been somewhat severe. Yet I never anticipated that the so-called mightiest warriors of the universe, the Scions, would prove to be so feeble. Though Dodoria feigned embarrassment, his actions betrayed a dismissive attitude. Dare to insult me? How infuriating. Just wait. The impetuous King Vegeta had never before endured such humiliation. With a furious roar, he propelled himself through the rooftop and soared into the sky, leaving Dodoria, and the bewildered Shambo in stunned silence. With a thunderous roar, a colossal foot abruptly shattered the roof, descending towards the trio. Chapter 45. I, King Vegeta, shall never surrender even in death. Beep beep beep. Boom. Dodoria had intended to gauge the power of this gigantic limb, but to his astonishment, the battle power scanner above his eyes exploded. What? This is the latest device, capable of measuring up to 30,000 battle power. Dodoria's expression soured. Even Shambo, who had previously felt little concern, turned cold upon witnessing Dodoria's scanner reach its limit. How vexing. I shall have to confront him again. Frieza, I will take him on, Shambo declared, his gaze fixed on the descending massive leg. His demeanor chilling as he ascended into the air, transforming from a handsome man into a monstrous figure with a frog-like mouth. However, the enormous foot accelerated abruptly, and Shambo was caught off guard, his entire body crushed beneath the colossal soul. Boom! After a resounding crash, Shambo was buried dozens of meters underground, leaving Dodoria trembling in shock. Could it be that even Shambo could not withstand a single blow? What on earth is wrong with these Scion wild monkeys? Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is this the legendary Super Scion? No, it cannot be. The ancestral tales speak of golden-haired Scions, not this gorilla-like creature. Yet, even if he is not a Super Scion, this power exceeding 100,000 is certainly among the pinnacle of the universe. Ha ha ha, an impressive Scion indeed. You shall serve under me from now on. Frieza's sinister laughter would surely evoke recognition from Beerus, reminiscent of Whis. It seemed that the fear instilled by that incident from years past still lingered in Frieza's heart. Ha! Me, the king of Scions, serving under you? Are you out of your mind? King Vegeta retorted with a cold laugh, lifting his colossal foot high to stomp down upon Frieza. The violent wave of energy instantly flattened the royal palace of Vegeta. Frieza, however, merely raised a hand, extending his index finger forward, and a brilliant light streaked across the sky. Boom! Roar! With a resounding roar, accompanied by a chilling scream, King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloodied right leg. Ho ho ho, King Vegeta. It seems your strength is insufficient. Frieza taunted, soaring from his throne, casting a cold smile upon the fallen king, whose leg was utterly incapacitated. Despite Frieza's diminutive stature, an immense aura erupted from him, rendering King Vegeta immobile. Damn it, what is happening? King Vegeta bellowed in frustration, striking the ground with fury, veins bulging. Yet to no avail. Ho ho ho, do you remember? Very well. Rise. Frieza smirked, dissipating his terrifying aura. In an instant, King Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity. But the memory of Frieza's effortless suppression quelled his defiance. His expression shifted dramatically as he gradually retracted his own aura. You propose that I serve you. What benefits do I receive in return? King Vegeta, aware of his inferiority, understood that even with reinforcements, the outcome would remain unchanged. Ho ho ho, benefits? There are but a few. By aligning with Lord Frieza, you shall enjoy supreme privileges throughout the cosmos and access to the most advanced technological powers. Such technology will enable your Scion race to escape this trivial star system and venture into the vastness of the universe for conquest. Dodoria, observing King Vegeta's capitulation, eagerly elaborated. What? Escape this star system? Dodoria's words ignited a spark in King Vegeta's mind, for the Scions had recently found themselves in a period of stagnation. The pace of technological advancement had been woefully slow, with their expansion limited to a mere 1 light-year radius. Such a minuscule territory was nothing more than a grain of sand in the boundless cosmos. Ha! Not only can you escape this star system, but with sufficient strength. Should you conquer other sectors of the universe, Lord Frieza would not object, Dodoria remarked with a mocking grin, which surprisingly did not incite King Vegeta's wrath. Instead, he found himself intrigued. Very well, as long as you promise us adequate technological power, I shall represent the Scions and await your commands. As he spoke, King Vegeta dissipated the artificial moon floating in the sky. Ho ho ho, King Vegeta, you shall come to rejoice in your decision. Frieza smiled, nodding appreciatively. He favored those who understood the times, having once suffered for ignoring such wisdom. Come, Mr. Dodoria, and do not forget to bring Mr. Bishambo. Frieza ascended back to his throne with a smile, soaring towards the starry sky. Upon the announcement of King Vegeta's decision, the entire population of Scions on planet Vegeta erupted in anger, collectively marching to the construction site of the royal palace in protest. Yet, A single utterance from King Vegeta silenced the crowd. Foolish beings, would the king of the Scions ever yield to a cosmic pirate? This is an opportunity for the Scions. A chance to venture into the universe. Frieza is merely a stepping stone. Chapter 46, such a fine leg to embrace. Ever since the Scions latched onto Frieza's formidable influence, they began to expand at an astonishing rate. At this juncture, they had already been integrated into Frieza's army, which rapidly spread throughout the cosmos within a few short years. It was during this time that the Scions established the tradition of sending newly born lower-class warriors to desolate planets for combat. This not only allowed for the redistribution of resources to newly emerged mid- and upper-class warriors, but also alleviated the burgeoning population pressure as the Scions were fervently procreating. As Frieza delved deeper into his understanding of the Scions, he grew increasingly dismissive of the Super Scions. Perhaps it was merely a fantasy born from the inadequacy of his ancient ancestors, who had been bested by the mighty gorilla-like Scions. This perception of Frieza underwent a slight transformation with the birth of an infant. In the highest-grade nursery of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta paced anxiously outside the delivery room. Suddenly, the wailing of a newborn echoed, and an oddly shaped alien emerged, cradling a small child with a tail protruding from its backside. "Congratulations, King Vegeta, it's a prince." The doctor's announcement did not bring joy to King Vegeta. Instead, he activated the battle power scanner affixed to his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 1314. Instantly, the air within the nursery fell silent. What? 1300? How is that possible? King Vegeta, suppressing his excitement, pressed the scanner again. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 1314. Indeed, it was correct. Overjoyed, King Vegeta seized the newborn from the doctor. In all of Scion history, there has never been a warrior born with a power level exceeding 1000. This is undoubtedly true. My son is destined to be the legendary Super Saiyan. King Vegeta laughed heartily, trembling with exhilaration. Just as he reveled in joy, the door of the neighboring delivery room swung open. An obstetrician emerged, cradling a densely haired infant. "Mr. Bardock, congratulations, it's a son." The ideology of favoring males over females is prevalent in many regions, particularly among the Scion race, where only male Scions are deemed true warriors, while females are generally relegated to minor roles, rarely producing formidable fighters. Humph. Let me take a look. Bardock, his expression dark as thunder, pressed the button on his power level scanner. Moments prior, he had overheard the boisterous laughter of King Vegeta. Representing the affluent elite and the underclass, King Vegeta and Bardock held mutual disdain for one another, yet neither possessed the absolute strength to vanquish the other. Now, they could only rely on their sons. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 45. Instantly, Bardock's countenance darkened. "Ah, this child doesn't quite resemble you, Bardock. Have you been cuckolded? Let me see." King Vegeta swaggered over to Bardock, observing the long-haired Raditz cradled in the doctor's arms, and burst into laughter. "What? A power level of 45? How impressive, truly the elite among low-class warriors." "Ha ha." King Vegeta laughed triumphantly, oblivious to Bardock's increasingly grim demeanor. "Humph. Send him off to battle on another planet. His survival will depend solely on his fate." After a cold huff, Bardock issued orders to the doctor, while King Vegeta sneered at Bardock's furious departure. "A lowly warrior dares to challenge me. I cannot fathom how you muster such audacity." After spitting contemptuously, King Vegeta departed the nursery with young Vegeta in his arms. Years later, at the tender age of 5, Vegeta's power level reached an astonishing 5000, a growth rate that finally instilled a modicum of apprehension in Frieza. However, he was more intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan than anything else. The Scions were immensely beneficial for his territorial expansion, so he harbored no intentions of annihilating them. Then, one day, two figures appeared that caused Frieza's composure to falter upon their arrival at planet Frieza. "Frieza, it has been a while." While leisurely sipping wine and enjoying the scenery in his palace, Frieza was suddenly met with a calm voice. Crack. The wine glass shattered in Frieza's agitated grip as he stiffly turned his head towards the source of the voice. Before him stood two figures he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" Frieza's pupils dilated sharply, and he hastily descended from his throne. However, upon noticing Whis behind Beerus, he discreetly took several steps back. "Do I need to report to you?" Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Frieza, causing Frieza to tremble in fear. "This time, I have come to seek your assistance. I have recently developed a distaste for the Scions. Would you be so kind as to obliterate planet Vegeta for me?" Beerus did not indulge in idle chatter. He directly articulated his purpose. Initially, he intended to wait for Frieza to act independently. But it appeared that Frieza still wished to exploit the Scions for a few more years. From Beerus's analysis, today marked the moment of Kakarot's emergence. Chapter 47, The Sacrifice of Frieza. What? The annihilation of planet Vegeta? Frieza was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, his plans for cultivating a Super Saiyan would be utterly ruined. I only require the destruction of planet Vegeta. What remains is entirely up to you. The words of Beerus brought a sense of relief to Frieza. He could not abandon his grand ambitions just yet. Certainly, I shall diligently fulfill my duties for Lord Beerus. I wonder, when does Lord Beerus require the destruction of planet Vegeta? Frieza assured with a confident pat on his chest. In 3 days. I expect not to see planet Vegeta again after that. By the way, you should know what to say if others inquire. Calmly. Beerus expressed his reluctance to be perceived as the nemesis of the Scions, particularly Vegeta. These wild monkeys are exceedingly unruly. To preserve the harmony of the universe, I shall personally eradicate them. Frieza, adopting a facade of righteousness, rendered Beerus speechless. This young man had always possessed remarkable acting skills. Ah, indeed. Do remember to give Bardock a thorough beating, Vados suddenly recalled, hastily addressing Frieza. Not a problem, absolutely no problem. Ha ha ha. Whatever the esteemed god of destruction commands, I shall comply, Frieza declared, realizing that even the deity he feared had come to trouble him, leaving no room for refusal. The two, having reached a consensus, could not help but share a hearty laugh, sending shivers down Beerus's spine. Enough, Vados, do you not have other matters to attend to? Depart swiftly, Beerus urged. Prompted by his insistence, Vados waved her staff, and the two transformed into beams of light, vanishing from Frieza's palace. Once Beerus had departed, Frieza exhaled a sigh of relief, though his countenance remained icy. To use me as a mere pawn, you shall one day pay the price, he scoffed. Yet, he harbored no intention of training. His father had advised him to hone his skills before undertaking labor, with the hope of one day liberating him from his shackles. Naturally, Frieza dismissed the pitiful Kuririn, forgetting him in the blink of an eye. Training was an impossibility. He could never engage in it. Unable to overpower his adversaries, he resolved to mimic their speech to sustain his current existence. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Vados inquired, Lord Beerus, why do you desire the destruction of planet Vegeta? Should Frieza be the one to execute it? Ah, you are unaware. As the god of destruction, I obliterate hundreds of thousands of planets each year. What if a prodigy were to emerge from one of those planets, constantly seeking me out? If they were weak, it would be manageable, but what if they possessed great strength? That would be quite awkward. Certainly, the words of Beerus are mere nonsense. The pinnacle of this universe is embodied by the god of destruction, and attaining the divine realm is an arduous endeavor, let alone becoming a god of destruction. Moreover, Beerus stands as the mightiest among these deities, with his current power ranking just below that of the Grand Minister. Regardless of the number of prodigies that may arise, they remain insignificant in comparison. Beerus truly has a knack for jest. Whis is well aware that Beerus is merely evading the issue at hand. Yet he pays it no mind, for the nature of angels dictates that they do not engage in petty rivalries. Now, let us return to the main topic. Is it true that your little admirer is on the verge of resurrection? It was then that Beerus recalled the soul-shattering demise of Vis in Florence. Of course, I have been toiling for a millennium to reconstruct his soul. Once she is resurrected, I shall certainly have her prepare meals for me daily. Vis's words left Beerus momentarily stunned. Cooking? Could it be that all the delectable dishes I savored upon my emergence from seclusion were crafted solely by her? Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. Of course. Did you think I spent these 30 years merely training them without purpose? Whis, with an air of self-satisfaction, nearly provoked Beerus into delivering a punch. Enough of the chatter. Even if they have truly returned, it must wait until the destruction of planet Vegeta. By the way, a millennium has passed, and the new generation of the legendary Super Saiyan has emerged. Have you considered giving your little admirer a brother or sister? As Beerus recalled the image of Broly in female attire, a surge of excitement coursed through him. How could I not have thought of that? What a splendid idea. Whis's eyes sparkled as a multitude of mischievous notions began to take shape in his mind. Enough of daydreaming. Look, Frieza has arrived. At that moment, a vast army gradually encircled planet Vegeta. King Vegeta trembled with rage as he beheld the forces looming in the sky. What does Frieza intend? Does he wish for us to fracture? King Vegeta's words resonated with the high-ranking officials of the Scion planet. Your Majesty, I believe the time has come for the Scions to dominate the universe. Once we have utilized Frieza's services, we can dispose of him. Indeed, Frieza has gone too far. This time, we shall annihilate his fleet and see how arrogant he remains. Let alone his fleet, we shall eliminate Frieza himself. As he observed the fervor among his subordinates, King Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for his own identity. Yes, today we shall slay Frieza as a tribute. Chapter 48, the Chapter of Bardock. Frieza. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, within a circular spaceship, King Vegeta let out a wretched scream before meeting his demise aboard Frieza's vessel. Mere minutes prior, the impulsive king, having forgotten his own identity, charged into Frieza's palace with his loyal followers, intent on assassinating the tyrant. Naturally, in such a confined space, the outcome was all but inevitable. Humph. You couldn't even kill me when you transformed into a gorilla. Now you think you can do so in your base form? Frieza scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, in another chamber of Frieza's ship, a young scion was shackled to the wall. This individual was none other than Vegeta, recently captured by Frieza to serve as a hostage. At that moment, Vegeta's mind echoed with the words spoken by his father before sending him to this place. Vegeta, you are the prince of the Scions. You must bear certain responsibilities. My sending you to Frieza is, in truth, to preserve the last flicker of hope. When you discover that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, do not despair, for your existence is far more significant than the entire planet. As long as you survive, Frieza will eventually be vanquished. The resolute visage of King Vegeta lingered in Vegeta's heart, though his face betrayed no hint of emotion. Suddenly, a mouse scuttled into view, attempting to gnaw at the bound Vegeta. Abruptly, a flash of silvery light erupted. Boom. Following the thunderous sound, only a charred mouse remained at the scene. Foolhardy. Vegeta's disdainful expression seemed to convey a message, perhaps regarding the deceased rodent or the neighboring Vegeta King, who was offering his head. Everything was intricately woven into the grand design of King Vegeta. He sacrificed the destruction of planet Vegeta to preserve his son's life. Though it was a high-stakes gamble, to him, victory would be a glorious triumph. Even in defeat, what would it matter? The Scions never concede. I was contemplating how I would respond if King Vegeta pleaded for mercy, yet unexpectedly, this young fool presented himself willingly. Frieza smiled at Chamber, who had just slain King Vegeta, avenging a past grievance. What the great Frieza says is undoubtedly true. These Scions are remarkably foolish, attempting to provoke Lord Frieza without comprehending the vast disparity in power. Before Chamber could utter a word, Dodoria interjected. However, his self-proclaimed humorous quip failed to resonate with either Dodoria or Chamber, who regarded him with disdainful glances. Since King Vegeta has wagered planet Vegeta, how could we possibly allow him to lose? Now, let us revel in the most magnificent fireworks. Frieza, aware that King Vegeta understood his own limitations, found such crude theatrics beneath him, hardly worthy of even a minor role in a grand performance. Subsequently, Frieza, accompanied by Chamber and Dodoria, soared into the cosmic expanse. Chamber and Dodoria were encased in glass helmets, while Frieza remained exposed to the celestial vault. The explosion of the planet would indeed produce a breathtaking spectacle. Amidst the echoes of Frieza's maniacal laughter, a fiery red orb emanated from his fingertips. Concurrently, on planet Vegeta, Bardock, struck by the Phantom Fist, witnessed the obliteration of his homeworld in a hallucinatory vision. When he attempted to alert those around him, he was met with ridicule. He hurried to the nursery, where a child with a similarly explosive hairstyle and a tail lay sleeping. Kakarot. Kakarot, remember, you are my son, Bardock's son, now and forever. A faint smile graced Bardock's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a somber expression. Send him to this designated coordinate on Earth. This planet possesses little power and is quite distant. Typically, a doctor might conclude that Bardock had abandoned Kakarot. However, witnessing the overwhelming military presence in the sky, the doctor understood that escape was futile. With a flurry of operations, a small spacecraft, symbolizing hope, ascended into the heavens, with Bardock following suit. Perish! In a furious roar, Bardock unleashed his wrath upon the airborne vessels, bringing them crashing down one by one. Countless members of Frieza's army fell victim to Bardock's devastating assaults. Any strike, however slight, would reduce them to mere ashes. The chilling sounds of destruction echoed through the air as lifeless bodies and dismembered limbs tumbled from the sky to the ground. Frieza soon took notice of Bardock's relentless actions. Well, this scion is rather formidable, Dodoria sneered, adjusting the combat power scouter resting above his eyes. Beep beep beep. Combat power, 19,000. Chapter 49. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Bardock's combat prowess had already surpassed that of King Vegeta, yet it proved futile against Frieza and his cohorts. Frieza, allow me to teach him a lesson. Dodoria grinned maliciously, preparing to lead the charge. No, Dodoria. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Frieza's gaze narrowed upon the sight of Bardock, his pupils contracting ever so slightly. Dodoria and Chamber exchanged apprehensive glances. Frieza himself intended to engage? Was this scion truly that formidable? At that moment, Frieza surged through the atmosphere, transforming into a blazing fireball as he hurtled towards Bardock, who was still embroiled in battle against the myriad of Frieza's soldiers. Suddenly, Bardock felt a wave of icy dread wash over him. He swiftly turned to see a massive foot descending upon him, the toes grotesque and menacing. In an instant, Bardock felt the overwhelming weight as the foot stomped down upon his visage. With a force akin to a missile, Bardock plummeted toward the ground. Boom! The earth trembled with a cataclysmic roar as planet Vegeta was struck, creating a gaping chasm several miles deep and kilometers wide. As the dust settled, Frieza stood over the contorted face of Bardock, a sinister smile adorning his features. So, you are Bardock. It is a privilege to deliver a thrashing before your demise. You should consider yourself fortunate. Frieza spat disdainfully. At this juncture, Bardock lacked the strength to utter a single word, after enduring relentless battles. He had long since exhausted his energy. Moreover, having been hurled from thousands of meters above, it was a miracle he still drew breath. Frieza, however, harbored no sympathy for Bardock, who would pity him. Slowly, Frieza lifted his leg. Boom, 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 boom. His leg transformed into a phantom, the massive foot mercilessly trampling down upon Bardock. Thud! Blood gushed forth from Bardock's mouth in torrents. Minutes later, observing the nearly breathless Bardock, Frieza disdainfully lifted his foot. Were it not for my promise to render you a cripple before obliterating you along with this planet, you would have perished long ago. A faint smile graced Frieza's lips as he ascended into the sky, swiftly breaching the atmosphere. Those mischievous wild monkeys do amuse me. It spares me the trouble of constantly monitoring their potential insurrections. With a cold chuckle, Frieza raised a finger, conjuring a sphere of light that materialized instantaneously in his grasp. Farewell, wild monkeys, he sneered. The colossal orb plummeted toward the ground like a miniature sun, vanishing into the earth in an instant. Simultaneously, a spherical spacecraft emerged from the depths below, skimming past Frieza as it soared into the cosmos. Ah, it seems Bardock's son has made an escape. I wonder if he possesses his father's strength. Frieza observed the distant ship with an indifferent gaze, choosing not to destroy it. A thunderous explosion reverberated as planet Vegeta was reduced to cosmic dust. From the planet's cataclysmic demise, a green sphere escaped, hurtling into the universe. Ha! This time, the Scions are truly extinct. Dodoria cackled as he flew before Frieza. Wait, there are still many Scions surviving in the universe, Lord Frieza, should we not? Mister. Shenlong made a gesture across his throat. No. We are upstanding citizens of the universe. How could we commit such acts? Frieza mused that the remaining Scions might still hold some value. His enigmatic smile concealed his true intentions. He aimed to cultivate a super Scion for amusement. One day, he would regale his descendants with tales of how the legendary Super Scion, feared for millennia by the Frost Demon clan, was but a jest in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Frieza, his machinations were veiled in secrecy. Meanwhile, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos was held a young Scion in his grasp, who gazed with a melancholic expression that vexed Beerus. Whis, do you think this lad is too sentimental? Beerus gazed at Whis, who was holding Broly by his tail, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who could have known that this young lad was burdened with so many worries? Just look at him, deprived of nourishment, having lost his home immediately upon birth. How could he not be troubled? Whis stroked his chin, surveying the situation. Alas, what a shame. He suddenly sighed and shook his head in resignation. What is the matter? Does this boy lack the potential to become a charming young lady? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis. Ha. Lord Beerus has hit the nail on the head. This lad's attire is still far too rugged, lacking any potential. If Broly could comprehend Whis's words, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury, proclaiming, I am a true man, Broly. Who in the world wishes to masquerade as something else? However, at that moment, Broly merely swung his tail like a pendulum, joyously laughing as he played. No potential? then let him fend for himself. Beerus swiftly seized Broly, directing a kick towards his rear. Instantly, a surge of energy emanating from Broly detected the impending threat, manifesting as a protective sphere of light. Under Beerus's deliberate finesse, Broly soared into the cosmos like a mere ball. Chapter 50, Temporal Transport. After casting Broly aside, Beerus gazed solemnly at the recently obliterated planet Vegeta, his expression gradually growing grave. Whis, do you sense it? Beerus shook his head in resignation. The reason he found himself in such a leisurely mood was to observe whether the one who sent Bardock back a millennium would take action. Unfortunately, with his formidable power, he failed to witness how Bardock vanished. Lord Beerus, I have discovered information about Mr. Bardock in the afterlife. It seems he has already passed away. Whis remarked with a bright smile, causing Beerus to furrow his brow. Passed away? Does this imply that Bardock did not traverse through time? Beerus sat cross-legged on the ground, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If Bardock were to have perished, then who, a millennium ago, was that Bardock? Could it be a Bardock from another parallel universe? Beerus recalled the concept of the time-space ring from the original work. No, this Bardock is undoubtedly the same Bardock I sensed. Even the souls from parallel worlds are not identical. There must be some form of error that has occurred. As Beerus contemplated, he slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, he extended a single finger, which he then delicately pointed towards the void. In an instant, a cascade of blue and purple luminescence enveloped both Whis and himself. Ah, temporal energy. Is Lord Beerus attempting to reverse time? Whis gazed around in astonishment at the temporal force encasing him, his surprise evident. Bardock had perished an hour prior to this moment. Could it be that Beerus wished to return to that time? Indeed, as was speculated. The flow of time around them began to accelerate rapidly. A green orb of light surged back from a distance, transforming into a child. Everything unfolded with such naturalness. As time progressed, the shattered remnants in the starry expanse swiftly reassembled. All returned to the state before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Bardock, let the remnants of planet Vegeta fade into smoke. Frieza bellowed with laughter as he released the orb of light from his fingertip amidst the cosmos. Damn you, Frieza. Bardock, struggling to rise from the ground, glared defiantly at the massive orb of light hurtling down from the heavens. Countless members of the Frieza force, along with the Scions, stood in shock. As the orb descended, the entire planet Vegeta transformed into a radiant sphere, subsequently detonating and vanishing into the vastness of the universe. No, still nothing. What on earth is happening? With a cold expression, Beerus stood at the epicenter of the explosion, perplexed, unwilling to accept the situation. He once again harnessed the power of time and space to envelop both himself and Whis within it. Lord Beerus, why are you so impatient? It's merely a person who accidentally traversed a millennium. Aren't they already dead? Whis urged him earnestly. Enough with the nonsense. Aren't you just preoccupied with returning to apply your face mask? What business does an old man like you have with such vanity? With a furious roar, Beerus unleashed his wrath, and in an instant, the desolate timeline of Whis was thrust back to the moment when the sphere of light descended from the heavens once more. Damn it, Frieza, he exclaimed, as the planet met its demise. Time cascaded backward again and again. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Beerus's brow. Yet each outcome remained unchanged. Was the trajectory incorrect? Or was it my presence that deterred them? Even though my strength now surpasses that of a millennium ago by 100-fold, surely they would not be bold enough to approach. As Beerus, in a moment of self-indulgence, pondered, his expression suddenly shifted. Am I now 1,000 times more powerful than I was a millennium ago? This revelation abruptly surfaced in Beerus's mind. Ha ha, so this is the case. Such a trivial matter is something only I could accomplish. Beerus let out a sinister chuckle. Whis, where on earth have you disappeared to? Suddenly, Beerus called out to Whis, his voice echoing across the starry expanse. Moments later, Whis appeared before him like a flash of light. A skewer of delectable meat dangling from his mouth, and his staff brimming with an array of culinary delights. All you ever do is eat. Can't you see that I am currently occupied? Beerus snatched the delectable morsels from Whis's grasp, swiftly transferring all edible delights from his staff into his own ring, leaving Whis with nothing. Initially, Whis wore a bewildered expression, but within mere minutes, his countenance darkened considerably. What is this? I require sustenance, and you ought to procure more. Under Beerus's insistence, Whis had no choice but to depart the desolate ruins in a state of indignation, venturing to other planets in search of food. After Whis's relentless efforts spanning 10 arduous hours, Beerus finally satiated his hunger. You better pay attention. This time, I intend to engage in something grand. With a sinister chuckle, Beerus unleashed an overwhelming surge of destructive energy that erupted from his very being. The sky was engulfed in a radiant purple light, tinting the cosmos in shades of crimson. All life forms within the universe found themselves compelled to kneel in submission. In the Grand Zeno's palace, the Grand Minister furrowed his brows, sensing an immensely powerful aura. How formidable, he mused, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Wow, Beerus is truly remarkable. He can make the seventh universe tremble. The young Zeno exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. As you say, my lord, but a god of destruction cannot obliterate the universe. Chapter 51. The Door of Time and Space. A millennia-spanning journey, clearly. Beerus's strength had reached a level that even the Grand Minister could not overlook. I wonder if Beerus's newfound might will hasten the production of Peppa Pig. We've been waiting a millennium for the third installment, the young Zeno lamented, prompting an exasperated smile from the Grand Minister. He understood that Beerus was merely jesting with Zeno. Yet he could not voice this, for Zeno had not inquired. Is Lord Beerus truly that formidable? After a millennium of training, have I achieved nothing? Jebbet, trembling and kneeling, gazed in disbelief at the terrifying power radiating from Beerus within the crystal ball held by the old Kai. The old Kai, however, looked upon Jebbet with disappointment. Alas, a worthless endeavor. After 1,000 years of training, not only have you made no progress, but your original strength has diminished significantly. I truly wonder how the Tree of Life produced such a Kai. Despairing for Jebbet, the old Kai's mind flickered to the image of West Kai. Sigh. Lyra possesses both talent and temperament, yet the last incident seemed to have dealt her a severe blow. I wonder if she can recover this time. Meanwhile, after several minutes of tremors, the seventh universe gradually settled. The purple sphere that was Beerus began to shift, its aura transforming into a vibrant green. Oh my! Lord Beerus possesses such formidable temporal energy, but what could he possibly intend to do? Whis observed in astonishment, realizing that the little cat who once played under his tutelage had now grown immensely powerful. How impressive, isn't it? You'll soon discover what I plan to do, Beerus declared with a confident tone. Beerus let out a sinister chuckle, and with a swift motion of his hand, a resounding explosion echoed as a rift in the fabric of time and space suddenly materialized amidst the celestial expanse. With a grand sweep of his hand, Beerus summoned a figure from within. Could Bardock, from over an hour ago, be captured in this time frame? What is Lord Beerus intending to do? Whis, with a look of disdain, glanced at the unconscious Bardock and inquired of Beerus, just observe. Beerus smiled faintly, then extended his right hand towards Bardock's head, in an instant erasing all memories of himself and Whis from Bardock's mind, while simultaneously sealing away his origins. Upon witnessing this, Whis seemed to surmise Beerus's intentions. Oh, so that's it. No wonder Father looked at me with that peculiar smile after searching through Bardock's memories. Just as Whis's words faded, Beerus clenched his right fist, channeling all the temporal energy within him into his hand. The portal of time. Open. With a sudden and forceful punch, Beerus unleashed a resounding boom that shattered the once small rift in the fabric of time and space, transforming it into a gaping maw. Countless torrents of chaotic energy surged forth, striking celestial bodies, causing them either to disintegrate or to be reborn in verdant splendor. Crack. Out of nowhere, a colossal portal emerged within the cosmic fissure, sealing countless temporal rifts within, leaving not a trace of energy to escape. Heh, it's done. Bardock, return to your royal existence. Beerus cast a satisfied glance at the time portal he had created, then swiftly seized Bardock, flinging him into the depths of the temporal gateway. Thunderous roars echoed as the portal gradually closed, vanishing into the starry expanse. A hint of fatigue appeared on Beerus's countenance. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. You seem as weary as a lifeless dog. It has been quite a while since I've seen you in such a state, Whis remarked mockingly as he approached Beerus. Damn it, are you ever going to tire of this? Do you think sending someone back 1,000 years is a simple task? Why don't you give it a try? Beerus scolded Whis with a tone of exasperation. Although sending someone back to the past does not require the expenditure of energy akin to time travel, transporting someone a millennium into the past demands an immense amount of power, even from the Grand Minister. Alas, I cannot manage such a feat given this, dear Lord Beerus. Might you consider returning home to rest? You appear to be quite fatigued. With that, Whis prepared to depart. Wait, take me to this location. Once there, conceal my identity. I intend to rest for a while in that place. After Beerus finished speaking, he immediately fell into a deep slumber. Oh dear, Lord Beerus is truly something. He sleeps without even brushing his teeth. With a sigh, Whis activated a crimson light, transforming it into a beam that swiftly journeyed to the planet they had agreed upon before Beerus drifted off to sleep, Earth, West City. Within a modest little house, Whis found himself gazing blankly at a small orb of light before him. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed, and the orb split open, revealing a little girl inside. Hooray, hooray! After a millennium, you have finally awakened. Whis smiled as he watched the 4- or 5-year-old girl emerge from the orb. Sister Whis, how have you grown so much? The newly awakened Florencia appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend her situation. It was only through Wiss's gentle explanation that Florencia began to accept her transformation into a child. Chapter 52. Are you a girl? At the entrance of the first kindergarten in West City, a blue-haired little girl joyfully hopped about, her lips incessantly humming a nursery rhyme. Behind her, an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a white coat, smiled as he puffed on his pipe, cautioning the little girl to be careful. I found a penny by the roadside. I'll give it to the police officer, sir. Suddenly, just as she reached the entrance, she halted. Daddy, look at that older sister over there. She is so beautiful. The little girl exclaimed, pointing at Whis, who was leading another girl into the kindergarten. Yes, indeed. Bulma is absolutely right. Cliff replied to Bulma with a dismissive smile, thinking to himself that a mere child wouldn't understand beauty. Feeling slighted by his indifference, Bulma huffed and dashed into the school. Upon entering, Bulma soon discovered that she would be sharing a classroom with a new classmate, who would also be her desk partner. The most delightful surprise for Bulma was that this new companion brought delicious meals every day, dishes she had never tasted before, and astonishingly, they were prepared by her desk partner herself. Undoubtedly, those 2 years in kindergarten were the happiest of Bulma's life since her birth, primarily due to the delectable food. Another contributing factor was Bulma's intelligence, which far surpassed that of her peers. Only Florencia could engage her in meaningful conversations and share knowledge of things she herself was unaware of. Alas, the blissful days came to an end, and after kindergarten, the two girls parted ways as they entered different schools. Bulma glanced at her lunchbox, filled with appetizing-looking food, but the taste was utterly dreadful. She looked around at her classmates, who were shouting and picking their noses to eat, and ultimately, she made her decision. After leveraging the formidable network of connections that Briff had cultivated, Bulma reconnected with her dear friend, Florenza, and the two once again found themselves in each other's company. As time gracefully flowed by, a decade slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, as Beerus was nearing the restoration of his strength, he suddenly sensed someone tugging at his ear. Moreover, he vaguely heard someone attempting to lift him. To his astonishment, little Lewin had a large cat in her care. Yet, how could she manage to lift such a weight? The persistent tugging ultimately roused Beerus from his slumber. What in the world? Who dares disturb me so early in the morning, pulling at my ear? Beerus opened his hazy eyes and shouted furiously, startling Bulma, who had just intended to embrace him. Mamma mia, this cat has come to life. She exclaimed. Little run, Whis, your cat is speaking. Beerus, observing Bulma storming out in a fit of rage, found himself at a loss for words. Is it not quite normal for animals to converse in the realm of Dragon Ball? No, that cannot be right. I am a god of destruction, not a mere feline creature that exists solely to eat and sleep. Beerus shook his head, then donned his god of destruction attire and stepped out of the room with a yawn. Ah, Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened. We have missed you dearly. Just as he exited, Beerus was embraced by Whis, who attempted to press his overly polished and greasy visage against Beerus's face. Goodness, have you lost your senses? A chill coursed through Beerus, prompting him to swiftly push away, thus escaping Whis's grasp. Instantly, Whis's expression shifted to one of deep discontent. Lord Beerus, you have changed. You have truly changed. Cease this at once. Should you persist, I may be compelled to take action. Beerus's expression darkened as he swiftly resorted to threats. Indeed. Upon hearing Beerus's intimidation, Whis promptly ceased his incessant chatter. Wow, little Lewin, your cat is quite ferocious. Just look, it's even striking at women. At that moment, Bulma, who had been hiding nearby, quickly turned to Florenza and exclaimed, What? Are you saying they are female? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. You can't be serious. Such a beautiful young lady must undoubtedly be female. Bulma cast a disdainful glance at Beerus. It was only then that he scrutinized Whis and the nearby Florenza more closely. Goodness, you two have gone too far. Beerus gazed at the two figures adorned in dresses, their hair elegantly swept back, and their faces adorned with subtle makeup. He was momentarily taken aback. The cross-dressing masters remained true to their art. Good heavens, they looked utterly stunning with just a touch of embellishment. Beerus felt an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. The thought of mingling with these two day in and day out left him apprehensive. Should he ever be infected and transformed into a pseudo-feminine cat, the consequences would be dire. No, he resolved he must find suitable partners for both of them, lest he become the unfortunate victim of fate. With this determination, a wicked smile crept across Beerus's face. Lord Beerus's grin is rather lewd. One can't help but wonder what indecent thoughts occupy his mind. How utterly detestable, chuckled Whis, while Bulma, hiding nearby, felt a wave of goosebumps wash over her. Just the two of you old codgers? I can already envision you both developing warts from fear. The disdainful voice of Beerus reached the ears of the trio, and their expressions instantly shifted, particularly Bulma's. Having grown up alongside Florence, she often engaged in playful comparisons regarding whose figure was more alluring. Florence, who had no bosom to speak of, had endured Bulma's teasing since childhood. Why you, little Lewin, you're a boy? Bulma finally grasped the situation and incredulously pointed at Florence, her disbelief palpable. Chapter 53. Address me as Lord Beerus. It seems trouble has brewed. Beerus gazed upon the captivating expressions of the three individuals, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Lord Beerus, your words are rather lacking in tact, one remarked. Though I am in a man's body, I firmly believe I must have simply been born into the wrong life. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly seek out that old devil, Yama, to settle the score. Florence, with an expression of indignation, directed her ire towards Yama. Goodness. This is not a matter of being born incorrectly. Rather, you have merely aligned yourself with the wrong companions. Beerus wiped away a cold sweat, silently mourning for 30 seconds. At that moment, Whis, whose expression had subtly shifted, suddenly produced a long and used staff from the void. Is this some form of magic? Bulma gaped in disbelief at Whis before her. She had encountered him countless times, yet today's appearance of Beerus had utterly shattered her worldview. Memory erasure. Whis shot a glance at Beerus, then gently tapped Bulma's head with the staff. Thud. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a cry of anguish. Ouch, that hurts. Who hit me on the head? Bulma clutched her head, tearfully gazing around at the others. It's nothing, Bulma. You accidentally bumped your head on the table, remember? You're not dazed, are you? Ha. Florencia chuckled, covering her mouth as she spoke to Bulma. You're the one who's dazed. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, this big kitty is so cute. Is it your pet? The memory of Beerus' words had been wiped from Bulma's mind. She only recalled arriving at Florencia's home. Beerus, upon realizing that the girl was Bulma, momentarily froze, but upon hearing the next remark, he erupted with indignation. What? I'm a pet? You're the pet. Your entire family is comprised of pets. I'll have you know, I am the elegant and charming Lord Beerus. Beerus stood with his hands on his hips, proudly puffing out his emaciated chest. Hilariously, this feline even had the ability to speak. Bulma, having shed her initial fear, hurried over to curiously scrutinize the oddly attired Beerus. What are you staring at? Shoo. I'm about to make a payment. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, and then sauntered over to the refrigerator in search of food. Oh dear, this cat is truly insufferable. Bulma sighed in exasperation. By the way, Bulma, what brings you here? Nearby, Fiorenza noticed that Beerus had not reacted with anger and wiped the sweat from her brow, hastily shifting the topic to avoid further provoking him. Oh right, I nearly forgot. I came with something significant. Take a look at this. With that, Bulma retrieved a book from her bag, flipped to a specific page, and presented it to Whis and Fiorenza. Curious, Beerus turned his head to glance over, his mouth stuffed with chicken legs. What was contained within was none other than information about the Dragon Balls. Long ago, a deity created 7 Dragon Balls and scattered them across the world to save humanity in times of peril. Once humanity overcame their tribulations, the Dragon Balls were misused by many for personal gain. In response, the deity scattered the Dragon Balls throughout the universe. Gathering all 7 would summon the eternal dragon, who could grant any wish. Bulma dreamily envisioned the day she would find the Dragon Balls and attain her destined partner. Huffed. Do I really need to search for such a thing? I have no interest. Beerus, in a haughty manner, let out a huff as he consumed his food. Speaking of which, nearly all the feats achievable in Dragon Ball are within his grasp now, whether it be resurrecting individuals or other extraordinary acts. Of course, he still harbors a modicum of interest in the Super Dragon Balls. However, Contemplating the existence of Super Saiyan 4 in this realm inevitably brings to mind the malevolent Dragon Balls. Should the evil dragons emerge from Earth, it would be of little concern. Inadvertently, the Super Shenron could be transformed into the Super Evil Dragon, and not even the Omni King might stand a chance. Ha ha ha. It appears that Lord Beerus possesses no particular fondness for anything, save for training and indulging in delectable cuisine. Dragon Ball seems to hold little value for him. Mused Whis with a resigned smile. Do you all refer to Lord Beerus as Meow Meow? Is that a form of respect? Bulma inquired, perplexed that a meerkat would be addressed with such reverence. Ah, Bulma, you need not question this. You may also call him that from now on, Florenza said, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, anxious not to provoke Beerus. Fortunately, Beerus appeared indifferent to whether a young girl showed him respect. All right. But the purpose of my visit today is to ask you to accompany me in searching for the Dragon Balls. If any wishes arise, you shall voice them first. Bulma's generous demeanor touched Florenza slightly, for she recognized Bulma's sincerity. Ha ha ha, dear Florenza, you have indeed made a splendid friend. Whis affectionately patted Florenza's little head, their sisterly bond emanating a breathtaking beauty. Unable to contain himself any longer, Beerus inadvertently spewed the chicken leg from his mouth, dousing Whis in the process. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? That's simply intolerable. Whis gazed at Beerus with an expression of deep sorrow. A miscalculation. I became a bit too emotional, grumbled Beerus. Chapter 54. Bardock, you are still alive. Seeking initial subscriptions, honestly, Lord Beerus is quite bothersome. Humph. Whis, the one affected by the food spewed upon him, found the most pressing concern to be his ruined makeup, which he could not abide. Haha, it was simply beyond my control. Beerus chuckled awkwardly. Humph. I shall ignore you. Whis cast a sidelong glance at Beerus and then addressed Bulma and her companion. All right, if you wish to seek the Dragon Balls, then by all means proceed. However, regarding your wishes, you may deliberate on those matters later. What truly matters is the journey itself, understood? With Whis's approval, Florencia nodded, fully aware of Whis's intent. Oh, by the way, can we bring along the big kitty? I fear that if he stays home with Sister Whis, she might be bullied. Just then, Bulma's voice echoed in response. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened instantly. Am I to be bullied by Whis? Is there any need for contemplation on that? It is undoubtedly certain. However, is it not a tad disrespectful for you to articulate it in such a manner? Beerus, with a teasing tone directed at Bulma, elicited an awkward smile from her. My dear kitty, you are rather blunt, aren't you? You don't even attempt to disguise your intentions. Upon hearing Beerus' remarks, Bulma was resolute in her determination to ensure that Beerus accompanied her. Otherwise, the gentle and delicate Whis would be left in a pitiable state. Do I really need to disguise my intentions? However, you suggest that I join you? Absolutely not. My fondness lies in basking in the sun each day, teasing Whis and the others, and indulging in delectable treats. The thought of venturing out into the sun and wind with you is utterly preposterous. In his former life as a reclusive nerd, Beerus would never venture beyond his comfortable abode. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, I fear you may be disappointed this time. It has been quite a while since you performed your duties. You can either go to work, or I shall assist you, just in time for a change in cosmetics. Meanwhile, you can remain at home, subsisting on instant noodles, for the only one capable of cooking is Florencia, and without him, there shall be no meals prepared. Whis's mischievous grin instantly darkened Beerus' expression. Where's cooled? What has become of that rascal? With a scowl, Beerus inquired, has Curd grown complacent? Huh. The lad would never dare to be lazy. However, just last year, Curd had the misfortune of encountering that brute Broly, resulting in his incapacitation. If he wishes to recover fully, it will take him decades. The most pressing matter at hand is his desire to procure cosmetics. And no one shall deter me from this quest. Whis's words left Beerus flabbergasted. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Good grief. Are you truly taking advantage of my predicament? Very well, I shall go. It's merely a matter of seeking the Dragon Balls. After all, idleness is not an option. Beerus spat disdainfully, then ambled toward the entrance with a leisurely gait. Hey, wait a moment. Why are you leaving so abruptly, dear kitty? Aren't you going to take anything with you? Bulma remarked, observing Beerus's solitary departure with a bemused shake of her head. Take anything? Do I truly need to? Whatever you desire, I can procure for you. Let us not squander any more time. Beerus opened the door and stepped outside. Let us go as well. We must not keep Lord Beerus waiting too long, or it could lead to dire consequences. Florence chuckled helplessly, then took the bewildered Bulma's hand, urging her to run outside. Thus, the trio embarked on their hasty journey in search of the Dragon Balls. Bulma's family possessed a Dragon Ball, which convinced her of their existence, prompting her to set forth on this adventure. Their first destination was a valley in the north, a mere 100 kilometers from West City. On the very first day, they found themselves amidst the valley. Goodness, this desolate place, devoid of life. How could there possibly be a Dragon Ball here? The young Lady Bulma, stepping far beyond her home for the first time, gazed upon the dust and debris scattered throughout the valley, her expression turning sour. Just as Bulma finished her exclamation, the cawing of crows echoed above. Suddenly, she felt something drop onto her head and instinctively reached up to grasp it. It's bird droppings. Several hours later, having just washed her hair, Bulma fumed as she drove along. How utterly infuriating. Those wretched crows dared to relieve themselves on me. As she maneuvered the car, she gnawed fiercely on a small roasted chicken, muttering to herself, "You devoured my meal, and yet, you still have the audacity to annoy me. Patience, I must endure." Beerus gazed at the raven, reduced to mere bones and scant flesh, still being pecked at, and could not help but observe a moment of silence for its plight. Amid Bulma's rising frustration, the trio set forth once more on their journey. Beerus sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window at the scenery, lost in contemplation. It felt reminiscent of a past life, yet what is not meant to be, simply cannot be. No matter how similar it may appear, it remains fundamentally different. The peculiar expression on Beerus's face left Bulma in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, are you perhaps missing Whis? Could it be that you were raised by her?" Bulma inquired curiously as she drove. Her words momentarily stunned Beerus. "Ha, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. Now that you mention it, I was indeed brought up by Whis." With a resigned yet bitter smile, Beerus reflected upon his memories, tracing back to the moment of his birth and the journey that led him to this very point. The first person he laid eyes upon was Whis, and it was only during his initial meeting with the god of destruction that he encountered his brother Kampa. At that time, Beerus was rather frail and had even lost his cherished lollipop to Kampa. Thus, it can be said that Whis occupies a unique position in Beerus's life, being the closest individual to him in this realm. Regardless of Whis's motives or the directives imposed by the Grand Priest or the Omni King, this bond remains unquestionable. It is indeed surprising to hear Lord Beerus utter such words. One wonders if Sister Whis would be delighted to hear them. Florenza was also just made aware of this revelation. After all, Sister Whis has treated you with such kindness, and yet you have bullied her. How utterly despicable. Bulma and Florenza's remarks prompted Beerus to roll his eyes in exasperation. "From where do you derive the notion that I have mistreated Whis? I am exceedingly kind to her. Speak carelessly again, and I shall not hesitate to accuse you of defamation." Certainly, Beerus would never admit it. Naturally, the two merely responded with rolled eyes. Time passed as the three engaged in conversation, and it had been a long while since Beerus had experienced such relaxation, given that he had been immersed in training, slumber, and work since arriving in this world. After all, there was always a barrier between him and Whis due to Beerus's guarded nature. It seemed that he could indulge in more leisure in the future, perhaps yielding unexpected rewards. With this thought in mind, the trio continued their journey. A week later, at the foot of a mountain resembling a steamed bun, Bulma looked at the Dragon Ball radar and smiled joyfully upon seeing a marker indicating the Dragon Ball was merely a few hundred meters away. "Wow, we found the third one so quickly. With 4 more, we'll be able to summon the Dragon Balls, and then I can wish for a handsome guy." A multitude of handsome guys. As she contemplated this, drool began to trickle from her mouth. "Monster, let go of my grandfather." "No, wait, get out of my way." At that moment, a youthful voice called out to Bulma, who was laughing maniacally in the car. Beerus, still half asleep, barely opened his eyes and saw a miniature Bardock holding a large fish, nervously pointing at their vehicle. "Is this Goku? He really resembles Bardock. Bardock, you're still alive." Just then, an enraged voice erupted from the back seat of the car. Chapter 55. Is this cat delicious? Seeking subscriptions. Bardock, what is that? Can it be eaten? Little Goku, dropping the large fish he was holding, scratched his head in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, a fist the size of a clay pot appeared before little Goku's eyes, startling him into taking a step back. "All right, you have mistaken the wrong person. He is not Bardock." A calm voice reached Goku's ears. Just as he was about to retaliate, he quickly turned to the source of the voice. A beautiful human, larger than himself, was glaring angrily at him, causing a flutter of unease in Goku's heart. At that moment, a purple cat approached, grabbing Florence's hand and urging him to let go. Wow, a big kitty. It looks quite delicious. The gluttonous little Goku, oblivious to the implications of his words, unwittingly spoke something he would soon regret. Instantly, Beerus's expression darkened. This kid is Bardock's son. Just beat him up, but don't kill him. With a wicked grin, Beerus turned and sauntered back into the car, humming a tune. Meanwhile, Florence, without a moment's hesitation, began to strike just as Goku licked his lips. Ah, you're hitting me. How vile. I will take my revenge. Don't hit my face. Ah, I was wrong. Don't tug my tail. Grandfather, help. I'm going to die. The anguished cries of little Goku echoed as Beerus, seated in the car, reveled in the sheer delight of the moment. Ah, the common folk. Truly, it brings me great joy. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at the tormented Goku, her heart laced with sympathy. Throughout their recent interactions, she had come to realize that this seemingly innocuous feline companion was no ordinary creature. One fateful day, they encountered an enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex. And just when they believed their demise was imminent, Beerus effortlessly reduced the colossal beast to mere ashes with a flick of his finger. Lord Beerus, it appears this child is on the brink of collapse. Would you kindly ask little Luen to cease her actions? Bulma implored, her concern for Goku intensifying as she witnessed his distress. She had never before witnessed such unrestrained violence from her dear friend, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Fear not. Fear not. Little Luen knows her limits. As Beerus lifted his eyelid and cast a fleeting glance, he promptly closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Bulma's mind was ablaze with a torrent of expletives. My goodness, do you call this restraint? Just look at little Ron. Where is the restraint in that? How could the ground possibly crack? How could that child be spitting blood? Just when Bulma thought little Goku was doomed, the seemingly motionless little Goku suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Under the astonished gaze of Florencia, little Goku soared into the air and struck Florencia squarely on the cheek. A sharp crack echoed, causing Beerus, who had been with his eyes closed, to slightly furrow his brow before relaxing once more. How intriguing. It seems you were testing your opponent. It appears you should have a general understanding of the truth behind the events that transpired. Beerus, with a keen interest, opened his eyes to observe the subtly smiling Florence. Humph. After you have struck me so many times, it is only fair that I retaliate. Little Goku, with a face swollen like a pig's head, beamed brightly. This smile momentarily caught Florence off guard as he turned back. You bear no resemblance to him at all. Florence huffed, causing little Goku to tense up. However, the anticipated punishment did not come. Instead, the formidable figure before him flicked his fingers, unleashing a beam of green light that enveloped little Goku instantaneously. The green light swiftly mended little Goku's body. Ah, I'm healed? I'm truly healed, little Goku exclaimed, bouncing joyfully on the spot. Despite the ordeal he had just endured, his power had only marginally increased compared to the original narrative. Mind yourself. Florence ignored little Goku further and strode towards the vehicle, plopping down into the seat. Wow, a monster is eating people. A monster is eating people, Goku exclaimed, perplexed that such a terrifying individual had willingly entered the maw of a beast. Kid, have you emerged from the depths of the mountains? Do you not even know what a car is? Bulma retorted, speechless at Goku's naivety. Hey, how did you know that? Goku's innocent demeanor left the three in the vehicle at a loss for words. Subsequently, Bulma and Goku engaged in a discussion about the distinctions between men and women, as well as what a car actually is. Goku's lack of intelligence profoundly challenged Beerus's perception of the limits of understanding. Goodness, teaching such a child would truly be exhausting. Beerus let out a disdainful remark, while Florencia beside him hesitated several times, seemingly on the verge of speaking. You wish to inquire about your father, do you not? Beerus, in a state of utter ennui, stifled a yawn and inquired of Florenza. Indeed, a millennium ago, just before my demise, I beheld the tears at the corner of Bardock's eye. I have long been intrigued as to why he wept for me. Florenza, fully aware of the truth, was astonished. What? Did this fellow actually shed tears? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had remained unaware of this matter. He soon began to recall the events of that year, as vivid as scenes from a film, flowing through his mind. He froze the memory just seconds before Florencia's demise, where Bardock unleashed a powerful energy blast, striking the already enraged Florencia. Suddenly, the ground trembled under the force of Bardock's shockwave, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As Florencia ascended into the heavens, the dust gradually descended, and coincidentally, Bardock found himself beneath this very cloud of debris. Ah, my eyes! Bardock exclaimed. His words left Beerus speechless. How absurd it was that sand had indeed entered his eyes. Gazing at the hopeful visage of Florencia before him, Beerus hesitated to disillusion her. Indeed, it is your impending demise that brings forth tears, certainly not the dust that has caused my eyes to squint. The words of Beerus brought a sigh of relief to Florenza. Indeed, Bardock had cast him aside only under duress, suggesting that it was none other than Lord Beerus who orchestrated such events. Florenza's remarks caused Beerus to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The connections he made regarding the truth of the situation left him astounded. It seems there may be some validity to it. However, considering that it was Vados who helped me discover the meaning of life, I shall refrain from holding this against you. Florenza's words nearly made Beerus double over with laughter. Discovering the meaning of life, you say? Is your purpose merely to become a cross-dressing enthusiast? Beerus, with a wicked sense of humor, pondered that he merely wished for the child to grow up healthy. He was acutely aware of the implication behind Florinia's words, essentially a warning to ensure the child did not bring misfortune upon his own brother. However, he had no inclination to engage in a futile argument with this young one, as it would only serve to diminish his own intelligence. With a disdainful smile, Beerus found it impossible to engage in conversation with someone as naive as Goku. Shaolin, Demiaomi, I have discovered the whereabouts of the third Dragon Ball. It is located at this lad's residence. At that moment, Bulma's excited voice emerged from the vehicle. Chapter 56. Are you male? Minutes later, the group arrived at Goku's home and successfully acquired the 4-star ball. In an effort to persuade Goku to part with it, Bulma managed to convince him to board Beerus's vehicle, unwittingly sitting beside Florencia. Will this person take a disliking to me and beat me up? Goku thought, glancing nervously at the somewhat frosty-faced Florencia. The vehicle soon resumed its journey, and Goku curiously observed the rapidly retreating scenery, filled with wonder. As he scanned his surroundings, he turned his puzzled gaze towards Florencia beside him. Good sir, are you male or female? The air fell silent at Goku's question. Can't you see for yourself? Florencia replied coldly, emphasizing each word. Ha ha ha. Goku is truly amusing to ask such a question. Bulma laughed joyfully, well aware of Goku's inability to discern gender. Meanwhile, Beerus, recalling something, suddenly wore an intriguing expression. Indeed, within Beerus's secretive perception, Goku extended his mischievous right hand. Slap, slap, slap. Under Florencia's incredulous gaze, Goku patted his own lower body. Ah, you are male. Upon uttering this, Beerus could no longer contain himself. Ha 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 ha. Goku, you are truly a talent. The laughter of Beerus echoed, uncontrollable, while Bulma trembled with amusement. Ha ha ha. Goku, didn't I just tell you that those like you below are male, while those with nothing are female? She reminded playfully. Yes, just like me below. I am not mistaken. Goku insisted stubbornly. Meanwhile, Florencia silently reached out, gripping the back of Goku's collar. Hey Shaolin, what are you doing? Goku inquired, unaware of the impending danger. Just as his words left his mouth, he felt the world spin. Florencia opened the car door and unceremoniously tossed Goku into the sky, before vanishing back into the vehicle. Huh? What is Shaolin up to? Bulma asked curiously, turning to Beerus. Oh, nothing much, just a little domestic discipline for the mischievous child. Indeed. It wasn't long before the sky echoed with the chilling cries of little Wukong. A few minutes later, Florenza returned to the vehicle, unscathed, with little Wukong in tow. Had it not been for the earlier screams, Bulma might have doubted whether Florenza had done anything to him at all. However, little Wukong was brimming with excitement. After enduring a severe beating and subsequently mending his own body, his strength had remarkably surged. He thought to himself, if I could experience this every day, would I not swiftly defeat the gorilla monster? Little Wukong nearly drooled at the prospect. In the following days, he intentionally provoked Florenza, adopting a reckless demeanor that left Bulma and Beerus quite exasperated. After several encounters, they remained oblivious to little Wukong's intentions, and even Florenza grew weary of the incessant antics. After the final bout of punishment, little Wukong lay on the ground, groaning in satisfaction, thinking, hee, I shall grow stronger once again. Yet his schemes were thwarted when Florenza effortlessly lifted the severely injured little Wukong and unceremoniously tossed him into the trunk of the car. Little Wukong was momentarily stunned. Hey, little Lewin, have you forgotten something? He weakly reminded Florenza. What? You feel unsatisfied that I didn't tea-kick you today? Florenza's calm voice promptly silenced little Wukong. Realizing his plot had failed, he could only retreat to the trunk to tend to his wounds. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. flinging the injured Wukong out into the air. He tumbled across the ground. Pain etched across his face as he staggered to his feet. What just happened? Dazed, he rubbed his aching head and glanced at the vehicle, noticing that its occupants seemed oblivious to his fall. What a massive rock. Thank goodness I stopped in time, came Bulma's relieved voice. So it was merely a stone. What a relief. Wukong thought as he rubbed his head and began to approach the car. Boom. Just as little Wukong was about to reach the vehicle, it roared to life and sped away, leaving him bewildered in its wake. Moments later, he finally registered the situation. I haven't gotten back in yet. Little Wukong hurriedly hobbled after the rapidly departing vehicle, a mere speck chasing a small jeep across the vast desert. As time slipped away, hours passed, and the injured, famished little Wukong grew increasingly sluggish until he ultimately collapsed in the desert. No more chasing. This is too much. I might starve to death. Little Wukong had relinquished all hope, surrendering himself to the embrace of slumber upon the ground. Countless gusts of wind and sand gradually enveloped him. Time drifted by unnoticed until, at last, he discerned the familiar sound of an approaching vehicle. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a car gliding towards him. It's Bulma and the others. How splendid. I am saved. A smile graced little Wukong's lips as he envisioned the delightful meal awaiting him, certainly more substantial than the modest offerings of Lord Beerus. No. 2 would suffice. Yet, as little Wukong indulged in these fanciful thoughts, the vehicle arrived directly before him. Just as he prepared to call out to Bulma, the car rolled over him without the slightest hesitation. Hey, little Run, didn't you mention that Wukong was nearby? Why haven't we seen him? Bulma inquired, perplexed, as she navigated the vehicle. Ah! At that moment, a scream that resonated with familiarity echoed through the air. Bulma swiftly pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. It must be Wukong. He should be close by, she exclaimed with excitement, hurriedly flinging open the car door. Alas, Bulma, no. Beerus sought to intervene, only to realize that it was already too late. Beneath the weight of the vehicle, the small Goku struggled in agony. And just as he was about to call out for Bulma's help, the door swung open. However, before he could revel in his fleeting joy, he noticed a shoe descending ominously toward his face. In an instant, Bulma's foot pressed down upon Goku's visage, burying it into the ground. Why is there no sound? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, the expressions of Beerus and Florencia in the vehicle darkened ominously. Oh dear, Loon, do assist Goku. Beerus let out a sigh. Moments later, the fully recovered Goku was devouring his meal with a look of frustration. After numerous apologies from Bulma, little Goku finally forgave her. 2 days later, the group arrived in a valley where they encountered the old turtle. Subsequently, little Goku decided to return him to the seaside. In gratitude, the turtle summoned Master Roshi. Hello, everyone. I am Master Roshi. Master Roshi stepped ashore on the back of the turtle, and his gaze was instantly captivated by the exquisitely adorned Florentia. Chapter 57. The Dragon Balls Gather. The dragon appears. Miss, might I inquire about your name? In an instant, Master Roshi, who had been atop the turtle's shell a moment before, found himself standing before Florentia, his demeanor uncomfortably lecherous, prompting Beerus in the vehicle to roll his eyes in exasperation. This old man is the Master Roshi you mentioned? Bulma sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the seemingly oblivious Master Roshi, who was curiously looking at the old turtle. Well, although Master Roshi may appear somewhat unreliable, he is quite amiable, the old turtle weakly defended. If you continue to stare at me like that, I might just poke out your eyes. Florentia's words startled Master Roshi, as he sensed a hint of her formidable aura. The young lady is rather fierce. Master Roshi thought to himself, hastily averting his self-proclaimed profound gaze. By the way, you rescued the old turtle, right? A fine young man indeed. In that case, I shall present you with a gift. Master Roshi straightened his posture, attempting to embody the demeanor of a wise sage. A gift? What sort of gift? Little Goku inquired with curiosity. Haha, of course, it is something extraordinary. Master Roshi replied with a mysterious smile, then approached the shore, raising his staff to the sky and shouting, "Come forth, Phoenix." His call excited Bulma and the others, as the mention of the Phoenix sounded incredibly impressive. However, several minutes passed, and there was still no sign of movement in the sky. Master Roshi, wasn't that Phoenix supposed to have died from food poisoning a year ago? The old turtle's comment elicited an awkward chuckle from Master Roshi. Haha, I completely forgot about that. What a blunder. Master Roshi scratched his head. Didn't you say it was immortal? How could it possibly die? Bulma retorted. I merely named it so in hopes that it would not perish. In that case, I shall offer you something else. With that, Master Roshi shouted once more, flying Nimbus. Subsequently, a fluffy cotton candy drifted down from the heavens, and within the vehicle. The ever-observant Beerus instantly recognized this confection as the yellow cloud above the snake path in the underworld. After the turtle hermit demonstrated his rather unconventional method of discarding one's face, his already modest reputation crumbled entirely. Well, the gifts are bestowed upon you. You may take your leave now. The turtle hermit, aware that he had nearly lost all dignity, hastily ushered everyone out. At that moment, the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck caught Bulma's attention. What? You desire this orb? As he spoke, a glimmer reflected off his sunglasses. Indeed, we did rescue this old sea turtle, Bulma boasted, only to be swiftly punctured by the old turtle's retort, absolutely not. You wish to turn me into soup? Disheartened by the turtle hermit's words, Bulma felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. However, unexpectedly, a lascivious smile crept upon the turtle hermit's lips. Unless what? Bulma inquired eagerly. Unless one of you shows me your underwear. Just a glance, a mere glimpse will suffice. The turtle hermit leered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What? Just as he finished his statement, a chilling voice startled him greatly. Upon encountering Florencia's icy gaze, the turtle hermit quickly retreated. I was merely jesting. Just a joke. There's nothing of the sort. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and thrust it into Florencia's hands. This is for you. I have matters to attend to, he declared before hastily departing atop the old sea turtle. Humph, at least he knows his place. After a cold snort from Florencia, they set off once more with the 2-star Dragon Ball in hand. Over the subsequent months, they encountered the alluring Oolong, who, after receiving a thorough beating from Florencia, nearly fell victim to Goku's antics. Following the original narrative, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Although this journey was fraught with differences, Oolong did not join their ranks, and upon first sight of Florencia, Yamcha was smitten by the charming crossdresser. However, Chi-Chi was assaulted by Goku and vowed to marry him. Meanwhile, Bulma remained intent on finding a handsome suitor, lamenting that Yamcha's resemblance to Florencia was simply too grotesque. With a resounding roar from the divine dragon, a magnificent creature spiraled into the sky. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one. The majestic and imposing figure of the divine dragon left the little son Wukong and his companions utterly astonished. Humph, a bunch of insignificant beings. Trembling before my magnificent presence. The life of invincibility is indeed lonely as snow. The divine dragon, bored in the sky, cast a casual glance around, when suddenly, a figure caught his attention, rendering him momentarily speechless. There stood Beerus, hands behind his back, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him. The all-knowing divine dragon was well aware of the identity of the being before him. Beerus-sama? What brings you here? The stuttering words of the dragon left the individuals on the ground, who were still debating who would voice their wish, in shock. Nanny? Even the divine dragon addresses Beerus-sama with such reverence. What could possibly be happening? Little Lewin, who exactly is Beerus-sama? One question after another poured forth from Bulma and her companions. The divine dragon, whom they revered almost as a deity, was actually bowing and scraping before Beerus. The usually taciturn Beerus, who commanded the obedience of all, surprisingly possessed such an elevated status. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Beerus's identity was far more exalted than they could ever imagine. You need not concern yourself with why I am here. I must ask you now, what is the nature of the seal within your body? The pale golden orbs of Beerus exuded an immense aura of intimidation. Under his piercing gaze, the dragon trembled, daring not to conceal the truth. Reporting to Lord Beerus, these beings are ancient demons. The descent of each generation of dragons signifies the transfer of several sealed demons from the dragon realm into the dragon's body as sources of energy. Each of these demons possesses formidable strength, and should the wishes made with the Dragon Balls be of a negative nature, they generate substantial negative energy that erodes the seals within the dragon, ultimately releasing these demons. The stammering explanation from the dragon caused Beerus to furrow his brow slightly. It could be said that the dragon residing on Earth is the most inferior among them. Nevertheless, even the most powerful demon sealed within it was revealed to be of a strength reaching approximately a quintillion under Beerus' scrutiny. Ha, Lord Beerus. Are you frightened? At that moment, Whis' voice reached Beerus' ears. Chapter 58. Haven't you already been killed by him once? descending gracefully from the heavens. Whis, now restored to his divine attendant form, inquired, "Didn't you go out to purchase cosmetics? What brings you back so soon?" As Beerus lifted his eyelids to address the descending Whis, he remarked, "Ho ho ho. Of course, there are matters at hand." Whis, smiling at Beerus, replied, "Very well. Lord Beerus, it is time to attend to our duties in the realm of destruction. We have sufficiently indulged in leisure." With a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Beerus suddenly erupted in a dazzling burst of purple light. As the radiance dissipated, his previously casual attire transformed instantaneously into the regal garb of a god of destruction. In that very moment, the overwhelming aura he exuded nearly brought the unsuspecting deities in the celestial realm to their knees, terrified by the presence of such a formidable figure, such a powerful essence. "Mr. Bobo, do you discern the identity of this Lord Beerus?" The deity had been observing the lower realms since the dragon's emergence. "My goodness. From the utterances of this individual, it is evident that Lord Beerus is indeed the supreme god of destruction of the universe." The previously composed demeanor of Bobo faltered under the weight of this revelation. A god of destruction, a being several ranks above the supreme Kai. There exists no deity more exalted within this cosmos. A god of destruction, you say? I wonder how he compares to Lord Kais. The gravity of the supreme Kai's words sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Bobo's brow. Compared to the Kais, O supreme Kai, are you not being rather naive? How could the Kais possibly be measured against the god of destruction? Yet, Bobo refrained from enlightening the supreme Kai, for sometimes, ignorance can indeed be a blessing. "Come, Whis. This attire is far more comfortable." Beerus struck Hachi and, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Whis. "Sister Whis, what on earth?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening. She was no fool. It was evident at a glance that Whis was male. "Ho ho ho, little Bulma, we must take our leave. I entrust the care of little Loon to you. Perhaps we shall return in a few years," Whis stated, nodding towards Florinia. Yes, I will take good care of little Loon." Bulma, still bewildered, could only nod in confusion. Meanwhile, Goku was truly perplexed, having just begun to grasp the distinction between genders, only to be further bewildered by Whis' appearance. He had assumed Whis was male, only to hear Bulma refer to him as sister. It seemed he needed to investigate further. Scratching his chin, Goku stealthily circled around Shenron and approached Whis from behind. "Little brat, what are you up to?" Shenron observed Goku's movements and immediately recognized his mischievous intent. Swiftly intervening, "If you anger the angel, who will you turn to for explanations when Earth is obliterated?" Shenron's words drew the attention of all to Goku, who was now behind Whis. "Heh, caught red-handed." Goku sheepishly scratched his head. "Goku, what are you doing over there? Come back this instant." Bulma rushed over and pulled Goku back. "Ho ho ho, this little one is quite amusing." Whis smiled faintly. "Indeed, very entertaining. This lad is about to launch an attack on your grand stature." Beerus, with malevolent thoughts, declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us depart. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." With that, the two transformed into a brilliant flash of light and vanished into thin air. The onlookers, stunned by Beerus's sudden disappearance, gaped in disbelief. "Now what are your wishes? Speak them, for I must take my leave." The resounding voice of the dragon awakened them from their stupor. Almost forgetting, Bulma interjected, "Xiaolun, what is your wish?" Bulma had relinquished her quest for her Prince Charming, the reasons for which would be explained later. "As for my wish, well, I have but one question." Florence's gaze flickered as she stepped slightly forward. "Dragon, I wish to know if my father truly intended to kill me all those years ago." This question had long troubled Florence, and since Whis remained silent due to Beerus, she sought the truth. Her inquiry left those around her momentarily speechless. The dragon's eyes glimmered ominously as it replied, "Did he not already attempt to take your life once?" The revelation sent a shiver through everyone present, and Bulma's face turned pale. "Xiaolun, are you a ghost?" Not only Bulma, but even the stout-hearted Yamcha took a step back in fear. "Have I really developed feelings for a ghost?" He gulped nervously. However, Florence paid little heed to their dismay. The dragon continued, its tone darkening, "Yet Bardock has foreseen your demise, and your fate has already been sealed." Florence furrowed her brow at this sudden pronouncement. "My fate? What fate?" she inquired, bewildered. The dragon recounted the legendary conflict between the Super Saiyan's and the ordinary Super Saiyan's. Upon hearing that the ordinary Super Saiyan was destined to slay the legendary one, Florence's expression grew grave. "Bardock foresaw that millennia hence, you would unite with Kakarot, and thus, he resolved to end his life alongside yours to break your curse." After the dragon's revelation, Florence fell into a contemplative silence. Humph. Who needs his salvation? How self-important. She scoffed, though those nearby could discern the sorrow etched upon her features. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light and vanished into the cosmos. Ah, Grandpa has flown away. Little Goku, taken aback, felt a wave of betrayal wash over him. Bulma, did you not promise that Grandpa would return after this? Now he has vanished. Little Wukong, in a state of narcissistic innocence, complained to Bulma, well, I didn't anticipate this outcome. By the way, I recall reading that after a year, the Dragon Balls will regain their luster, and then you can seek them out again. Bulma, with an awkward smile, responded, Young Master Cha, Bulma is truly deceptive. She claims to know that the Dragon Balls will take a year to recover. Yet how could she possibly be unaware that they scatter once wishes are granted? Pu'er cast a disdainful glance at Bulma, who was attempting to mislead little Wukong. The disappearance of Shenron signified the conclusion of this Dragon Ball adventure. Little Wukong bid farewell to several companions and arrived at Master Roshi's house, joining Krillin, who had just arrived for training. Meanwhile, Florencia returned to West City with Bulma to attend school, as it was a directive given by Whis before his departure. Icha, having expended a substantial fortune, managed to insert himself into Bulma's school as Florencia's personal bodyguard. Deep within the boundless expanse of the universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus was confronted with a troubling matter. Chapter 59, A Frantic Decision. Whis, do you think that Zeno is up to something? He claims that the overall strength of our 7th universe does not meet the standard. Whis had hurriedly summoned himself back, presenting Beerus with an urgent notification. The essence of the message was akin to that in the original narrative, due to the 7th universe's overall strength falling short. Zeno's intent was clear. If it remained inadequate after 50 years, the 7th universe would face annihilation. Naturally, other universes were encompassed within this stipulation as well. Oh dear. How pitiful for Lord Beerus. It appears he has merely 50 years left to enjoy, Whis chuckled as he observed the distressed expression on Beerus's face. Get lost. You and your incessant schadenfreude. If I perish, I'll ensure you accompany me. Beerus spat at Whis, indicating that this matter needed to be discussed with the Supreme Kai and the others. Beerus stroked his chin, for these matters were not solely within his purview. Let us proceed to the realm of the Kais. In the realm of the Kais, a man with crimson skin and flowing hair was laboriously performing push-ups on a patch of land. 108, 109, 110. Come on, you can't handle just 1,000 times gravity? Pathetic. Beside him sat an elderly figure, engrossed in a small, yellow book, occasionally casting jabs at the struggling deity. In the original story, the strength of Jebbet was on par with the Super Saiyan Grade 2 of Vegeta and his companions. Yet his situation was distinct. While Vegeta and the others required transformation to attain such power, Jebbet possessed it in his base form. Thus, under 1,000 times gravity, Jebbet could move with relative ease, considering that in the original tale, Vegeta could only manage such feats under 500 times gravity. Oh, ancestors! I'm a noble Kaishin. Why must I endure such brutish training? Jebbet lamented to the elder Kaishin, though his hands did not cease their labor. You dare complain? Do you not realize that the Kaishin of many generations past, while not quite on the level of the gods of destruction, were at least not so feeble? Look at you now, reduced to a mere remnant after being vanquished by a Majin Buu who has fully regained his strength. Do you still have the audacity to bemoan your fate? Today, I shall double your workload as a penalty for your complaints. The elder Kaishin chastised Jebbet before returning to his reading. Oh, were the Kaishin of your truly that formidable? Just then, Beerus's voice resounded from above, startling the elder Kaishin into hastily concealing his yellow book. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? The elder Kaishin hurried over to bow before Beerus. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Jebbet said, standing up, drenched in sweat, and bowing deeply. Your power has significantly increased. It seems your training over these past millennia has not been in vain. Beerus cast a casual glance at the god Jebbet, whose power had already reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. He remarked on the potential of the Supreme Kai, noting that it was indeed commendable, albeit marred by an overwhelming laziness. It was true, this race boasted formidable strength from birth, and their innate capabilities allowed them to become exceptionally powerful without the need for rigorous training. In light of such advantageous circumstances, why would one feel compelled to exert themselves in their pursuits? Lord Beerus jested, indicating that if it weren't for his constant prodding, this lad would still be languishing at his previous level of ability. The old Supreme Kai shot a disapproving glare at the proudly beaming god Jebbet, who was basking in Beerus's praise. Enough, he declared. I have important matters to discuss this time. Beerus interrupted the words of the old Kaioshin. Oh, please, Lord Beerus. Do share. The old Kaioshin inquired, puzzled. Subsequently, Beerus conveyed the words of the Omni King to the old Kaioshin. What? Are you saying we only have 50 years left to live? Then what is the point of my training? I'm done. Upon hearing that he had a mere 50 years left, the god Jebbet immediately threw in the towel. Nanny? At such a critical moment, you choose to abandon your duties? Have you forgotten how the great Kaioshin sacrificed himself to save you? The old Kaioshin reproached Jebbet, tapping his head in frustration. Oh, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. Jebbet replied, rubbing his head and grinning. The situation is thus. It must be said that you Kaioshins are exceedingly lazy. The former great Kaioshin was like this, and you all remain the same. The tasks assigned by the Omni King have long been made clear. The responsibilities of the Kaioshins extend beyond merely safeguarding the stability of the universe. They also encompass the growth of this universe. The casual remarks of Beerus left Jebbet visibly embarrassed, for his laziness was beyond even his own imagination. In the past, he had merely indulged in eating and sleeping, utterly disinclined to engage in any labor. Even when Kurd wielded his influence throughout the universe, he could not be bothered to lift a finger to eliminate others. His level of lethargy was truly remarkable. Indeed, Lord Beerus speaks the truth. I shall earnestly endeavor to instruct this young one. The old Kai hurriedly interjected to ease the tension. How can you even say that? You are no longer a child. Is it truly meaningful to spend your days engrossed in such literature? With a dismissive glance at the old Kai, he gestured into the void. And the old Kai's hidden collection of dubious books was promptly revealed, causing his face to flush crimson. I have made my decision. From today onward, you are to command the Kais across the universe to issue orders. Declare that henceforth, I shall conduct annual evaluations of the power levels of every planet and faction. Should the annual growth rate fall below 50%, they shall be subject to annihilation. The chilling words of Beerus sent a shiver through the old Kai and the god of destruction, Jebbet, as they exchanged incredulous glances. Even Whis cast a surprised look at Beerus. Beerus-sama, have you perhaps made an error? The old Kai stammered. If Beerus's words were to be put into action, he was certain that within a year, 99 of the planets would face annihilation. Do you think I am jesting? He continued, revealing an important detail. The assessments would only be conducted among mature, intelligent races. Beerus understood that if all races were evaluated, those with lower intelligence who did not comprehend their own words would face immediate eradication, while younger races would be doomed due to the burden of their juvenile population. Thus, Beerus made this decision. Gulp. The two Kaioshins exchanged a resigned glance and swallowed hard, realizing that Beerus was indeed serious. What? Are my words still not clear enough? Beerus let out a disdainful snort upon observing the two still dazed Kaioshins. Yes, we shall attend to it immediately. Please, Lord of Destruction, bear with us for a moment. The Kaioshins, startled, swiftly vanished from the Kaioshin realm with a sudden instant transmission. Whether they can meet the standard of not being obliterated within 50 years now rests upon your fortunes. Chapter 60. The Demon Realm and the God Realm. With a frosty gaze, Beerus stared at the sky. Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The consequences could be dire, Whis remarked with a smile, his demeanor calm yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. After all, should the seventh universe meet its demise, he would be compelled to return to the place of the angel's origin and await the birth of the next universe, a span that would stretch over billions of years. I am fully aware of my actions. Humanity possesses an inherent inertia that is unchangeable. Only under immense pressure does one find the impetus to evolve. With a cold snort, Beerus disregarded the matter and instantly teleported to the King of All's realm. Ah, Beerus, you have arrived. Did you bring the next episode of Peppa Pig for me? As Beerus entered the realm of the Omni King, he beheld the Omni King rolling about in the mud. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Ah, I've arrived. But Peppa Pig is no more. This is the Calabash brothers. You should observe attentively. Feeling the need to impart some wisdom to this impish child known as the Omni King, he thought to himself, what use is there in offering him Peppa Pig or the Calabash brothers? What is this? The Omni King gazed curiously at the disc in his hand. Well, this time I am merely passing through the Omni King's realm. Enjoy yourself, but I must take my leave. Beerus gazed at the king, who was eagerly clutching a disc to watch television, and remarked to his retreating figure, Ah, what is this? Beerus, were you not here to discuss the assessment of cosmic power? The king, with a charmingly naive expression, looked back at Beerus. If you wish to avoid the evaluation, I can simply exclude the seventh universe, thereby alleviating your concerns about annihilation. The king's intentions were abundantly clear. He was prepared to grant a favor. After all, if he truly desired to obliterate these 12 universes, he could do so without consequence, for everything lay within his dominion. Let us postpone this matter for now, Beerus replied. We shall revisit it at a later time. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, outright rejecting the kind offer from the Omni King. After all, he would never stoop to accepting charity. If he ultimately failed to meet the standards, he could always return to the Omni King to discuss it further. Is it truly unnecessary? He mused, with a hint of confusion. The Omni King tilted his small head. Very well then. I shall make a trip to the demon realm, and we shall address the matters that follow thereafter. After a brief exchange with the Omni King, Beerus vanished in an instant. His visit to the Omni King's realm was merely to gauge the sentiments of the Omni King. After all, he harbored concerns about the lack of ambition among the inhabitants of Universe-7, fearing they might ultimately fail to meet the Omni King's expectations. Among the 12 universes, each corresponds to a demon realm, teeming with formidable demon clans and populated by demon kings and demon gods who have defected from their respective universes. These demon kings and demon gods originated from former kings or gods who succumbed to the encroaching darkness or transformed due to their inner corruption. Some of the gods of destruction, driven by a thirst for power, have willingly embraced this darkness, experiencing exponential growth and strength, sometimes by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, these demon kings and demon gods regard themselves with such superiority that they disdain mingling with the denizens of the demon realm, establishing a separate domain known as the demon god realm. My lord, the great demon god, one of the sentinels from the human realm reported, has conveyed news that Lord Beerus seems to have issued a proclamation across the universe. Any planet that fails to enhance its strength by at least 50% each year is destined for destruction. Within the grand temple of the demon god realm, a robust figure sat upon the throne, attentively listening to a report from an individual adorned with tentacles atop his head. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this being, referred to as the great demon god, bore an uncanny resemblance to the god of destruction, save for his towering stature and raven black hair. Did Lord Beerus truly say such a thing? It appears monumental events are unfolding in the human realm, the great demon god mused, furrowing his brow, aware that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, significant occurrences were transpiring in the human realm. At that moment, a cataclysmic figure began to descend from the heavens, sending tremors through the once tranquil demon god realm, as if it were on the brink of annihilation. What is happening? What troubles the demon god realm? Such overwhelming power. Can you feel it? The source seems to be emanating from the great demon god's temple. That energy feels so familiar. Yes, it is the aura of the god of destruction. Within the demon god realm, several demon gods had previously collaborated with Beerus, though they had since been replaced by others after their transformation into demons. In an instant, Beerus's aura was recognized by them. What could have brought Lord Beerus to the demon god realm? One can only hope it is not for malevolent purposes. With a sense of trepidation, over a dozen demon gods, accompanied by their respective demon kings, teleported towards the great demon god's temple. The corruption of the demon gods was merely a change in approach, aside from the god of destruction lineage. The Omni King and others would pay little heed to such matters. Figures began to materialize within the grand demon realm's Kaishan temple. Upon their arrival, they immediately beheld the languid figure of Beerus, the god of destruction, casually sipping on a beverage from his seat of authority. Meanwhile, the Grand Kaishan stood respectfully to the side. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Trembled the assembly of demon Kaishans as they hurriedly bowed before him. It was indeed Lord Beerus. What could possibly bring him here? After all, it was uncommon for a god of destruction to venture into the demon realm. Had someone provoked him? As they gazed at the silent Beerus, anxiety permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, Beerus was preoccupied with a troubling thought. The wine here lacked any discernible flavor. What was this? It was clearly mere fruit juice. As the tension escalated, the demon Kaishans noticed Beerus's frown deepening, causing their hearts to race with increasing urgency. Suddenly, an ancient Kai, aged over 10 millennia, clutched his chest and slowly collapsed to the ground. Unlike the Kaishans, the Kais were bound by the limits of mortality. We must act quickly and remove him from the vicinity, lest we ruin Lord Beerus's enjoyment. The Grand Kaishan commanded. swiftly gesturing to expel the frightened old Kai from the realm of the demon Kaishins. Beerus observed the scene with a cold gaze, feeling utterly bewildered. Am I truly that terrifying? Is there truly a need for such fear? Are they attempting to provoke me? Nevertheless, Beerus was aware that the pressure he exerted was indeed considerable. Well, since everyone is gathered, I shall commence my discourse. Beerus's indifferent words prompted everyone to sit up straight, attentively listening. From this day forth, I shall take control of the demon realm in the seventh universe. In the present moment, a chilling aura emanates from Beerus's gaze. Chapter 61. The Demon Realm's Assault on the Human Realm. From this day forth, I shall seize control of the demon realm in the seventh universe. In the current gaze of Beerus, a chilling aura emanated, causing all the demon realm Kaishins to widen their eyes in astonishment. Lord Beerus, are you truly serious? Cold sweat began to trickle down the forehead of the demon realm Kaishin. The reason he embraced the path of darkness was twofold: to attain formidable power and to resist the loss of his supreme status after relinquishing his title as the Grand Kaishin, ultimately returning to planet Shinch to nurture the next generation of Kaishins. If Beerus were indeed serious, the one who would suffer the greatest loss among those present would be none other than him, the sovereign of the demon realm. What? Do you have any objections? Beerus gazed wickedly at the wine glass in his hand, and with a mere touch of his fingertip, the entire goblet disintegrated into dust, scattering across the ground. This spectacle caused the great demon King Kai, standing nearby, to furrow his brow slightly, as he sensed no trace of energy emanating from the event. However, he did not dwell on it too much, considering it was within his capabilities as well. Yet, Beerus's subsequent action rendered the expressions of all the demon kings present utterly pale. He opened his right hand, and the dust on the ground, as if in reverse motion, flew back into his palm, gradually reconstituting the shattered wine glass. Gasped. All the demon kings inhaled sharply, realizing that this was the manipulation of temporal energy, a power unique to the angels. Having once been Kaishins, they understood that the most exalted being in this universe was Whis, whose nobility stemmed from his mastery of temporal energy. Lord Beerus, you jest. The prospect of you taking over our realm brings us nothing but joy. How could we possibly object? Indeed, with your formidable power protecting us, it is an immense honor, they chorused in flattery. Meanwhile, the expression of the great demon King Kai beside Beerus had turned a shade resembling that of liver. What's this? Are you feeling a bit disgruntled? Esteemed Kaishin from 14 generations past? With his golden eyes narrowed, Beerus addressed the trembling Supreme Kai of the demon realm beside him. The Supreme Kai, though slightly shaken, managed to compose himself, acknowledging, whatever Lord Beerus says is absolute. However, I cannot help but wonder if Lord Whis is aware of your actions. His tranquil words caused the other demon kings present to exchange uneasy glances. They were all acutely aware that while Whis ostensibly supported the god of destruction, his primary role was to observe and monitor. Should the god of destruction engage in any clandestine activities, the attendant possessed the authority to impose punishment upon him. Observing Beerus' silence, the Supreme Kai momentarily mistook his demeanor for fear, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. It seems I must ensure that this boy, XN, meets his demise. With him out of the picture, Beerus will vanish as well. To think he dares to challenge my dominion over the demon realm. It is nothing short of a fool's errand. Suddenly, Beerus lifted his eyelids, and the faint golden hue of his pupils sent the Supreme Kai's heart plummeting into despair. You are speaking far too much. Beerus's chilling words sent shivers through the soul of the great demon king. This is bad. We must flee. In an instant, the great demon king teleported to a location hundreds of billions of light years away. Yet, feeling still insecure, he hastily opened a portal to the demon realm in a desperate attempt to escape. Unfortunately, before he could comprehend the situation, his vision blurred, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself back in the throne room of the great demon king. Do you truly believe you can escape from me? How naive. The voice of Beerus resonated from behind, sending a chill down the spine of the demon king of the great realm. Suddenly, he felt a hand resting upon his shoulder. In an instant, he experienced a fleeting pain before losing consciousness entirely. The demon king, observing the instant transformation of the great demon king into mere ashes, turned pale with fear. After executing this grim act, Beerus strolled back to the central throne with his hands clasped behind him. Do not be alarmed, he assured them. I am quite amicable. As long as you all behave and fulfill your duties, I have no intention of harming you. Beerus casually crossed his legs and spoke, of course. The god of destruction's words are not to be taken lightly. However, the other Kaishans, having just witnessed the demise of the supreme ruler of the demon realm, were skeptical of Beerus's claims of benevolence. They could hardly believe that someone capable of such destruction could be amiable. Yet, they dared not voice their doubts. They nodded fervently, recognizing the necessity of appeasing him for their own survival. In light of this, he continued, I shall elucidate the purpose of my visit. Following today, you are all to escort the demon race to the human realm, ensuring their establishment on every life-bearing planet. Your aim is to compel the human race to evolve rapidly. As for those who show no ambition, the Anetu cannot be uplifted. It will be up to you to handle them as you see fit. The words of Beerus instilled a chilling fear among the fallen Kais, who trembled at the thought. Is Lord Beerus truly contemplating the annihilation of the mortal realm? The demon race, immensely powerful, would have long since conquered the human world were it not for the intervention of the gods of destruction and the Kais. Does Lord Beerus fear that Lord Whis might retaliate for such actions? Although these Kais have succumbed to darkness, they remain concerned for the mortal realm. Had they all chosen to ally with the demon race, the Kais would have perished long ago, and the gods of destruction would not have escaped death either. Yet, they merely observe the conflict between the mortals and the demons from a detached, neutral standpoint. Of course, Beerus pays no heed to their thoughts. Do not fret. Even that which supports this decision. He is currently unbothered by trivial matters. Starting today, you shall embark on your mission. I hope to witness the presence of demons across the cosmos in 2 years. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Upon finishing his words, a purple aura emanated from Beerus, instantly overwhelming the trembling demon Kais, forcing them prostrate on the ground. Now, commence your tasks and remember my words. Suddenly, all the demon Kais felt the immense pressure lifted from them. When they raised their heads, they found only an empty throne, as Beerus's figure had vanished without a trace. What shall we do now? A bewildered voice inquired. What else can we do? Unless you wish to meet your demise, we must proceed as Lord Beerus instructed. Indeed, it seems the cosmos is about to undergo a transformation. After deliberation, the demon Kais reluctantly resolved to unite and launch an offensive against the mortal realm. The demon race served as the vanguard, teleported by the demon Kais to various planets within the human world. Naturally, they faced formidable resistance from the demon king. Yet under the terrifying might of the demon Kais, the demon king Depura was cast into the core of demon Kingstar, never to rise again. His vassals sought to rescue him after the demon Kais invaded the mortal realm but could find no trace of Depura. Chapter 62, The Beginning of Universal Destruction. Lord Beerus, have you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Whis and Beerus stood, gazing down at a planet ravaged by demons. Now with only a sparse population remaining, Whis, with a grave expression, addressed Beerus. I have my plans. There is no need for your concern. What? Do you deem my actions excessively cruel? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Whis, whose expression appeared somewhat disconcerted. It is indeed perplexing. I still vividly recall the first time Lord Beerus destroyed a planet. He was utterly reluctant to act. How is it that he has changed so drastically since then? Whis's once cheerful demeanor had vanished, replaced by a palpable discomfort at Beerus's recent excesses. Even he found it difficult to bear. Lord Beerus's actions are utterly reprehensible, having obliterated so many planets that procuring cosmetics will soon become a challenge. Naturally, Whis's underlying thoughts eluded Beerus's comprehension, who mistakenly believed that Whis was experiencing a pang of conscience. People inevitably evolve. If you harbor any objections, express them openly rather than concealing them in your heart. I have no desire to engage in a guessing game with you. Beerus scoffed dismissively, yet a flicker of contradiction passed through the depths of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, you jest. I unconditionally concur with your decision. If that is the case, might I inquire whether you could compile a list of the 463 planets that have failed to meet their standards this year? Weiss, breaking his prior silence, once again donned a radiant smile. The sudden shift in Weiss's demeanor caused Beerus to twitch slightly. Indeed, the Supreme Kai has communicated all matters, has he not? Please assist me in analyzing the overall progress made over the past year. It had been a year since Beerus and the god of destruction Jebet had issued their orders. During this time, the Supreme Kai had relentlessly disseminated Beerus's commands within his jurisdiction, yet the results were far from satisfactory. It could be said that among the myriad planets in the universe, no more than 100 million began to engage in universal training. I am well aware that they may be treating this with indifference. I did not expect so many planets to disregard my words. Given this, I shall take the opportunity, while time permits, to administer a reprimand to all the planets. Beerus had anticipated the occurrence of this event and had long since devised a solution. Ho ho ho. It seems that Lord Beerus's charisma is somewhat lacking, as it appears that no one in the mortal realm pays heed to the announcement from the King of Worlds. I wonder what your next course of action will be. Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Let us first obliterate a quarter of each planet. Otherwise, if everything is destroyed, there will be nothing left to enjoy. Beerus smiled faintly, emanating a destructive energy of a purplish-black hue. With a thunderous roar, a purple orb began to expand from his position, swiftly enveloping the cosmos in a diameter of millions of kilometers. Suddenly, the entire orb erupted, unleashing countless purple bolts of energy that cascaded through the universe like rain. The speed of these violet sparks surpassed light itself by billions of times, covering all life-bearing planets in a mere day. Grandfather, what do you think of my 8th-level collapse fist? On a cerulean planet, amidst a vast ocean. A small island hosted an excited young boy calling out to his grandfather nearby. Haha, not bad. As expected of my grandson, the great heavenly Doe Emperor. Mastering the 4th move so swiftly, you must diligently study the 108 techniques I have bestowed upon you, for they encapsulate the essence of countless years of combat mastery from my celestial star. The elder, with an ethereal demeanor, remarked cryptically. Wow, grandfather. Could you demonstrate the 5th technique for me? The child eagerly requested. Haha, very well. Let me show you what the great heavenly Doe Emperor's ultimate skill entails. The elder replied, as he unraveled the bandages around his hand, revealing a blood-red arm. His gaze intensified, exuding a formidable aura. Ultimate Doe technique, 5th move, flame-devouring wave palm. As a bolt of lightning split the heavens, the azure sea before them was cleaved, revealing a deep trench visible to the ocean floor. Behold, this is one of the 108 techniques revered by my celestial star for countless years, the elder declared, tilting his head towards the sky. Imbued with an unfathomable sorrow, just as the child clapped in awe, a flash of purple light suddenly pierced the distant sky, momentarily blinding both grandfather and grandson. Ah! A scream escaped the elder's lips as the purple light dissipated, revealing a scene that left the child paralyzed in shock on the ground. What is happening? The child gazed in disbelief at the vast ocean before him, which had inexplicably transformed into an unfathomable abyss right at his feet. What was truly terrifying was that, despite the mere thread of separation, the abyss stood adjacent to an unchanging sea, as if an invisible force had confined the waters on this side, preventing them from crossing into the depths. This day would forever remain etched in the annals of Zhangxiong's star's history, for on this day, a quarter of its celestial body vanished into the cosmos, and its sole emperor lost an arm, diminishing his former grandeur. Concurrently, similar occurrences transpired across the universe, where countless souls disappeared without a trace amidst the purple rain of light, while many others found themselves bereft of their homes. Fortunately, due to the destructive energy's influence, the planets underwent minimal alterations, merely shrinking to 3/4 of their original size, yet continuing to operate in a manner that defied the laws of nature. Only a few celestial bodies emerged unscathed from this catastrophe. For instance, on Earth, under the swift impetus of the celestial deities, and amidst the martial tides stirred by Florence, the disciple and sister of Weiss, along with Master Rashi and others, nearly half of humanity embraced the philosophy that strength could be attained through cultivation. The remaining populace, however, harbored a sense of skepticism. The World Martial Arts Tournament had indeed become the most watched competitive event across the globe. Although the average skill level had not markedly improved, it consistently met the requirements set forth by Beerus. Another planet that Beerus was quite familiar with was the Frozen Heart, the stronghold of the Ice Demon clan. Recently, upon receiving Beerus, Kurd was instantly intimidated and promptly summoned his sons back to their home planet. Upon returning, Kurd, despite his grievous injuries, embarked on a frenzied regimen of training. Under his relentless pressure, both Frieza and Cooler could only engage in half-hearted cultivation. However, Frieza's innate talent was exceptionally high. After a single day of earnest training, his powers surged impressively, and he subsequently abandoned further cultivation. Conversely, Cooler toiled diligently, yet neither brother saw any significant increase in strength. Ha ha ha, how could I have such a foolish father? Chapter 63. The terrifying Broly. A year ago, on the frozen planet, Frieza scoffed at Cooler and Kurd, who were still encased in ice. After a day of training, his power had doubled. While not overwhelmingly formidable, it was still well beyond the targets established by Beerus. You two weaklings, once you fail to meet the objectives, I shall relish the sight of you being annihilated by Beerus, Frieza spat, summoning his spaceship with the intent of departing the frozen planet. Ding ding ding. Reporting to King Frieza. The ship has detected the presence of a mysterious individual who gravely injured King Kurd years ago. Suddenly, an urgent alert sounded from the headquarters of Frieza's planet, causing him to pause in surprise. A mysterious individual? Anyone capable of injuring Kurd must possess a power level of at least 500 million. Why would I go? Am I to walk into my own demise? Frieza immediately silenced the alert and activated his ship, setting course for Frieza planet. Unbeknownst to him, he was heading directly towards the vicinity of Broly's planet. As Frieza's spaceship swiftly traversed a desolate planet, a green beam of light erupted from its surface, soaring directly towards Frieza's vessel. Something is amiss. Frieza's brow furrowed, sensing a twinge of unease. Boom! At that moment, Frieza's spaceship was instantaneously transformed into a spectacle of cosmic fireworks, exploding violently. Amid the conflagration, Frieza emerged, his expression grim. In that instant, he was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of death. Had he not been in his ultimate form, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Damn it, what is happening? Who dares to attack me, Frieza? Seeking death are we? Frieza, filled with fury, scanned the starry expanse, his gaze landing upon a desolate planet that had just passed by. A sneaky little wretch, he sneered coldly, his fingernail coalescing into a deep crimson energy sphere. The sphere swelled in size. Die. Destruction sphere. Frieza cackled maniacally as he hurled the energy orb toward the planet. The deep red sphere transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the celestial body. Just as it was about to strike, a terrifying green beam erupted from the planet, instantly annihilating Frieza's energy orb, which had consumed 1/10 of his power. Not only that, but the green beam detonated upon contact, morphing into myriad green threads that ensnared Frieza within their grasp. Such trivial skills, underestimating me, Frieza the Great, will surely lead to your downfall. Frieza pointed his index finger, his arm sweeping around him with sudden force. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless explosions reverberated through the void, filling the cosmos with dazzling fireworks. Huh, such feeble power. And you dare to target me, Frieza the Great? How absurd. Amidst the smoke, Frieza laughed maniacally, unaware that a green shadow surged through the mist toward him. Smack. A resounding slap echoed. What the hell? Who just slapped my face? Frieza's enraged voice erupted from the haze. Unfortunately, no one responded to his query. Only an unending barrage of attacks followed. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, don't strike from below. If you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. Hiding and attacking. What kind of hero is that? Countless assaults rained down upon Frieza, each blow causing him to spew forth blood. Do you really think this king is a mere blood cow? Perish. Frieza could no longer contain himself, a surge of white light erupting from his being. In an instant, the smoke that had spread for hundreds of miles dissipated. Just as the smoke cleared, Frieza heard a furious roar, reminiscent of a scorned woman, sending chills down his spine. Frieza hastily turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a muscular young man, about 2 meters tall, standing nearby. A green energy sphere enveloped him completely, sealing off all rays and trapping the air within. You there, who are you? As Frieza gazed upon the imposing physique of the muscular giant, a surge of jealousy surged within him. How could this insufferable brute not only be taller than the mighty Frieza, but also more handsome? Such an affront could not be overlooked. At that moment, Frieza had already condemned Broly to death within the recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, the brooding Broly silently regarded Frieza, still in his base form, not yet having lost consciousness. The haunting memories of nearly being slain by Frieza in his youth were etched deeply in his heart, compelling him to strike at Frieza's spacecraft as the tyrant passed by. Silence? Then perish. Frieza roared, his aura surging exponentially. What once was a mere 10 million in battle power instantaneously escalated to an astonishing 120 million, reaching the pinnacle of his strength as he faced Goku in the original tale. Death Ray. Frieza unleashed a barrage of 10 formidable beams from his fingertips, hurtling towards Broly. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from Frieza, Broly's green energy began to surge, and his eyes gradually whitened. A primal roar erupted from Broly, the sonic shockwave shattering Frieza's lethal attack. What? Frieza's expression shifted drastically. To obliterate one's own signature technique with mere sound required a power at least 2 or 3 times greater than his own. With a feral grin, Broly, nearly on the brink of losing consciousness, instantly appeared beside Frieza, seizing the tyrant's head in his grip. Die. The increasing pressure in Broly's hand contorted Frieza's face with sheer terror. In that moment, the dread of death drove Frieza to the brink of madness. Damn you, perish. As if a mere doll, Frieza, grasped in midair, unleashed a sphere of light from his hands, striking Broly squarely in the chest. Boom. The cosmos trembled violently as Frieza's figure erupted from the explosion, soaring into the boundless expanse of space. Roar. Not far from his escape, Frieza heard a furious roar, followed by a green luminescence enveloping him entirely. Damn it, Frieza bellowed in rage, only to be hurled backward into the depths of the cosmos by the force of the green energy. Emerging slowly from the smoke was the rampaging Broly, who cast a glance at the starry sky before gradually returning to the desolate planet he had once inhabited. A year later, on planet Curdle, within a laboratory, King Curdle beamed as he beheld the fully transformed Frieza. My child, awaken. Chapter 64. I am the Prince of the Scions. Awaken, my child. As the call of Kurd echoed, Frieza abruptly opened his eyes within the healing chamber. With a resounding explosion, the medical pod shattered, sending countless shards piercing through the surrounding medical personnel like a swarm of angry bees. Ha, you remain as irascible as ever, Kurd remarked with a cold smirk, shaking his head. Try being trapped in such a confined space for a year, Frieza retorted disdainfully, his mechanical form emanating an ominous aura. Very well. There is something I must discuss with you, Kurd began as Frieza was still acclimating to his new body. What is it? I have no interest in idle chatter. I merely wish to know the whereabouts of the wretched little brat who rendered me in this state. Frieza's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, his presence causing the very planet of Kurd to tremble. 980, Kurd replied with a hint of amusement. How fortuitous. For I was about to share information regarding the individual who injured both you and me. Yet, I find it quite astonishing that you sought him out for revenge. In truth, Kurd's relentless efforts to heal Frieza stemmed from the fact that Frieza had taken it upon himself to seek vengeance on his own. Although he had failed, Kurd was nonetheless touched by the gesture. Frieza nearly choked on his saliva. Damn it, I never intended to seek revenge for you. Must you be so narcissistic? Though he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, focusing instead on the mysterious figure's information. In response to Frieza's eager gaze, Kurd pressed a button beside him. Instantly, a green silhouette appeared on the adjacent screen. With a crack, Frieza involuntarily intensified his power, causing the floor beneath him to fracture into numerous cracks. This individual is the one who injured both of us, which you are already aware of. However, there is one detail that may pique your interest, Kurd continued, enlarging the image. As it magnified, the tail behind Broly became conspicuous. Broly? This brat is Broly. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the image before him. Indeed, he is a scion, born on the very eve of your obliteration of planet Vegeta. His name is Broly, the son of Paragus, a commander among the Scion race. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, they should have vanished into the cosmic dust. Kurd's words trailed off, yet they left Frieza utterly astonished. Could he truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza's cold voice emanated a subtle hint of fear. A fear not of his own, but one deeply embedded within his very bloodline. Indeed, while his appearance may differ somewhat from the descriptions of his ancestry, he is undeniably a Super Saiyan. The strength and transformation he possesses are unmistakable. Kado's words prompted a nod of agreement from Frieza. Where is he now? Frieza inquired in a low tone. I cannot say. This is the last image we have of him. This Super Saiyan seems to possess the power to survive in the cosmos. Kado's revelation instantly chilled Frieza's demeanor. Humph. Without coordinates, your information is worthless. I must enter seclusion. I have no time for idle chatter. Upon receiving such scant information, Frieza turned on his heel and departed, leaving Kado bewildered. Damn it. I went to great lengths to gather all this data. I've spent half a year preparing this presentation. You don't even express gratitude and just walk away? What is this nonsense? Kado seethed, angrily smashing the player in his hand. Following the incident with Broly, Frieza finally began to recall the importance of training. In a secluded chamber, he devoted over 10 days to intense practice, catapulting his power from around 200 million to an astonishing 2 billion. In truth, Frieza's innate talent was not as formidable as it appeared. Rather, he had accumulated sufficient potential during his centuries of cryogenic stasis. However, this potential was entirely dormant within him. Yet each session of training gradually unlocked a portion of it. The Golden Frieza from Dragon Ball Super represents the culmination of his potential, embodying what could be described as Frieza's ultimate form. After 10 days of rigorous training, Frieza could no longer contain himself. He broke through the training room, boarded his spacecraft, and returned to his home planet. From that day forth, Frieza's singular objective was to trace Broly's whereabouts. Vegeta, who do you think this Scion Frieza is searching for? On a desolate planet, the bald Nappa questioned a young boy with a stoic expression. I have told you countless times, refer to me as Prince Vegeta. Are you courting death? The young boy, Vegeta, coldly admonished Nappa. Why yes, my memory fails me. I momentarily forgot, Nappa replied. Cold sweat trickling down his brow as he hastily apologized to Vegeta. However, your question merits thorough investigation. I sense there is something amiss. The young Vegeta stroked his chin in contemplation. I have seen this person before. At that moment, a long-haired youth, who was roasting a massive beast, suddenly interjected. Humph, Raditz. Is this a conversation you should be part of? Focus on roasting your meat. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Nappa thought to himself that if Raditz truly possessed such crucial information, he would surely lose favor. Silence, Nappa. Have I given you permission to speak? Unfortunately, Vegeta's words silenced Nappa, who could only cast a resentful glance at Raditz before lowering his head in dismay. Raditz, do enlighten me. Who is this individual? Vegeta inquired with keen interest. His curiosity piqued particularly by Raditz's hair, which was exceptionally long for a male Scion, a rarity in Scion history, save for the females. Naturally, there were many bald warriors. In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Raditz recounted the tale of his childhood visit to the infant pod, where he first encountered Broly, a revelation that Vegeta took at face value. As Scions exhibited little change from childhood to adulthood, it seems we have identified a fellow Scion, Vegeta mused. His spirits lifted upon learning that this individual was the son of a high-ranking warrior. I am the Prince of Scions, referred to by my father as the legendary Super Scion. Broly shall undoubtedly become one of my most formidable subordinates. Vegeta envisioned a scenario where Broly would eagerly bow before him. From that day forward, Vegeta lost his fervor for conquering other planets and instead embarked on a quest to find Broly. On the 4th day of Vegeta's journey to locate Broly, the cosmos was suddenly illuminated by countless purple rays, as many planets disregarded Beerus's warnings, leading to the instantaneous destruction of a quarter of them. Following this day, the entire universe plunged into a frenzied era of rapid advancement. Chapter 65, The Destruction of Earth. On a bustling street on Earth, two figures abruptly materialized amidst the throng of pedestrians. Extra! The grandest event of the year, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, is set to commence tomorrow. Our esteemed Valkyrie, Lady Florentia, will grace the judging panel. The streets of West City were awash with pamphlets promoting the tournament, heralding an unprecedented occasion. Ah, Lord Beerus. Having been here for decades, it is my first time witnessing such a flourishing martial arts scene. It appears that Little Loon has diligently worked to enhance the strength of Earth, remarked one of the figures, who were none other than Beerus and Whis. Following the cataclysm they had unleashed, could he have achieved this alone? I suspect it is due to the influence of the Bulma family. Beerus scoffed dismissively, expressing disbelief that Fiorenza could achieve such feats alone within a year without Bulma's assistance. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, why do you belittle your own kind? Whis lamented. Perhaps, he mused, let us go and see how they are faring now. A hint of a smile graced Beerus's face, although this Earth was not the one from his reality. Its tectonic structure remained the same. The only distinction lay in its governance and its inhabitants. Many cultures were still akin, such as the presence of the Huaxia civilization and the existence of European civilization in this world. Most pleasing to Beerus was that the ingredients of this realm were identical, and the sight of these familiar provisions greatly whetted his appetite. Very well, let us indulge in the culinary delights of this Earth before we depart. Whis, equally delighted, retrieved a small wallet from his staff and, grasping Beerus's hand, hurried into a restaurant. Boss, bring me one of everything on your menu, Whis exclaimed boisterously upon entering, instantly drawing the gaze of the patrons within. Initially, the proprietor feared a disruption, but upon witnessing Whis produce a card from his wallet, his expression transformed. It was none other than a member of the Red Ribbon Army. My esteemed guest, please hold on. I shall have your dishes prepared immediately. The owner scurried into the kitchen, urgently instructing the multitude of chefs within. I say, Whis, when did you become a member of the Red Ribbon Army? Beerus inquired. His curiosity piqued. How could he not be aware of the Red Ribbon Army? It was an organization capable of creating beings nearing the divine realm. This? Did Little Loon not inform you, Lord Beerus? I established the Red Ribbon Army out of sheer boredom. By the way, there's a promising fellow named Gallo among them. I imparted some technology for creating artificial beings from the third universe to him. I wonder how far he has progressed, Weiss replied cheerfully, sharing the details of his undertakings while eagerly awaiting his feast. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened. I knew it. How could an ordinary earthling like Gallo, no matter how intelligent, possibly create formidable beings such as androids 17 and 18? So it was Weiss who had been up to these shenanigans behind my back. However, with the matter at hand, Beerus found little interest in these trivialities. His primary concern was still food. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes, the dishes remained absent. Hey, boss. Where's our food? Don't you intend to continue running this establishment? After more than an hour had elapsed, Beerus could no longer contain his impatience, and his furious shout echoed throughout West City. That's Lord Beerus's voice. In the heart of West City, the ever-diligent Florentia furrowed his brow and, with a swift teleportation, vanished into Bulma's home. When he reappeared, he found the restaurant owner apologizing profusely to Beerus in the center of the dining area. My lord, I sincerely apologize. Your dishes were served to the disciples of the newly arrived Valkyrie. They demanded them, and I dared not offend them. The restaurant owner is currently in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances, as he finds himself caught between two formidable powers, one wielding over half of the world's military strength, while the other possesses the pinnacle of combat prowess. In this world, where all are compelled to devote themselves to the enhancement of martial capabilities, the Martial Alliance, represented by Florence, holds an unparalleled status. Are you implying that our meals have been lost? At that moment, Beerus's expression darkened considerably, and upon hearing this remark, the proprietor broke into a cold sweat. After all this time I spoke, you only noticed that your meal was missing? Indeed, at this juncture, even Wiss's demeanor turned frosty. For both Beerus and Wiss, having their food snatched away was an utterly grave matter. Dear esteemed guests, may I propose this? Our humble establishment is exerting every effort to prepare your dishes. Allow me to treat you to this meal, along with an additional offer of 10 complimentary dining experiences. What do you think? The proprietor's anxious words left the surrounding diners envious, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, the proprietor felt a pang in his heart, yet he was left with no choice. The current Red Ribbon Army's influence meant that even a mere soldier was beyond his means. Spare yourself the trouble. If that is the case, then this hemisphere need not exist. How could Beerus possibly accept such a trifling matter? His previously indifferent countenance had transformed into one of frigid severity. At this moment, he resembled a man who had toiled tirelessly to earn enough to purchase a house and car, only to have a petty hoodlum emerge and claim to be associated with some notorious figure, snatching away not only his fiancée, but also his possessions. To make matters worse, this ruffian had the audacity to offer a pittance as if to settle the matter amicably. Unacceptable. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Florence's face drained of color. He hastily rushed toward Beerus's location, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, let us speak calmly. There must be some misunderstanding. However, Florence's anxious entreaties did little to quell Beerus's ire. Suddenly, a small orb of light materialized at his fingertips, which promptly sank into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently, causing the entire planet to convulse. What is happening, Mr. Bobo? The deity of the heavens felt an unprecedented tremor that resonated through the celestial realm, a phenomenon he had never encountered in his many years of divinity. Lord God, Earth is on the brink of a cataclysm. Mr. Bobo's once tranquil expression was now marred by fear. What is transpiring, Mr. Bobo? I sense my divine power rapidly waning. The strength of a deity is intrinsically linked to the vitality of the planet, not in terms of combat prowess, but rather the realm of divinity itself. Should a god's power completely dissipate, he would cease to be a god. For instance, if Beerus were to exhaust his divine power before comprehending the energy of time and space, he would ultimately forfeit his long-standing lifespan, reduced to mere ashes. Oh heavens! The earth is about to shatter. As Mr. Popo's words echoed, half of the land erupted instantaneously, with entire cities and mountains vanishing from the western side of the planet in an instant. Chapter 66. Am I, the esteemed Beerus, to partake in your offerings for free? What? You have no money? A thunderous roar reverberated across the entirety of Earth, when satellites from various nations observed from the heavens. They beheld the northern hemisphere of the planet entirely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. However, under the mysterious destructive energy of the god of destruction, even with only half of the planet remaining, it continued to function harmoniously. Lord Beerus, have you perhaps gone too far? Florence stood at the entrance of her shop, gazing at the stark dividing line that emerged from the center, where the land on the other side had completely vanished from her sight. This scene caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Do I require your guidance in my endeavors? Beerus, with his, regarded Florentia with a chilling detachment. This time, even Whis refrained from interceding on her behalf. Although both wore smiles, their austere expressions reminded Florentia of their formidable identities. One was the supreme god of destruction, while the other was a deity born alongside the cosmos itself. In that moment, she felt an unexpected surge of relief. Grateful that the god of destruction had not obliterated the earth entirely. It had indeed been her own recklessness. The surrounding patrons, initially paralyzed with fear, were now utterly astonished to witness their revered Valkyrie expressing gratitude towards her adversary. The restaurant owner, witnessing this extraordinary scene, dared not delay any further and hastily urged the chefs to present the dishes. But wait, how could the Valkyrie express gratitude to someone who was, after all, a demon? Indeed, it was this very being who had caused the chaos. Why then would she show appreciation? Were they perhaps allies? Murmurs of doubt and disbelief echoed throughout the establishment, as those aware of the instigator's presence gathered at the restaurant's entrance to denounce Beerus and Whis, the architects of this turmoil. As Florentia listened to the cacophony growing louder outside, her expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Beerus, they are unaware of the circumstances. Please, do not lower yourself to their level, she implored anxiously. For her affection for this planet was profound. It will be all right. They will soon have nothing left to say. As Beerus savored his meal, he deftly flicked a purple energy sphere from his fingertips. Florenza's expression shifted dramatically, yet she dared not intervene, for should she provoke Beerus, not only would the current assembly perish, but the entire population of Earth would face annihilation. The cacophony of thunderous explosions and anguished screams echoed from outside the restaurant, while Beerus and Whis remained engrossed in their playful dining, utterly indifferent to the chaos they had unleashed, as if the act of casually exterminating billions was beneath their notice. The surrounding patrons ceased their chatter, their faces pale with terror, hastily fleeing the establishment. Unbeknownst to them, their survival was not due to Beerus's mercy, but rather his reluctance to obliterate their dining venue, thereby jeopardizing his own meal. Realizing that the instigator of this turmoil was one of her own disciples, a furious Florenza swiftly ascended to the second floor. The booth's optimal acoustics had kept its occupants blissfully ignorant of the events occurring outside. With a resounding crash, the door to the booth shattered, and as the occupants prepared to voice their indignation, darkness enveloped them, rendering them unconscious, always parading under my banner while neglecting their duties. It seems I have truly erred, Florenza mused, finally comprehending Beerus's rationale for his desire to annihilate half the universe. This was his reminder to herself and humanity that there existed forces far beyond their comprehension. The primary offense was, of course, that a mere god of destruction had been robbed on such a diminutive planet, an affront worthy of the obliteration of an entire galaxy. The multitude of lives lost was merely a response to the indignation directed at him. Upon returning to the restaurant's lower level, Florenza discovered that Beerus and Whis had finished their meal, seemingly unaware of the turmoil that had transpired. Owner, your dish was quite commendable. I shall return for another visit. Beerus smiled with satisfaction and addressed the trembling proprietor, saying, Yes, thank you for the commendation, esteemed sir. You are welcome to visit any time. This humble establishment shall be entirely complimentary. His father, a man of considerable courage, was not so easily intimidated. Your words are misplaced. Do you truly believe I am one to dine without recompense? Whis shall cover the expenses, and I shall also compensate for any losses incurred by the establishment. As Beerus nonchalantly picked his teeth, he issued a command to Whis, who stood beside him. However, Whis's expression suddenly turned awkward. Well, my Lord Beerus, I must confess, I have no money. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's countenance swiftly shifted to one of disbelief. Are you jesting with me? You dare to invite me to dine without even possessing any funds? In a fit of exasperation, Beerus scolded Whis, lamenting that if word got out about the god of destruction dining without payment, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. I do possess a card, though it appears to be devoid of funds. However, my subordinate assured me that it allows for complimentary meals worldwide. Whis awkwardly presented his card with a smile. Alas, how does this differ from dining without charge? Are you jesting with me? Beerus spat disdainfully, and at that moment, Florencia's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing the scene. Lord Beerus, allow me to cover the expenses, she exclaimed, hastily retrieving her wallet to settle the bill with the proprietor. Naturally, Florencia refrained from suggesting anything akin to treating him. The last thing she wanted was for Beerus to perceive it as an affront. This unexpected gesture left Beerus feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you for your kindness. Vados and I shall take a stroll and reimburse you later," he replied. His face slightly flushed as he quickly departed the restaurant with Vados. "Oh, by the way, I haven't destroyed the Dragon Balls. If you require them, seek them out yourself." Just as Beerus was about to exit the establishment, he turned back to address Florencia, then walked away without a second glance. Initially taken aback by his words, Florencia's expression soon transformed into one of sheer joy. Watching Beerus's retreating figure, she couldn't help but bow deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." In an instant, Florencia teleported back to Bulma's residence. "By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you inform little Luan about the Dragon Balls? Wouldn't he that inadvertently intimidate the Earthlings?" On the bustling street, Vados, savoring his takeaway ice cream, curiously inquired of Beerus. "What do you understand? Am I the kind of being who lacks reason? Those who need to be intimidated will be. As for those who are impervious to fear, even if I were to eliminate them, they would remain unafraid." Chapter 67. The Fractured Egg of Krillin. Beerus scoffed with disdain, fully aware of humanity's inherent flaws, a truth he had comprehended thoroughly since his past life. "Ha ha ha. Let them kill a few more times. I refuse to believe they will remain so resolute." Was covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. "I didn't expect you, with that cheerful demeanor, to harbor such wicked thoughts. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on that. First, we must seek out a jewelry store to procure some funds. It would be utterly unacceptable for the esteemed destroyer god, Beerus, to be in debt." With that, Beerus and Whis located the largest jewelry store available, where they casually conjured a few trinkets using divine power. In the proprietor's gaze, which resembled that of a grandfather, they acquired a gem for merely a fraction of its worth. Upon exiting the store, Beerus nonchalantly tossed around the bank card in his hand. "Lord Beerus, do you think this amount will suffice?" Whis inquired with concern, worried that insufficient funds would tarnish his reputation as a divine attendant. "How should I know? They said I could easily purchase a dozen of those restaurants. Let us not fret. First, we shall settle the debt," Beerus retorted. Beerus uttered a faint remark, and in an instant, the two vanished from the street. In the next 393 seconds, they reappeared at Bulma's residence, where they beheld Bulma and her companions preparing to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Among them was Goku, who had also been summoned alongside Krillin, whom Goku had invited to lend a hand. However, Chaos was absent, and it remained a mystery whether he had ventured off to engage with some young lady. "Oh, there seems to be quite a gathering." Beerus greeted everyone with a smile, entirely oblivious to any sense of guilt. "Oh, is that Lord Beerus? What brings you here?" Goku, who was nearest and had nothing else to do, immediately spotted Beerus. "What, Beerus? Does he still have the audacity to show his face here?" Just as Goku finished his sentence, an infuriated voice erupted from inside the aircraft. Subsequently, Bulma burst forth from the cockpit and dashed directly in front of Beerus. Well, Beerus, we hadn't even come looking for you, yet here you are, making an appearance on your own." Bulma crossed her arms defiantly, unabashedly critiquing Beerus. Meanwhile, Florence, who had just emerged from the room with something in hand, immediately changed her expression. "Bulma, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize at once." Florence's words prompted Bulma to scoff dismissively, remaining unfazed. "Ha, have you finished? If so, hurry and find your Dragon Balls. By the way, here is your money back. Take it." After Beerus yawned, he tossed a card to Bulma without acknowledging her offense. Bulma quickly caught the card and tucked it away. "Now, if you are searching for the Dragon Balls, you must hurry. I wish to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament on time tomorrow," the proud Beerus urged, prompting the others to act swiftly. Bulma seized the Dragon Radar and vanished in an instant, while Goku, clutching another Dragon Radar, soared into the sky on his Nimbus cloud, heading towards the nearest Dragon Ball indicated on the device. "Hey, Beerus, we haven't finished our conversation yet," Bulma exclaimed, feeling a twinge of anxiety as her allies departed. "Fear not, Bulma, Lord Beerus is quite gentle," was interjected with a smile, attempting to ease her worries. "In truth, his actions are for the betterment of Earth." "Humph. He has already destroyed half of Earth and still claims to have good intentions?" Bulma scoffed. "What? This great cat is responsible for the destruction of Earth? Very well. I shall take it upon myself to vanquish evil." Just then, Krillin, who had been quiet due to unfamiliarity, suddenly leaped and aimed a kick at Beerus. "Ha! My year of rigorous training will finally bear fruit. Krillin sneered. Is this fellow out of his mind? Even Bulma was taken aback, closing her eyes as she watched Krillin charge toward Beerus. Well, the little bald one has quite a bit of courage. With a sinister smile, Beerus swiftly seized Krillin's foot as he attempted to kick. What? The motionless Krillin's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to retaliate with his other leg. Suddenly, Beerus struck. With a clenched fist, he aimed a powerful blow at Krillin's groin. The unmistakable sound of a cracking egg echoed in Bulma's ears, prompting her to open her eyes in curiosity, only to witness Krillin sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Wow, Beerus. Don't you think you were a tad too harsh? Look, you've knocked him out. Bulma's remarks stifled a laugh from Whis, who covered his mouth in an effort to contain his amusement. All right, I'm hungry now. Please fetch me something to eat. Beerus rubbed his belly, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just indulged in a lavish feast. Honestly, I wonder if you and Goku are truly brothers, always preoccupied with eating. Bulma shot an exasperated glare at Beerus before hastily calling for a rescue robot for Krillin, instructing the robotic chef to prepare a meal. Poor Krillin lay convulsing on the cold stretchers of several robots. In the center of the courtyard, the figure of Florencia intermittently appeared, placing down Dragon Balls one by one before departing. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, little Goku finally returned, disheveled, to Bulma's backyard. Haha, I've obtained a one-star ball, he exclaimed, joyfully leaping from the air and brandishing the one-star ball above his head. Oh, little Lewin has already finished. We were just waiting for you. Unfortunately, no one cheered for him, and as he focused his gaze, he noticed the other 6 Dragon Balls shimmering on the ground. Wow, Grandpa's here too. That's wonderful. Little Goku tossed aside the one-star ball and dashed toward the 4-star ball. Seeing the situation escalate, Bulma shouted towards the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish." Little Goku remained blissfully unaware as the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a blinding radiance, continuing his joyful sprint toward his grandfather. With a resounding boom, an enormous roar echoed across half the earth. Accompanied by this sound was the mighty bellow of Shenron, who unexpectedly whisked little Goku into the sky. The dragon seemed to sense something above it, and with a flick of its head, little Goku shot upward like a meteor into the clouds. After this display, Shenron smirked wickedly as it revealed most of its body, previously sealed within the Dragon Balls. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled. Shenron's booming voice resonated throughout West City. However, upon catching sight of Beerus, who was contentedly enjoying a meal in a nearby pavilion, the dragon's confidence faltered, and a cold sweat broke out. Damn it, why do I have such terrible luck, constantly encountering gods of destruction? Chapter 68, Bulma's Airstrip Lord Beerus. How have you been lately? I humbly greet you. The once imposing demeanor of Shenron vanished, replaced by a sycophantic grin. Fortunately, Bulma and the others were accustomed to this. Shenron had already established a reputation for its lecherous demeanor in their eyes. Of course, Shenron paid no heed to their opinions, pondering whether such humble words might win Beerus's favor. Stop the nonsense. Can't you see I'm eating? What to do? What to do? Who would have thought that rather than earning affection, only the scorn of Beerus would be received? The dragon's expression instantly stiffened, yet he dared not utter a word. For only his master, the Super Dragon, possessed the audacity to challenge the destroyer and the god of priests. Yes, little dragon will get to work now, he proclaimed, eagerly positioning himself before Bulma and the others, softly reiterating his initial words. Dragon, restore Earth to its state of 3 days ago, with only a single wish. Bulma and the others found themselves constrained to a game of semantics. The dragon raised his head, a flash of red light gleaming in his eyes, before a myriad of messages flooded into his mind. Instantly, his demeanor became somewhat awkward. Your wish still requires the consent of Lord Beerus, otherwise. Even if I restore Earth, the destroyer will obliterate it once more, and I too will be implicated. Indeed, the dragon had become timid, for Beerus's destruction was far more final than Piccolo's killings. Once obliterated by Beerus, he would truly cease to exist, and even resurrecting his spirit would not result in his current form. What? I have to ask him? Would he dare refuse? Just do it. Rest assured. I've got your back, Bulma declared, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus, who was enjoying his meal, thumping her chest in assurance. As the saying goes, one who lacks substance cannot accomplish tasks effectively, and the dragon was skeptical of Bulma's assurances. Very well, let us proceed as she suggests. Just then, Beerus, having finished his meal, stood beside Bulma, his voice startling her nearly into a jump. Little dragon, at your service. The dragon, relieved by Beerus's approval, immediately soared into the sky, spiraling among the stars. A cascade of radiance enveloped the earth, as the half that had been obliterated by Beerus began to swell like a fermenting bond. With each passing moment, the entire planet was restored, and the once-deceased humans emerged from the earth as if crafted by Nuar herself. Having completed this monumental task, the dragon spiraled back above Bulma's home in West City. "Your wish has been fulfilled. I shall take my leave," he declared to a composed Bulma. However, after speaking, his previously lofty demeanor transformed into a rather disheveled one. Lord Beerus, I shall take my leave now. Please make yourself comfortable here, and should you require anything in the future, just summon me." The dragon's sudden shift to a more unrefined appearance shattered the noble air he had initially cultivated. After finishing his words, he transformed into 7 beams of light, vanishing into the sky. Finally, it was over. Bulma smiled faintly. At that moment, she could certainly be considered Earth's savior. After all, it was she who created the dragon radar. Without it, even Florencia would have taken a year to locate the 7 Dragon Balls, rendering the resurrection of these Earthlings impossible. Having eaten to satisfaction, I feel inclined to rest. Thank you for your hospitality. Whis, we shall return home now. As Shenron vanished, Beerus keenly observed that the seal above Shenron seemed to have dissipated significantly. Beerus, aren't you going to wait here until tomorrow to attend this year's martial arts tournament together? Bulma inquired with a hint of confusion. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus intends to retire to another dimension for slumber. Otherwise, by the time he awakens, you all shall have grown old and withered, was explained with a smile. However, had Bulma looked closely, she would have noticed a sizable piece of cake concealed in Whis's hands behind his back. Sister Whis, you may leave first. I shall manage matters here. Florencia nodded in agreement after exchanging glances with Whis. Subsequently, Beerus and Whis transformed into beams of light and vanished from the surface. Excellent. This way, we can properly prepare for the other martial artists tomorrow, Florencia said with a faint smile, while she was unconcerned about the other competitors. Her disciples and Goku were participating in such a tournament for the very first time. Suddenly, Florencia froze. Wasn't Goku just flying? Where did he go now? Her words left Bulma momentarily dumbfounded. And where has Krillin disappeared to as well? Florencia's next question rendered Bulma even more embarrassed. Just then, a figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing towards the ground, prompting Bulma to hurriedly sidestep. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Goku created a massive crater upon impact. At the bottom of the pit lay Goku, leaving only his tail visible. No, Goku is here. As for Krillin, it seems he attempted to defeat Beerus and was knocked out by him, Bulma remarked, shrugging her shoulders. These two truly seem to seek trouble for themselves, Florencia thought, shaking her head in resignation. After pulling her brother Kakarot from the crater, Florencia made her way to the medical room. Upon hearing the diagnosis from the medical robot, her expression turned grave. Severe testicular trauma, irreparable with current medical technology? Florencia and Bulma fell into contemplation, exchanging glances that revealed their shared astonishment. I never imagined Lord Beerus had such peculiar tastes. Alas, poor lad. After instructing the medical robot to do its utmost to heal him, they sighed and shook their heads as they exited the medical room. Meanwhile, Beerus, who had previously claimed he was going to sleep, was certainly not headed to rest. Where are you off to now, Lord Beerus? Whis, understanding Beerus's intentions, knew he was not genuinely returning to slumber. Let that be for now, Whis. How do I usually treat you? Beerus suddenly fixed his gaze upon Whis, instilling a slight trepidation within him. Is there something wrong, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, despite an uneasy premonition stirring within him. Well then, if that is the case, shouldn't you share the milkshake cake you pilfered from Bulma's house? Beerus's Whis what? I fail to comprehend what Lord Beerus is articulating. Where does the food come from? What is a milkshake cake? I am utterly bewildered. Whis hastily shook his head in denial. In that case, I shall commence my raid. Beerus let out a cold laugh, instantly causing Whis to change his expression dramatically. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly retrieved a cake from behind him, extending his tongue to lick it around at lightning speed. In an instant, Beerus's expression shifted wildly. Whis, you dare to court death. The cosmos was thrown into chaos by the antics of the two. On a distant green planet far from Earth, a voice called out. Neru run. I will hold them off. Chapter 69. The Ultimate Essence. Assimilation. Planet Namek. A celestial body brimming with hope and love. Centuries ago, Excessive exploitation by the Namekians led to significant environmental changes on the planet. Eventually, one fateful day, disaster struck, and the Namekians were nearly obliterated in that catastrophe, leaving only the Grand Elder alive. The Grand Elder gazed upon the ravaged Namek, his heart heavy with sorrow as he summoned the eternal dragon Purunga to restore the planet's environment. Due to Purunga's unique ability to revive only one individual at a time, the Grand Elder chose not to resurrect anyone, opting instead to bear the weight of endless grief alone. Through centuries of relentless effort, Namek was restored to its most splendid phase. However, just days prior, another calamity descended. While recuperating atop Elder Rock, the Grand Elder suddenly sensed an extraordinarily noble aura, far surpassing that of the celestial beings of Namek who had perished in the previous disaster. Just as he believed the divine was favoring Namek, a horde of infernal demons arrived instead. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the demons were numerous and matched the average strength of the Namekians. What proved most dire was that the demons outnumbered the Namekians by several times and appeared as if they had not eaten in millennia. They consumed everything in sight, launching reckless attacks without a hint of restraint. Within mere days, the Namekians suffered devastating losses. In one of Namek's villages, a grotesque group of demons was ruthlessly slaughtering the Namekians. In the midst of battle, even the slightest misstep could mean death for a Namekian. The children were surrounded, preventing the demons from breaking through. Suddenly, a weary adult Namekian was struck down, his skull shattered by a demon. Chills. With this Namekian's demise, the once resilient warriors descended into chaos. Run, take the children and flee. I will hold them back. A towering Namekian unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending the children flying several meters away. Damnable monsters, perish. He roared, charging forward to grapple one of the stronger demons. Don't. Hurry, stop him. It seemed that the inhabitants of Namek had anticipated the intentions of the giant. They shouted in desperation, boom. Alas, the giant had no time to heed their cries. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal beam of light, enveloping the surrounding hundreds of demons within its radiance. Countless screams erupted from the explosion's epicenter. Not only the demons but even other Namekians suffered varying degrees of harm. That detestable brat, he has slain so many of us. At that moment, a towering demon, over 20 meters in height, suddenly soared from the distance, his icy gaze fixated on the vast pit before him. Cursed be you all. I shall annihilate you. Just then, a young Namekian child dashed from the crowd, charging towards the formidable demon. Though small in stature, the child possessed strength commensurate with an ordinary Namekian. Unfortunately, the giant demon was the supreme leader of this invasion of Namek. Huh, a child so fiery with spirit? The colossal demon sneered, summoning a small energy orb the size of a fingertip, which instantaneously shattered the child's arm. The impact sent him hurtling back into the throng of children. Curse it, Neru. Come back quickly. The adult Namekians, ensnared in the chaos, glared with fury as they witnessed Neru's arm being broken. Yet, the indomitable Neru merely glared at the towering demon with seething hatred. Such determination in your gaze. If you were a demon, I might have considered taking you as my foster son. Alas, what a pity. The giant demon shook his head in resignation, then concentrated, forming an even larger orb of light in his hand. My comrades, I require your assistance. Neru's youthful eyes brimmed with resolve. Neru, do you intend to use that technique? But the elders have warned that some children may hesitate. What does it matter at this point? We are at the brink of life and death. Neru's demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of one so young. Very well, we stand with you. Indeed, we do. I shall join as well. The Namekian children unanimously reached a consensus, placing their arms upon Neru's shoulders. Friends, we shall fight side by side from this moment forth. Neru smiled faintly, unaware that the children behind him exchanged knowing glances. Ha! A group of mere children believes they can alter the tide of battle. How Navi! Go perish! The giant demon scoffed, casually flinging the energy orb he had conjured, sending it hurtling towards the group of children. Now is the time for assimilation. With red-rimmed eyes, Nailu let out a loud cry, and in an instant, dozens of children transformed into a dazzling beam of light. As this brilliance emerged, nearly the entire population of Namekians turned their gaze towards it. The colossal demon's energy sphere, like a stone cast into the ocean, merged seamlessly into this blinding radiance. What? The giant demon stared in disbelief at the scene before it. Damn it! It's our inadequacy that has led to this. Otherwise, Nailu and the others wouldn't have to resort to such measures. Cursed demon, perish at once. surrounding adult Namekians. Their eyes aflame, summoned every ounce of their strength to charge towards the demons. Alas, as time wore on, they would ultimately succumb. Yet, the colossal demon felt no joy. For the brilliant sphere of light had now shrunk to the size of a single person. No matter what power it wielded, it was inexorably drawn into the radiant sphere. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth from the sphere, striking the ground just before the giant demon, causing it to recoil in fright. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning erupted once more, all aimed at the colossal demon. In its desperate flight, the demon's minions were obliterated by the electric onslaught. What is happening? You little wretches, come out and face me one-on-one. The giant demon furiously shouted at the stationary sphere of light. As it finished cursing, the sphere of light began to contract violently. Boom. The sphere erupted, scattering countless fragments of light towards the colossal demon. Underestimating me? Die. The giant demon bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that dissolved the luminous shards. Oh, impressive strength. You managed to withstand that. At that moment, a mocking voice reached the ears of the giant demon. Chapter 70. The strongest Namekian in history. What? The sudden voice caused the giant creature's expression to change dramatically. It hastily conjured a shield to protect itself. Die. Boom. However, upon hearing that chilling voice, the demon's consciousness was plunged into darkness. The colossal body disintegrated into countless fragments, vanishing from existence. In the next instant, a green light, like a thread, pierced through the remaining demons, binding them together. When the last demon fell, a young Namekian appeared before the gathered Namekians. Vanish. The young Namekian spoke softly. And in an instant, a cacophony of explosions resonated in the ears of all present. In that fleeting moment, the terrifying demons that had instilled fear in every Namekian vanished from the earth. Are you Nero? Or someone else? The injured Namekian, cradling his arm, spoke with a tone tinged with sorrow. Assimilation signifies that other kin have permanently departed from this world, not merely in the corporeal sense, but their very souls have been obliterated. I am Nero. They have concentrated all their power into me. The young Nero's expression was grim. The combat prowess of the colossal demons reached 10,000, far surpassing the average strength of the Namekians. Before assimilation, his strength was merely 2,000, yet afterward, it soared to over 1 million. However, the thought that this immense power was achieved at the cost of his brethren's lives weighed heavily on his heart. Alas, their sacrifice holds value. At least we need not worry about these demons slaughtering our kin any longer. Given the circumstances, there is little left to discuss. Therefore, I shall first eliminate the remaining demons, and then we can rebuild our home. With that, Nero prepared to take flight. I advise against such actions. Just then, a chilling voice descended from the heavens. Nero's pupils dilated sharply as he quickly turned to locate the source of the voice. The other Namekians also braced themselves for confrontation. From the sky descended a purple figure accompanied by a white-haired, blue-eyed individual. What troubled Nero most was his inability to gauge the combat strength of the two. Esteemed beings, what brings you to my Namek? Why do you say we cannot eradicate all demons? Nero refrained from acting rashly. The assimilation of many had not only granted him formidable power, but also unparalleled intelligence. Ha ha, this is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. We happen to pass by out of sheer boredom. As for your inability to annihilate the demons, are you foolish? They are sent here. If you eliminate them all, they will merely dispatch an even stronger batch, and your demise will be all the more tragic. Beerus could scarcely be bothered to elucidate these matters, for his purpose in this visit was solely to seek out Porunga, rather than to witness the Namekians engaged in their trivial pursuits. What? Such a thing exists? Everyone seemingly overlooked the true nature of the god of destruction, yet this was somewhat understandable, as they were confronted with news of paramount importance concerning life and death. Very well, the situation has been laid bare before you. We merely wish to inquire if you could bestow upon us the Dragon Balls. As we have certain questions to pose to Porunga, Beerus directly interrupted the group of Namekians, who wished to inquire further. What? You seek the Dragon Balls? Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions? Indeed, upon uttering these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. After all, there are times when the value of the Dragon Balls surpasses that of their very lives. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, just look at you. You possess no finesse in your speech. You frighten these little ones, Whis remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Beerus. To put it succinctly, we wish to pose a few inquiries regarding the Dragon Balls. Once our questions have been addressed, we shall take our leave. There is nothing more at stake here. Whis explained with a smile. Absolutely not. Unless you reveal your identities, We will never grant you the Dragon Balls, Nairo retorted, rendering Whis momentarily speechless. Oh my. I am conversing with you civilly, and yet you wish to provoke trouble? We have already stated that this esteemed individual is the god of destruction. And I am his attendant, Whis exclaimed, exasperated. That will not suffice. We cannot ascertain the authenticity of your identities, so regrettably, we must decline, Nairo reiterated, defiantly dismissing the sensitive Whis. Lord Beerus, I feel a desire to strike someone. Do you consent? Whis's face twitched with a forced smile, instantly alerting the Namekians. If a confrontation is inevitable, why not simply annihilate them instead? With a disdainful snort, Beerus chose not to intervene. Ha ha ha. I am, after all, a civilized being. Whis's veiled remarks instantly darkened Beerus's expression. Yet, in the presence of others, he refrained from retorting. He lifted a finger and gently flicked it, unleashing an invisible energy that enveloped the entirety of Namek. Amid the terrified gazes of Namekians scattered across the globe, the Dragon Balls soared into the sky, converging upon Beerus's location. The Namekians, sensing the impending doom, were preoccupied with their own survival. Otherwise, they would have certainly approached. However, a few devils also came, curious to witness the unfolding events. With a series of thunderous booms, 7 massive Dragon Balls descended before Beerus and his companions. What? Is this the Dragon Balls? Impossible. The Dragon Balls cannot be transported using supernatural powers. How could such energy extend over such a vast distance? The injured Namekians, under the care of medical Namekians, had begun to regain their normal state. Sir, please relinquish the Dragon Balls, or we shall be compelled to take action, Naru stated coldly, directing a threat towards Beerus and Whis. However, the two were far too preoccupied to pay heed to a mere child. Whis, do you understand the Namekian language? Beerus inquired. Of course, such a simple language is easily grasped upon meeting them, Whis replied with a hint of pride. Their disregard for the proud Namekians nearby was evident, and their expressions soured. Very well, if that is the case, we shall resort to battle, Naru declared. However, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force struck his face, sending him, boasting to be the strongest Namekian in history, hurtling backwards, his teeth scattering around him. Naru, are you all right? The cries of concern reached Naru's dazed ears, and he suddenly realized he had been struck. His eyes turned red with fury as he prepared to retaliate. Meanwhile, Beerus, indifferent, waved his hand dismissively. With a resounding boom, Naru spat blood and was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. After this, Beerus yawned, clearly relishing the thrill of vanquishing a mere child. With a sinister smile, Beerus remarked that ever since his arrival in this world, he had frequently bullied children aged 3 to 4, and his actions became increasingly brutal. The child before him, Naru, appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. Yet due to the early maturity and higher intelligence of Namekians, he seemed remarkably composed. Given this, I shall summon Purunga. With a cheerful gaze directed towards the distant Dragon Balls, Whis began to recite a peculiar incantation. Come forth, Dragon Purunga, and grant my wish. Namekian language, boom. As Whis finished his words, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a brilliant radiance. A tremendous roar echoed as a dragon, reminiscent of the one from Aladdin's lamp, ascended from the Dragon Balls, soaring and spiraling through the sky. Observing Purunga frolicking yet refusing to descend, Beerus could not help but break into a sweat. Finally, after a minute, Purunga completed his antics and gracefully descended before the gathering of Namekians and Beerus. Petty mortals, what is your desire? Any wish can be granted. Up to 3. Purunga's grand proclamation ignited immense excitement among the Namekians below. It is the guardian Purunga. Great deity, please save us Namekians. Indeed, Purunga. Expel the demons from our planet. Yes, our wish is to banish the demons. One by one, the Namekians hurriedly began to voice their wishes. Very well, I understand. Purunga raised his head, a faint red glow flickering in his eyes. Simultaneously, all the demons still battling on Namek vanished in an instant. Your first wish has been granted. Now speak your second wish. Such a request was trivial for Purunga, as it merely involved transporting these individuals to another planet. Wait, there are still 2 demons remaining. Did you forget, Purunga? Ah yes, those 2. The Namekians, initially elated by Purunga's words, suddenly realized that Beerus and Whis were still standing in place. Beerus's light golden pupils were fixated intently on Purunga in the sky. There are still demons? Purunga paused, gradually shifting his gaze to Beerus and Whis, pointed out by the Namekians. In an instant, beads of sweat began to trickle down Purunga's forehead. Beerus-sama, what brings you here? The once formidable and commanding demeanor of Purunga suddenly diminished. Purunga wore a sycophantic expression, resembling that of the dragon of earth, leaving the Namekians below utterly astonished. They had never before witnessed Purunga behave in such a manner towards anyone. It is worth noting that even the Grand Elder of Namek, the very creator of Purunga, was met with a disdainful countenance when he first encountered the dragon. How is it that I have made a special effort to meet you, yet you appear displeased? Beerus's casual words caused a dramatic change in Purunga's expression. No, the dragon certainly did not mean that, he said, shaking his head repeatedly, terrified that Beerus might truly be angered. All right, I sought you out for a matter of importance. Suddenly, Beerus ascended gracefully into the air, arriving at the flat expanse of Purunga. Gulping nervously, Purunga cautiously inquired, "Is there something that Lord Beerus wishes for the dragon to do?" His humble demeanor elicited a wave of disappointment among the Namekians. However, the dragon paid no heed to the thoughts of these insignificant beings. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to enter your body and have some fun." Suddenly, Beerus let out a sinister smile. In an instant, he grasped the void. And with a resonant sound of confinement, Purunga found himself utterly immobilized. To enter my body? Could it be that Lord Beerus's? He thought, horrified. This cannot be. Purunga attempted to twist his form, but alas, his strength was insignificant before Beerus, akin to that of an ant. No, please. I am a dignified dragon. In the depths of despair, as Purunga's eyes widened, Beerus transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards him. Purunga, in utter desperation, closed his eyes, expecting the anticipated agony. Yet moments later, he felt a rupture within his body as a significant breach was created in the seal. Oh no, Lord Beerus has entered the seal. If by chance I release the demons, I am doomed. Purunga's anxiety surpassed even the fear of personal violation, for his very purpose was to contain the ancient demons within. Each of these demons was a formidable force of primordial might. However, what truly haunted him was not merely their release. Should they be unleashed, he would vanish from existence. In his desperation, he could only pray that Beerus would show mercy and refrain from either killing these ancient demons or releasing them. Ho ho ho! Are you worried about your little life? At that moment, Whis, standing on the ground, spoke with a chuckle. You need not fret, while I am here. No demon can escape. However, there is a matter you may need to accept. Whis's cheerful words sent a chill down Purunga's spine. What matter, esteemed angel? He gulped. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus delights in combat. Should he engage with those within, any collateral damage to you cannot be held against us, Whis grinned mischievously, causing Purunga's spirit to plummet. It seems I am doomed, he thought, closing his eyes in despair. Meanwhile, having shattered the seal and entered Purunga's body, Beerus immediately comprehended the structure of the seals within the dragon. With a resounding thud, he landed in the sealed space. This realm resembled a hyperbolic time chamber, expansive enough to house a sun. The conditions were harsh, yet they posed no challenge to Beerus. In the distance, towering chains loomed within this hellish domain, binding colossal cocoons. 7 cocoons, presumably containing the 7 ancient demons, stood imprisoned. Sensing their immense power, Beerus smiled faintly before approaching one of the more concealed cocoons. Raising his right hand, he effortlessly severed the cocoon from its chain. With a thunderous sound, it fell. Suddenly, the colossal cocoon on the ground began to throb violently, resembling a heart in turmoil. With a resounding explosion, the entire cocoon erupted. Chapter 72. Bolinga, feeling as though his very essence has been extracted. As the luminous cocoon shattered, a birdman with a pair of enormous wings emerged before Beerus. Wait, is this not the angel of legend? Though, it must be said, he is rather unappealing. Beerus gazed at the distorted features of the faux angel, unable to suppress a smirk of derision. Nevertheless, the prowess of this angel was undeniably formidable, having reached an astonishing level of 10 quintillion. If the trajectory of Dragon Ball GT were to unfold as anticipated, it was inevitable that Kakarot would ultimately yield. The god of destruction? Upon catching sight of Beerus, the faux angel's expression shifted dramatically. Regardless of his apparent ineptitude, a god of destruction possesses a raw combat power of several hundred quintillion, coupled with destructive energy. Even the mightiest beings sealed within the Dragon Balls would find themselves at a grave disadvantage in such an encounter. Esteemed god of destruction, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? The faux angel, aware of his inferiority, hastily bowed before Beerus, internally relieved that he had refrained from recklessly provoking such a formidable opponent. You are aware of my identity as the god of destruction? It appears you possess a modicum of discernment, Beerus remarked. Beerus's statement is not one of arrogance, but rather a reflection of the fact that even the Kais remain oblivious to the existence of a god of destruction. This ignorance stems from the foolishness of the Supreme Kai, who knows little of the true nature of things. Although the being in question possesses a remarkable lineage, gaining access to the realm of the god of destruction proves to be quite challenging. The god of destruction chuckled lightly, revealing that our demon race was once in service to the Lord of Destruction. However, we strayed from the path, following the old demon king into missteps that led to our sealing away in 797. The foe angel offered an awkward smile, but his attempts to downplay the matter only elicited a dismissive smirk from Beerus, who held no belief in such fabrications. Many millennia ago, the ancient demon race, under the leadership of the ancient demon king, had vanquished countless gods of destruction. The universes that were obliterated by the Omni King met their fate after being overtaken by the ancient demons, prompting the Omni King to intervene and erase them entirely. Ultimately, the Dragon God intervened, sealing all remnants of the ancient demon race within the Super Dragon Balls. Each time a new set of Dragon Balls is forged, a portion of the demons is released into these Dragon Balls, serving as a source of energy. The reason I have summoned you is that my subordinates are currently understaffed, and I require your assistance. I wonder if you would be inclined to help. Beerus candidly expressed his thoughts. Although these demons collectively might not be a match for a mere slap from him, each of them possesses unparalleled strength within the cosmos. For instance, during the Tournament of Power, this so-called false angel could undoubtedly overpower 95 individuals. Serve under you? Upon hearing Beerus's words, the false angel was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you unwilling? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding an aura that made the foe angel tremble in fear. No, 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 how could I possibly refuse? I can no longer endure hiding in this wretched place. However, Lord Destroyer, if you proceed in this manner, the priest and those above you may take issue with it. The foe angel's seemingly concerned words were, in truth, a mere test to ascertain whether this destroyer possessed the strength to disregard even the priest. Haha. The priest you speak of is currently beside Brolin. Do you truly believe he would allow my entry if he had any objections? Beerus chuckled disdainfully, his words eliciting a faint sigh of relief from the foe angel. With this understanding, the foe angel, bearing a solemn expression, knelt on one knee, his wings gently fluttering, radiating a celestial light from his being. Soon, a cascade of golden feathers descended from his wings. I, the king of the fallen angelic lineage, Lucifer, pay my respects to you, Lord of Destruction. From this moment forth, your brilliance shall be my guiding light. Lucifer's grave demeanor prompted a slight nod from Beerus. The golden feathers of the angelic race are akin to a soul. Offering these feathers signifies an eternal loyalty bestowed upon another. Very well. You shall find yourself grateful for the choice you have made today. The former glory of your angelic kin, I shall aid you in restoring. With the other party having expressed their allegiance, Beerus would certainly not treat them unjustly. By the way, as far as I am aware, the angelic race is known for their beauty. How is it that you are so unfortunate in appearance? In a moment. The previously solemn Beerus uttered words that rendered Lucifer exceedingly awkward. Well, you see, my father is not of the angelic lineage, but rather the leader of the fallen angels. While I belong to the order of the light angels, Lucifer's words clarified for Beerus that not all hybrids possess admirable qualities. However, Beerus chose not to dwell on this matter further. Subsequently, Beerus severed the light cocoons from the iron chains and the newly reborn demons. Initially apprehensive about whether the god of destruction would obliterate them upon their emergence, unanimously agreed to serve him upon learning his identity and intentions. Yet, among them were two who sought to employ cunning tactics. These two were promptly ensnared by Beerus, bound by dozens of iron chains within the sealing space of Borina, serving as a source of energy for Borina. This act instilled a tremor of fear in the other demons, for being sealed within would subject them to relentless torment, exacerbated with each additional chain. Since you have all resolved to follow me, remember this: do not engage in any underhanded schemes behind my back, lest you find yourselves imprisoned here for eternity. After issuing a warning, Beerus directly broke through the seal and appeared before Purunga. As the five figures emerged alongside Beerus, the previously imprisoned Purunga deflated like a punctured balloon, his form shrinking to half its size. Purunga, you may leave. Your presence is no longer required. Upon lifting the confinement placed upon Purunga, Beerus commanded him to depart. Feeling utterly drained, Purunga could only helplessly ascend into the skies. transforming into a radiant beam of light before vanishing from the sight of Beerus and his companions. Who are these individuals? Their overwhelming aura is truly terrifying. They emerged from within Purunga's essence. Could they be the deities that control him? The Namekian inhabitants, intimidated by the faint energy inadvertently released by the demons, speculated wildly. Lord Beerus, have you concluded your task? Whis inquired, observing Beerus and the demons behind him with a smile. Each of these demons bore a sphere reminiscent of the Dragon Balls affixed to their heads, a result of their connection to the Dragon Balls. Ah, it is indeed concluded. I shall assign these individuals to coordinate the efforts of other demons and the Kaioshin of the demon realm. Of course, the paramount task remains to bestow upon them the cosmic insignia of the seventh universe, elevating the overall standing of our cosmos. Beerus's thoughts were rather straightforward: to gather all these individuals into the seventh universe, thereby enhancing the overall strength. For the number of powerful beings is crucial for the universe's evaluation. Leave these matters to me. I shall ensure everything is properly arranged. After all, Lord Beerus intends to attend the Earth's martial arts tournament, does he not? You may proceed. As Whis spoke, he waved his hand, drawing the 5 ancient demons into his staff, beginning to utilize the essence of the cosmos along with the imprint. Indeed, it would be utterly remiss not to witness the inaugural martial arts tournament in the realm of anime. Beerus smiled faintly, and in an instant, he vanished above the beautiful planet Namek. Chapter 73. The era of the incompetent warriors. West City, now the most bustling metropolis, has emerged as the epicenter of global economic trade. In this era, mandated by divine decree to cultivate martial prowess, the Valkyrie Hall of West City has become the quintessential sanctuary for martial artists across the globe. Here, not only does the legendary Master Wu Tian, who has lived for centuries, serve as the chief instructor, but renowned martial artists from around the world also grace the hall as special coaches. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is underway at the training grounds of the Valkyrie Hall. On this day, the already crowded streets have become even more congested. Wow, look at how slender that little girl's waist is. And her legs, so long and fair. I can hardly bear it. Oh my, that mature lady's assets are simply astounding. Amidst the throng, a short, lecherous old man with twinkling eyes weaves through the crowd. Each time he spots a beautiful young woman, his gaze fixates shamelessly on her legs. Suddenly, while he is indulging in his voyeuristic delight, a sharp pain pierces his ears. Ah, you old pervert, where have you been hiding? No wonder you're so engrossed here. As the old man prepares to retort, a chilling female voice causes him to wilt instantly. Ranchi, you cannot blame me. It's simply that these young ladies are too enchanting. The turtle hermit, despite his predicament, clings to his peeping pursuits. What? Are you claiming to have a right to this? Just wait until I deal with you, you decrepit old fool. Ranchi, her blonde hair alight with fury, suddenly produces a Gatling gun from seemingly nowhere. Ah, someone has a gun. In an instant, the entire street erupts into chaos, the already tumultuous scene spiraling further into disorder. Rat-a-tat-tat. But Ranchi pays no heed, pulling the trigger as the Gatling gun unleashes a torrent of blue flames and bullets, raining down as if they were free of cost. Huh. Perish, old man. Ranchi cackles madly, directing the weapon at the turtle hermit, who, terrified, can only flee in disarray. Suddenly, a figure materializes between them, causing Ranchi to instinctively swing the Gatling gun toward the newcomer. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes resounds as the bullets ricochet off the figure, spent casings cascading to the ground. Beerus, having just arrived from Namek, feels quite displeased. His first encounter on this planet involves being shot at by a lunatic wielding a flaming Gatling gun, and even his most sensitive areas have been struck. Fortunately, such firearms hardly faze him. Hey, crazy lady, will you ever stop? As Lan Chi, startled momentarily, resumed firing at Beerus, his expression darkened with irritation. Damn it. You wretched cat, you startled me. The golden-haired Lan Chi inexplicably produced a rocket launcher, seemingly intent on eliminating Beerus without a second thought. Oomph, this madwoman, so brazenly audacious, believes she can act with impunity. You might as well stay inside and not venture out. In that moment, Beerus finally perceived that her behavior had crossed a line. In the original narrative, the golden-haired Lan Chi embodies a reckless disregard for others, brandishing her weapon indiscriminately. Had she encountered ordinary individuals instead of Goku and his companions, countless lives would have been lost by now. Beerus pointed his finger into the void, and an imperceptible beam of light traversed the air, striking the forehead of the golden-haired Ranchi in an instant. Achoo! Suddenly, a sneeze echoed, and Ranchi's golden locks transformed into a mesmerizing blue. Her wavy hair radiated an unusual charm, and the adorably bewildered expression on blue-haired Ranchi captivated the attention of the turtle hermit standing behind Beerus. Incredible! Incredible! The blue-haired Ranchi is certainly more appealing, the turtle hermit remarked with a click of his tongue. Where am I? How did I end up here? Blue-haired Ranchi hastily discarded the Gatling gun in her hands, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Her reaction left Beerus speechless. Isn't it quite normal to find oneself in an unfamiliar environment after all these transformations since childhood? Must she react so dramatically? Beerus found himself powerless to critique this setting. However, he was not present to concern himself with such matters. The golden-haired launch had been imprisoned within his being for several months and would not emerge anytime soon. Oh, you are Lord Beerus, as mentioned by Bulma and the others? At that moment, Master Roshi, standing behind Beerus, finally recognized his identity. Beerus turned his head and nodded indifferently. Hello. I am the venerable Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. We have crossed paths before, though you may have forgotten. I humbly seek your guidance in the future, Lord Beerus. Master Roshi chuckled slyly, fully aware that he stood before a deity. If he could secure the favor of such a being, he would have the freedom to indulge his curiosities without fear of reproach, even from the mightiest of figures. How amusing it was to see Master Roshi grin so lecherously. Where was the spirited old man from the original tale? Beerus rolled his eyes. Yes, indeed. Bulma and the others are already waiting at the martial arts tournament. Old Turtle, allow me to accompany you there, said Master Roshi, as he leaned on his cane and beckoned Launch to join him, leading Beerus towards the venue. Under the guidance of the esteemed Master Mateto, the path was utterly unobstructed, and they arrived directly at the arena for this grand tournament. Lord Beerus, you must understand that the Earth of today is far more formidable than it was in previous years, under the leadership of Little Loon. My status as an ancient being has become increasingly diminished, Master Roshi proclaimed proudly, while also indulging in a bit of self-deprecation. However, Beerus merely surveyed his surroundings with indifference. The Earth, at this moment, was no longer the planet where even those wielding firearms were but weaklings. At the very least, it could now be said that Earth was devoid of such feeble warriors with guns. Haven't you become several times stronger than last year? You truly deserve the title of Master Mateto, he remarked. Beerus gazed at Master Roshi, whose battle power had reached an impressive 800, and teased him. Well, Lord Beerus, please spare me from your scorn. With such a meager battle power, surely you could extinguish me with a mere breath. Master Roshi replied awkwardly, perhaps so. Beerus remained noncommittal. Was a mere breath truly necessary? Even the renowned Super Saiyan from Florence would likely falter before the formidable presence of Beerus. The innocent and curious Launchi cast a glance at Beerus, puzzled by why the seemingly powerful Master Roshi appeared so intimidated by this feline figure. She felt an irresistible urge to pat the majestic cat on the head. As Launchi gazed at Beerus, her eyes sparkled with wonder. What is this girl staring at me for? Could she possibly have such peculiar tastes that she would not even spare a cat? In the presence of Lord Beerus, he could not escape the ardent gaze from behind, a droplet of sweat gradually trickling down his brow. Chapter 74. The Underwear Thief, King Piccolo. Old man, cease your prattle and hasten your pace. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Launch, a cold sweat cascaded down Beerus's spine, compelling him to urge Master Roshi to quicken his steps. Why, yes. Master Roshi, bewildered by the urgency, assumed that Beerus was simply impatient and promptly accelerated towards the guest room. After ensuring Beerus was comfortably settled, Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow as he departed. This iteration of the World Martial Arts Tournament has surprisingly attracted more participants than in the original narrative. It appears that my objective on this planet has been at least partially fulfilled. Seated cross-legged upon the bed in the guest room, Beerus employed his divine power to probe the entirety of the planet. At this moment, he stumbled upon a rather intriguing sight. Deep within the Atlantic Ocean, a submarine was persistently descending. King Pilaf, is the Demon King Piccolo truly located in this eerie place? Little Wu swallowed hard, gazing into the ominous depths of the sea. Indeed, I procured the information from a fisherman nearby for a mere $10. It cannot possibly be erroneous. Frustrated after a day without any leads, Pilaf inadvertently revealed his secret. What? King Pilaf, are you jesting with us? You purchased information from a fisherman for $10? Ashu exclaimed indignantly at Pilaf. His tone instantly made Pilaf feel a sense of affront. Ashu, are you mocking me? Do you seek a confrontation? Pilaf threatened, raising his fist towards Ashu. Startled, Ashu scurried away, and the two engaged in a playful chase within the submarine, prompting Little Wu to shake her head in exasperation. Even Beerus, situated thousands of miles away, couldn't help but reflect on Pilaf's reputation as one of the most foolish antagonists in Dragon Ball. At this rate, it seems these three will require several more years to locate Piccolo. Perhaps I should expedite their progress. Beerus must be pondering how he feels upon witnessing the emergence of so many formidable beings on Earth. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, in a state of boredom, curiously explores her surroundings for any remnants of sunken ships. Suddenly, the display screen reveals an area with anomalous signals. Oh, what could this be? Observing the fluctuating signals, Xiao Wu quickly activates the high-definition screen, revealing a rice cooker before her eyes. What? It's a rice cooker? A brand new one. What a pity. With the intention of saving for Pilaf, she retrieves the seemingly untouched rice cooker from the seawater and brings it aboard the ship. Oh dear, King Pilaf? Please cease your antics. Look here, we have found a pod. It appears to be new, but I wonder if it is still functional. Xiao Wu interrupts the playful scuffle between Pilaf and his companions. Oh, there's even a seal. Pilaf, perplexed, reaches out to touch the rice cooker. Wait, my dear Pilaf. That seal resembles the one seen in movies. Could there be a zombie inside? Xiao Wu hastily halts Pilaf, who recoils at the thought. However, once he regains his composure, Pilaf remarks, Oh, you are all far too sensitive. In such a small space, even if there were a zombie, it could not possibly fit. Why the rush? Casting a disdainful glance at his inept subordinates, Pilaf reflects on how a regal and charming figure such as himself could be accompanied by such lackluster companions. With great caution, Pilaf tears open the seal on the rice cooker, only to wait in vain for several seconds without incident. Huh, I told you so. Zombies are undoubtedly a ruse. How could I, King Pilaf, be frightened by such deceitful nonsense? Sighing with relief, Pilaf revels in his own cleverness. Indeed, King Pilaf is the wisest. We have underestimated you. His sycophantic subordinates quickly flatter him. Suddenly, to their astonishment, a wisp of green gas begins to emanate from the rice cooker. Upon witnessing this, the faces of Pilaf's subordinates turn pale. KK King Pilaf. Xiao Wu's trembling voice catches Pilaf off guard. What now? Did I not say? Do not be so startled. One must maintain composure. Such trivial matters should not elicit such reactions. Originally, Pilaf was engaged in educating Little Wu when he suddenly sensed a looming figure on the deck. The towering stature of this individual prompted him to swallow hard, and he gradually turned his stiff neck. Before him stood a green figure, clad in garments that evoked memories of Eastern horror films. My goodness, there truly is a zombie. Pilaf collapsed to his knees with a thud, and soon a yellow liquid began to flow from beneath him. Indeed, humanity is wretched. The green figure was none other than King Piccolo, who, harboring a deep resentment towards humankind, cast a disdainful glance at the trio of Pilaf, who cowered in the corner. Why, you are King Piccolo? Pilaf stammered. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of his presence here, noticing the character embroidered upon the figure's attire. Humph, you three possess some discernment. It appears that although I, King Piccolo, have been absent for centuries, tales of my legacy continue to endure. With a hint of pride, King Piccolo remarked that the mere fact he was remembered indicated he had left a profound impression on humanity. Well, no, I came across your tale in a comic book. Pilaf interjected, hastily retrieving the comic he had read. Curiously, King Piccolo examined the volume titled The Hero Torments the Demon. Upon discovering that the depiction of him was that of a perverted demon with an affinity for stealing undergarments, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it, who penned this book? I shall annihilate them and their entire lineage. Fuming, King Piccolo tore the book asunder, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the very ocean to tremble. My lord, please temper your rage. From this day forth, we shall be your loyal subordinates. We earnestly hope that you will accept us. Pilaf suddenly knelt before Piccolo, pleading to join his infamous league of panty thieves. Humph, since you have so humbly requested, I shall reluctantly accept you. Remember, from this moment on, you are under my command. As he spoke, Piccolo's neck thickened, and a massive egg erupted from his mouth. EW. How disgusting. The trio nearly retched at the sight. The sound of cracking shells echoed in their ears, and moments later, a demon with green wings and a large sausage-like mouth materialized before them. From this day forth, you shall be known as Dambaran. Chapter 75. A premature demise before the battle begins. In a quaint coastal village, at a newly constructed training ground, a group of exhausted children, drenched in sweat, trained under the guidance of a robust man with prominent eyebrows. Youngsters, strive onward. Our youth is boundless. Only through sweat can we sanctify it. Dressed in a green, form-fitting suit, the coach's fervent words inspired the children to exert themselves even more. I shall become a strong warrior like the instructor and one day marry the beauty at the village entrance. I am the mightiest man in this village. I will defeat Xiaoming and restore my family's glory. I am destined to become the village chief. None shall thwart me. The children roared, relentlessly enduring the arduous training. However, at that moment, the coach's thick brows furrowed in concern. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted a green-winged figure descending from the sky. Oh, a fellow comrade. Brother, where did you acquire that green bat suit? I must procure one for myself. The robust coach flashed a bright smile at the descending Dambaran. Curse it. To encounter a fool on my very first outing. It seems my journey is off to a rocky start. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Dambaran's forehead. Enough of the pleasantries. I shall ask you directly, are you a martial artist? Dambaran directly inquired, yet as soon as his words escaped his lips, the expression of the frog-skinned individual before him shifted dramatically. A martial artist? Ha ha ha, you've certainly come to the right person. Listen well, my friend. For I am the strongest in this village, renowned as the Azure Beast, Meikai. Matakai's boastful declaration caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down Dambaran's brow. It appeared he had indeed stumbled upon a fool too naive to comprehend the situation. It seemed prudent to seek assistance in a larger city. Disregarding the frog-skinned man entirely, Dambaran unfurled his wings, preparing to depart. Hey, aren't you seeking a martial artist? So am I. Don't leave, I truly am one. The opportunity to declare his martial prowess before someone other than the village children was too precious to let slip away. Get lost, Dambaran retorted coldly. And with a powerful flap of his wings, a fierce gust of wind sent Meikai tumbling backward for several dozen meters, crashing hard onto the ground. Ouch! After rolling a few times, Meikai rubbed his head and stood up. Garbage. Dambaran scoffed disdainfully before preparing to take flight once more. However, at that moment, Meikai suddenly bellowed with rage, startling Dambaran. Did you just insult me? What are you yelling about? Dambaran snapped back, gathering a sphere of energy in his hand. Ready to extinguish Meikai. Underestimate me, will you? Allow me to reveal the ultimate secret of taijutsu, the 8 gates. Meikai suddenly assumed a hoarse stance, letting out a series of low growls. What the hell? Dambaran was taken aback, puzzled by the unfolding events. 5th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of view. Open. A surge of blue energy erupted from Matakai's body. Sensing something amiss, Dambaran attempted to react, but before he could, a blue figure appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Lotus Blossom. What? The chilling presence of Meikai echoed in Dambaran's ears as bandages suddenly wrapped around him. With a powerful push against the ground, both of them soared into the sky, ascending to several hundred meters above. Underestimate me? Prepare to perish and witness the vigor of youth. Meikai shouted exuberantly, plummeting towards the ground with Dambaran, akin to a meteor. Boom! After a resounding crash that shook the earth, silence enveloped the village once more. Meanwhile, miles away aboard a sky battleship, King Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Dambaran, has he truly perished? The cup he held in his hand shattered instantaneously. He could hardly believe that his first child had perished so swiftly. Logically speaking, with Dambaran's combat power exceeding 100, it should not have succumbed so quickly. You lot, do you know in which direction Dambaran has taken flight? The formidable King Piccolo coldly addressed the trembling trio of Pilaf below. We are aware. We shall arrive shortly. Pilaf, possessing keen eyesight, hastily maneuvered the sky ship towards the direction where Dambaran had perished. Moments later, the sky ship hovered above a vast crater. Gazing down at the pit, which measured several hundred meters in diameter, Pilaf and his companion swallowed hard. I can sense Dambaran's presence. He must be right here. The ominous Lord Piccolo rose with a dark expression, swiftly ascending towards the ground. As he departed, the Pilaf trio breathed a sigh of relief. Do you truly believe that following Lord Piccolo will lead us to a promising future? Asked Pilaf, uncertainly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What future is there? What choice do we have but to continue down this path? He lamented. Pilaf shot a weary glance at Mai. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Perhaps, Your Majesty, we should flee and return to a stable life where you can reign as king, and we can serve you faithfully as your loyal subordinates. Wouldn't that be preferable? Suggested the large dog, Asu, momentarily startling Pilaf. His heart wavered, yet the terrifying visage of Lord Piccolo dissuaded him from taking the risk. Capture would spell doom for him. Sigh, let us observe for now. If only someone could vanquish him, Pilaf muttered in resignation. However, upon uttering those words, the trio abruptly fell silent, their minds conjuring an image of a purple figure. They exchanged glances, each bearing a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Lord Piccolo had reached the ground, where in a large pit, a man clad in frog skin was poking the battered and unrecognizable Damblin with a stick. A group of children chattered nearby. Teacher Kai, aren't you being excessive? He merely angered you. Look at what you've done. He's nearly dead. Indeed, Teacher Kai is too ruthless. The children's complaints left Kai on the verge of tears, for he had not anticipated the frailty of his opponent. At that moment, Lord Piccolo, hovering in the skies, was fully aware that his child had been slain by the very Kai before him. You killed my child? A cold voice emanated from Lord Piccolo, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. Enraged yet uncertain of his adversary's prowess, Piccolo hesitated to strike. Oh no, the parents have come looking, exclaimed the children in a panic. Teacher, take care. We must leave. Yes, we are just children and know nothing. The throng of children fled in a frenzy, leaving a bewildered Kai behind, staring at the furious Lord Piccolo. Chapter 76, The 8 Gates of Duinjia. The Death Gate. Open, my dear brother. It was truly an accident that I inadvertently caused your child's demise. How about this? Let me offer my life in exchange for his. And let us consider the matter settled? Kai declared with resolute determination, drawing a narrowed gaze from Lord Piccolo. An exchange of lives? Huh, how absurd. Your worthless existence cannot possibly compare to my child's life. I demand your life and the lives of your entire village in recompense for my child's death. The unreserved words of the great demon king Bit caused a noticeable change in Kai's expression. Is there no room for negotiation? Kai still wished to express his thoughts once more. Enough with the trivialities. Let us engage in battle. With a chilling sneer, the great demon king Piccolo cast aside his cloak onto the ground, transforming into a streak of green light that surged towards Kai, declaring, If we cannot reach an understanding, then I shall take offense. In an instant, Kai unleashed the 7th gate of the 8 gates of BD. A vibrant blue radiance soaring into the heavens. The great demon king Piccolo scoffed disdainfully, his hand moving like lightning to strike Kai's incoming fist. With a resounding crack, Kai's arm twisted painfully. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to slightly shift his body, evading the punch aimed at his chest. Not only that, but Kai retaliated with a powerful blow that struck the great demon king squarely in the back. A deafening roar erupted as Piccolo's aging form was sent hurtling forward. Unable to bear the impact, a long scar, stretching hundreds of meters, etched itself into the ground as he was dragged along. Coughing violently, he could not suppress the shock in his eyes, pondering the emergence of such a formidable opponent on Earth. The great demon king Piccolo could scarcely believe it. Before his sealing, he had effortlessly vanquished the formidable Wu Taidu in battle. However, after narrowly escaping death, his opponent had somehow conjured a magic sealing wave, imprisoning him within the confines of a rice cooker. With this indignation, I acknowledge your prowess. In a century of encounters, none have matched your might. I, Piccolo, am willing to honor you with the title of the strongest. Rising unsteadily, Piccolo addressed Kai with grave solemnity. Given this, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. His chilling words caused Kai to furrow his brow slightly. Demonic secret technique, demonization. Instantly, a dark purple aura began to surge from Piccolo's form as he assumed a battle stance. As the demonic energy emanated from him, a purple silhouette unexpectedly appeared above them. Demonic energy? No wonder the Demon King did not bring the Demon Clan to this planet. It seems there was a hidden agenda at play. Beerus gazed indifferently at the transformed Piccolo below, fully aware that this time, Kai, having opened the 7 gates, was destined to succumb. After all, Kai's original combat power was merely in the 20s, and even after unlocking the 7 gates, he barely reached around 300. However, it appeared that the passage of a year had enabled him to break through to the 8th gate. Observing the boundless power concealed within Kai's physique, Beerus couldn't help but smile slightly. To test the efficacy of the 8 gates technique he had developed in this realm, Beerus traveled back to a year prior, seeking out a robust man who harbored a deep yearning for martial arts. Yet, due to his exceedingly poor aptitude, the man remained an ordinary individual throughout. Beerus has inscribed the 8 gates of heaven directly into his soul, granting him immediate access to its formidable powers. Subsequently, he returned to the present moment. It seems that individual did not deceive me. Indeed, the prowess attained after succumbing to darkness is truly remarkable. Bick gazed upon his rapidly rejuvenating body with a sinister smile, unable to restrain his laughter. His physique was not only returning to its prime, but the wrinkles upon his skin were vanishing at an astonishing rate. His strength had surged threefold. It appeared that Kai was no longer a match for him. Make your move, Kai, and let me witness whether the 8 gates of Duinjia truly exist in this world. Beerus gazed intently, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he observed the battle unfolding below. Youngster, I acknowledge your strength, yet you are left with but one choice, death. Under the encroaching influence of dark energy, Piccolo's eyes had transformed into an abyssal black. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Come forth, Kai bellowed, charging towards Piccolo with fervor. With a sudden thrust of his foot, Bick transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Kai. Given that Kai's right hand was already fractured, he could not engage Bick directly. Instead, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful spinning kick aimed at Bick, with a force that exceeded his previous attacks by more than double. However, Bick merely smirked, extending his right hand unperturbed towards Kai's foot. Simultaneously, his left hand grasped a luminous orb. Aware of his heightened prowess, Bick understood that if his assault connected, it would spell certain doom for Kai. Suddenly, while soaring through the air, Kai let out a chilling laugh, proclaiming, 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening. The Death Gate. Open. This roar resonated across the entire planet, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed for miles. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, drawing the solemn gazes of formidable beings throughout the world. It was astonishing that a being of such power could emerge on Earth, a revelation met with regret. Far away, preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament, Florencia cast a contemplative glance towards that direction, yet chose not to investigate further. Success. Indeed, the laws of various realms remain interconnected. Amidst the mushroom cloud, Beerus observed with a smile as he watched Kai gradually collapse to the ground. Satisfied, Beerus nodded approvingly before instantaneously teleporting to Kai's side. He unleashed a green beam of light that enveloped Kai, initiating the restoration of his charred and half-destroyed body to its former state. However, Beerus then reached out towards Kai's head, extracting all memories and experiences related to the 8 gates of opening from his mind. If you desire to transcend the ordinary, then strive. Your innate talent has now multiplied exponentially. Beerus would never allow such a bug-like technique as the 8 gates of Duinjia to reside within the mind of a mere novice. However, as recompense, Beerus bestowed upon him the conditions to become a formidable warrior. After completing all this, Beerus vanished once again into the desolate ruins with a mere instant transmission. Moments later, Kai slowly opened his eyes, bewildered and utterly unaware of the recent events. He glanced around in confusion before hastily returning to the village. Strangely, the villagers who had witnessed the entire ordeal seemed to have entirely forgotten what had just transpired. Yet, this was merely a fleeting incident, as the village soon returned to its former tranquility. Meanwhile, within the depths of the pit, a mass resembling a heart writhed rapidly, its size increasing significantly with each movement. However, as the dark energy above it continued to erode, its writhing quickened, and in just 2 short hours, it had grown to the size of an ordinary human. After another transformation, the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo, covered in slime and gasping for breath, struggled to rise from the ground. Damn it! Such a powerful being. Why does Earth have to bear such extraordinary individuals? Frustrated, Piccolo roared in defiance, yet he dared not confront Kai again. This time it was merely luck. Next time, he might meet his demise. It seems I must first gain a thorough understanding of the strength of the people in this world. Chapter 77. The Unique World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, it appears that the World Martial Arts Tournament is set to take place tomorrow. As I overheard from Pilaf and his companions, to truly comprehend the combat prowess of this era, attending such an event is essential. Having narrowly escaped, the Demon King Piccolo soared into the sky, only to discover that the airship had long since vanished. Following the humiliation of Piccolo, Pilaf and his cohorts had fled. I had initially considered sparing your lives out of gratitude for releasing me, but it seems that mercy is unwarranted. The next time we meet will mark your end. With a cold snort, Piccolo erupted in a surge of black energy, propelling himself towards the distance. Along his journey, he inquired with numerous individuals, and at long last, just before the registration deadline on the following day, he arrived at West City. Throughout this expedition, he was astounded to discover that the inhabitants of this era possessed combat abilities reaching 7, 8, or even 10 points. Some individuals had even attained combat strengths of 20 or 30 points. It was astonishing to witness such rapid advancement on Earth within just a few centuries. It seemed this Valkyrie truly possessed remarkable capabilities. As the great demon King Piccolo, shrouded in white cloth, strolled through the streets, he gazed at the formidable commoners around him, feeling a subtle shock. "Hey, Master Roshi, look at that person. How peculiar. He has wrapped himself so tightly. Doesn't he feel hot?" Just as Piccolo approached the registration site for the competition, a youthful voice reached his ears, prompting a frown to form on his brow. "Hey, kid. Can you keep your mouth shut? What if you anger someone and get us into trouble?" Goku's words caused Master Roshi to puff up in indignation, after all. Krillin had already offended someone and was left with nothing to show. If Goku were to offend another, he would have no disciple left to boast about. "My apprentice means no harm. I kindly ask for your understanding." Master Roshi graciously apologized to the great demon king Piccolo concealed beneath the white fabric. Turning slightly, Piccolo cast a fleeting glance, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Was that not the disciple of that old rascal, Master Mateto? At that moment, Beekton felt a twinge of wariness. Completing his training under the esteemed Master Wutai, the likelihood of being subjected to the magical seal of waves was undoubtedly significant. Although his own strength had grown immensely, the aura emanating from the stooped old man before him was no less formidable. "Humph, I shall be more cautious next time." Beek said little more, merely snorting coldly before turning back to his own affairs. However, Master Roshi scratched his bald head in confusion, pondering the familiarity of that voice. Following the roll call, Wu Tian led Goku to the waiting room, where the surrounding staff greeted him with utmost respect, addressing him as the chief instructor. They were equally impressed by Master Roshi's integrity, as he refrained from exploiting backdoor connections even for registration. "Good morning, esteemed audience. Do you remember me? I am your beloved host, and once again, I shall be your guide for this event." With sunglasses adorning his eyes and his hair meticulously styled in a slick back, the host made a grand entrance onto the stage. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament boasted a considerably larger arena compared to previous events. On such a vast platform, participants appeared diminutive, and those lacking in strength found themselves panting heavily upon reaching the center. This edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament is undoubtedly the grandest in history, with the number of competitors soaring to over 100 times that of the last event. As the host's words resonated, the throngs of spectators erupted into fervor. Indeed, the total count of participants reached an astonishing 12,354. To expedite the process, we shall employ the divine strength testing apparatus crafted by our Valkyrie to select the top 100 from this vast pool of contestants. As the host spoke, towering machines were gradually lowered onto the stage by cranes. A quick count revealed exactly 100 of these impressive devices. "Now, let us welcome our contestants," the host exclaimed with palpable excitement, prompting dozens of grand doors in the resting hall behind the stage to creak open. A multitude of participants poured forth, eliciting great enthusiasm from the surrounding audience. One by one, under the host's command, the contestants approached the strength testers to begin their evaluations. The great Demon King, with a dismissive glance at the force tester before him, scoffed at the insignificance of such a contraption. "I could shatter this piece of junk with a single punch. It appears the Valkyrie's intellect is rather limited." With a cold smirk, he unleashed a mere tenth of his strength in a single strike. Boom. The device emitted a series of beeps. Power, 13,000 kg. The tester momentarily froze in disbelief, astonished that it had not been destroyed. Bick narrowed his eyes slightly. This object was indeed harder than he had anticipated. The tester seemed to perceive that Bick was not exerting his full strength, thus inquired once more, "Shall we proceed again?" Bick, defying all odds, believed he could not be bested by a Valkyrie-esque creation. How could he ever hope to defeat her? With unwavering determination, he summoned every ounce of his strength, leaping into the air to deliver a spinning kick that struck true. The resounding impact reverberated through the arena, drawing the astonished gazes of fellow competitors. Beep, beep, beep. Power, 130,000 kg. The moment the announcement rang out, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Such sheer force, combined with combat finesse, could propel him beyond the limits of mortal strength. Yet, Bick felt no elation. Humph. The Valkyrie truly lived up to her reputation. With a disdainful snort, he retreated to the waiting room. "Wow, that person is incredible." Not far off, a young Goku, now alone without Krillin, marveled at the display. Just then, an elderly man with white hair approached from behind, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Bick's retreating figure. Who is this person? Why does he seem so familiar, particularly in his manner of speech? As he pondered, Goku completed his own test, achieving a remarkable score of 33,000 kg. The explosive power emanating from his youthful form left everyone astonished. His battle power had reached 330 points, making him, aside from Master Roshi, one of the strongest beings among Earth's natives. However, he still fell short compared to the monstrous battle power of Bix 800. Next, Jackie-chan. Came the call from the tester. Following a transformation, Master Roshi stepped forward to face the testing device. Boom. A deafening crash once again drew the attention of all present. Beep, beep, beep. Power, 110,000 kg. Jackie furrowed his brow as he descended from the platform, disregarding the astonished competitors around him. Following this initial selection, the once crowded arena had dwindled to merely 100 participants. These individuals represented the pinnacle of Earth's might, each boasting a battle power exceeding 50 points, all significantly stronger than the newly arrived Goku from earlier. Among them stood the mightiest, King Chiba, possessing a terrifying strength exceeding 200. Thus, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 78, The Demon Sealing Wave. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament signifies the first transformation following the rebirth of Earth, after the Valkyrie revitalized the planet's energy and unveiled more advanced cultivation methods. The combat prowess of humanity surged exponentially. Naturally, aside from the indolent and foul-smelling barbarians, the original strong warriors of Earth have all ascended, joining the ranks of evolution and becoming increasingly formidable. The arena has been marred by relentless battles, yet after each contest, a radiant light cascades from the heavens, restoring the venue to its former glory. Ultimately, the top 8 competitors were determined. They are Jackie-chan, Wukong, Piccolo, the mighty Chiba of the 8-handed fist, and Nam of the Sky Cross Fist. Claiming to be a member of the Dragon Clan, Kirin, alongside a werewolf who transforms under the full moon, and a young wrestling champion, these 8 individuals ultimately faced off in the final showdown. In the first match, Piccolo confronted Namek. Despite Namek's valiant efforts, he succumbed to Piccolo's overwhelming strength and was knocked unconscious. Due to the rules, Piccolo refrained from delivering a lethal blow, and with only 3 punches thrown, he kept his true power concealed. The second match featured Goku against Jackie-chan, a matchup that left even Jackie bewildered. However, in pursuit of uncovering Piccolo's identity, Jackie chose to remain silent. This battle, facilitated by Master Roshi's intentional leniency, became fiercely contested. Ultimately, in a humorous twist, Master Roshi nearly met his end when he was nearly trampled by the transformed young Goku, who was compelled to annihilate the moon, thus eliminating Goku from the ring and securing his own victory. In the third match, King Chiba faced the formidable Kirin. Although Kirin's sticky saliva proved troublesome, he was ultimately overwhelmed by King Chiba's powerful 8-handed punches and was forced to exit the arena, battered and bruised. The fourth match, however, turned awkward when the werewolf, upon seeing the full moon, reverted to his human form, only to be mercilessly beaten by the wrestler and subsequently carried off the stage, his face a tapestry of bruises. The wrestler's ostentatious laughter, accompanied by his wild hairstyle, caused beads of sweat to form on the brow of Beerus, who was seated in the VIP section, questioning the timing of this unexpected appearance. Yet, it seemed this was indeed his peak moment, adding an element of excitement to the competition. The wrestler's victory propelled the tournament into its next phase, where the top 4 contenders vied for the ultimate title, beginning with the clash between Piccolo and Jackie-chan undeniably. Piccolo's strength at this juncture paled in comparison to Master Roshi's. However, he possessed a unique ability, transformation. Upon his first transformation, Piccolo's power surged twofold. And since it was his inaugural metamorphosis, this newfound strength became a permanent facet of his abilities, undiminished by the transformation's conclusion. Conversely, the second transformation yielded less dramatic enhancements. Nevertheless, Piccolo's newfound prowess reached a formidable 1,000 points. After an intense battle, Jackie-chan gradually found himself at a disadvantage, leading to the revelation of Piccolo's true identity as the notorious underwear thief, a figure chronicled in ancient texts. One observer pondered whether their own undergarments had been pilfered. Amidst the laughter, another chimed in, relieved that he hadn't washed his own underwear recently. Suddenly, a third voice queried, "Pray tell, how long has it been since you last laundered your undergarments?" The speaker furrowed his brow in suspicion. A few days? Not long at all. Just 2 days ago. I dug them out from my wardrobe," replied the other, scratching his head. Then why does your body odor seem so pronounced? The increasingly concerned individual inquired, growing more perplexed. Perhaps it's due to this pair that I've changed several times already. Is it not the case that one simply sets aside their soiled undergarments to air out, only to retrieve them days later? This individual gazed at others as though he had stumbled upon a new continent, causing an immediate hush to envelop the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the aerial skirmishes above reached a fever pitch, with countless shockwaves cascading from the heavens like raindrops upon the earth. Yet, beneath the protective energy shield, all traces vanished within its confines. With a thunderous roar, Jackie Chan was struck to the ground by a ki blast from Piccolo, creating a deep crater. Moreover, the Demon King Piccolo relentlessly bombarded the pit with energy spheres, raining down like a tempest. The cacophony of explosions tightened the hearts of all spectators. How shameless is this fiend, showing no mercy even to an elderly gentleman. Indeed, Mr. Jackie Chan is a venerable figure of martial ethics. How could one stoop so low? Yet, such outcries were mere whispers in Piccolo's ears. In the air, Bick gasped for breath while sneering coldly, contemplating that if he survived this ordeal, it would indeed seem like Jackie Chan possessed extraordinary abilities. However, as the smoke dissipated, he was disconcerted to find no trace of Jackie in the large pit, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. "Are you searching for me?" he wondered aloud. Just then, Jackie's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him, and Bick, sensing impending danger, was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his back, plummeting to the ground like a missile. Subsequently, Jackie, drenched in blood, gently descended to the earth. I had prepared for this moment ever since I heard from Shorun about the demons lurking on other planets. I initially thought I wouldn't need to act. Yet here I am, compelled to take action, Jackie sighed, casting a glance at the small Goku peering curiously through the window. "Goku, the future of Earth rests upon your shoulders." With that, Jackie removed his wig and retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket. "Wow, Jackie looks so much like Grandpa Turtle Hermit," young Goku mused to himself. "So, Master Jackie is actually Master Wutian. You must be his disciple. No wonder." Nearby, King Chiba immediately recognized that Master Wutian's intention was to set an example and a goal for young Goku. However, the current situation had exceeded even Master Wutian's expectations. Under the curious gazes of all present, Wutian tossed the universal capsule to the ground. Boom! As the smoke cleared, an electric rice cooker materialized before everyone. A rice cooker? Shouldn't our Jackie be preparing for a battle instead of being hungry? The host's bewildered comment rendered Wutian speechless, as the somber atmosphere he had intended to create was unintentionally transformed into a comedic spectacle by this unexpected turn of events. Well, if I'm destined to perish, why fret over such trivial matters? He chuckled to himself, assuming a distinctive stance. Boom! With a sudden burst, Bick erupted from the depths of the earth, enveloped in swirling black mist, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Wutian above. However, upon noticing the rice cooker positioned before Wutian, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad run." In a frantic moment, Bick attempted to flee, but alas, an unforgettable voice echoed from afar, "Magic Seal Wave." Chapter 79, The Demise of King Chiba. A blinding radiance, coupled with Bick's anguished screams, heralded the downfall of the great Demon King. After unleashing the magic seal wave, Master Roshi cast a gentle smile at the mesmerized Goku, who was lost in thought within the lounge. Thud. The sound of a body hitting the ground resonated as Master Roshi collapsed to the earth. The audience, witnessing this scene, fell into a profound silence. Many martial arts masters wore expressions of sorrow, for they had all been touched by Master Wutian's teachings, and were among the few who truly understood the true nature of the great Demon King Bick. Is this the martial spirit that Master Roshi had always upheld? In the VIP room, the previously bored Beerus now furrowed his brow. The martial spirit of this world was precisely what he lacked, for he was not merely a martial artist, but a member of a noble race born as a deity. It was indeed admirable that one would sacrifice their life as a means of instruction for Goku. Since his arrival, Beerus has scarcely bestowed his praise upon anyone, save for a humble rib rice dish and the esteemed Master Roshi. Below, the young Goku appears to have finally grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily making his way towards Master Roshi's lifeless form. Meanwhile, the staff begins to tidy up the arena while the rice cooker, which holds the seal of the Demon King Piccolo, remains undisturbed. At that moment, the door to Beerus's chamber swung open, and Bulma, along with her companions, entered. After acknowledging Lord Beerus, they inquired if he was comfortable in his abode. Florencia, donned in a commanding attire, left Beerus feeling rather exasperated. Enough with the pleasantries. State your purpose for being here, he urged. It was evident that Florencia harbored significant expectations of him, and her presence suggested that they sought his assistance for a particular matter. Indeed, their objective was to persuade Beerus to resurrect Master Roshi, thereby eliminating the need to utilize the Dragon Balls. Huh? Do you presume I am a mere laborer at your disposal? He retorted. You will inevitably resort to the Dragon Balls. And by the way, little Luen, I have previously advised you to refrain from meddling too deeply in the affairs of this world. Although Beerus desires the advancement of this world, the situation in Florence has strayed rather far from the rightful path. The words of Beerus incited anger among Bulma and the others, yet, adhering to their prior agreement to remain silent, they left the place in a huff. At that moment, the rice cooker on the arena began to tremble violently. Those familiar with the situation would notice that the sealing spell, the magic seal wave, had not been reinforced with additional sealing runes. Following a tremendous roar, a green figure soared into the sky. Ha! An old fool thinks he can seal me, the great demon King Piccolo? He ought to consider his own limitations. The boisterous laughter of Bick sent tremors through the legs of all who heard it. Bick, cease your arrogance. I, King Chiba, shall confront you. From the lounge above, King Chiba let out a cold snort, propelling himself into the sky with fervor. Cursed Bick, you still bear the name of Master Roshi. At that moment, an orange figure shot into the heavens, swiftly passing by King Chiba and charging towards Bick. Son Goku, be cautious. King Chiba urgently shouted towards Goku, but alas, blinded by rage, Goku disregarded the warning and ascended defiantly into the sky. Ultimately, Goku's surge of power led only to his demise, as he was swiftly overwhelmed by Bick's overwhelming combat prowess, plunging him into the depths of the earth. Perish, as Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Goku. It seemed that Goku was on the brink of demise. In a moment of desperation, King Chiba rushed to shield Goku with his own body. A thunderous roar erupted, and the arena was reduced to ashes. Everyone presumed that both King Chiba and Goku had met their end. What transpired? Was there truly no one to intervene as the Demon King Piccolo ruthlessly slaughtered the contestants? Indeed, where was the Valkyrie? Why did she not step in to halt this chaos? The crowd below the arena erupted in a fervor of indignation, just as the situation spiraled out of control. A voice, seemingly resonating from the heavens, echoed in everyone's ears. Piccolo, enough. From the sky descended a figure of unparalleled elegance, her stunning visage and devilish physique causing all to gasp in awe. You are the Valkyrie? Big felt the overwhelming pressure descending from the sky. Beads of cold sweat gradually trickling down his forehead. The organizers would not kill the contestants, otherwise he would have perished long ago. However, such leniency could only extend so far. The Valkyrie's words brought a sense of relief to Bick. Fortunes shift like the tides. I take my leave now. Bick understood that if he made another move, his demise would be imminent. Consequently, with a cold sweat trickling down his brow, he ascended into the sky and soared towards the horizon. Alas, he managed to escape. One must be grateful. If the organizers were to kill competitors at will, who would dare to participate? Indeed, nothing in this world is absolute. Should this continue, the prestigious Grand Martial Arts tournament would surely face decline. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, the smoke on the ground gradually dissipated, revealing King Chiba lying lifeless in a deep pit, his body fiercely shielding the little son Wukong beneath him, gazing at the fallen King Chiba, who had sacrificed himself to protect him. The small Wukong stared blankly at his deceased guardian, a single crystalline tear rolling down his cheek. Damn you, Bick. I will avenge you. For the first time, a seed of hatred took root in the heart of young Wukong. Alas, it is truly regrettable that our contestant, King Chiba, sacrificed his life for the sake of others. Nevertheless, our competition must continue. With Bick the Demon King's forfeiture and the passing of Mr. Chiba, only Mr. Satan remains among the final 4 contestants. As the host concluded his statement, all eyes shifted to Satan, who was cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Upon hearing the hostess' voice, Satan sprang up, feigning indifference. His nonchalant demeanor elicited admiration from some onlookers who were oblivious to the situation. Truly, he is the champion's worthy contender. Indeed, he stands out among men. Witness how, during Bick the Demon King's rampage, only Mr. Satan refrained from retaliating, undoubtedly out of respect for the tournament's integrity. Mr. Satan is indeed the unequivocal choice for champion. As praises echoed, Beads of cold sweat trickled down Satan's forehead. I don't recall hiring any water army this time. Why are there so many trying to exonerate me? However, seizing the opportunity, Satan swiftly issued a statement condemning Bick, and his reputation soared to new heights. Ultimately, the 21st Grand Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Satan's victory, drawing the curtain on this chapter. Chapter 80, The Neural Tree. The conclusion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament does not signify an end, but rather marks the beginning of Wukong's journey. Witnessing the spectacle unfold, Beerus, in utter dismay, returned to the realm of destruction. After all, as Wukong and his companions rapidly evolved, Beerus could not afford to remain stagnant. However, at that moment, Beerus sensed an unusual signal emanating from the cosmos. In the northwestern quadrant of the universe, the life force of a planet teeming with life was swiftly diminishing. This information, amidst a plethora of anomalies, seemed trivial, yet Beerus had long been monitoring such signals. Could it be that entity? As the universe emitted a faint signal, Beerus vanished from Earth in an instant. A few months later, amidst the skies over a certain region of Earth, a colossal divine dragon soared into the heavens. Moments later, several individuals who had perished under Piccolo's assault began to revive. Meanwhile, Goku, heeding Master Roshi's advice, ascended to Kirin Tower and commenced his arduous training under the supervision of the Kai. On another front, Piccolo located the entrance to the demon realm from the original narrative and extracted the sword of sealing that had been lodged at the threshold. His actions earned him the reverence of the demons within, who began to address him as Lord Demon King. However, the demons present were remnants from the long-ago invasion of Earth by the demon race. After 3 years of lurking in the shadows, Piccolo's power had surged to 5,000. This resurgence left Fiorenza visibly perturbed, as Beerus had previously warned her against interfering with the course of this world. Her inaction, in Piccolo's eyes, was a sign of fear, prompting him to become even more audacious, launching an assault on the royal palace and usurping the king's position on the planet. As Beerus made his entrance, his gaze was immediately drawn to an enormous tree. Astonishingly, upon a planet significantly larger than Earth, stood a tree surpassing even his own size. This was inherently illogical. Indeed, it was the tree of consciousness. However, it appeared to hold no utility for me. Beerus stroked his chin, expressing regret as he remarked, "This nerve tree is indeed a crucial artifact for enhancing strength in the early chapters of the Dragon Ball saga. However, for someone like me, who makes an entrance as a formidable antagonist, the nerve tree is merely a trinket among trinkets." With that said, Beerus extended his right hand, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, a resounding sound echoed through the air. As the echo of Beerus's snap resonated, Whis' figure suddenly materialized before him. "Ah, Lord Beerus, what have you summoned me for?" Whis inquired, his eyes still heavy with slumber. "Did you not mention that your return heralded significant matters? Is the grand affair you speak of merely a desire for slumber?" Beerus, with a penetrating gaze, fixed his eyes upon Whis. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus, do you not realize that indulging in beauty sleep is of utmost importance to women? Without it, one becomes rather unappealing." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis adopted a didactic expression and began to expound a multitude of principles to Beerus. "Indeed, you are correct in your assertion. However, I did not engage in this discourse merely to discuss such matters. Do you grasp the significance of this concept, young one?" Beerus had no desire to engage in a lengthy discussion with Whis. He directly articulated his intentions. Whis, taken aback for a moment, then turned to gaze upon the vast, towering tree before him. "The neural tree? Is this not found within the realm of the chip people? How has it appeared here?" Whis inquired, his curiosity piqued. "In the realm of the chip people? Pray, enlighten me about the origins of this entity." Beerus stepped forward and gently touched the fully developed neural tree. Everything seems in order," Whis remarked with a subtle smile, then began to elaborate on the matter of the neural tree. The neural tree was born alongside the core tree of the core people, serving as a source of energy for them. Each newly born king of the realm is granted a fruit from the neural tree, though certainly not of the inferior quality seen now. As an angel who emerged with the universe, Whis possesses knowledge of all that transpires within it, albeit contingent upon his desire to share. In the original narrative, Beerus holds a relatively insignificant status in Whis' eyes. After all, he has dispatched countless destroyers. In Whis' eyes, Beerus might indeed resemble a domesticated kitten. However, at this moment, Beerus holds immense significance for Whis. Firstly, Beerus's strength astonishingly surpasses his own. Secondly, It is a reminder from his father that the divine tree must be planted on the planet of the heart people for the fruits of the sacred tree to flourish. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is not necessarily the case. Planting him in the realm of the Supreme Kai or the Destroyers would suffice. As long as the resources are ample, he can yield suitable fruits. Whis shook his head, offering an explanation. By the way, you mentioned that ordinary Kais would receive a portion of the fruits. What about the Supreme Kais? How much would they receive? As for the Supreme Kais, they receive none. For their divine essence is nearly stabilized. They do not require the divine tree to achieve such stability. However, over countless years, the divine tree will bear a singular golden fruit, which is bestowed upon the most exemplary Kais within their ranks, allowing them to transcend their limitations and attain the status of Supreme Kai. After all, the lifespan of a Kai is finite, and only upon the perfection of their divine essence can they attain eternal life. Speaking of which, one notable advantage the Supreme Kais possess over the Destroyers is their infinite lifespan. The Destroyers, on the other hand, only enjoy such longevity during their tenure. Once they relinquish their role, they swiftly turn to dust. Oh, is that so? Beerus' expression grew slightly grave. It seemed that this nerve tree indeed possessed immense potential. Its presence here was not insignificant. Lord Beerus, should we not return it to the realm of the core people? Suggested Whis. However, Beerus shook his head decisively. He was no philanthropist. Such a precious entity could not simply be relinquished. If it were to be returned, a substantial benefit must be extracted from the realm of the core people. Just as Beerus contemplated seizing the tree, a fleet of spacecraft suddenly streaked across the sky with a resounding roar. Beerus lifted his head and gazed into the spaceship. Oh, there is someone who resembles Goku so closely. Who could it be? Could he possibly be Bardock's illegitimate son? Given Bardock's notorious reputation, Whis had never regarded him favorably. Dallas, what brings you here at this moment? Observing Dallas, who was a few years older than Goku within the circular spacecraft, Beerus furrowed his brow. If Dallas had arrived at this moment, he shouldn't have been so weak in the original story. At that moment, the immense neural tree began to emit cracking sounds, and fruits started to fall from its canopy. As they hit the ground, the fruits melded into the earth. From that very area, the once parched land began to sprout clusters of vibrant green grass, and springs of water slowly emerged from the ground. No wonder. It seemed they had missed the opportune moment. Indeed, while Beerus spoke, the neural tree rapidly began to wither. Large branches decayed and fell, merging into the soil like the fruits, ultimately transforming into the planet's nourishment. Just as the fruits were about to fall completely, Dallas and his companions, who had sought refuge there, approached the grand tree. Observing the falling fruits, Dallas, standing at the back, furrowed his brow and slowly floated beneath the tree. Catching one of the fruits, the others remained silent, seemingly allowing Dallas to take the risk. Being the weakest among them, Dallas had little room for negotiation and, under the expectant gazes of his companions, consumed the fruit. Boom. As soon as Dallas ingested the neural tree fruit, he felt his energy surge exponentially. His initial power level of around 1,000 soared to 7 or 8,000, startling his companions, whose powers typically ranged from 1 to 2,000. In haste, they rushed to seize the fallen fruits. Chapter 81. Who dares to touch my belongings? The surviving scions were engulfed in a frenzy of competition. However, none possessed Dallas's newfound strength, and with fewer than 10 fruits on the tree, most managed to secure only one each, while Dallas snatched up 4. In an instant, the previously weakest Dallas had risen to dominance. After a bout of ideological education, Dallas established his own set of rules, with the primary directive being to prioritize the commands of King Dallas. By the way, Dallas, isn't this a tree? If it's a tree, there must be seeds. Can we plant it on another planet? At that moment, one of his subordinates, attempting to curry favor with the new leader, voiced a thought that the others were hesitant to express. How could I not have thought of this? Ha ha ha, splendid. In that case, let us each embark on our search. Should we find it, bring it straight to me. Woe betide anyone who dares to conceal it from me. Yet, Dalraz's fierce words did not instill fear in the others. Rather, several of them exchanged knowing smiles. If one were to directly find the seed and board a spaceship to depart, no matter how formidable Dalraz may be, it would be of no consequence. As for surrendering it, that is simply unthinkable. Vis, do you not agree that individuals like him seem somewhat lacking in discernment? Bardock embodies the essence of Sun Wukong, and even this Dalraz bears a similar demeanor. In the vast expanse of the void, Beerus observed the disorganized gathering of scions below, each searching for their companions. In jest, he couldn't help but comment, "Ha ha ha, isn't Lord Beerus rather dim-witted as well?" Whis, with a playful smile, took the opportunity to tease Beerus, which instantly darkened his expression. However, Beerus soon managed a cold smirk, responding, "Indeed, I too possess a certain naivety. Yet, it seems someone has caught the attention of another. And I wonder if the ever-watchful Vados would find this amusing." The mocking words of Beerus caused Whis's expression to darken instantly. "Humph, I shall ignore you." Whis turned his head away, sulking like a petulant child. As the great tree gradually withered, the area of their search expanded considerably. At that moment, one of the Scions suddenly recalled something and hurriedly blasted a large hole into the trunk, rushing inside without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, the others turned to witness his actions. "Why is he striking the trunk out of boredom?" Darius, whose intellect was rather lacking, inquired with confusion after casting a glance. "Goodness, how did we not realize that the seeds must be within the heart of the trunk?" The one who had previously sought to curry favor felt a wave of frustration, wishing to grasp the speaker's head and rub it against the ground. It was then that Darius suddenly understood the situation and promptly blasted a large hole in the trunk himself, diving into it eagerly. Thus commenced a new round of searching. An hour later, the previously sycophantic Scion, with a pointed face and monkey-like features, finally unearthed a radiant seed from within a substantial piece of the trunk. "My Lord Beerus, your seed is about to be snatched away. Aren't you going to retrieve it?" Whis smiled brightly at Beerus, curious to see how he would respond. "What a worthless bunch. Let them take it. I shall watch to see if anything entertaining unfolds." With a sinister smile, Beerus declared that no one could seize what belonged to him, not even the great priest, who would think twice about his own strength. At that moment, the scheming Scion, with a sharp visage, began to entertain devious thoughts as he clutched the seed. Initially, he had merely intended to use Dales to distract others, for with his meager strength, even if he acquired the seed, it would likely be snatched away by someone else. Yet, who could have predicted that he would actually possess the seed? As desperation surged within him, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind. If the fruit could be consumed, why not the seed? Eating the seed would undoubtedly grant him power far surpassing that of the fruit, paving the way for his ascendance to cosmic dominance. With a malevolent grin, the Scion placed the seed in his mouth, envisioning a future where he would trample over his rivals on his path to glory. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound erupted from within his body, accompanied by excruciating pain that forced him to collapse onto the ground. "Ah, damnable pain. How could this be?" His anguished screams echoed through the surrounding forest, causing others to hastily carve their way toward the source of the commotion. When Dales and his companions arrived, a chilling sight greeted them. The once robust Scion was now a gaunt figure, branches protruding grotesquely from his body, yet no blood flowed from his wounds. Ultimately, he let out a desperate roar before succumbing to death, his form gradually being absorbed by the roots of the nerve tree. The minuscule tree, having claimed its victim, appeared to lose its vitality, eventually settling upon the trunk, where the previously sprouted sapling withered away. "Humph! How dare you attempt to act deceitfully before me?" "It is truly a fool's endeavor," Dale scoffed, strolling over to the lifeless tree to seize the seed for himself. The others sighed in regret, lamenting what could have been had they discovered the seed first. "Lord Beerus, it seems the spectacle has concluded. Perhaps it is time for you to reclaim your possession," Whis suggested with a smile, though he too pondered why Scions seemed to appear at every turn. Indeed, it was wise to keep this treasure securely in his grasp. Beerus nodded slightly, and with a flick of his hand, the seed in Dale's grasp was suddenly yanked away, propelling Dale skyward. What is happening?" Dales exclaimed in disbelief, clenching tightly to the treasure that had brought him wealth. Meanwhile, Beerus paid him no heed. The immense force associated with the seed brought Dales directly before him. "Who are you? Why did I not see you earlier? What is the meaning of this seed? Are you responsible for this?" Dales inquired, eyeing the two eccentrically dressed individuals with a hint of caution, yet his grip on the seed remained unwavering. Beerus and the other two disregarded Darius entirely. At that moment, a sudden crack of thunder erupted from above, striking Darius with a force that left him charred and plummeting towards the ground. "Let us depart, Whis. There is nothing of interest here." Beerus uttered a faint remark before vanishing in an instant. Whis cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Dallas before following Beerus as he departed. Chapter 82. Will Satan save the earth? Upon returning to the realm of destruction, Beerus promptly planted the seed of the god tree in a vacant plot of land. The fertility of the realm of destruction far surpasses that of the Kaishan realm. Once the seed was sown, there was no immediate change until it bore countless fruits. Whis, why is it that not a single golden fruit has appeared? With a hint of regret, Beerus remarked, there is a matter you may not be aware of. It is a secret among the deities. However, I shall speak candidly. As it pertains to Lord Beerus. At that moment, Whis's expression suddenly turned grave. What secret? Queried Beerus, furrowing his brow slightly. Lord Beerus, you are surely aware that all forms of energy are conserved. The energy derived from the neural tree's fruit operates under the same principle. The source of the neural tree's energy is the essence of life itself, which the tree utilizes to synthesize its fruit. The cost, however, is the complete depletion of the energy from a life-bearing planet. Whis's words prompted a slight nod from Beerus, for he was indeed cognizant of this fact. Yet he wondered, what relevance does this hold concerning the golden fruit of the neural tree? Beerus inquired with a hint of confusion. Yet he had already begun to surmise that the golden fruit must require some form of sacrifice. Surely, Lord Beerus has also deduced this, hasn't he? Indeed. To synthesize the golden divine fruit, one must utilize a particular essence, divine essence. Whis's words caused Beerus to furrow his brow. Divine essence? As far as I am aware. Is this not something possessed solely by the Supreme Kai, the gods of destruction, and deities of a higher echelon? The solemn words of Beerus prompted Whis to nod slightly. Indeed, it is true that the birth of each Supreme Kai generates a divine essence, while the remains of the Supreme Kai are utilized to nurture the Tree of Might, enabling it to bear the golden fruit of might, from which a new Supreme Kai will emerge. However, the Supreme Kai born from the consumption of the golden fruit lacks divine essence, and their remains cannot serve as sustenance for nurturing the Tree of Might. Whis's methodical explanation illuminated the sequence of events for Beerus, revealing the reality of the situation. It appears that cultivating the golden fruit in the future may now be an impossibility. The lamentations of Beerus left Whis speechless. Truly, Lord Beerus, if the golden fruit were easily cultivated, how could there be so few Supreme Kais? Whis, though exasperated, made Beerus feel a twinge of embarrassment. Very well. Ensure that the matters I have set in motion are diligently executed. For those planets whose rate of power enhancement is sluggish, let one quarter be annihilated each year until they meet the standard. Once the average strength reaches a combat power of 100, the criteria shall be halved. Furthermore, do remember to provide a more refined cultivation technique to each planet. Beerus undoubtedly has his own motives for conveying this information. As Goku and his companions are experiencing rapid growth in their power, he himself cannot afford to remain complacent, especially since he has stagnated at a certain level without making any progress. Thus, this return serves as an opportunity to see if he can achieve a breakthrough. After articulating his thoughts, Beerus ventured into the realm of the Omni King, where he was, of course, accompanied by the Omni King himself to engage in games, all in pursuit of a permanent solution. Beerus unleashed his formidable power by introducing the beloved game Honor of Kings, cherished by elementary school students in his past life, for the Omni King to enjoy. Naturally, the game featured interactive robots endowed with intelligence. The Omni King, being the progenitor of elementary school students, succumbed to the allure of this temptation and immediately immersed himself in the game. Meanwhile, Beerus found himself caught in a breakthrough of the laws of time. Months later, amidst a certain expanse of sky above Earth, a colossal divine dragon soared into the heavens. Moments later, several individuals who had perished under Piccolo's onslaught were resurrected one after another. Meanwhile, Goku, heeding Master Roshi's advice, ventured to Korin Tower and ascended to the heavenly realm, where he embarked on a prolonged journey of training under the guidance of the deities. A year later, Krillin set forth on a quest to restore his younger brother, retracing the path once taken by Goku. Along the way, he encountered numerous challenges, including the Penguin Village, the Red Ribbon Army, and the likes of Tao Pai Pai, thus offending all those whom Goku had previously antagonized. Ultimately, he summoned the dragon and succeeded in revitalizing his younger brother's spirit. 3 years swiftly passed, and the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was once again upon them, attracting martial artists from various regions who had honed their skills. Goku returned from the heavenly realm, still retaining his youthful appearance, while Krillin, during his quest for the Dragon Balls, experienced a significant surge in power. Although still trailing behind Goku, he attained a battle power of 1,500. Young Goku reached a battle power exceeding 2,000. After Master Roshi's previous demise, he began training in the profound techniques of the Turtle Hermit. Externally, his battle power remained at over 800, yet internally, his strength was akin to a concealed bomb, capable of erupting to a remarkable 4,000 in a brief span. This ensured Master Rashi's steadfast position as the foremost martial artist among Earth's inhabitants. However, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament bore similarities to the previous year's event. Once again, Beerus has emerged to stir up trouble. This time, he made his entrance at the climactic championship duel. After Satan claimed the championship title, he began to boast about his prowess, presenting himself as the ultimate hero, a savior for the world. In contrast, he cast Beerus as the epitome of evil, prompting the inhabitants of Earth to seek him out. Although Beerus was unafraid, he found himself in a precarious situation due to Florinia, forcing him to evade capture. It was only when Beerus discovered the portal to the demon realm within the original text and extracted the Sword of Sealing that the tides began to change. His actions earned him the reverence of all demons within that small space, who referred to him as the Demon King. However, these demons were remnants from the ancient invasion of Earth by the demon race. After 3 years of lurking, Beerus' power surged to 5,000 points, and his return brought a grim expression to Florinia's face. Previously, Beerus had warned her against interfering with the world's trajectory, and her inaction was perceived by Beerus as fear, prompting him to act with even greater audacity. He attacked the royal palace and usurped the throne, arrogantly declaring that Earth now fell under his dominion. Before this, Krillin, Goku, and Tien attempted to thwart him during the martial arts tournament, but were left severely injured. Fortunately, Master Rashi's unwavering protection forced Beerus to momentarily retreat, redirecting his attention to conquest. After facing death multiple times, Goku was revived thanks to the magical beans, significantly enhancing his strength. Subsequently, he consumed the Super Divine Water, which further amplified his abilities. Just when Beerus' imperial ambitions seemed poised for fruition, he was brutally defeated by Goku, mirroring events from the original tale. Coincidentally, Satan, amidst the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, boasted of his intent to vanquish Beerus, spurred on by his eager disciples. Upon arriving, he witnessed Goku slay Beerus before departing. The next day, reports flooded in, heralding Satan's deeds. The world's savior had finally emerged, and our Mr. Satan had rescued Earth. Chapter 83, The Arrival of Vegeta. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, 3 circular spaceships traverse the universe at remarkable speed. Beep, beep, beep. The distance to Earth is 1,236,590 miles. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes. Life support systems are shutting down. Please prepare for landing. As the electronic announcement concluded, the 3 occupants of the spaceship gradually removed their masks. Have we arrived? This journey felt rather lengthy. The leader, a young man, slowly took off his mask and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, what a grand endeavor to seek out such a lowly warrior. I dare say this trip may prove to be in vain. With our current power, do we truly require the assistance of such feeble combatants? The young man in question is Vegeta. At this moment, 3 years have elapsed since the demise of the formidable Piccolo Daimao, marking 5 years prior to the arrival of Raditz on Earth in the original narrative. A year ago, due to Beerus policies proliferating throughout the universe, the overall strength of celestial bodies surged, leaving individuals like them, who had been embroiled in combat with little time for training, struggling to keep pace with the evolution of their era. Their battles were not akin to those fought by Bardock, where life and death hung in the balance. Rather, their confrontations involved descending upon planets, conjuring artificial moons, transforming into great apes, and overwhelming their foes with brute force, yielding negligible benefits to their prowess. Although Vegeta and his companions were considerably more potent than when they first appeared in the original tale, Vegeta's combat power had only reached a mere 20,000, while Nappa stood at 8,000, and Raditz, due to his underwhelming capabilities, barely managed to attain 5,000. Their singular objective for coming to Earth was to abduct Kakarot. After all, even the weakest of low-class warriors should possess a combat strength of around 1,000 at the age of 18. Upon transformation, they could achieve a battle power of 10,000, sufficient to conquer smaller planets single-handedly. Nappa, so what if you are a high-class warrior? It does not necessarily mean your strength surpasses mine. Raditz scoffed from another spacecraft. Oh, not much stronger, you say? Shall we put that to the test? Nappa retorted, his demeanor growing cold as he regarded Raditz with disdain. Enough. We have arrived. Vegeta's icy declaration silenced the two, compelling them to refrain from uttering another word. As soon as Vegeta's words concluded, the 3 spaceships transformed into colossal fireballs, plummeting toward the Earth with a thunderous crash. The powerful shockwaves instantly created 3 immense craters in the ground. In that fleeting moment, people across the globe were drawn to the formidable energy emanating from the descent. What overwhelming energy! It feels distinctly alien, unlike anything from Earth. Could it be an invasion? I wonder if Mr. Satan can fend off these intruders. Indeed, while Mr. Satan may seem to possess only a modicum of power, he must surely be far more formidable than these extraterrestrials who have come to challenge him. In an era where martial prowess was cultivated by all, even a slight display of significant energy would capture the attention of those with keen perception. The arrival of Vegeta and his companions had already instilled a sense of alertness among the inhabitants of Earth. Let me ascertain the highest combat power on this planet. Nappa sneered as he activated his battle power scanner. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power filter initiated, revealing the maximum combat strength mode. Beep, beep, beep. Maximum combat power, 5,000. Nappa stared in disbelief at the reading before him. 5,000. Is this planet not deemed a low-tier world? How could their combat power be so extraordinarily high? Nappa's words left both Vegeta and Raditz, who had previously worn expressions of indifference, momentarily stunned. Raditz, please check the average combat power, Vegeta urged, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. After all, if the peak combat power was 5,000, the average could not possibly be too low. Raditz nodded and activated his power level scanner. Beep, beep, beep. Average combat power, 125. Suddenly, upon hearing this announcement, the group collectively exhaled in relief. If the average combat power exceeded 500, it would imply that there were at least tens of thousands of individuals on this planet with power levels surpassing 1,000. In such a scenario, their only recourse to conquer this world would be to annihilate the entire planet. Let us first investigate the individual with the greatest strength. Perhaps it is Kakarot, Vegeta declared, soaring into the sky. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances. Despite their disbelief that Kakarot could possibly have attained a combat power of 5,000 on such a planet, they could not oppose Vegeta's decision. As the three of them descended upon Earth, the God of Heaven, who was vigilantly monitoring the activities below, had already sensed their presence. A tale. It appears they are scions, similar to Florencia and Goku, though their energy seems rather malevolent. The old Kai, at this moment, remained as unremarkable in strength as depicted in the original narrative, for after the Namekian race had split into two, not only had their power diminished significantly, but their innate talents had also declined exponentially. The second generation of Piccolo speaks with the essence of a brand new entity. Although it possesses flaws, they are not overly apparent, allowing it to keep pace with Goku and the others. Oh, divine being. The strength of their leader, who bears a striking resemblance to Goku, does not seem to guarantee victory over the adversary. Moreover, they are currently in search of Krillin and Master Roshi, leaving one to ponder whether peril awaits them this time. Bobo, arms crossed, exudes a glimmer of wisdom within his eyes. Alas, if Florencia cannot intervene at will, this situation indeed harbors significant danger. The deity cast a glance at Vegeta and his companions, who were nearing the shores of Kame House, and sighed deeply. Goku has but an hour until he emerges from his training. One can only speculate if he will arrive in time. With that, Bobo glanced toward the depths of the palace where the room of spirit and time resides. Oh dear, Master Roshi, they have arrived. How do you fare? Can you withstand this? Krillin, sensing the approaching presence of Vegeta and his team, gulped nervously, though he harbors confidence in his ability to overpower Raditz. The strength of Nappa and Vegeta far exceeds his own. Fear not, fear not. Your master will not falter in a critical moment. I just wonder if there are any lovely young maidens inside. Master Roshi chuckled lecherously, a trickle of drool escaping his lips. You are truly beyond redemption, Master Roshi. One wonders how you ascended to the esteemed position of martial arts master, Krillin remarked, unfazed by Roshi's antics. Just then, 3 beams of silvery light materialized before them in an instant. Chapter 84, Vegeta, what beautiful women. Baldi, are you truly the strongest on Earth? Vegeta's icy gaze fixated on Krillin, who appeared to be facing a formidable foe atop Kame House. His words left Krillin momentarily stunned. You must be mistaken. I am merely a novice. How could I possibly be the mightiest on Earth? Aware of his own limitations against Tien and Goku, Krillin was hesitant to boast. Still modest. However, I am here to inquire about something. Should you divulge the information, I might spare your life, Vegeta replied disdainfully. Nappa and the others behind him sneered in amusement. If you have a question, ask it. If you wish to fight, then do so. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Do you think I, an old man, am afraid to fight? Master Roshi, upon hearing Vegeta's words, erupted in fury. He had heard enough of such nonsense to be swayed by it. With that, Master Roshi removed the specially crafted, ultra-heavy turtle shell from Florenza from his back. With a swift motion, he hurled the shell toward Vegeta and his companions like a missile. The old man dares to be audacious. Nappa scoffed, stepping forward to catch the shell. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Nappa, be careful. Regrettably, his words came too late. The tortoise shell had already traversed the expanse, crashing down upon Nappa with a terrifying force. The sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air, and Nappa's expression changed dramatically as he hastily attempted to evade the impending impact. Alas, time was not on his side, and the shell struck fiercely against his right shoulder, followed by another sickening crack of splintering bone. A spurt of blood erupted from Nappa's mouth, and he was sent hurtling away by the force of the shell. A resounding roar echoed from afar as the ocean's surface was violently disrupted, creating a massive whirlpool that took several minutes to gradually regain its tranquility. That detestable old man possesses formidable strength. I'm fortunate I didn't rashly intervene, Raditz thought to himself, relieved. Meanwhile, Vegeta's countenance darkened as he glanced at his battle power scanner, which emitted a series of beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 3000. A figure so shockingly low appeared on the device that Vegeta could hardly fathom it. How could a mere battle power of 3000 nearly bring Nappa to his demise? Vegeta's face was as grim as a stormy sea. What's the matter? Are you not going to check if your companion is dead? The turtle hermit surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before addressing Vegeta and Raditz in a low voice. Humph, a worthless waste. If he is dead, so be it. I am here in search of someone named Kakarot. Do you know of him? Vegeta disdainfully cast a glance at the now sunken Nappa before inquiring about his purpose to the turtle hermit. Kakarot? The turtle hermit's brow furrowed, as if recalling something pertinent. Isn't Kakarot the same as Goku? I've heard Florenza refer to Goku as Kakarot. So, you are searching for him. What is your intention? Krillin, having ventured out frequently, was well informed about various matters, and since Florenza habitually addressed Goku as Kakarot, he too had memorized Goku's scion name. You know him? That's excellent. Please, disclose their whereabouts. Vegeta furrowed his brow, discerning from Krillin and his companions' tones that Kakarot had surprisingly allied himself with the Earthlings and seemed to be thriving in their company. This revelation caused Vegeta, who had looked down upon the Earthlings from the very beginning, to frown slightly. He is in West City. You can seek him out directly. By the way, the Florencia I mentioned seems to be one of your scions as well. If you're interested, you may wish to investigate. She is also located in the northern West City, Krillin said, grinning foolishly, appearing utterly oblivious and easily deceived by Vegeta. Meanwhile, Master Roshi silently mourned for the trio in his heart. After all, if they were to provoke Florencia, she would have a valid reason to strike back. And the fate of the three would then depend on their own fortunes. What? Another scion? What is going on? The records of the scions only mention Kakarot as having come to Earth. Who is this Florencia? Raditz asked Krillin in astonishment. How would I know? Anyway, she has a tail too, though she is a woman. But it should be the same, right? Krillin shrugged, expressing his ignorance. Raditz was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by Vegeta. Let us go take a look. A female scion? Intriguing. With a cold smirk, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards the direction Krillin had indicated. Raditz, on the other hand, dove into the depths of the sea, retrieving the nearly lifeless Nappa. Though I detest you, your strength is still needed. You cannot perish just yet, Raditz sneered. Then pulled out the spaceship's remote control from Nappa's grasp and activated the autopilot mode. Moments later, a streak of light appeared before Raditz. Wow, this spaceship looks quite advanced. It even has autopilot. I wonder how fast it is, Krillin exclaimed, his naivety eliciting a disdainful chuckle from Raditz. A native is still a native, no matter how strong. They remain mere earthbound creatures. After tossing Nappa into the spaceship, Raditz engaged the ship's ignition. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship vanished from Earth in an instant, racing towards Frieza's headquarters. Once completed, Raditz cast a lingering glance at Krillin before rocketing upwards in pursuit of Vegeta. Master Roshi, do you think they might be killed? I've heard that Florencia is quite hostile towards scions. Krillin began to express his concerns for the newly encountered Vegeta and his companions. Master Roshi, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Even you were unaware? You were the one who spied on Florencia while she bathed. Krillin's astonishment caused Master Roshi's face to flush with embarrassment. Hey, you must not slander me. Although I often find myself contemplating the notion of spying on Florencia, it remains merely a figment of my imagination. I would never dare to act upon such fantasies, for had I the audacity to do so, I would have perished long ago. Meanwhile, as Krillin and Master Roshi engaged in their usual bickering, Vegeta and Raditz had already made their appearance in West City. Here, the most formidable warriors possessed a combat power of approximately 300, suggesting that this so-called Florencia might be capable of concealing her true strength, much like that old man. After Raditz scanned the surrounding energy signatures, he spoke solemnly. Vegeta offered no further words. Instead, he surveyed the street before locking his gaze upon a promotional poster for the Universal Capsule Company. Having identified their target, the two made their way to Bulma's residence. "You have indeed come, my brother." Just as they arrived at the company's entrance, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a babbling spring, descended from the heavens. Upon looking up, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Such beauty. Chapter 85. The Gateway to the Demon Realm. "Whom do you call brother? I have no recollection of you as a sister." Vegeta scoffed, yet his eyes were irresistibly drawn to Florencia's visage. "You? Are you worthy of calling me brother?" The so-called Prince of the Scions has fallen to such depths. Florencia's disdainful words rendered Vegeta's expression grim, yet inexplicably, he refrained from retorting. Raditz, however, furrowed his brow at her insinuation. "Are you implying that I am your brother? Could you be Kakarot?" "No, Kakarot is male." "Who, then, are you?" Neither Raditz nor Vegeta could fathom the possibility of her being male, for her beauty was unparalleled. "One in a billion. Indeed, I am not Kakarot. My name is Florencia, and my father is Bardock." Florencia regarded Raditz, her expression tinged with nostalgia. As the resemblance between Raditz and Bardock, following his transformation into Super Saiyan 3, was striking. "When did Bardock father another child? You appear to be of an age similar to Kakarot." Raditz's demeanor turned frosty at the mention of Bardock, for he had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father during Raditz's childhood. "No, my age is beyond your imagination, but now is not the time for such discussions. I have a fair understanding of your purpose here, yet you shall not take Kakarot." Florencia gracefully approached them, her demeanor composed. "Oh, you believe we cannot take him? What makes you think you can stop us? Your combat power is merely 1,000. Vegeta sneered. "No, you have misunderstood. Kakarot's strength is not as feeble as you presume, and my combat power is not merely 1,000. Florence always wore a smile, yet after she finished speaking, a faint green energy began to emanate from her. Suddenly, the power level detectors above Vegeta and Raditz's eyes began to beep urgently. Beep, beep, beep. Boom, boom. In an instant, both power level detectors exploded, leaving the last display of numbers etched in their minds. Power level, 50,000. Indeed, 50,000. For although their model of power level detector was the latest research of the past 2 years, it could only register up to 50,000. Impossible, how could this be? Absolutely inconceivable, it must have been a misreading. Vegeta roared in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. However, my purpose in seeking you out was neither to flaunt my prowess nor to establish kinship with you, Raditz. I merely wish to remind you that this planet is under my protection, and it would be wise for you to behave accordingly. Otherwise, at this point, Florence's demeanor abruptly shifted, an overwhelming aura suddenly pressing down on Vegeta and Raditz, leaving them breathless. Kakarot is not here. He's in the other world and will arrive in an hour to find you. So, it would be prudent to wait a while, Florence concluded, striding towards Bulma's residence, leaving Vegeta and Raditz with grim expressions. What do you think, Vegeta? Raditz inquired, puzzled. Let us first investigate other powerful energy signatures. Perhaps we can locate Kakarot directly. If that fails, we can compel him to reveal himself. The notion of waiting here for an hour is sheer folly, even if Florence's strength surpasses my own, Vegeta retorted. With that, Vegeta summoned his spacecraft and retrieved a backup power level detector from within. Beep, beep, beep. The power level scanning commenced. Power level second. 3000. Located to the south. This power level belonged to Master Roshi, prompting Vegeta to select again. Beep, beep, beep. Anomalous energy detected. Anomalous energy detected. Power level 8000. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the distant west. Such formidable power, we must investigate. Vegeta's expression shifted as the prospect of an 8000 power level exceeded his expectations. Any planet possessing such strength would certainly not fall easily to his might. Boom, boom. The two individuals suddenly soared into the sky, racing towards the newly emerged energy. Meanwhile, major television stations began broadcasting reports on the extraterrestrial invasion. An urgent announcement was made. Our savior, Mr. Satan, declared his imminent intervention to drive away the invaders. Let's turn to the latest coverage. As all the stations fervently debated the situation, one channel unexpectedly hijacked all broadcasts. The screen revealed a young Satan standing before his opulent mansion, exuding an air of triumph. You, yes, you, despicable aliens, dare to wreak havoc on my planet? I, Mr. Satan, shall ensure you learn the meaning of regret. I solemnly vow to expel the extraterrestrials from Earth within 3 days. His fervent declaration sent waves of excitement through the audience watching at home. However, at that moment, Satan was filled with unspoken anguish. The resurgence of martial arts over the years had transformed him from the Na'vi wrestler he once was. Initially, he believed the battles of Goku and his companions were mere illusions and special effects. Yet, as he idly practiced the techniques bestowed upon him by the Valkyrie, he realized that surviving his past was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Frustrated, he thought, I cannot avoid this confrontation. If I do, I will surely drown in the flood of ridicule. I must press on, not just for myself, but for the child I have yet to bring into this world. With a sense of trepidation, Satan donned his golden belt and embarked on his perilous journey. In a desolate desert, a colossal iron gate stood resolutely. Its origins traced back to the dawn of Earth itself. No one knew how it came to be. Yet this monumental gate had stood the test of time for millions of years, showing no signs of decay. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the gate swung open, releasing tendrils of dark energy that enveloped the sky in an inky blackness. With a sharp clang, a magnificent sword shot forth from the gate, embedding itself in the side of the entrance, halting its closure. At that moment, a figure cloaked in white emerged from within the gate, followed by a swarm of shadows. Human realm. I have returned. Chapter 86. The beaten Piccolo emerging from the gate of the demon realm was none other than the son of the great demon king Piccolo, who had breathed his last in the past. Known as the second-generation demon king, Piccolo, or simply Piccolo, having just been born, Piccolo arrived at the gate of the demon realm on Earth, relying on the formidable power left behind by his father. He swiftly took command of the remnants of the demon army within the gate. Though he was uncertain of the differences between these demons and those residing in the demon realm, their abilities were lamentably inadequate. Thus, Piccolo found himself both training diligently and instructing these inept demons. After 3 arduous years of dedicated effort, this motley crew of demons finally began to show signs of improvement. Today marks the day of my triumphant return to the human realm. With a cold smirk, Bick waved his hand, and countless demons instantly surged forth in all directions, spreading across the entire Earth. These fiends ruthlessly dispatched anyone they encountered, seizing everything within their grasp. In a matter of mere minutes, they had overrun several nearby cities. Suddenly, at that moment, Bick, who had been in a state of serene meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. A formidable aura emanated from him, one that was distinctly not of Earth. Could it possibly be extraterrestrial? Piccolo, with a grim expression, gazed into the distance as Vegeta and Raditz approached him with remarkable speed. A tremendous sonic boom echoed through the air, and soon, Vegeta and Raditz appeared before Piccolo, smirking. Oh, a Namekian? In such a remote location, one encounters the most unexpected entities, Vegeta mused, casting a curious glance at Piccolo, swiftly recognizing his identity. After all, as one of Frieza's high-ranking subordinates, he possessed a certain familiarity with Frieza's nemesis, Slug. A Namekian? A sudden shock coursed through Baiku as he recalled from the ancestral memories of his father that prior to his separation from the divine, his progenitor had indeed arrived in this world aboard an unknown spectral vessel. In his youth, he had given little thought to this revelation, but now, reflecting upon it, he realized that he was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being. Damn it, that would make me an interstellar compatriot. Why, then, is Earth so inhospitable? Bick silently spat in disdain, having been bullied since the moment of his birth. The only father he ever had was tragically obliterated before his very arrival. He wondered what business the esteemed visitor had in seeking him out. Bick took a deep breath to calm his emotions, his expression grave as he inquired of Vegeta, deliberately ignoring the presence of the inept Raditz. We have come to seek your counsel regarding the whereabouts of Kakarot. By the way, it seems he is known as Goku on Earth. Vegeta scoffed, typically not one for idle chatter, yet circumstances on this planet compelled him to take the initiative. After all, with Nappa having been so easily dispatched, and given his lack of camaraderie with Raditz, it was far more prudent for him to speak up. Goku, what business do you have with him? Piccolo's expression darkened instantly, particularly when he suddenly noticed the tails behind Vegeta and Raditz. He immediately assumed a combative stance. Humph. It seems you harbor a grudge against Kakarot. From Piccolo's demeanor, Vegeta discerned the deep-seated animosity he had towards Goku. To be despised by someone with a power level exceeding 8,000, yet still be alive suggested that Kakarot's strength should not be underestimated. It appeared that eliminating a lackluster Nappa in exchange for a promising Kakarot was indeed a favorable trait. A slight smirk graced Vegeta's lips. You needn't worry. We are not the benevolent champions of justice. Simply disclose Kakarot's whereabouts, and we shall seek him out. Vegeta, uninterested in further pleasantries, candidly stated his intentions. At that moment, Bicton let out a sigh of relief. Kakarot, if you seek him, you should venture to the realm of the Earth's deity, for he is likely to be there. Although Bic was unaware of the intentions of the two individuals before him, he still divulged the coordinates of the celestial realm. Ah, splendid. To express my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you a gift, Vegeta remarked, nodding with a smile, which was soon replaced by a chilling smirk. At that moment, Piccolo sensed an ominous premonition and swiftly soared towards the portal to the demon realm. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged a cold smirk, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Unfortunately, they thought, Kaioken. A blinding wave of white light streaked across the sky, tearing the earth apart and creating a massive chasm stretching for dozens of kilometers before ascending into the cosmos. Humph, what a worthless being. Though he remained silent, Vegeta harbored a deep-seated anger since arriving on this planet. After all, his reliable aide, Nappa, was now incapacitated, and he found himself ridiculed before Fiorenza. Wait a moment, how could the Prince of the Scions entertain such thoughts? Vegeta irritably shook his head and propelled himself upwards, following the coordinates provided by Piccolo. Humph, Vegeta, your composure falters. Raditz sneered, then pursued Vegeta. Meanwhile, within the enormous ravine created by Vegeta's energy blast, a mass of writhing flesh underwent rapid transformation. Simultaneously, a diminutive robotic entity, akin to a fly, approached the mass, extracting a sample of flesh before darting away. After several minutes of undulating, the mass finally regained Piccolo's original form. Damn you, filthy monkeys. Should you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure your demise. With a fierce roar, Piccolo retreated into the portal of the demon realm, commencing the restoration of his depleted energy. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Bobo cast a worried glance at the heavenly god, who was gradually regaining strength from his earlier frail state. It was essential to note that Piccolo had nearly met his demise, and the heavenly god had narrowly escaped a similar fate. Fortunately, Piccolo managed to endure. Divine One, are you feeling any better? Bobo inquired anxiously, observing the weakened heavenly god. It is but a trifling matter compared to what is about to transpire, the heavenly god replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and shaking his head with a grave expression. Indeed, I wonder if Goku will emerge soon, Bobo muttered, casting a worried glance towards the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, two figures, radiating an immense aura, swiftly descended before the heavenly palace. Upon seeing the heavenly god, Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless. What is a Namekian doing here? Is this planet Namek? He scoffed, his sarcastic remark causing the heavenly god to furrow his brow slightly. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, the heavenly god refrained from further comment. What brings you to my celestial realm? He inquired, aware of their intentions yet opting to stall for time. Kakarot. I demand to see Kakarot now. I know he is here, and if you refuse to divulge his whereabouts, I will obliterate this place. Vegeta declared, his impatience evident. The heavenly god felt a tinge of embarrassment. I am unsure of your purpose in summoning me, he stammered, at a loss for words. Just then, a radiant voice resonated from within the palace. Chapter 87. To kill me? You must first seek my consent. Goku's tall figure emerged from the temple, accompanied by an inexplicable rhythmic footfall. As this rhythm resonated, Raditz's heartbeat synchronized with it, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. Splutter. Raditz expelled a mouthful of old blood, prompting Vegeta to narrow his eyes in shock. What on earth is happening? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by Goku's entrance. Such a phenomenon transcended mere strength. Midway through his stride, Goku noticed Raditz spitting blood and paused momentarily. Is this technique from Little Lewin truly that formidable? Though it seems a bit overwhelming, he mused, awkwardly scratching his head. His words, however, caused Raditz, who was already in a foul mood, to spit up more blood. Goku, you've arrived. It seems these two have matters to discuss with you. Please, have a good conversation. Although Goku's imposing aura was primarily directed at Raditz and Vegeta, it nonetheless affected the Supreme Kai and Popo to some extent. Popo, being a formidable fighter with an innate strength exceeding 1,000, had significantly improved over the years to almost 10,000. However, the Supreme Kai's abilities had not seen much enhancement due to his inherent limitations. The sheer force of Goku's aura nearly caused his heart to burst with intensity. "Oh dear, thank you for your efforts, Supreme Kai. The rest is up to me," Goku said with a slight smile towards the Supreme Kai, who was then assisted back to the temple by Popo. Goku's expression promptly shifted to one of seriousness as he cast his gaze toward Vegeta and Raditz. "What do you want with me?" he inquired for the second time. His tone markedly different this time, tinged with suspicion. Vegeta instinctively glanced at his power level monitor above his brow, which beeped in response. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 15,000. The displayed power level caught Vegeta off guard. While it was not insignificant, it fell short of his expectations. It appeared the earlier events were merely the result of a technique Goku had employed. Relieved, Vegeta exchanged glances with Raditz, who, understanding the unspoken communication, wiped the blood from his mouth and began to speak, unleashing a stream of revelations that would shatter Goku's worldview. As he listened, Goku's demeanor turned icy. "So, you intend for me to join you in annihilating other planets?" Goku's expression darkened as he spoke. "Indeed, that is our mission as Saiyans. Surely, you are aware of your distinction among others," Raditz replied, causing Goku to momentarily falter before his countenance hardened once more. "Humph, I am not the Saiyan Kakarot. I am the Earthling Son Goku. I will never consent to what you propose. If you seek battle, then let it come." Goku dismissed any further discussion, his past experiences having taught him the futility of trying to reconcile opposing paths. "Haha, I never imagined you to be so naive, Kakarot. You may deny your identity, but your tale is an undeniable truth. We Saiyans transform into monstrous apes under the full moon. This is something you cannot refute," Raditz sneered, prompting a drastic change in Goku's expression. "What? Transform into a monstrous ape?" Memories flooded Goku's mind. Recalling his first encounter with the full moon when his dying grandfather had warned him never to venture out during that night. The second time he had transformed, he lost his grandfather forever. So it turns out, I am that monstrous ape, meaning I was the one who killed my grandfather? The sight of Wukong in a state of despair elicited a derisive smile from Vegeta. Indeed, the weak are often prone to sentimentality. Casting a disdainful glance at Raditz, who was fervently attempting to persuade his brother, Vegeta was reminded of the day his father entrusted him to Frieza, a memory that surfaced with an expression of bitterness. Emotion, he mused, is something that the Prince of the Saiyans shall never require. However, as his thoughts wandered, Wukong was gradually regaining his resolve. His grandfather had always taught him that one must not harbor a guilty conscience. Earth had shown him kindness. Even if he were a Saiyan, so what? He would always be son Wukong, the grandson of Son Gohan. With this in mind, Wukong broke into a radiant smile. "Raditz, since you are my brother, I shall speak plainly. If you wish for me to destroy others' homes, or if you intend to disrupt the peace of Earth, you shall have to step over my dead body first." Wukong's resolute words left Raditz momentarily stunned, as he seemed to glimpse the image of his father fighting for lower-ranked warriors. "Humph, trash is just trash. If that is the case, to preserve the dignity of my Saiyan heritage, I shall enact the death penalty on your behalf." Vegeta slowly ascended, an immense aura emanating from his being. "Are we to engage in battle? However, this is hardly the ideal place for such an encounter. Do you dare to face me?" Wukong provocatively tilted his head towards Vegeta. "Humph, do you seek to choose your own grave? Very well, let us go." Vegeta coldly nodded, and the three soared into the sky, heading towards a desolate expanse below. Since the resurgence of martial arts, various sacred sites of combat have emerged before the eyes of the world. For instance, the Kylenta has become a site of frequent fatalities, with individuals plummeting from its heights almost daily. Yet, increasingly, more adventurous souls aspire to ascend its lofty summit. The celestial realm has manifested itself before the eyes of mortals ever since the diminutive Wukong plunged his golden staff into its pinnacle. Each year, there are those who attempt to reach the heavens, but thus far, only the king of Chiba has succeeded. In light of this, the movements of Vegeta and his companions are incessantly monitored by satellites hovering in the sky, rendering their actions transparent to the entire world. The once boastful Satan, now faced with the pressure of the masses, boards a flight with a facade of composure, though internally he is cursing profusely. Nevertheless, he must bear the consequences of his own misdeeds, swallowing his regret with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, within a lavish palace nestled in the distant Flame Mountain, a spirited young woman diligently trains without pause. Kiki, Kiki, there's momentous news. Come quickly. A robust voice boomed from the living room just as Kiki obliterated her 100th specialized sandbag. Momentarily stunned, Kiki remained unfazed as she prepared to continue her training with the 101st bag. Kiki, this is truly significant. I saw you, Kong. The robust voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Kiki felt as though struck by lightning and vanished from the training room in an instant. The Ox King, who had intended to call out to her once more, was taken aback by her sudden appearance. You've arrived. Look, it's the figures on the television. The Ox King wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gesturing towards the 3 silhouettes on the screen while recounting the unfolding events. To attempt to harm me? They must first seek my consent. Chapter 88. Do you wish for me to disappear instead of enjoying my game? In the otherworldly space of the King's realm, Beerus is seated cross-legged amidst a void, surrounded by intertwining threads of various laws, time, destruction, and life itself. Among the myriad of laws, the most abundant is the law of destruction, followed by the law of life. However, the law of time and space, though fewer in number, exerts a formidable suppression over the overwhelmingly prevalent law of destruction. At this juncture, Beerus has comprehended the law of time and space to a degree that is 99 times that of the normal law. Attaining just a single unit of the law of time and space enables one to halt time, while Beerus' nearly 100-fold mastery allows him to reverse time at will. Although he cannot traverse dimensions as freely as one equipped with a time-space ring, he is capable of navigating through the annals of a millennium or two. Yet, as Beerus delves deeper into the exploration of the time-space law of this world, he uncovers a significant truth. The time-space law of this realm bears the imprint of its own inherent rules. This implies that should he shatter the constraints imposed by the Omni King upon this world, venturing into other universes may render all the laws he has comprehended ineffective, or perhaps wholly devoid of any impact. Nevertheless, one certainty remains. The underlying reason for this limitation is the incompleteness of his understanding of the laws. Once he attains mastery to its utmost extent, it is assured that his insights will wield substantial efficacy. The notion of a 100-fold law of time and space appears to align with what was described as the second stage of the time-space law. However, transcending this threshold necessitates considerable accumulation of time and experience. Beerus reluctantly opened his eyes. It had been an indeterminate number of years spent in seclusion, and the outside world had moved on significantly. Despite the passage of time, he had made little progress in deciphering the elusive laws of time and space. This prolonged state of isolation proved to be of little utility. Beerus sighed and gradually rose to his feet. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Alas, it is truly lamentable that one so young bears the weight of burdens not befitting their age. Beerus sensuously rubbed his belly, and with a delicate flick of his fingertip, a brilliant purple light instantaneously manifested, creating a vast chasm in the fabric of space. He then stepped through the opening. You have emerged. Just as Beerus took his first step out, a gentle voice graced his ears. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find the Grand Priest standing beside him. Indeed, he had initially believed he could transcend his limits, yet it appeared he still fell slightly short. Beerus sighed, contemplating whether revealing his thoughts might expose his true power to the Grand Priest, but he dismissed the notion. At this moment, the Grand Priest's strength was beyond his comprehension. It was fortunate enough to gain any insight at all. By the way, have you not been delving into the energies of time and space recently? Here, take this. It's a fragment of wisdom from my angelic lineage. As he spoke, the Grand Priest produced a resplendent tome. Upon seeing it, Beerus's eyes widened with astonishment. The fluctuations of the laws of time and space emanating from the book were immense. Noticing Beerus's shock, the Grand Priest smiled. This book is known as the Book of Time and Space, a record kept by my angelic clan since our inception. It encompasses the myriad forms and methodologies of time-space energies we have comprehended over billions of years, and only the Grand Priest has the privilege to peruse it. Beerus furrowed his brow at the Grand Priest's assertion. Only the Grand Priest may peruse it. Does that not contravene the ancestral teachings? He felt an urgent need for this tome. Yet accepting it would obligate him to the Grand Priest in an immense way. From the flowing laws of time and space within, Beerus discerned that if he could study it for several millennia, he would undoubtedly transcend to the second stage of time-space energy. Ha ha, fret not. As of now, I hold authority over the angelic clan. The ancestral teachings are not something I find worthy of emulation. The Grand Priest spoke with a hint of disdain towards his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Beerus had nothing further to say. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, Grand Priest. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Besides, if the time comes when you need my aid and circumstances are not favorable, I wouldn't hesitate to decline. After accepting the Book of Time and Space, Beerus bid farewell to the Grand Priest, inquiring about the recent activities of the Omni King. He discovered that the little one had been idly playing his game of no king's glory daily since acquiring it, causing his two guards to nearly venture into another dimension to confront Beerus. Fortunately, the Beerus of today was no longer the same as before. A mere glance rendered the two guards immobile. Oh dear, you too. With my bond to the Omni King, you seem displeased. It appears you do not wish to see him happy. As Beerus spoke lightly while happily engaged in his game, the king paused momentarily. Indeed, he mused, Beerus is right. Do you two wish to vanish? The little face of the king suddenly darkened. The two silent guards immediately turned pale, hastily kneeling before the king and bowing fervently. Humph. Beerus is my dear friend. Should you trouble him again, I shall obliterate you. After all, I have no need for you. The king's proud words prompted the guards to nod vigorously. By the way, Beerus, did you bring me something delightful this time? The king nodded eagerly at Beerus, inquiring with anticipation. Well? Beerus could hardly restrain himself from striking his own face in disbelief at why he had sought out the Omni King. Gazing at the Omni King, who resembled an inflatable doll, Beerus pondered what might capture his attention. Ah, of course. This reminds me of another animated series titled SpongeBob SquarePants. I shall present it to you. Without hesitation, Beerus produced a disc adorned with a cover featuring the cheerful yellow square and a pink starfish. How utterly adorable, he exclaimed. The Omni King promptly seized the disc and dashed towards the DVD player that Beerus had provided, instantly forgetting all matters concerning Beerus himself. Sigh. I wonder how long this little one can remain content in such a state. Beerus wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the Omni King currently appeared to have a favorable relationship with him, the reality was that if he had little to offer, the ultimate outcome would be his own destruction. Perhaps it would be best to return and take a well-deserved rest. He couldn't help but wonder what calamities Whis had wrought upon the seventh universe in his absence. Beerus chuckled softly, and then, with a decisive stride, he tore through the fabric of space and stepped inside. Chapter 89. Is this what you call effort? In the seventh universe, it was the time of year for a final assessment, within the realm of the Supreme Kai. Lord Whis, could you perhaps intercede on behalf of Lord Beerus? This universe has already witnessed the destruction of 9/10 of its planets, should this continue. The seventh universe is on the brink of total collapse. The old Supreme Kai spoke with a sorrowful countenance to Whis before him. The resurgence of martial arts over the past few years had brought calamity to all life-bearing planets in the seventh universe. Among the remaining celestial bodies, only a few remained intact, while the vast majority had been devastated beyond half their original landmass. Is that so? My apologies. But there is no need to consult Lord Beerus on this matter. I can take responsibility. When the time truly arrives, Lord Beerus will have the means to restore everything as it was, so you need not worry excessively. Whis's calm words rendered the expressions of the two Supreme Kai grim. Their inherent duty was to safeguard the peace of the universe, yet, regrettably, this time, the entity responsible for the destruction was one they could never hope to confront. Sigh. Since the god of destruction has made his decision, we have nothing further to say. The old Supreme Kai sighed, his despondent demeanor causing the nearby Jebbet to clench his fists in frustration. How infuriating. Must our Supreme Kai lineage truly remain in the shadows forever? Why, despite being the apex deities of the universe, is there such a vast chasm between us? At this moment, Jebbet found himself harboring a twinge of envy towards immense power. He had begun to feel discontent with his current state. Are you very angry? A chilling voice echoed in Jebbet's ears. He shuddered, an uncontrollable excitement surging within his mind. Indeed, I am discontent. I cannot accept this. Why is it that, as fellow guardians of cosmic order, the god of destruction can so easily tower over us? Jebbet's sudden outburst caused the old Supreme Kai's countenance to change drastically. Even Whis furrowed his brow. Jebbet, what are you saying? Apologize to Lord Whis at once. The old Supreme Kai urged. However, this time, Jebbet wore an expression of stubborn defiance, showing no intention of apologizing. Lord Whis, he is still young and naive. Please forgive him, The old Supreme Kai pleaded, taking on the role of peacemaker. Before Whis could respond, a figure suddenly emerged, slicing through the space before the three of them. It is of no consequence. The question was posed to me, and how he responds is his own affair. The newly arrived Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, fixed his pale golden gaze upon Jebbet. Noticing Beerus's demeanor, the old Supreme Kai promptly ceased his words. You find it quite unfair, do you? Beerus's lips curled into a sinister smile, a grin that sent a shiver of unease through Jebbet, stripping away his earlier resolve. Do you believe you have exerted yourself to the utmost, yet still find yourself lacking in strength compared to the god of destruction? Is that not the case? Beerus's subsequent inquiry intensified Jebbet's anxiety. He feared that Beerus might obliterate him, for Beerus had now severed their life link, rendering it exceedingly simple for him to end Jebbet's existence. You need not be afraid, Beerus continued. I am aware of your thoughts. It is merely your unwillingness to accept the situation that troubles you. However, have you contemplated the underlying reasons? Beerus is not here to create trouble this time. A mere Kaioshin does not warrant such concern from him. Since that is the case, allow me to show you how I have spent the past millennium. Furthermore, let us reflect on how you have fared during this time. Observing the diminutive Jebbet, who resembles a quail, Beerus pointed into the void, and a series of messages flooded into Jebbet's mind. The imagery depicted Beerus engaged in relentless training within the realm of the Omni King. Each session left him utterly exhausted before he succumbed to sleep, only to awaken and plunge into yet another cycle of unending training. This is but a mere fragment of my cultivation. The region above is an alternate dimension within the Omni King's realm, where the gravity is 1 billion times that of an ordinary planet and millions of times that of the Kaioshin realm. As Beerus stood beside with his hands clasped behind his back, the old Kai watched with growing concern the drastic changes in Jebbet's expression. After Beerus had briefly recounted his training regimen, the scene abruptly shifted to the Kaioshin realm. There, Jebbet was diligently performing a series of push-ups, sit-ups, and executing basic punches and kicks, while the old Kai leisurely indulged in a colored novel. The intensity of Jebbet's exertion was nothing compared to Beerus's casual nail trimming. Furthermore, Jebbet was lamenting his struggles. Do you see the disparity? Beerus remarked. Rather than complain here, it would be far more beneficial to take action. The weak possess no voice in this realm, a truth you should comprehend far better than I. After Beerus spoke languidly, he paid no further attention to the dramatically changing expressions of Jebbet, instead turning his body to inquire of Whis about the advancements in the universe over the past few years. Jebbet stood there, utterly dazed. Oh, Jebbet, you too should have grown, the old Kai remarked with a hint of nostalgia, casting a grateful glance toward Beerus. So, it seems that only nearly 1,000th of the life-bearing planets in this universe remain intact? Beerus furrowed his brow, taken aback by the destruction of so many planets in such a brief span of years. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, a smile gracing his features. Yet the results are evident. The average combat power of the surviving planets has surpassed 100, far exceeding the average level of other universes. Oh, is that so? Beerus responded. Then let us maintain this progress, for other universes have also begun to advance rapidly. By the way, has Earth ever faced destruction? Beerus suddenly recalled Earth, a planet within the universe that presents significant challenges for development, particularly due to its substantial population base. Earth has already faced my wrath thrice, however, each time the Dragon Balls have been employed to restore it, leaving the planet unscathed. One thing is certain, Earth's pace of advancement has positioned it among the top in the universe, with an average battle power exceeding 200. Although it is unclear why Beerus harbors such an interest in Earth, Whis remains unyielding during the day of reckoning. Well, I understand now. Let us proceed to observe how Earth has progressed recently. Beerus rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips, and soon, under the respectful send-off from the old Kai and Jebbet, the two vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Ancestors, I implore you to grant me specialized training with the utmost rigor. I shall endure, Jebbet stated solemnly to the old Kai. Have you made your decision? The old Kai inquired with a grave demeanor. Indeed, I have made my decision. Very well, if that is the case, do not harbor regrets. With that, the old Kai recited an incantation, and Jebbet instantly disappeared from the Kaioshin realm. Chapter 90. The Mighty Raditz. As Jebbet vanished from sight, the old Kai sighed. Ah, Jebbet, when you emerge, you will truly understand the challenges of cultivation. In the days when the core people inhabited the planet and the neural tree thrived, the Kaioshin was immensely powerful, the strongest of all Kaioshin in history, having consumed 10 golden fruits, rendering him a force that even the gods of destruction could not rival. Ultimately, however, he met his demise at the hands of the ancient demon king during the turmoil of ancient times. Following that, the neural tree faded into obscurity. Perhaps now, few Kaioshiins are even aware of its existence. Without the neural tree, it is exceedingly difficult for the Kaioshin to cultivate to surpass the gods of destruction. Jebbit, it all hinges on your destiny. With a reflective sigh, the old Kai returned to his recliner and resumed his perusal of a rather risky book. Meanwhile, Beerus and Wish transformed into beams of light, racing towards Earth. On Earth, Goku and Vegeta were already engaged in fierce combat. How dare a lowly, inferior warrior provoke the Prince of Science? Such audacity is simply reckless. In a desolate expanse, Vegeta roared, landing a punch squarely on Goku's face, causing blood to erupt from Goku's mouth. Ha ha, what of the Prince of Science? You will never comprehend the essence of camaraderie, Goku retorted with a cold smirk, suddenly ramming his head into Vegeta's face. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was sent flying, and upon halting his momentum, he felt warm blood trickling from his nostrils. After wiping his nose, Vegeta stood frozen. Damn it, this lowly warrior has dared to draw my blood. I shall see you dead. In a furious rage, Vegeta charged at Goku. Humph, volume of voice does not equate to strength. Goku wiped the blood from his forehead and charged back at Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. Countless collision sounds reverberated throughout the sky as numerous craters emerged on the ground from the aftermath of the fierce battle between the two combatants. Nearby, Raditz watched the intense confrontation with immense astonishment. How could my foolish brother possess such formidable strength? This feeling is remarkably reminiscent of father in his prime. Raditz crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a seemingly nonchalant demeanor, yet the tumultuous expressions flitting across his face betrayed the excitement within. A lower-class warrior surpassing father. And now Kakarot as well. Indeed, my brethren of lower status can transcend elite warriors. Father's dreams were not in vain after all. As he observed the clash before him, Raditz felt as though a new door was opening wide. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed in his earpiece. Beep, beep, beep. A powerful energy is approaching. Just as Raditz was reveling in the spectacle, he turned his gaze towards the source of the incoming energy. A young girl, clad in a fitted martial arts uniform, soared toward him. A female? Such formidable strength exists among the women of this planet? Raditz furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, the girl landed gracefully nearby. You are the extraterrestrial invader? She coldly accused, pointing an accusing finger at Raditz. Upon hearing her words, Raditz erupted in laughter. Ah, so you've come seeking trouble with me? Indeed, I am here to invade Earth. What now, little girl? Do you intend to kill me? His derisive tone instantly darkened the girl's expression. Where is Son Goku? She demanded, her voice unwavering. Son Goku? Kakarot? He is over there. But it seems he won't last much longer, Raditz replied, glancing at Goku as he battled against Vegeta, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. The girl, whose name was Chi-Chi, followed Raditz's gaze, witnessing Goku struggling under Vegeta's relentless assault, blood spilling from his mouth. Goku, she cried out anxiously, eager to rush to his aid. Yet, a towering figure suddenly blocked her path. This is the battle of Kakarot and Vegeta. I shall not permit anyone to intervene, Raditz declared sternly, causing Chi-Chi's expression to turn icy. Will you yield or not? She challenged, an immense aura radiating from her. Without hesitation, Raditz replied, there is no need to think. I will not allow it. Seeing no way to deter her, he immediately took a fighting stance. Chi-Chi, responding with a cold snort, charged at Raditz, engaging him in battle. Despite her valiant efforts, her power was significantly inferior to Raditz, and she quickly found herself overwhelmed. Boom. After a resounding crash, Kiki was sent flying into a pile of boulders by a powerful kick from Raditz, unable to rise again. Humph, with such feeble strength, you dare to meddle in their battle? You should retreat and train for a few more years, Raditz scoffed, dismissing Kiki and shifting his gaze to the sky where Goku and Vegeta were locked in an intense struggle. Suddenly, Raditz sensed an ominous aura of impending death, startling him into hastily moving aside to an open space. Kamehameha. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Boom. A colossal explosion resonated, and the area where Raditz had stood moments prior was replaced by a deep chasm measuring several dozen meters on each side. The sound of falling debris echoed for half a minute before it reached the ground. Such formidable destructive power. How infuriating that the inhabitants of this planet can conceal their energy, Raditz thought grimly, staring at the vast abyss before him. He then looked up into the sky and beheld a three-eyed figure clad in a green martial arts uniform, gazing down at him with a frigid expression. Dumplings? Give the sins a beam to that young lady. This one is mine, Tien Shinhan instructed Dumplings as he slowly descended to the ground. Be careful, Tien, Dumplings exclaimed with concern, glancing at Tien before rushing towards the unconscious Kiki amidst the rocks. Now, it's my turn to battle you, Tien declared seriously, removing his upper garment and addressing Raditz. Oh, a three-eyed warrior? Interesting. If you wish for death, I shall oblige. Raditz sneered, cracking his knuckles as he advanced toward Tien. Special beam cannon. Suddenly, Raditz's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorted in disbelief as he spat a mouthful of blood. A spiraling beam of light erupted from the gaping wound in his chest, shooting out into the cosmos. Raditz stared in shock at the gaping injury on his torso, the size of a bowl. Ha ha ha, the fate of those who offend me. King Piccolo, is this science? Humph, merely a band of wild monkeys. The figure of Piccolo descended from the heavens, casting a disdainful glance at the looming presence of Raditz. Not far away, Tien Shinhan inhaled sharply, astonished. Piccolo, you have defied death? It was widely believed that you perished at the hands of Goku years ago. Yet here you stand before me, alive and well. But wait, you are not the Demon King Piccolo. Who, then, are you? However, upon closer inspection, Tien shook his head in disbelief. This individual was certainly not Piccolo, as he lacked the malevolent aura characteristic of the Demon King. Humph. There is no need for me to elucidate this matter to you. Rather than pondering my identity, perhaps you should consider how to assist Goku. With a cold snort, Bick approached Raditz, exclaiming, What do you think? Did you expect this? Bick let out a contemptuous sneer, observing Raditz as he slowly collapsed to the ground, mocking him disdainfully. Cough, cough, cough. I never expected you to survive. Ha ha ha. Vegeta has grown overly complacent. Raditz managed a grim smile, then shifted his gaze towards the sky, where the fierce battle between Vegeta and Goku raged on. Piccolo also lifted his gaze towards the two figures in the sky, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You can rest easy. I shall ensure they both accompany you to your meeting. With that, Piccolo concentrated and formed a sphere of energy aimed at Raditz. Raditz, however, paid no heed to Piccolo's actions. His eyes fixated on the figure of Goku soaring through the heavens. The resemblance to Kakarot was uncanny. How amusing it would be to see if Bardock would regret witnessing your growth. A faint smile graced Raditz's lips as he gradually closed his eyes. Observing Raditz, who radiated an aura of death, Piccolo scoffed disdainfully. I was going to send you off, but it seems that's no longer necessary. With that, Piccolo slowly dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred in the sky. The two combatants, once evenly matched, unleashed a terrifying force. Death Cannon. Vegeta raised his hands towards the sky, a brilliant white light emanating from his palms. Goku, having completed a few spins in the air, landed on a large rock nearby. Upon witnessing Vegeta's movements, he swiftly pulled his hands back. Kamehameha. The two exchanged glances, their auras intensifying with each passing moment. Ha! Ha! Simultaneously, both warriors released a fierce roar, two blinding beams of energy hurtling toward one another. Boom! In an instant, the two energy blasts collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent Tien and the others reeling several hundred meters away. Kaiatsu, holding on to Chi-Chi, nearly lost his grip and dropped her. Among all present, only Piccolo remained steadfast, his expression grim as he watched the clash between Goku and Vegeta in the sky. Unveiling his hidden power, Goku's battle strength surged to 30,000. A level scarcely inferior to Vegeta's. Damn you, Goku. Must I be forever denied the chance to avenge my father? The purpose of Bick's existence is to avenge his father. The Demon King Bick, this is the very essence of his being. Yet, the current circumstances have caught him off guard. Is there truly no other path available to him? With a grim expression, Piccolo let out a cold snort. However, upon witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from the two combatants in the sky, he instantly resolved that Goku must perish. With this thought, he soared into the air, heading towards the gate of the demon realm. What on earth is Piccolo planning to do? Tien Shinhan, having overheard Piccolo's final words, initially thought he would intervene, but instead watched as Piccolo took off without a word. What should we do, Tien? Kaiatsu inquired. You take this girl to Corinne's tower. I will find an opportunity to assist Goku here, Tien Shinhan replied, sensing that Piccolo would return. Although he could not defeat Piccolo, he believed he could at least hinder him. All right, be careful. I will leave now, Kaiatsu said, shouldering Chi-Chi and departing from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky escalated to a fever pitch. Goku, whose strength was slightly inferior, could no longer hold out. Kamehameha. Suddenly, Tian Shinhan's muscles tensed as he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Vegeta in the sky. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck by the blast, which contained nearly all of Tian Shinhan's energy, proving to be immensely powerful, shredding Vegeta's clothing. This very wave also diverted Vegeta's attack. Now's our chance. Goku, hidden underground, felt a surge of determination as the Kamehameha he wielded intensified, breaking through the barrier of the Kamehameha wave aimed at Vegeta. What? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically as he quickly raised a shield to envelop himself. Boom. The Kamehameha collided with Vegeta's body, producing a series of shattering sounds from his protective barrier. Damn you, Kakarot! Vegeta roared, only to be submerged by the Kamehameha wave. Goku sighed in relief as he watched Vegeta disappear. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from Goku. Goku, are you alright? Tian Shinhan rushed over, quickly placing a Senzu bean in Goku's mouth. Ah, I'm fine. Thanks to you, Tian Shinhan. I would have perished otherwise. Goku said, feeling his strength increase slightly after swallowing the bean. He expressed his gratitude to Tian Shinhan. It's no problem. I'm happy to help, especially against such formidable foes. A faint smile grazed Tian Shinhan's lips. Bang! At that moment, the sound of an object hitting the ground echoed from a short distance away, causing the two relaxed individuals to suddenly change their expressions. Chapter 92. What? You were Lord Beerus? What sound? Tenshinhan and Goku were startled by the unexpected noise and hurried over. What? He is still alive? Tenshinhan's face turned grim as he gazed into the large pit where Vegeta lay unconscious, his clothes completely torn apart, and his body devoid of any unscathed flesh. Tenshinhan, do you still need a Senzu bean? Goku suddenly turned to Tenshinhan, looking towards the unconscious Vegeta. I have some left. Why? Is your wound still not healed? Tenshinhan questioned Goku with confusion as he pulled a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to him. Thanks, Tenshinhan. Goku smiled slightly and proceeded towards the barely alive Vegeta, placing the Senzu bean into his mouth. Goku, what are you doing? Tenshinhan exclaimed in alarm, shouting towards him. Haha. My apologies, Tenshinhan. Although this individual is considered an enemy, it seems he hasn't harmed any Earthlings, so I believe he isn't entirely malevolent. Goku chuckled awkwardly, but Tenshinhan frowned upon hearing this. Sigh. Do as you wish. Now that the Senzu bean has been administered, what more can Tenshinhan say? Crack. After Goku crushed the Senzu bean in his hand, he slowly stood back a few paces. The injuries on Vegeta, who had been lying lifelessly on the ground, began to heal at an astonishing rate, fully recovering in mere seconds. Suddenly, Vegeta opened his eyes as a flash of lightning erupted from them. In an instant, Vegeta sprang to his feet. Boom! A massive crater was created upon impact with the ground. Cough, cough, cough. This brother is quite fiery. Goku, choking and tearing up, awkwardly scratched his head. Be careful, Goku. This guy is still our enemy. Tenshinhan warned Goku before quickly adopting a combat stance. Goku's expression grew serious as he watched Vegeta hovering in the sky. At that moment, Vegeta stared in disbelief at his unscathed body. He distinctly remembered being struck by Kakarot's energy blast, the excruciating pain still vivid in his memory. Did you save me? Vegeta looked grimly at Goku and Tenshinhan. Don't include me. It was all Goku's doing. If it were up to me, I would have finished you off in one blow. Tenshinhan scoffed disdainfully, leaving a flicker of surprise on Vegeta's face. Why? Vegeta asked Goku in a low voice. Damn it, I said. Are you all not tiring of this? Having been saved, one could simply walk away in gratitude, yet there remains an insatiable curiosity to inquire why. What more could one desire than to contemplate the intentions of their savior? At that very moment, an irritable voice echoed from the heavens, causing Vegeta's already displeased countenance to darken further. Who dares? Get lost. Before he could utter his retort, he found his neck clutched firmly by a violet hand, rendering his strength utterly impotent. Whis, do you recall the fate of the last individual who dared to disrespect me? The speaker was none other than Beerus, who had been lurking nearby, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter any longer. Haha. The last one met a gruesome end, limbs severed and tossed into an anthill, where he endured a torturous demise over several days. Ah, how pitiful that seems in hindsight. Upon hearing Whis' words, not just others, but even Beerus felt a shiver run down his spine. Was his intent merely to appear formidable? Yet, having spoken those words, Beerus could not retract them, so he merely grinned malevolently at Vegeta. This sight filled Vegeta with dread, He would rather embrace death than fall victim to such a twisted fate. Oh, is that not Lord Beerus? What a pleasant surprise. It has been many years since we last met. I am Goku. The same Goku who once sought the Dragon Balls alongside you. Upon recognizing Beerus, Goku joyfully extended a greeting. All right. I see it's you. Who else would be foolish enough to heal their own adversary? I truly wonder how you have managed to survive this long with that kind of reasoning. Beerus promptly interrupted Goku's self-introduction, his disdainful remarks causing Goku to awkwardly shake his head. Who is this person? Seeing Beerus effortlessly grasp Vegeta in his hand, Tien Shinhan was immediately taken aback, though relieved to know they were on the same side. Haha, he is the Lord of Florenza, renowned as the supreme deity of destruction. Lord Beerus. Although I am uncertain of what he truly is, it is said that Florenza cannot withstand even a single finger of his. Goku's introduction left Vegeta caught in Beerus's grip, wide-eyed in astonishment. Ah, Beerus. This is a being that my father has incessantly warned me never to provoke. My esteemed Lord Beerus. I am unaware of your identity. I am the Prince of Planet Vegeta, and you must have encountered my father. Vegeta ardently endeavored to elucidate his lineage to Beerus. Were it Frieza, he would have exhibited no trepidation. However, the mere presence of Beerus caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Prince Vegeta. The one who indulged me with culinary delights from 10 planets? This lad possesses potential, albeit with an excess of ambition. Beerus remarked with a sardonic smile before casually dismissing Vegeta with a wave of his hand, sending him hurtling away. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains shattered beneath the impact of Vegeta's collision, a sight that elicited beads of cold sweat from Goku and Tien, who stood nearby. Moments later, battered and bruised, Vegeta shakily approached Beerus once more. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord Beerus, Vegeta expressed, feeling a profound sense of relief. For he had heard tales of Beerus's terror since his youth. Depart. In the future, if you intend to invade another's planet, ascertain their strength beforehand, Beerus stated flatly, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Yes, I shall be more cautious in the future, Vegeta replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Casting a complex glance at Goku before attempting to leave the vicinity. Wait, take him with you. A melodious voice suddenly interjected as a graceful woman descended from the sky, cradling the now-recovered body of Raditz. Isn't that Raditz? Why is he unconscious? Goku inquired, perplexed, while Tien elucidated the circumstances of Piccolo's ambush on Raditz. Take him away. Earth will remain welcoming to you as long as you do not come under the banner of battle. The woman, Florenza, gently commanded, causing Raditz to soar towards Vegeta. Chapter 93. The End of Satan. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, catching Raditz as he flew into his arms. After casting a complicated glance at Florenza, he hurriedly made his way towards his spaceship. Goku and the others harbored no concerns about Vegeta's compliance in departing with Beerus present. Even 100-fold courage would not compel him to seek conflict again. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Greetings, Lord Whis. Florenza approached Beerus and bowed respectfully. You've done well, young one. This Earth is quite tolerable for now. It was a rare moment when Beerus bestowed a compliment upon Florencia. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your kind words. It is merely my duty, Florencia replied, her heart aflutter with excitement, as this marked the first occasion on which Beerus had praised her. She had chosen to selectively forget the past transgressions. However, the stage of Earth feels somewhat constricted. Within the vast expanse of the 080 universe, I have gathered a few subordinates, though they are not the most compliant of individuals. Starting today, I would like you to manage them in accordance with the current methods employed on Earth. Otherwise, the situation in the 7th universe may soon become dire. Beerus's words were undoubtedly deceptive. It can be said that the average strength of the 7th universe has now reached the pinnacle level of all 12 universes. The weaker planets have been mostly obliterated by Whis, leaving behind only the elite of the elite. Very well, I shall set off tomorrow. Florinia nodded, having grown weary of this remote and impoverished corner of Earth. Just then, a helicopter suddenly soared through the sky. Beerus and his companions looked up, and to their astonishment, they spotted Satan inside the aircraft. Humph, it's that hypocritical scoundrel. Tien Shinhan's expression darkened upon seeing Satan in the sky. What does he want? Florentia frowned. Satan had often taken credit for Goku and the others' achievements to deceive for wealth and power. Amid their disdainful gazes, Satan's helicopter slowly descended, reluctantly pushed into a corner. Satan leapt from the aircraft. The helicopter took off almost immediately after he landed, hastily departing. Damn it, do they wish for my demise? Satan cursed angrily. then awkwardly smiled at Goku and the others. Heh, greetings, Lady Valkyrie. I am Satan. You must have heard of me. His boastful words caused Florindia and her companions to frown once more. Heard of you? Of course, but I wonder if you know who stands before you. Florindia scoffed, pointing at Son Goku beside her. Satan was momentarily taken aback, quickly shifting his gaze toward Goku. Who is this person? Satan scrutinized Goku, realizing he looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall the identity of the individual. What? You've profited so much from the efforts that defeated Demon King Piccolo, yet you don't even know who he is? Tien Shinhan snorted, causing Satan to suddenly remember that Goku was the little brat who participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament years ago. Satan's face changed dramatically, as if he had been caught in the act of theft. What? It's you. Satan stammered towards Goku, who, unbothered by accolades, merely smiled back. Hello there. Goku's words caused Satan's expression to shift yet again. What a calm demeanor. Could this be a prelude to my demise? Satan's mind raced back to the mob bosses portrayed on television, who would casually eliminate someone with a serene expression, trembling in fear. He hurriedly knelt before Goku and the others. Esteemed gentlemen, in my ignorance, I failed to recognize the imminent power of the great Lord of Destruction, Beerus. Had I known that it was you who vanquished the formidable Majin Buu, I would never have dared to claim credit. You may dismiss me as inconsequential. Yet here I am, bowing before you with fervor, causing a shiver to run through Beerus and his entourage. Truly, this old rascal possesses a remarkable talent. With a sinister smile, Beerus subtly gestured towards Whis, who nodded in understanding. He then tapped his staff in the void, and within a second, the television broadcasts across the globe began to air the recent exchange between Satan and Goku. The World Television Bureau exerted immense effort, yet they found themselves powerless to halt the dissemination of this video. On the streets, passers-by gazed in astonishment at the gigantic screens adorning the buildings. Isn't that Mr. Satan? What has transpired? Why is he bowing to those individuals? Are you blind? Can't you see Lady Valkyrie? Hey, listen, there's sound. The murmurs of amazement ceased abruptly as everyone fixated on the screen and their televisions, captivated by Satan's actions. If I had known that you were the one who vanquished King Piccolo, I would never have dared to claim the credit. Just consider me a mere nuisance, and let me go. Satan's trembling confession sent shockwaves through the hearts of people worldwide. What? Mr. Satan was deceiving us? The true slayer of King Piccolo is someone else? Wait, aren't those young men the esteemed disciples of Master Mutant Roshi and Master Turtle? Only moments ago, Satan and his companions were hailed as the genuine saviors. What is happening here? It goes without saying, I always suspected Satan was unreliable. How could someone who only recently recognized their own strength possibly defeat King Piccolo? Now the truth is laid bare. Let us see how he dares to call himself a savior. Oh my, I just recalled that I sent my son to train at Satan's martial arts school. No wonder his progress has been so sluggish these past 2 years. We've all been deceived. A chorus of outrage and enlightenment erupted from the crowd. One by one, figures soared into the sky, disregarding the city's no-fly order, as they rushed towards Satan's opulent residence. Minutes later, Satan's luxurious abode, along with his martial arts schools scattered across the globe, lay in ruins. His bank accounts were seized by the government to distribute aid to the impoverished. In short, Satan's reputation was utterly obliterated, and his wealth had plummeted from untold riches to destitution, facing the looming threat of imprisonment. All of this transpired within mere moments. And at that time, Satan remained blissfully unaware of his shattered reputation and lost fortune. All right, I hold no ill will towards you. We are not acquainted. And those words you spoke hold no value for me. If you want them, take them. Goku's indifferent remark prompted those around him to shake their heads in disbelief. Chapter 94. A Tragic Life. Wukong, do you not think that you are merely indulging him? Tianjin Fan remarked, his expression darkening as he faced the nonchalant Wukong. Haha. There is no remedy for it. I certainly have no desire to engage with those individuals daily, so let him be, Wukong replied, shaking his head. His words, however, brought a pleased smile to Satan's face. Ha ha ha. Now I have been granted authority by the original, which means I no longer need to tread cautiously. Satan mused contentedly to himself. Well, it seems there is nothing pressing at the moment. Should we not take our leave? Beerus yawned. And it is well known that Satan is the type of person who does not shed tears until he sees the coffin. This time, Beerus exposed him to witness what actions this young man would take after being publicly humiliated. Indeed, Lord Beerus has been here for quite some time, and yet you have not prepared any delectable treats to entertain him. Do you not wish for Earth to continue existing? Meanwhile, Whis quickly chimed in, expressing his thoughts. For goodness sake, if you desire food, simply articulate your wishes instead of dragging me into this. Beerus cast a piercing glance at the utterly oblivious Whis. However, Whis's words startled both Florenza and Goku. Indeed, we have been rather slow-witted. Let us depart at once, Florenza exclaimed as he swiftly seized Tenshinhan, cradling Chi-Chi's dumplings in Goku, vanishing in an instant before the bewildered Satan and Beerus. Wah, where did they go? Satan stammered, his expression shifting in fright, as though he had encountered a ghost. Meanwhile, Beerus scrutinized Satan, whose battle power was barely 100. Your name is Satan, is it not? The indifferent voice of Beerus caused Satan to momentarily pause. Yes, it is indeed a small person. Might I inquire what matters you wish to discuss, my lord? How could Satan dare to show any negligence towards Beerus, an entity before whom even the Valkyries bow in deference? He was but a mere speck in comparison. The path of martial arts cannot be traversed through superficial means. Wealth and power are ultimately transient. Take heed of your own actions. Beerus's chilling words sent a tremor through Satan's spirit. Just as Satan was about to inquire further, both Beerus and Whis had vanished without a trace, left standing in contemplation. Satan pondered, Lord Beerus, it appears that you still hold high hopes for this individual. Amidst the transmission through the time-space tunnel, Whis smiled at Beerus and remarked, haha, you overthink it. I merely wish to observe whether this young man will attain enlightenment. As for expectations, if he can reach a battle power exceeding 1,000, that would be his pinnacle. Beerus disdainfully remarked that, in truth, he bore little animosity towards Satan. He merely disapproved of the young man profiting under the guise of others. In his previous life, Beerus had loathed such individuals. But let us set aside these thoughts for now. I wonder what delightful dishes Florentia will prepare for us. It has been quite a while since I savored her culinary creations. The eager expression on Whis's face stirred anticipation in Beerus as well. Although Florentia possessed a rather flamboyant demeanor, her cooking was undeniably commendable. In an instant, the two vanished into the temporal tunnel. Meanwhile, in the desolate expanse, Satan stood lost in contemplation. Why has the helicopter not yet arrived? After several hours of impatient waiting, Satan finally grew restless and took out his phone to call the helicopter pilot. Hello, when will you arrive? I've been waiting for hours. He barked as soon as the call connected. Is that you, Satan? You're still alive? The pilot's surprised tone darkened Satan's expression. Is my existence a source of your displeasure? Satan retorted through gritted teeth, causing the pilot to feel slightly awkward. Weren't you captured by the minions of the great demon king? I thought you had met your demise while trying to steal their glory. The pilot's resigned words struck Satan like a bolt from the blue. How do you know about this? Are you spying on me? Satan shouted anxiously, fearing that if this information became public, he would be torn apart by the masses. Oh, you weren't aware? Allow me to enlighten you. The pilot slowly divulged all the secrets surrounding Satan's predicament, including the fact that Satan's home had been demolished. What? How could this happen? Satan stood there, utterly despondent. By the way, your helicopter was also destroyed, which means I am out of a job. If you wish to return, you will have to do so on your own. I cannot come to fetch you, the pilot concluded before abruptly ending the call. As the busy signal echoed in his ears, Satan remained unresponsive. Oh, my wife. The spirit of Satan trembled. His wife, who had just conceived a few days prior, awaited his triumphant return. Now stripped of all but his beloved wife and unborn child, he dialed her number only to be met with silence. After several futile attempts to reach familiar voices, he ultimately surrendered to despair. In that moment, he comprehended the true meaning of betrayal. Something must have happened to his wife. She would never ignore his calls otherwise. Satan vividly recalled how his wife had steadfastly stood by him during his darkest hours, offering unwavering support. Yet, without any means of transportation, he could only embark on a journey home on foot, a trek that would span 3 long months. Upon his return, he was met with the disheartening sight of his palace reduced to rubble by government forces, and he himself had become a pariah, vilified by all. However, these tribulations paled in comparison to the significance of reuniting with his wife, whom he finally found in a dilapidated rental. Alas, the 3-month wait had taken a severe toll on her health. She endured for 7 months after giving birth to their child before ultimately succumbing to her fate. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of Satan's modest dwelling. Vis, do you think I have become too callous? Beerus gazed calmly at Satan, who was consumed by anguish while cradling his child. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Lord Beerus is also prone to sentimentality? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth in amusement. Humph. I would never harbor such emotions. It is merely a thought that perhaps had I not exposed Satan's words back then, his family might have continued to live in happiness. Beerus gazed deeply as the soul of Satan's wife ascended into the underworld. It seems that Lord Beerus has overthought this matter. I had already contemplated this decision of yours thousands of times when it was first made. Even if you do not expose Satan's affairs, they would inevitably be uncovered in a short span of time. After all, the Earth of today is no longer the ordinary planet it once was. Moreover, his wife's lifespan had reached its conclusion, even if not due to illness. She would succumb to other circumstances. Wiss's words left Beerus momentarily stunned. You actually possess the leisure to ponder the fate of such an old fool? Beerus spat and chuckled. Hey, it's just a professional habit. Wiss smiled awkwardly in response. Beerus paid no heed to the young lad, instead teleporting directly to the Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 95. The Absorption of the God and the Transformation of Piccolo. 1 year prior. Upon instantaneously arriving at Bulma's residence, Beerus and Wiss immediately spotted Goku ensnared in the embrace of a young girl. Ah, excuse me, young lady, your grip is rather tight. Might you consider releasing me? Goku exclaimed, a grimace of discomfort etched upon his face as he gazed at the girl. Chi-Chi. No, you promised that you would marry me once I grew up. Are you planning to abandon me? Chi-Chi's words elicited peculiar glances from those around them, directed at Goku. Goku, I never imagined you to be such a person. The young lady has come to find you, and you still wish to play the fool? Bulma chastised him, her voice filled with indignation. While even Tien and the others began to reassess their opinions of Goku. Ah, I truly do not know this girl. What must I say for you to believe me? Oh, Lord Beerus, please intervene on my behalf. I genuinely am unfamiliar with her. Goku lamented, grasping at his old friend in desperation. Oh, it is Lord Beerus. Please. Assist me. Goku no longer wishes for me. Woe is me. Chi-Chi beamed upon seeing Beerus, yet felt a pang of abandonment as Bulma and the others failed to recognize her. With a sigh, Beerus could no longer restrain himself, remarking, It appears that you indeed know her. Beerus's words immediately confirmed for everyone that Goku was indeed a person of little sentiment. Not only you, but even Bulma and Florencia recognized her. However, Beerus's subsequent remark left Bulma and the others in stunned silence. I know her too. It cannot be. For with an IQ exceeding 300, I could never mistake anyone I have encountered. Bulma's proud declaration prompted Beerus to exclaim freak. For it was no wonder that an ordinary person with such high intelligence could even devise a time machine, without any inclination to keep them in suspense. Beerus boldly revealed Chi-Chi's identity. In an instant, Bulma and the others were rendered speechless. No wonder we couldn't remember. Chi-Chi, has your transformation been a tad excessive? Bulma's exasperated words made Chi-Chi bashfully scratch her head. Ah, so you are Chi-Chi. It has come back to me. I believe I promised to marry you when I grew up, although I thought wife referred to something delectable. Goku awkwardly rubbed his head. Oh, so, do you still wish to marry me? Chi-Chi gazed at Goku with tear-filled eyes. Well, since I made a promise, I suppose I must honor it, so yes. I shall marry you. Goku pondered for a moment, realizing he could not be untrue to his word, and thus agreed to Chi-Chi, however. This marked the initial step into the grave of his marriage. Ha ha ha, you all seem quite joyful. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an endless expanse of ominous clouds spread across the heavens, accompanied by a maniacal laughter. The group looked up to see the sky enveloped by countless demons. Surrounded by an ominous black aura, Piccolo emanated an unsettling presence that even Goku could sense, hinting at a divine essence. What brings this fellow here? Is he not afraid of being slain? Tangent scoffed, aware that with Goku and the enigmatic Beerus present, should Piccolo attempt any mischief, he would meet an exceedingly grim fate. However, something appeared drastically different about Piccolo. This dark energy resembled that of his father, the demon King Piccolo. Goku, his expression grave, recognized the reality. Despite the formidable strength of Beerus, Whis, and the chef Florencia, they would not intervene to protect Earth. Can you hear me, Goku? A voice resonated from the void. Huh, is that Mr. Popo's voice? What do you require of me? Goku inquired solemnly, gazing at Piccolo, who revealed no trace of energy. Trouble brews. Piccolo has invaded the celestial realm, vanquishing the Supreme Kai and absorbing him. He has surpassed you entirely. You must tread carefully, Popo warned urgently. Indeed, the gravity of Popo's words darkened the expressions of Goku and his companions. It appeared they had no choice but to defeat Piccolo first and then use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Supreme Kai. You are truly despicable, Piccolo. Goku shouted at the figure suspended in the sky. Ha ha ha. Son Goku, you underestimate the situation. You are aware that the Dragon Balls were crafted by that Supreme Kai. Are you not? Now that I have absorbed him, do you believe the Dragon Balls will still exist? Ha ha. And do you think you can defeat me? With a chilling smile, Piccolo emanated an overwhelming aura that reverberated through the air. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and the sky was filled with countless demons, all grinning menacingly as they soared in every direction. A cacophony of screams erupted from every corner of West City, accompanied by the sounds of battle echoing from various parts of the world. This Piccolo is intriguing. Lord Beerus has reached an astonishing battle power of 300,000 through sheer force, and his innate abilities appear to have grown more than tenfold. It seems that the seventh universe is on the brink of gaining another formidable contender. Whis, with a smile on his face, observed Piccolo in the sky. To him and Beerus, there was no distinction between good and evil, only contributions made to the universe. Indeed, while Piccolo commanded an attack on Earth, he did not order a massacre, instead opting to spare lives whenever possible. It seems that the goodness within him has been awakened by the Earth's deity. Beerus gazed contentedly at Piccolo, who at that moment seemed to embody the ideal ruler of Earth in Beerus's mind. However, he appeared to underestimate the bloodthirstiness of the ancient demon descendants. Whispers between Whis and Beerus went unheard by anyone. Yet a keen observer would discern a hint of discomfort on Piccolo's face amidst the sky. Humph, a beast is but a beast, incapable of comprehending human speech. It seems a proper reprimand is in order. Nevertheless, the immediate priority must be to deal with Son Goku, for the unpredictability he brings is far too great. With this thought, Piccolo clenched his hand in the void, and an invisible energy swiftly ensnared Goku before him. Curse it, what is happening? Goku, feeling immobilized, struggled desperately. Yet he could not break free from Piccolo's confinement. Goku, what's wrong? Are you all right? Goku, Bulma, Tien, and the others exclaimed anxiously. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Tien swiftly shaped his hands into a diamond form. Perish, Piccolo. Special beam cannon. With Tien's furious shout, an unseen energy surged forth, colliding forcefully with Piccolo. As Piccolo furrowed his brow, a chilling snort erupted from his lips, instantly dispersing Tien's Kamehameha. The disparity in their strengths was infuriating. Tien's anxious words caused Bulma and the others' hearts to plummet. Just then, Bulma recalled Lord Beerus beside her. Right, Lord Beerus. However, before she could finish, she was cut off. Without a moment's hesitation, I refuse. Chapter 96. The Unleashing of Master Roshi. It was absurd. Beerus was a formidable god of destruction, not their mere enforcer. While he could assist with matters beyond their capabilities, it was preposterous to expect him to intervene against an adversary whose strength was only marginally lesser. Honestly, Lord Beerus, you are rather stingy, Bulma complained. Yet, Beerus remained unfazed, just as Fiorenza had brought out the food. In the blink of an eye, Whis and Beerus had vanished into the dining hall. Humph. He's run off again. I knew Lord Beerus was unreliable. Bulma spat, glancing anxiously towards the sky. At that moment, Goku was ensnared in Piccolo's telekinesis, his overwhelming aura rendering Chi-Chi and the others unable to ascend in assistance. This disparity in strength was intolerable. What were they to do? Tien anxiously pondered solutions. Indeed, Tien, Goku's power is at least tenfold weaker than Piccolo's. Such a vast gap cannot be bridged in a short time. Yajirobe lamented. However, as Yajirobe spoke, Bulma's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. A tenfold difference? That's it. Tien, can you buy us a few minutes? Just a few minutes. Bulma implored excitedly. Unfortunately, upon hearing her plea, Tien and the others turned pale. We can't hold on for even a minute, Bulma. Their expressions filled Bulma with dread. Super. Kamehameha. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from afar, followed by a radiant beam shooting from the horizon. What? Caught off guard, Piccolo's expression shifted. Although this attack boasted a combat power of only around 100,000, it was no longer something he could take lightly. With no other option, Piccolo hurled Goku down towards the ground and conjured a sphere of energy to collide with the incoming Super Kamehameha. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the two attacks vanished into the ether, and Goku crashed violently into the ground, creating a massive crater. Puff! A torrent of fresh blood erupted from Wukong's mouth, his very bones seeming to shatter into fragments. Wukong, Chi-Chi cried out in anguish, rushing towards him, while Tianjin Han and the others hastily made their way to the spot where Wukong had fallen. Only Bulma hurried towards her laboratory at home. Come out, you old fool. I know it was you. In the sky, Piccolo gazed at a nearby patch of open ground, where Master Roshi appeared, accompanied by Krillin. At that moment, Roshi, with muscles more formidable than those of Schwarzenegger, elicited great envy from Krillin. Ha, Piccolo. Surprised to see me? Back in the day, I hadn't settled the score with you yet. Master Roshi clenched his fists, his battle power reaching a staggering 100,000, erupting from him like an ancient beast. Ha. This Wutian lad has some decent talent, though he has wasted a few hundred years. Otherwise, his strength would undoubtedly be significantly greater than it is now. Whis, while savoring a delightful lunch from Florence, observed the muscular Master Roshi. Indeed, the martial talent on Earth is remarkably high, but the lack of sufficient energy and martial experience holds them back. Otherwise, they would at least be classified as a high-level planet. Beerus took a hearty bite of the steak, nodding in agreement. The term advanced planet refers to those with combat power exceeding 10,000, while the majority of inhabitants on such planets possess combat capabilities above 1,000. Decades ago, planet Vegeta exemplified an advanced planet, renowned for its formidable strength within the cosmos. However, the current Earth has already attained a level of advanced combat power equivalent to that of a superplanet. If this trajectory of development continues, it is certain to reach the status of a superplanet before the final assessment. Beerus is utterly convinced of this. Although this planet is not the Earth of his past life, he is determined to elevate it to the pinnacle of the universe, simply because of its name. However, it remains a mystery why Lord Beerus is so concerned about such a humble planet, even though it appears to possess some uniqueness. Whis' profound gaze elicited a faint smile from Beerus. If I were to claim that I hail from Earth, would you believe me? The profound words of Beerus left Whis momentarily stunned. Ha, Lord Beerus, you jest. I have watched you grow, and during your infancy, it was I who tended to your every need, even changing your diapers. Do you think I am unaware of your origins? Whis certainly did not believe Beerus's words, and his triumphant laughter darkened Beerus's countenance. If you utter such nonsense again, I assure you, I shall have all your hair shaved clean. With a fierce glare, Beerus admonished Whis, causing Whis to stifle his laughter immediately. Honestly, not even a word of jest is permissible. Lord Beerus has truly changed. Whis, visibly perturbed, consumed his food voraciously while expressing his grievances towards Beerus. Master Roshi, Krillin, you have arrived. Goku, having regained his health after consuming the Senzu beans, sheepishly scratched his head as he addressed Master Roshi. You fool. If we hadn't come to your rescue, you would have perished long ago, Master Roshi retorted with exasperation, then turned his serious gaze towards Piccolo, who hovered in the sky. By the way, Bulma mentioned that if we can hold on for a few minutes, she'll have a solution. However, I find that somewhat dubious. While Goku was confined, he heard everything but scratched his head in disbelief. Suddenly, a deep thud resonated through the air, followed by Goku's anguished cry as he clutched his head. Master Roshi, why did you hit me on the head? Goku asked, feeling quite wronged. Humph. How dare someone with your subpar intellect question Bulma? Get up and start working, or you won't even know how you met your demise. Master Roshi's words cast a somber pall over everyone as they gazed at Piccolo in the sky. Have you finally reached a consensus? What now? Are you all prepared to join forces? Come forth and witness the chasm of our power. With a cold snort, Piccolo emitted a dark aura and charged forward. Master Roshi shouted gravely, rallying the group as they ascended into the sky, rushing towards Piccolo. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. Despite their united effort, they were swiftly overwhelmed and shattered by Piccolo's might. Only Master Roshi managed to endure a little longer by summoning all of his strength. Boom! With a resounding crash, Master Roshi plummeted from the sky, blood spilling from his mouth. Just as despair settled over everyone, a bright, clear voice rang out from Bulma's home, announcing, "Thank you for your patience." Chapter 97, The Great Ape Transformation. Piccolo's self-destruction. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they felt an invisible wave surging towards them. In a nearby restaurant, Fiorenza, serving Beerus, furrowed her brow as her gaze turned in that direction. Is that the Blutz wave? A hint of recognition flickered at the corners of her mouth. In an instant, this wave of light struck the gravely injured Goku, hoping against hope that it would be of use. Not far away, Bulma piloted a device similar to a radar, her eyes fixated on Goku as she silently prayed. Just then, Goku, illuminated by the wave, let out a piercing scream as a frustrated Piccolo dove down, swiftly landing a kick on Goku's chest. I have no desire to be your enemy, but since you have slain my father, as his son, I shall seek vengeance. If you harbor any resentment, let it be directed towards your association with Son Goku. With a disdainful snort, Piccolo raised his right hand, channeling a beam of mystical energy into a devastating attack. Preparing to confront Son Wukong. Damn it. Stop, Piccolo. You must cease this at once. Your father's demise was a consequence of his own actions. How can you possibly blame us? Master Roshi and the others cried out, pleading for Piccolo to show mercy. However, he merely scoffed, and the energy beam descended with ferocity. Roar. The brilliant ray pierced through Son Wukong's chest, yet instead of the expected cry of anguish, a terrifying roar erupted from Wukong's mouth. What on earth is happening? Big's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming sensation emanating from the Son Wukong beneath his feet. It is inconceivable. Your combat power is merely 50,000. How could you possibly escape from under my feet? With a furious roar, Piccolo felt a surge of power beneath his feet, striving once more to suppress Goku. However, to his astonishment, not only did the resistance beneath him intensify, but Goku's appearance began to undergo a rapid transformation. This is bad. Goku is about to transform into a giant ape. It's impossible. There is no full moon here. Master Roshi, well aware of Goku's hidden potential, turned pale and hurriedly struggled to his feet. He lifted the unconscious Kaiatsu and called upon Tien and Krillin to flee towards Beerus' location. Master Roshi, what in the world is happening? Upon reaching the eaves of Bulma's house, Roshi exhaled in relief, knowing that with Beerus' protection, even Piccolo couldn't cause much chaos. This is the method I spoke of for defeating Piccolo, Bulma chimed in proudly as she approached the group. What? Goku possesses such an ability? Tien queried Bulma in astonishment. This being the first time he had heard of such a thing. Transforming into a giant ape is a natural gift of our Scion lineage. On nights of the full moon, we Scions transform into giant apes, enhancing our battle power tenfold. However, those like Kakarot, who have not undergone special training, lose their sanity upon transformation, explained Florencia, observing Goku's gradual metamorphosis into a colossal ape. Losing sanity? So, if he defeats Piccolo, he might turn his wrath upon us? Tien's expression shifted with concern. Yet, there was no time for such discussions. Not far away, Goku had fully transformed into a towering giant ape, his fur bristling like steel needles. A thunderous roar echoed throughout West City, drawing the attention of both humans and demons still engaged in battle. With a casual sweep of his hand, the giant ape Goku unleashed a shockwave that obliterated nearby structures. As he stomped his foot, the ground trembled beneath him. Humph. A wild monkey is just a wild monkey. Becoming a giant ape has only made him more savage. Bick let out a disdainful snort, only to feel his body suddenly tense up. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he was firmly grasped in the clutches of an enormous hand. What? Such astonishing speed. Bick had assumed that Goku's transformation into a great ape merely amplified his strength, akin to his own enlargement. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that it also significantly enhanced his speed. Goodness, how is one to contend with this? As Piccolo realized he was utterly trapped after a day of futile attempts, he let out a furious exclamation, and his form began to expand rapidly. This is not good. Piccolo is about to self-destruct. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, incredulous. Could it be that having just been captured, Piccolo was contemplating such a drastic measure? Surely, he was not that psychologically fragile. Krillin's resigned remarks prompted nods of agreement from Tien and the others. He must have some ulterior motive. Everyone, prepare yourselves and ensure he does not escape. Though uncertain of Piccolo's intentions, Master Roshi deemed it wise to exercise caution. At that moment, the giant ape seemed to sense a hint of danger and swiftly raised its other hand, ready to crush Piccolo. You wish to kill me? It is too late. Descend into hell. With that, Piccolo erupted into a brilliant sphere of light, and with a resounding explosion, the entire West City vanished from the Earth's map, leaving behind only a massive crater, within which Bulma's Capsule Corporation stood resiliently. Wow, Bulma's friends are truly volatile. They have obliterated West City, chuckled Bulma's mother, nonchalantly sipping tea not far from Beerus. Observing this, Master Roshi and the others broke into a cold sweat. Bulma, your mother is quite an extraordinary woman, Krillin remarked, offering a wry smile to Bulma. While you all are preoccupied with this, hurry and find Goku. Master Roshi barked, snapping everyone back to reality. Oh no, Goku is missing. He hasn't been reduced to ashes, has he? Krillin's words darkened their expressions. That shouldn't be the case. Though formidable, Piccolo's power was not sufficient to obliterate Goku instantaneously. There must be something we overlooked. A glimmer of determination flashed behind Master Roshi's sunglasses as he suddenly reached toward the distant crater. Universal shockwave. A bolt of lightning erupted from Master Roshi's hand, striking a protruding bulge within the crater. Roar. After a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a colossal figure soared into the sky. Ha ha ha. I told you, that rascal Goku wouldn't perish. Master Roshi chuckled heartily while stroking his beard, his recent feat leaving Tien Shinhan and Krillin in a state of utter astonishment. By the way, Piccolo is certainly not dead. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. If you spot Piccolo, attack him immediately. Goku, having been blasted, surely desires to tear him apart. Roshi's grave words prompted a quick nod from the others. Suddenly, a green figure darted across the horizon like a bolt of lightning. Humph, a wild monkey is still a wild monkey. You forced me to expend a clone, thus. You shall meet your demise. Chapter 98. I snapped my fingers when Piccolo's form finally came to a halt. The expressions on Master Roshi and the others turned to one of sheer disbelief. How is it possible that Piccolo's power has escalated to such heights? Krillin and Tien furrowed their brows, gazing at the newly arrived Piccolo. How should I know? His strength has far surpassed my own by a significant margin. I fear that current Goku might not stand a chance against him. Roshi's solemn words plunged the group's spirits into despair. Amidst the sky, Piccolo, adorned in a white cloak and a bandaged hat, cast a disdainful glance at the raging giant ape charging towards him. You managed to force a clone of mine to self-destruct. It appears this wild monkey possesses some degree of skill, having descended into darkness and forcibly merged with the divine. Piccolo's combat prowess surged to an astonishing 60,000. He had refrained from appearing personally earlier, as he was still acclimatizing to his suddenly inflated power. Roar! The giant ape, charging towards Piccolo, let out a furious roar, then swung a mighty paw in his direction. With a stoic expression, Piccolo raised his right hand and effortlessly caught the enormous palm of the great ape. He then exerted a slight force, causing the entire body of the great ape to be uncontrollably flung into the air. The resounding booms echoed throughout the entire West City, instilling terror in the hearts of the demons and citizens who had survived the recent explosion of Piccolo's clone. They all began to flee in the opposite direction, fearing another self-detonation from Piccolo, convinced that they would not survive it. This is bad. Goku in his great ape form is also unable to withstand this. We're in trouble. Bulma was left without any viable options. She had anticipated Goku's transformation into the great ape as a trump card, but it proved ineffective against Piccolo. That woman over there. Direct the Blutz wave at me. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the sky, drawing the attention of Master Roshi and the others. They looked up to find none other than Vegeta and a revived Raditz. What brings you here? Are you here to kick us while we're down? Master Roshi stepped forward, his explosive muscles radiating a formidable presence that rendered Vegeta and Raditz visibly unsettled. Upon hearing this, Vegeta offered no further words, merely emitting a disdainful snort. I simply do not wish to owe Kakarot a favor. Will you do it or not? If you refuse, you may as well celebrate over his corpse once he is dead. Vegeta was reluctant to expend his energy to create an artificial moon, especially since he had just returned from the brink of death and his combat power was only slightly above 50,000. If he further depleted his stamina, he would surely meet a grim fate. Raditz, lacking the strength required to create an artificial moon, had no choice but to turn to Bulma for assistance. Bulma, let him give it a try. The Prince of Scions does not owe anyone a favor. A cool voice from nearby interrupted, causing Bulma and the others to pause in surprise. Shaluan, are you certain this person is reliable? Bulma inquired with skepticism. Go ahead, he will do as he says, came the assurance. As Bulma's close friend, this was the first time she had heard such unwavering faith from her. Very well. Despite her lingering doubts, Bulma hurriedly approached her radar-like device. After a series of operations, an invisible beam was instantly directed at Vegeta. It's coming. Vegeta's expression turned serious as his entire form began to swell dramatically. Roar. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ape clad in silver battle armor charged towards Piccolo in the sky. The sight of his adversary ignited an intense fury within Piccolo upon glimpsing Vegeta's attire. He was instantly consumed by rage. That detestable monkey shall perish, he bellowed, slamming the barely conscious Goku into the ground before unleashing a powerful punch towards Vegeta with his fist, which resembled a cauldron in size. Now's the time, Tien. Give me a Senzu bean. Master Roshi swiftly tossed a Senzu bean towards Goku, who caught it in his mouth from a distance. In an instant, the transformed Goku opened his eyes wide, roaring as he charged towards Piccolo in the sky. In his frenzy, he indiscriminately attacked, even striking Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta would not allow Goku to assault him unchallenged, and thus the two engaged in battle. Observing the chaotic melee unfolding above, the onlookers below were filled with anxiety. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Alas, after a hearty meal, one simply desires rest. Yet these three are exceedingly vexatious. At that moment, a languid voice drifted from behind Bulma and the others. Lord Beerus, have you finished your meal? Bulma inquired hastily. Indeed, the cuisine prepared by Fiorenza was quite delightful. But now I find myself yearning for slumber, Beerus replied with an air of tranquility, gazing at the three titanic figures joyfully clashing in the heavens. In a bid to showcase his formidable stature, Piccolo transformed into a colossal form, much like Vegeta. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, just look at what Piccolo has done. Our former residence lies in ruins. The sorrowful expression on Whis' face prompted Bulma to give a thumbs up in acknowledgement. How dare he touch my belongings? This brat must be seeking his own demise, Beerus remarked, yawning as he raised a finger. With a mere flick of his finger, a resounding snap echoed in everyone's ears, causing the three massive figures in the sky to abruptly cease their movements. Yet, Piccolo's body began to disintegrate into ashes, layers of flesh peeling away from him. Overwhelmed with terror, he could utter not a single word, left only to witness the gradual disappearance of his own form. Wow, such incredible power from Lord Beerus. It's no wonder even the Valkyries dare not defy his commands. Indeed, Tien, let us refrain from opposing Lord Beerus in the future, Tien Shinhan responded. The two gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the sky, astonished that such a powerful being as Piccolo possessed no means of resistance against his impending demise. By the way, it seems the Earth's deity has been absorbed by you. It appears I cannot eliminate you just yet. Suddenly, Beerus recalled something, and his hand movements subtly shifted. The remaining half of Piccolo in the sky was instantly torn apart by an invisible force, splitting into two. After a brief writhing, the two have transformed into two green figures. I have been resurrected? The Supreme Kai gazed in disbelief at his own hands. But upon noticing Beerus on the ground, he immediately understood what had transpired. Filled with gratitude, Beerus flicked his fingers, and Piccolo soared toward his homeland, the demon realm. Like a missile. I'm truly exhausted. Let's go. Whis, it's time to head home. With a mere wave of his hand, Beerus unleashed a surge of verdant energy that enveloped the entirety of Earth. The areas ravaged by the demons and obliterated by Piccolo's self-destruction were restored to their former glory in an instant, even bringing back all those who had perished. While Master Roshi and his companions stood in bewilderment, Beerus and Whis had already departed from Bulma's residence. Truly, Lord Beerus is a deity of unparalleled might. Chapter 99, Broly. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, upon a lush green planet, there stood a humble bamboo cottage nestled within a dense jungle. A figure sat cross-legged before the cottage, immersed in deep meditation. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the thunderous landing of a tall figure. It was none other than Kurd, who had recently recovered from the severe injuries inflicted by Broly. Has Frieza begun his training yet? The Supreme Kai of the West, Lyra, inquired, glancing at the transformed being before him, an abomination of the frost demon race that he had spent centuries refining. That lad remains the same, devoid of ambition. He could easily surpass me with minimal effort, yet he remains indolent, Kurd lamented with a shake of his head. I had anticipated this. The more gifted a being, the more they seem to possess an insurmountable lethargy in their bloodline. This is true for the Kais as well as for the gods of destruction. Only through experiencing despair can one shatter this inertia, Lyra mused, gradually rising to his feet, his gaze drifting toward the starry heavens. It has been a millennium since I last returned to the Kai realm, and I wonder how the East Kai has fared under the tutelage of the old Kai. Lyra felt a sense of helplessness regarding the East Kai, who was notoriously lazy, but his lethargy had reached unprecedented levels. One of Lyra's motivations for departing the Kai realm was his realization that he and Shin remained stagnant and had no ambitions for growth, prompting him to seek his own path. 1,000 years had passed, and Lyra now found himself capable of triumphing even against the Majin Buu of his time. Had he not absorbed the great Kai? Yet, the weight of the gods of destruction looming above them dampened his spirits regarding a return to the Kai realm. By the way, Lord Lyra, decades ago, the god of destruction approached me, requesting my assistance in obliterating certain planets. It seems he has discerned that my strength stems from your influence, Kurd said, his expression betraying unease as he regarded Lyra, fearful of incurring his wrath over the matter. Fear not. Lord Beerus's strength far surpasses my own. It is only natural for him to perceive your power. However, I remain perplexed as to why he would enlist your aid in the destruction of other worlds. Lyra pondered, unable to fathom Beerus's motives. Were she to know that Beerus's actions were merely a result of his indolence, she might be driven to exasperation. Could it be that Lord Beerus finds me admirable and wishes to pass on the mantle of God of destruction to me? Kurd's shameless laughter elicited an eye roll from Layla. Your audacity surpasses even that of your forefathers. Indeed, your Frost Demon clan embodies a singularly disreputable character. At that moment, a contemptuous voice emerged from the vicinity of Layla and her companion. Startled by the sound, Layla instinctively turned towards its source, only to discover that it was none other than Beerus, accompanied by the ever-smiling Whis. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Kurd exclaimed, taken aback as he promptly bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Beerus, Layla added, furrowing her brow as she too acknowledged him. Supreme Kai of the Western Quadrant. I find myself in need of your assistance regarding a pressing matter. Beerus gazed indifferently at the rebellious young girl before him. Lord Beerus, please speak. Under his scrutinizing gaze, a bead of perspiration trickled down Layla's forehead. There's no need to be anxious. I have no intention of causing you harm. I merely require your assistance with a trivial matter. In an uncharacteristic display of perplexity, Beerus found himself at a loss for words, his demeanor appearing excessively grave. No, he reassured himself. I merely felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the formidable presence of Lord Beerus. Layla awkwardly managed a smile, while Kurd, observing his master's evident trepidation in the face of Beerus, silently congratulated himself for his prudent decision-making. Indeed, your discernment is commendable. Now, I have a young individual in need of your guidance. I grant you a decade. After 10 years, I expect to see a warrior more powerful than yourself. With a swift motion of his hand, Beerus summoned a slumbering youth before Layla. The young boy, with a perpetually furrowed brow, appeared to harbor some inner turmoil. Is this the lad? Kurd's eyes widened in astonishment as the boy materialized. Kurd, do you recognize him? Layla, sensing the tempestuous power coursing through the boy, could not help but feel astonishment. The youth was merely 18 cosmic years old, yet his strength far surpassed that of Kurd, whom she had nurtured for nearly a millennium. Master, this is the legendary Super Saiyan who grievously wounded me a few years back. It was only after that encounter that Frieza diligently trained for several days. My son and I have searched for him for nearly a decade, only to find him now in the presence of Lord Beerus. Kurd expressed his embarrassment to Layla, aware that being bested by a mere child was hardly a matter of pride. The legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs once in a millennium, no wonder, Layla realized. As a Kaioshin, she was well aware of the significance of a Super Saiyan. Beerus, due to his elevated status, had not paid heed to beings of this caliber. Yet for the Kaioshins, the emergence of such entities had always been a source of concern. After all, every millennium heralded the arrival of a Super Saiyan. And while their fate ultimately culminated in destruction, the devastation they wrought was unparalleled. Understanding his identity suffices. The current generation of ordinary Super Saiyans has yet to mature. Your task is to cultivate him into a formidable combatant. His future shall be determined by his own destiny. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at the slumbering Broly. It is worth noting that, due to his intervention, this young lad had not rescued his father in the past, causing him to wander through the cosmos throughout his formative years. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses the ability to exist within the universe, which explains how this destructive young man has managed to survive until now. Cultivating him? Layla furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. You need not impart any profound techniques. Simply allow him to grow amidst relentless battles. In 10 years, surpassing you should pose no significant challenge. After Beerus finished speaking, he lightly tapped the slumbering Broly with his fingertip. A few seconds later, Broly gradually opened his eyes. Who are you all? Upon seeing the multitude surrounding him, a flicker of discomfort crossed Broly's gaze. However, his inherent gentleness prevailed, and he merely inquired with curiosity. You are Broly, correct? From this day forth, you shall reside on this planet with me. Chapter 100. 6 years later, in the heart of a great mountain, a man with an explosive hairstyle clad in an orange martial arts uniform stood before a towering tree. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open. Huh. Boom. With a sudden, powerful punch, he created a massive crater in the forest before him, reducing the surrounding trees to mere splinters and ash. Alas, it seems my strength has not increased significantly, the explosive-haired man lamented while scratching his head. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I wonder if Chi-Chi has prepared something delicious. This explosive-haired man was none other than the married Goku. It had been 6 years since Vegeta and the others last visited Earth. Throughout these 6 years, Goku had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament each year. Frustratingly, he had consistently secured second place. The champion was an elderly man named Jackie Chan, who was extraordinarily formidable. Despite Goku's strength having reached approximately 1 million, he was thoroughly outclassed by the old man each time they faced off. Goku began gathering the debris that had fallen from the sky and flew directly towards his home. In the distance, he spotted a flattened area on the top of the Baozi Mountain, where a large plaza was situated, and at its center stood a domed building. Huh. From afar, Goku heard the voice of a child calling out, "Oh, Gohan is still training. Truly, he is my son, ha 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 ha." Seeing Gohan sweating profusely on the plaza filled Goku with pride. "Hey, Gohan, take a break. It's almost time for dinner." Just then, a beautiful young woman emerged from the domed house, holding a spatula and smiling as she called out to Gohan, who was training in the plaza. "Understood, Mom." Gohan replied obediently, his aura dissipating. Suddenly, he lifted his head to gaze into the sky. "Oh, Dad, you're back?" The young woman also looked up and saw Goku descending from the sky, her expression immediately darkening. "Goku, I just heard an explosion. Tell me, did you destroy more trees again?" Chi-Chi's anger startled Goku. "Chi-Chi, it was an accident, I swear. If I were to chop them down one by one, when would it ever end? I was just hurrying back for dinner." Wukong's explanation not only failed to appease Chi-Chi, but instead intensified her anger. "All you do is laze about. Just look at Gohan. He rises early to train. As a father, you sleep until 11 or 12, setting no example whatsoever. How can I trust you to teach Gohan martial arts?" Ever since the revival of martial arts under Beerus, the entire universe has plunged into a fervent state of training. Although Beerus has gradually lowered the assessment requirements over the past 5 years, this has done nothing to diminish the enthusiasm for training among all life forms. Earth has even established schools dedicated to nurturing martial arts alongside fundamental education. Contrary to the original narrative, Chi-Chi not only supports Gohan's martial pursuits, but actively encourages them, as Gohan's master is none other than the esteemed Beerus. "Oh, you have no idea. Ever since I reached this level of power, I haven't grown stronger in 2 years. I don't know why, my strength just won't increase. I guess I can only pass the time like this," Wukong lamented, causing Chi-Chi to frown. "Sigh, let's eat first." She sighed, calling the father and son as they headed home. "Ah, dining are we? It seems we've arrived at the perfect moment, Whis." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void, prompting Wukong's family to turn their heads in unison. "Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus truly has impeccable timing," Whis remarked with a smile, covering his mouth. "Lord Beerus, Master," the 3 of them exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the visitors were Beerus and Whis, and Gohan's master was none other than Beerus himself. Just before Gohan's birth, Beerus had a peculiar dream in which he saw a young boy clad in the Turtle Hermit's martial arts outfit, defeating a being of destruction solely through his own strength. This boy bore a striking resemblance to Wukong and exhibited no transformations whatsoever. Although Beerus could not explain the dream's origin, he had a strong suspicion about the boy's identity, the mysterious Gohan from the Tournament of Power, who had fully unlocked his potential. "Ha ha ha, we have come uninvited. I hope you don't mind." The smile of Beerus enveloped the 3 in a warm spring breeze. "How could it be? Lord Beerus is our esteemed guest. How could he possibly mind?" "Ah ha ha." Goku chuckled, scratching his head, while Chi-Chi's expression suddenly shifted. "Bang! Why did you hit me, Chi-Chi?" Goku exclaimed, clutching his head, feeling as wronged as a hefty 200-pounder. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Beerus and Lord Whis can't simply be guests. They are family." Chi-Chi's admonition, filled with exasperation, elicited an awkward smile from Goku. As Gohan's mentor, it was certainly not an exaggeration to regard Beerus and Whis as one of their own. "Ha ha, Chi-Chi, do spare this lad. For it's commendable that Goku could utter such pleasantries," Whis said with a beaming smile, gesturing toward Gohan. With Whis's intervention, Chi-Chi relented, just in time. "We are about to dine. To accommodate these 2 voracious appetites, I always prepare enough food for 20. Joyfully, Chi-Chi darted over, seizing Whis' hand, and the two animatedly made their way toward the kitchen. Master, let us join as well. 5-year-old Gohan gleefully took hold of Beerus' hand and followed into the kitchen. Goku, his stomach rumbling, yearned to enter as well. Suddenly, Chi-Chi, with a serious demeanor, stood at the doorway, blocking Goku's path. Today, the dishes are a bit scarce. You must go catch a dinosaur. Remember to cook it until it is half done before bringing it back. With that, she firmly shut the door, leaving a bewildered Goku outside. Helpless, he dared not disobey his wife's command. Moments later, Goku returned home, shouldering a dinosaur towering several meters high, expertly cooked by the Kamehameha wave. The 5 of them took over 3 hours to finish the meal, and the dinosaur was consumed in no time by the 4 gluttons, excluding Chi-Chi. Wow, I'm so full. Chi-Chi, your culinary skills are improving remarkably. As Beerus nonchalantly picked his teeth, he lavished praises, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, Mother's culinary skills are unparalleled. Little Gohan proudly remarked, licking the plate, Thank you for your kind words, Lord Beerus. However, I have a question. Your visit must surely pertain to some important matter, correct? With a cheerful smile, Chi-Chi turned to Beerus, her face a picture of curiosity, for after all, Beerus rarely visited without a significant purpose. Her inquiry prompted both Goku and his son to regard Beerus with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Yes, indeed, Beerus acknowledged, I have come with important news, though it may temporarily disrupt your family unity. Chapter 101. The malevolent star. The words of Beerus left the entire Chi-Chi family momentarily stunned. Lord Beerus, what do you mean by separation? Are you going to take me for training? Goku's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. As he had spent years tilling the land and chopping wood at home, his body nearly rusting from disuse. Training. I wish to join, Master Beerus. May I accompany you? Little Gohan eagerly set down the half-eaten dinosaur meat and addressed Beerus with enthusiasm. Well, both of you are to depart. Goku, I shall escort you to the afterlife. There. The North Kai possesses some remarkable techniques for you to hone. As for Gohan, at this point, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Beerus's eyes. Master Beerus, please tell me, where am I going? With father? Gohan's anxious demeanor prompted a sense of helplessness among those present. The current Gohan was starkly different from the character in the original tale, influenced by the broader circumstances. His singular ambition was to surpass his mentor and become the strongest in the universe. This aspiration was not mere fantasy, for Beerus had once informed Gohan that with diligent training, surpassing his limits would not be a daunting task. I will keep the destination a secret for now, but it is not Goku's realm. As for what lies ahead, that depends on your own fortune. After finishing, Beerus wiped his mouth with a napkin, and with a slight gesture, a fissure in space appeared beside the dining table. Step inside, Goku. Directly across lies the North Kai's planet. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Goku nodded at Chi-Chi and stepped through the portal, which then vanished from her sight. Naturally, after Goku's departure, Chi-Chi quickly turned her worried gaze towards Gohan. Gohan, say goodbye to your mother. You won't have much time left with her. Whis gently patted Gohan's small head. I believe Mom will certainly be at home praying for both me and Dad. After all, she is the daughter of the Bull Demon King. She wouldn't be disheartened over such trivial matters. Gohan's words momentarily startled Chi-Chi, who had been feeling melancholic. Suddenly, she recalled her own relentless training just to catch a glimpse of Goku. Now, her son was striving tirelessly for his dreams. How could she, as a mother, hold him back? My Gohan has finally grown up. Lord Beerus, please take him with you. I have faith that by the next time we meet, Gohan will have become incredibly strong. Chi-Chi's trusting gaze filled Gohan with motivation. In that case, let us proceed. Beerus nodded lightly, then placed his hand upon Gohan's head. In an instant, the 3 vanished from Gohan's home. Gohan felt a fleeting blur before he found himself standing before a colossal bronze door. The door was intricately engraved with a scene depicting terrifying demons locked in battle with grotesque figures, each of whom bore a radiant halo behind them. This illustrated the age-old conflict between ancient demons and deities, a truth you shall come to comprehend in due time. Noticing Gohan's captivated expression, Beerus elucidated further. Ah, so this is the divine realm. By the way, Master, where exactly are we? Gohan inquired, his understanding still somewhat elusive. This is the place where you shall hone your skills in the future. Beerus smiled faintly, then with a flick of his fingertip, the grand door before him burst open with a resounding crash. In an instant, an endless stream of dark energy surged forth from the void beyond the door. The air was filled with a cacophony of various roars echoing from behind the door. Such an overwhelming presence. Could it be that demons resided within? How could they be so formidable? Gohan, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the space, was momentarily stunned. Many of these forces reached hundreds, even thousands, with the mightiest approaching 10,000. Deep within, Gohan sensed a pressure rivaling that of his father. From this day forth, your task is to guard this door and prevent the demons within from escaping. Of course, I will ensure that only one demon emerges every hour, though their strength will depend on your fortune. After Beerus spoke, he stepped forward and vanished before Gohan. What? Guarding these demons? Isn't that a death sentence for me? Gohan grimaced, gazing at the formidable presence emanating from within, each exhibiting a battle power exceeding 100. Come on, Gohan. Don't succumb to despair. This is the sustenance your master prepared for you. You mustn't perish. Whis chuckled with a hint of malice before leaving a ring and disappearing before Gohan's eyes. Gohan scratched his head, feeling dejected as he stared at the open portal to the demon realm. No wonder my fearless mother fears master. He truly is ruthless. However, this presents an opportunity. I must prove to my father that I will never be defeated by him again. Clenching his fists, Gohan assumed a battle stance, sensing a formidable energy surging forth from within. Sure enough, moments later, a grotesque monster burst forth. In an instant, Gohan was embroiled in combat with it. Meanwhile, having completed his instructions to Gohan, Beerus had already entered the interior of the demon realm portal. Piccolo, have you made your decision? Within the depths of the portal, a stooped elder coldly inquired of Piccolo. Yes, I've made up my mind. I must defeat Son Goku. This is a mission I have carried since birth. The resolute words of Beak elicited a fleeting glimmer of coldness in the elder's gaze. Since you have made your decision, let us commence. The elder, trembling, retrieved a spinning wheel from his bosom. Subsequently, he began to utter incantations, and the wheel emanated a formidable aura. A beam of light shot forth from the wheel, manifesting an image in the void. Within this vision, a dark red planet, resembling a comet, sped forward, trailing a luminous tail. Is this the heart of the demonic fiend? Piccolo's expression grew grave. Indeed, I am currently harnessing the dark energies accumulated over centuries within this realm, enabling the demon star to arrive on Earth in 1 year's time. It is then that Sun Wukong will perish at your hands. And do not forget to eliminate that old man named Jackie Chan. The elder's chilling command caused Piccolo to furrow his brows. I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. Now, you may return to your lair. The words of Baika did not infuriate the elder. He merely let out a cold sneer before unsteadily making his way to a wall. Gradually, he merged into the wall, transforming into a painting. Humph, the old fool. Does he think I am unaware of his thoughts? Once I have slain Sun Wukong, the next to perish shall be him. Beck cast a cold glance at the wall before turning to return to the training chamber. Beck, it has been a year. Yet you remain as irascible as ever. Suddenly, a familiar, mocking voice sent a shiver down Beck's spine. Chapter 102. A planet with an average combat power of 30,000. This familiar voice caused Beck to furrow his brow, and an uncontrollable tremor coursed through him. In the past, he had merged with the divine and attained unprecedented strength. However, in the presence of the voice's owner, he felt utterly powerless, akin to mere detritus. Tap, tap, tap. What? You do not wish to see me? A series of footsteps approached, and before Beck stood a figure that had instilled fear in him for years, accompanied by a mysterious attendant. Beck took a deep breath, feeling a sense of trepidation. It is indeed a great honor for you to grace us with your presence. Ultimately, Beck lowered his proud head and respectfully invited Beerus to take the seat of honor. You have made impressive strides in your strength these past few years. Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo, whose power had now reached 500,000, and faintly nodded. However, Piccolo refrained from responding, as he was uncertain of Beerus's purpose for being there. I have come for but one matter, Beerus stated. I have an apprentice currently stationed at the threshold of the demon realm. I require you to provide him with some stern guidance, ensuring he remains focused and disciplined. Should any unfortunate mishap occur, resulting in his demise, I expect you to shatter this talisman. Beerus did not indulge in idle chatter. He directly tossed a jade pendant, which Piccolo promptly caught, albeit with a tinge of bewilderment. How could this individual remain unperturbed by the prospect of his disciple being harmed? Such a master clearly existed in this world. As Piccolo gazed at Beerus with a perplexed expression, A faint smile curled upon Beerus's lips. This was merely a precautionary measure. By the way, from the very first month, have your subordinates hone his skills. Once they prove ineffective, you may step in personally. After a thorough explanation, Piccolo finally nodded in agreement, though his acquiescence was of little consequence. After all, a deity of such stature stood before him. To refuse would be tantamount to courting disaster. I shall remember, he mused, yet I remain curious about the identity of this young man. His aura feels oddly familiar. Gohan's inherent Scion essence bore subtle distinctions from that of Earthlings, and Piccolo, possessing an inherently sharp intuition, quickly discerned these differences. Haha, you will inevitably uncover the truth. But pray, do not let your anger lead you to harm him, Beerus remarked. By the way, the pendant possesses an adjustable gravitational field, which you may utilize for your training. Consider it a form of remuneration. The young man is now entrusted to your care. Beerus chuckled softly, rising to his feet and departing from Piccolo's lair, accompanied, of course, by Whis. A gravitational field? How intriguing. This is certainly far more convenient than weight training. Bix smiled faintly, then placed the jade pendant against his chest. After a moment of slow, undulating movement, the flesh at his chest enveloped the pendant, swallowing it into his body. Having completed this act, Bix swiftly dashed toward the portal to the demon realm, unimpeded by Beerus' barrier. Observing the child below, who was engaged in battle with a demon possessing a power level of 400, his brow furrowed. This familiar yet loathsome aura seemed to emanate solely from Son Goku on Earth. It appeared that this child was indeed the offspring of Son Goku. The boy's talent was remarkable, exhibiting such formidable strength at the tender age of 5. Unconsciously, Bix nodded. Yet he completely overlooked the fact that he had absorbed divine energy at the tender age of 3, which had granted him an astounding battle power in the hundreds of thousands. Is victory within reach? It seems so, for the concentration of energy surpasses that of his opponent. However, the lack of combat experience is a hindrance. Otherwise, triumph would have been achieved long ago. Just as Bix finished this thought, a resounding explosion echoed, and the very first demon that had emerged was swiftly rendered unconscious by Gohan, landing in the massive crater. Phew, it is finally over. Yet, uncertainty looms over how to return him. Gohan furrowed his brow, gazing at the unconscious demon within the pit, momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. Given his nature, akin to Goku's, he could not bring himself to slay a defenseless little demon. Indeed, he is the son of Son Goku. That infuriating demeanor is unmistakably inherited. Piccolo let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with Gohan's indecisiveness. However, the corners of his mouth did not reflect the firmness of his words and instead curled upward slightly. This smile, though fleeting, quickly vanished. In light of this, he decided to observe how much this young lad could grow in a month. With that thought, Piccolo soared back to his lair, engaging in experiments with the gravity chamber provided by Beerus. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, 3 circular spacecraft swiftly traversed the starry expanse, soon plunging into a verdant planet. A resounding explosion echoed as they arrived on Namek. The life support systems disengaged. Following the thunderous sound, a mechanical voice emanated from the 3 ships. With a sharp crack, the spacecraft doors slowly opened, revealing 3 formidable men, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient beasts. This planet is rather remote. It took us over half a year to arrive, remarked the tall, bald man disdainfully. Nappa, do not underestimate any planet. Have you forgotten what transpired years ago? Raditz, with hair trailing to the ground, coldly cautioned, darkening Nappa's expression. However, he refrained from further comment. Recognizing that Raditz's power now far surpassed his own, even Vegeta held no guarantee of victory against him. Enough of this bickering. We have come here on Frieza's orders. And if we fail to conquer this planet, we shall face repercussions, Vegeta interjected, furrowing his brow at the quarrelsome duo. He then gradually activated the power level scouter positioned above his eyes. Beeping incessantly, it displayed an average combat power of 33,000. Upon seeing this reading, Vegeta's brow furrowed deeper. 33,000? How could this be? The highest average combat power we've encountered thus far barely exceeded 5,000. What is the nature of this planet? Nappa was taken aback by the revelation of such power levels. A year prior, they had faced a planet with an average combat power of 4,000, where the strongest individual had astonishingly reached over 500,000. They had barely managed to defeat the mightiest among them at the cost of severe injuries to both Vegeta and Raditz. ultimately fleeing in disarray. After all, aside from the strongest adversary, there were others on that planet with power levels reaching 1 to 200,000. Assess the strength of the most formidable beings here, and ascertain the planet's population. Vegeta ordered, his expression darkening. Beeping resumed, revealing a maximum combat power of 400,000 and a population of 325 individuals. However, the sound emitted by the combat power detector instantly calmed Vegeta's expression. It turned out to be a sparsely populated race, seemingly a warrior tribe akin to the Psiots. Raditz breathed a sigh of relief. This situation was far more manageable than that of the planet encountered a year ago. In light of this, let us split up. Nappa, given your inferior strength, should you encounter anyone with a power level exceeding 200,000, do not hesitate to call for help. And do not stray too far from Raditz. Ever since Vegeta learned of the formidable Scion Kakarot on Earth, he no longer dared to look down upon other Psiots. After all, pride is one thing, but arrogance is another. Upon finishing his words, the three of them soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. On the other side of the planet, atop a towering stone pillar, there stood a domed dwelling. Alas, the inevitable has come. Neru, come in at once. Chapter 104. The demon eating cabbage. As if responding to the Grand Elder's summons, Neru, who had been floating in the air, gradually stood up and cast a profound gaze towards the distant direction of Vegeta and his companions. There are always some oblivious individuals who venture forth to meet their demise. With a cold snort, Neru turned and walked into the Grand Elder's chambers. Having greeted the Grand Elder, Neru inquired with curiosity, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" He found it hard to believe that the Grand Elder would presume he could not handle the three extraterrestrials present on Namek. Neru, outsiders often bring calamity, and this occasion is no exception. The arrival of these three extraterrestrials portends great trouble for our planet. You must act swiftly and ensure they remain oblivious to the existence of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder's anxious words caused Neru's brow to furrow. It was rare for anyone to instill such concern in the Grand Elder, who was well aware of Neru's capabilities. It seemed these newcomers were not to be underestimated. "Yes, Grand Elder, I shall resolve this promptly." Just as Neru exited the Grand Elder's chambers, he suddenly noticed the three powerful auras, which had previously shone like beacons, had vanished without a trace. They can conceal their power? Neru frowned. This would complicate matters. "Humph, playing tricks with me? When I catch you, you shall not escape unscathed." Upon finishing his words, Neru let out a cold laugh, and almost immediately, his body began to swell. Two enormous bulges emerged from his back, and moments later, these masses coalesced into humanoid forms that stepped forth from his body. The three exchanged glances, then swiftly soared towards the direction from which three distinct auras had just vanished. Meanwhile, in a valley situated 100 kilometers from Neru, a motley group of grotesque demons gathered around a barbecue. "Boss," one gaunt demon lamented, stuffing a charred yellow turnip into his mouth, "we've been here for several years, and subsisting on vegetables and radishes is hardly sustainable. Just look at me, once a hefty creature, now reduced to this wretched state." His words elicited discontent among the surrounding demons. The leader of the group, witnessing this scene, sighed in resignation. "Alas, it is not that I do not desire meat. It is simply that I dare not. The inhabitants of Namek are utterly monstrous. At the slightest provocation, they summon someone like Neru. What can I do? If he wished us dead, we would have perished long ago. Truth be told, he could be regarded as the most beleaguered demon leader in existence. Since arriving on this planet, he had never experienced a moment's peace. The previous leader had been dismembered by Neru, and he himself had been brutally beaten upon his arrival, suffering ever since. While he watched messages from his former comrades detailing their more fortunate lives, he was left to forage for wild vegetables each day. "Boss, what if we staged a rebellion? At worst, we die fighting. It's better than this miserable existence," shouted one demon, rallying the others. Yes. What meaning does life hold like this? Let us risk it all." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree." Observing the fervor of his subordinates, the leader felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his anger. He was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought to thrust him into danger so they could secure a new leader, one who would undoubtedly be more capable, thus sparing them from their current plight. The previous leader had met his demise due to his inability to perceive their treachery. "Silence, everyone. Do not be so hasty. It is better to endure than to perish. We have borne this for many years. A few more days will not kill us. Remember, the Namekians have a limited lifespan. In a few hundred years, when Naru is gone, this world will be ours. The leader offered a reassuring smile to his cunning subordinates, understanding that even if he knew their thoughts, revealing it was out of the question. What? A few hundred years? Boss, I fear I shall not last another year. Came the lamentations from his underlings. Suddenly, the leader's brow furrowed. 3 circular spacecraft streaked across the sky. Aliens are coming. The seasoned leader quickly deduced the identities of Vegeta and his companions. What? Aliens? Fantastic. Boss, if we cannot consume Namekians, can we not feast on aliens? They exclaimed in excitement. Ha ha ha, finally, something to eat. I crave a sumptuous braised dish. It sounds utterly delightful. Upon hearing the news of extraterrestrial beings arriving, a motley crew of frail and decrepit demons was instantly filled with elation. How many years had it been since they had savored the taste of meat? Listening to his subordinates discuss culinary methods for preparing the aliens, the demon leader's mouth watered in anticipation. Very well, let us proceed. Follow me, and we shall feast on human flesh. With a grand gesture, the demon leader soared into the sky, accompanied by 7 or 8 feeble demons, heading towards the location of the descending spacecraft. As the leader, he discerned the strength of the trio, Vegeta and his companions. But he also recognized that being dispatched by the Demon Corps to thwart the assimilated Nilu indicated a power not to be trifled with. Underestimating the disparity in strength due to the trio's concealed battle power, he mistakenly assessed the situation. With a battle power soaring to 400,000, a tempest of energy swirled around him. Indeed, the highest battle power the group had witnessed belonged to the demon leader himself. However, they had scarcely flown a few miles when they noticed the energy signatures of Vegeta and his allies vanish into thin air. They've disappeared. Have they hidden themselves? How intriguing. But do you think I am without recourse? The leader sneered, then nodded toward one of his pig-nosed subordinates. The pig-nosed demon stepped forward, closed his eyes, and sniffed the air towards the landing spot of the spacecraft. In an instant, his expression transformed to one of excitement. Boss, one of them has fled to the right. Should we split up? Of course not. With your strength, do you think you could face them alone? Lead the way, the leader commanded, sweeping his hand, enveloping several subordinates in an invisible wave. The group transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the source of the lingering scent. Not far off, a clone of Nilu happened upon the scene. Is it that group of demons? Humph. It seems I need not intervene. With a disdainful snort, the clone altered its course, setting off in another direction to continue its search. This planet is truly barren. I cannot fathom what Frieza was thinking in wanting to explore such a desolate world. Nappa, concealing his own power, aimlessly soared through the skies. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura approaching from behind. Instinctively, he activated the battle power scanner above his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 400,000. The machine's announcement caused Nappa's expression to shift dramatically. Since learning the art of concealing his energy from Vegeta, he had scarcely been tracked, and now he found himself pursued by someone with such terrifying power. Anxiously, he pressed the communication function on the scanner. Hello? What's wrong, Nappa? The voice of Vegeta echoed from across the void, causing Nappa to feel a momentary sense of relief as he prepared to disclose his predicament. Suddenly, a beam of laser energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards him. Nappa swiftly attempted to evade it, but the laser moved with blinding speed, and with a resounding explosion, the power level scanner atop his ear disintegrated into a small cloud of sparks, cascading to the ground. Damn it, what is happening? Nappa's heart sank as he gazed towards the source of the laser. Ha ha ha, boss, the energy from this one is incredibly potent. It would surely make a delicious broth if simmered. Indeed, such a hefty figure could provide us with a hearty feast. Amidst the mocking voices, Nappa beheld a swarm of grotesque demons swiftly approaching him. Demons? This is bad. Nappa's heart plummeted. He had encountered these ruthless, fearless fiends on every planet he invaded, and they were often the most formidable adversaries. He could only pray for Vegeta's swift arrival. However, to his dismay, 20 minutes passed with no sign of assistance. Instead, he sensed the formidable auras of Vegeta and Raditz, alongside an even more terrifying presence than those before him. Ultimately, the energies of Vegeta and Raditz faded from his perception in mere seconds. In the depths of Nappa's despair, several demons tore him apart into fragments. Grand Elder, I have brought them. On the stone pillar mountain, Naru unceremoniously cast the unconscious bodies of Vegeta and Raditz to the ground, then respectfully addressed the Grand Elder. Thank you for your efforts. The Grand Elder replied with a reassuring smile, waving his hand, a surge of green light enveloping the trio instantly. Moments later, Vegeta and Raditz jolted to their feet. They were taken aback at the sight of the Grand Elder, stunned by his immense stature, a sight they had never encountered before. You would do well to behave. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you the moment you make a move. You are aware of my capabilities, are you not? A chilling voice interjected from the side, darkening the expressions of both Vegeta and Raditz. Turning to behold Nera standing behind them with his arms crossed, they realized that his already overwhelming power had multiplied several times over. With a battle power of 3 million, Nera could easily dispatch them before they even had the chance to act on any thoughts of resistance. Speak, what is it you wish to know? Taking a deep breath, Vegeta solemnly inquired of the Grand Elder. Nera's brow furrowed at Vegeta's demeanor, but with the Grand Elder present, he refrained from voicing his objections. Travelers from the cosmos. We are somewhat aware of your intentions. However, as you can see, there is little of value on this planet. Thus, I shall release you, hoping you will not return. The calm words of the Grand Elder caused Neru's expression to shift dramatically. Grand Elder, how can you? Unfortunately for Neru, before he could finish, he noticed the Grand Elder nodding in his direction, leaving him to swallow the words that lingered on his lips. You will let us go? A glimmer of insight flashed in Raditz's eyes, as if he had recollected something. With a crack, the door to the Elder's chamber slowly creaked open. The Elder extended his frail hand, gesturing towards the door, signaling that the two may depart. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged a glance before both soared towards the exit. Nezaru watched the departing figures with a reluctant sigh, knowing he must acquiesce to the Elder's wishes. Just as Vegeta and Raditz were about to exit the chamber, the Elder's frail yet serene voice reached Raditz's ears. Long-haired extraterrestrial friend, within your being lies an unimaginable energy. If you can harness it, you shall attain that which you desire. The sudden emergence of this voice caused Raditz to shudder, yet he noticed that Vegeta remained utterly unresponsive, indicating that the Elder's words were directed solely at him. Although the meaning eluded him, Raditz turned back for a profound glance at the Elder seated upon the throne, then vanished from the stone pillars without a backward glance. Elder, why release them? Would it not be wiser to detain them? Nezaru could no longer contain his frustration as he observed Raditz and Vegeta flying away. Haha, my child, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Have you forgotten the words of Lord Beerus? The Elder smiled faintly, his massive hand affectionately resting upon Nezaru's head, who, after all, was merely a child of around 10 years. Lord Beerus? Nezaru gasped, recalling the deity capable of annihilating the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. The words of that being, suggesting that leaving an enemy alive often serves to hinder their actions more effectively than slaughtering them, resonated deeply with Nezaru during his years of battling demons. I understand now, Elder. It seems I have yet to contemplate thoroughly. Nezaru nodded gravely. At that moment, however, the just departed Vegeta and Raditz encountered an unexpected situation. Haha, at last, you two have emerged. What is this? That kid Nezaru, didn't he kill you? In the sky? Vegeta and Raditz met the audacious gaze of the demon leader, whose demeanor instantly soured the atmosphere. Oh, what's the matter? Can't you take a joke? Haha. Let me tell you something. Your bald companion was truly delectable. The reckless demon leader could not resist licking his lips in anticipation. His words darkened Vegeta's countenance. You dare to have slain Nappa. Vegeta's fury ignited, not merely at Nappa's demise, but at the audacity of the individual before him who would dare to eliminate one of his subordinates. This was an affront to his dignity. Boom. After a thunderous roar, Vegeta emanated an overwhelming aura, unleashing a battle power of 700,000. This terrifying presence instantly struck fear into the hearts of the demon squad, rendering their faces pale as stone. This is bad. He concealed his true strength. The leader exclaimed in alarm, his own energy surging as he attempted to flee. What gives you the audacity to escape? A mere cold snort from Vegeta unleashed a devastating beam of light that enveloped the entire group of demons. As the light dissipated, the demons had vanished from existence. Pathetic lot, let us depart, Vegeta scoffed, and with a disdainful huff, he and his companions swiftly approached their spacecraft and departed from Namek. Meanwhile, billions of light years away, within a colossal eye-shaped celestial body composed of innumerable planets, countless formidable demons were recuperating. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed within the minds of a demon squad. The warriors of our race on planet have been obliterated. You are to take their place and fulfill their duties. Chapter 106. the demon star after vanquishing the demon triad. Vegeta and his companion had barely boarded their spacecraft when they sensed a dreadful energy coalescing in the sky. This is bad. The demons are here for a handover. We must flee. Vegeta's expression darkened, realizing that the demons he had just slain were among the most powerful on this planet. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the strongest demons be comparable in strength to the Nappa they had encountered? The vast discrepancy in power was wholly unexpected. The duo hurriedly maneuvered their spacecraft, and with a resounding roar, they burst forth from Namek. Connect me to planet Frieza, Vegeta commanded the ship's AI, relief flooding through him. Connecting now, please hold. An electronic voice responded, and suddenly, the LCD screen on the circular spacecraft displayed an image. Frieza was seated upon his throne, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbon. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta, what a sorry sight you are. Dodoria mocked upon seeing Vegeta's battle armor shattered by Nappa. This was largely due to Vegeta frequently concealing his battle power beneath 100,000 during his time on planet Frieza. In this era of burgeoning martial prowess, Dodoria's own strength had reached 150,000, which is why he regarded Vegeta with such contempt. Humph, I am conversing with Lord Frieza. It would be wise for you to remain silent, scum. Vegeta forcibly suppressed his inner fury, casting a cold glare at Dodoria. Oh, has something happened to you, Mr. Vegeta? What has become of the recent operation on Namek? At that moment, Frieza spoke with a smile. Upon his utterance, Dodoria quickly retreated, refraining from further speech. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Dodoria before turning his attention to Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have come to conquer Namek, but there have been some unforeseen complications. Subsequently, Vegeta recounted the events that had transpired. What? There exists someone with such formidable power? Vegeta, do you take us for fools, or do you think Lord Frieza is one? Furthermore, if such an individual truly possessed such overwhelming strength, how could you possibly have returned alive? Upon hearing Vegeta's claim of encountering a warrior with a terrifying battle power of 3 million, Dodoria erupted into maniacal laughter, deeming it a foolish deception aimed at Frieza. A ruse too simplistic for Vegeta to concoct. Humph, if you doubt my words, I possess battle footage for Lord Frieza to examine. And do not presume that everyone shares your singular focus on destruction. It is truly baffling how someone of your intellect was chosen as Lord Frieza's guard. Vegeta's disdainful remarks ignited Dodoria's fury, prompting him to lash out, but Frieza's chilling words silenced him. I believe Vegeta's words. Were they spoken by another, I might harbor doubts. But even our proud scion prince acknowledges he cannot surpass his adversary. It seems the situation is indeed grave. Vegeta's expression was inscrutable, as Frieza appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had anticipated the existence of such immense power from Nappa all along. Did Frieza already possess knowledge of the affairs on Namek, rendering us mere pawns? Suddenly, Vegeta recalled how, since his failed search for Kakarot on Earth, Frieza's demeanor towards him had grown distinctly frosty. Akin to one who fears the serpent they have nurtured may turn against them. Very well, you may return for now. I shall delegate the matter of Namek to others. Well done. Frieza, seemingly smiling, concluded with a sharp motion that abruptly severed the visual connection. His final, cryptic glance sent chills down Vegeta's spine, prompting him to hastily connect with Raditz. Raditz, alter our course immediately. We are heading to Earth. He then disregarded Raditz, closing his eyes to meditate. Earth was no longer an option. I have a splendid place in mind to take you for amusement. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed, and as Vegeta and Raditz blinked, they found themselves before a colossal eyeball. This bizarre scene sent shivers down their spines. Damn it, where are we? Raditz bellowed in fury, subsequently directing his gaze towards the immense orb, only to discover that this colossal eye was composed of numerous planets. He and Vegeta were situated an unfathomable distance away from it. The reason for their survival became apparent. A circular energy shield enveloped them, effectively blocking out the external rays. Vegeta, do you comprehend what has transpired? Raditz inquired, his expression grim. Vegeta merely shook his head in response. You needn't speculate. This place is the lair of demons. At that moment, the voice they had heard prior to their arrival echoed once more. What? The lair of demons? What purpose do you have in bringing us here? And who are you? Vegeta asked calmly into the void. Indeed, the enigmatic voice responded again, well asked. You needn't concern yourselves with my identity. The sole purpose of bringing you here is to strengthen you. Once our dialogue concludes, I shall transport you to Demon Star. After 1 year, I will return to present you before Frieza. As for your survival, that is contingent upon your own fate. once the mysterious voice fell silent. Just as Vegeta was about to pose another question, the shield surrounding them suddenly shattered. A sensation akin to being torn asunder coursed through their bodies, and their blood began to surge rapidly. The two, seasoned in undertaking missions across the cosmos, recognized this as a typical reaction for ordinary individuals exposed to the vacuum of space. Just when they believed death was imminent, the scene before them shifted once more. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves within a cage. Adjacent to them were other prisoners, who showed no surprise at their sudden arrival. As if Raditz and Vegeta had always been confined there, the filthy and dim environment of the cage stimulated their nerves. This is Demon Star? How can it be like this? Raditz furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the surroundings. Ha ha ha, look at these two newcomers. They actually believe this is Demon Star. Have they been rendered foolish by fear? A lecherous laugh emanated from a nearby cell. Chapter 107, The Exile Zone, The Trial of Millions. Amidst the cacophony of laughter surrounding them, Raditz and Vegeta exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. No matter where this is, we must escape first. Raditz scoffed, gathering a massive energy sphere in his hand, poised to strike the cell door. Ha ha ha, boy, there's no need to exert yourselves. The metal here is the hardest in the universe. Even if your power were tenfold greater, it would be of no use. Indeed, just a few days ago, a brother with a battle power of 3 million thought he could break free. Now he is merely a flickering light. Alas, indeed, surrender seems the only option. Disturbing the overseers would surely lead to trouble. After a series of persuasive exchanges, Raditz and his companion exchanged a resigned glance, reluctantly lowering their hands that yearned to strike. Approaching the walls enshrouded in barbed wire, Raditz's fingertips emanated a faint glow as he directed it towards the surface of the wall. To his astonishment, the tip of his finger, infused with all his might, left no mark upon the impenetrable barrier. How formidable it is! No wonder even those with a battle power of 3 million cannot escape this place. Raditz and his companion shared a look of horror, realizing the gravity of their situation. With no other recourse, they could only await the next turn of events within their cell. They were confident that the enigmatic figure would not abandon them to their fate here. After all, if they could not escape such a trivial confinement, how could they hope to enhance their strength? Indeed, after several days of confinement, they finally discerned the nature of their surroundings. Although not the Demon Star itself, they were perilously close. This was, in fact, a realm designated for the selection of demons. The current demon clan is arguably the most powerful organization in the cosmos, feared even by the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Yet, it seemed the demon race was biding its time, opting to place subordinates on various planets rather than making any significant moves. Speculation abounded regarding a grand conspiracy that had yet to unfold. Nevertheless, no one dared provoke the demons. Conversely, many across the cosmos sought to join their ranks. Amidst years of conflict, while the number of demons had not drastically diminished, it had still seen a reduction. Thus, they commenced a widespread campaign throughout the universe to capture individuals of exceptional strength and talent, transporting them to this place of exile. Aspirants wishing to become demons strained their minds in hopes of entering this forsaken domain. Every year, this exile realm undergoes a selection process, sifting through trillions to identify 10,000 powerful warriors, who are then encouraged to intermarry with demons, thereby enhancing both the variety and number of their kind. The ultimate goal, of course, is to cultivate a formidable race. Upon learning these revelations, both Vegeta and Raditz's expressions darkened considerably. They began to suspect that the mysterious voice was that of a high-ranking member of the demon clan, aware of their existence and intent on breeding a hybrid of demon and scion. Yet, with no other options available, the duo resolved to train diligently within their cell. Despite the majority of their captors being weaker than themselves, they remained vigilant, for even a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. However, a month later, the time for selection arrived. With a mechanical clang, the doors and walls of all cells began to ascend towards the heavens, transforming into a dome-like structure above. Boom! The cover suddenly descended, enveloping this expanse of several 100 million kilometers within its confines. Amidst the panic of the crowd, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. Listen closely, for this prison shall serve as your battlefield henceforth. It shall only be unsealed when but 10,000 of you remain. Otherwise, you shall be eternally trapped within. Furthermore, your provisions shall cease from this moment until the final 10,000 are selected. Thus, prepare for battle. As the voice concluded, an eerie silence fell over the land of exile. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from afar, prompting nearly everyone to ascend into the sky, engaging in a chaotic melee. Vegeta. Exercise caution. Let us conceal our true strength, lest we draw attention to ourselves. Otherwise, we may not survive to escape, Raditz urged. Though Vegeta was reluctant to heed his brother's advice, he recognized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly nodded, suppressing his power to around 50,000. While this combat prowess was indeed formidable among the throng, it did not stand out excessively. Well then, let us see who can claim the most lives. Just be sure not to perish in the process. After exchanging a glance, the two individuals swiftly dashed in opposite directions, embarking on their journey of hunting. The ferocity of their battle was such that it could darken the heavens and earth. The residual shockwaves of their conflict, if unleashed on any other planet, would have obliterated it entirely. Yet, within this prison forged from the universe's most resilient metal, even the mightiest of these shockwaves left no trace of harm upon the confines that held them. This clash endured for 3 months, during which Vegeta and Raditz subsisted on the uneaten provisions of the deceased. In their desperation, they resorted to consuming competitors whose appearances diverged vastly from that of humans. As the 3 months elapsed, the relentless combat propelled the strength of Vegeta and Raditz to unprecedented heights. The Scion race is one that thrives on battle, and has two of its most pure-blooded members, one a prince and the other, arguably, a prince as well. Their power surged from a mere 6 to 700,000 to an astounding 4 million, rendering them among the most formidable beings on the battlefield. Among the remaining thousands, each individual boasted a terrifying strength exceeding 200,000, with the most powerful reaching as high as 350,000. When Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, decimating dozens, the previously darkened sky illuminated instantaneously. Congratulations, you have persevered until the end. The number of you remaining is 9,854, meeting the requirements for selection. From this day forth, you shall be new members of the Demon Clan. The resounding voice, filled with warmth, was hard to reconcile with its demonic origin. However, reality is often stranger than fiction. After a solemn exchange of looks, Vegeta and Raditz understood the gravity of the situation. They were now entering a realm of true peril. The selection process of the past 3 months had merely been an appetizer. As expected, the announcement continued, however. Before you can join the Demon Clan, a portion of you must still be eliminated. Chapter 108, The Battle in the Cage. This proclamation ignited a wave of discussion among those present, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. Was the grueling experience of the past 3 months merely an appetizer? Only they knew the true extent of their trials. What, is this not sufficient? My gods, how much longer must this endure? We have had enough. We wish to leave. In an instant, the previously silent atmosphere erupted into chaos as protests erupted, with everyone voicing their dissent. Regardless of their desire to join the Demon Clan, none wished to continue. This was no selection process. It was a slaughterhouse. Once resplendent, everyone now finds themselves in disarray, akin to scavengers rummaging through refuse on the streets. Even Raditz and Vegeta, the mightiest in attendance, were expressions of grave concern. Despite their position atop the food chain, they instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Exchanging a glance, a singular thought flashes in their minds, and they instinctively utter in unison, "This is a conspiracy." Yet, this proclamation quickly becomes lost amidst the clamor of the crowd, which buzzes with frenetic energy, resembling ants in a boiling pot. Raditz, you've noticed the dire state of affairs, Vegeta observes, casting a wary glance around. Raditz nods, his gaze sharpening toward the source of the noise, a flicker of brutality igniting in his eyes. We cannot proceed any further, he declares to Vegeta. Vegeta nods in agreement, though they both understand that revealing their true strength is not an option. Like a game of chess, the strongest are invariably devoured by the weakest. A mere handful might not pose a challenge, but facing over 9,000 adversaries collectively would be insurmountable. Above them, a booming voice observes the expressions of the crowd from a distant planet, a feeling of delight evident on its face. Becoming a member of my demonic clan is no simple task. The scene is ensnared within an invisible barrier, a prison that confines them. Some, unwilling to endure any longer, rush to the edges of the enclosure, relentlessly attacking. From afar, countless glowing orbs are launched towards the cage. Do not think you can confine me here. Together, let us obliterate this prison. Voices arise from the throng, and individuals rally around a common cause, casting aside their suspicions to converge upon the barrier, each channeling energy into a concentrated wave, united by a singular desire to escape. Ha! You shall not leave this place. The booming voice echoes from above. Its laughter piercing and laced with derision. Only Raditz and Vegeta discreetly blend into the crowd, choosing not to engage. This is the simplest form of provocation. Raditz melds into the chaos, observing the frenzied seance, his brow furrowed. Vegeta, given our capabilities, escaping from here should not pose a problem. Vegeta remained silent for a few moments before responding. Raditz, you are too impulsive. He may be attempting to bait us. This realization brings Raditz to a newfound clarity, and he opts not to counter, tacitly agreeing with Vegeta's insight. No sooner has he spoken than a sudden explosive sound reverberates through the air. Immediately, a resounding thud echoed through the air as a leading scion was propelled backward by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with shock, tinged with a hint of fury. In the next moment, blood gushed violently from his mouth, and he slumped over, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, all eyes turned towards the fallen scion, enveloped in a profound silence. Seconds later, the crowd seemed to fall under a spell of suspicion. Was it you who struck? You traitor? You were the spy. It was you who ambushed my friend. Yes, it was you. You were the traitor. Distrust blossomed among them, and they began to lash out at one another vehemently. Raditz and Vegeta furrowed their brows, hastily dodging the chaos around them. They observed intently. That surge of power was something none of the others could replicate. What is happening? Vegeta inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, the voice of the mysterious figure above seemed to relish the unfolding events. Continue. You still have 9,854 left. Now there are 9,850, and now 9,801. The voice resonated, the numbers igniting a fire of anxiety within the crowd, culminating in shouts of despair. Soon, only 5,000 would remain. Ultimately, the voice's owner revealed his true intention. In a fleeting moment, the air was thick with the stench of blood and the foul odor of decay from the fallen bodies, while whispers of distrust enveloped their ears. Raditz and Vegeta maintained their composure, refraining from joining the fray. Vegeta, it seems you've grasped the situation as well. This is precisely the aim of that individual. Raditz's voice was grave. Just then, a scion lunged towards him, intent on using a ki blast to send him flying. Perish. Bang. Two sounds echoed, separated by less than 2 seconds. Raditz raised his hand, effortlessly sending the assailant soaring away, his gaze filled with haughty indifference. Without Raditz needing to speak, Vegeta had already deduced the unfolding reality as the voice articulated its purpose in an instant. This is the cage battle, isn't it? They finally comprehended the true intent of the voice's master, luring them here to ensnare them. It was likely far more than merely establishing a faction. Raditz's actions, though subtle, drew the attention of the nearby scions, who fixed their gazes upon him and Vegeta, their eyes already bloodshot with rage. Upon witnessing Raditz's prowess, a thought ignited within them. They are the spies. Look at how powerful they are. Indeed, they are the spies, capable of killing a man with a mere gesture. If we eliminate him, we can escape. The crowd roared with fervor, their eyes filled with a savage intensity. Raditz wore an expression of resignation as he glanced at Vegeta, shrugging nonchalantly. It's not my concern. Enough chatter, let us deal with this first, Vegeta replied, his demeanor darkening. Was it too much to ask Raditz to exercise some restraint? He understood that this was merely Raditz's lightest display of power. It wasn't that they were particularly strong, but rather that their opponents were exceedingly weak. High above in the sky, the owner of that voice observed everything unfold, puzzled by the sight of the crowd rushing towards the two. What is happening here? He mused. Yet, in the next moment, a wicked smile crept across his face. It seems I have discovered the strongest member of the demon race. Raditz and Vegeta were swiftly encircled by the throng, who approached with caution, wary of becoming collateral damage. Vegeta cast a sympathetic glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just the right moment for a capsule to come in handy. Chapter 109, The Trial, the Controller. Upon hearing this, Raditz quickly grasped the intent, darting behind Vegeta and pressing close. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as smoke billowed forth. Vegeta hurled the capsule to the ground, but there was no immediate response. This is bad. We've been deceived. Both Vegeta and Raditz thought simultaneously. In the sky above, the demon's face twisted with amusement as he chuckled. Ha! Do you really think you could use that here? Let us see how you handle this predicament. I am eager to witness your true power. Seeing Vegeta toss a capsule, the surrounding enemies scattered, but when only smoke emerged from the ground, their faces darkened with fury, and one among them initiated the attack. Several energy blasts surged towards Vegeta and Raditz. They leapt into the air, dodging the onslaught, But suddenly, a multitude of figures descended upon them, engaging in close combat. Fists flying and feet striking with ferocity. The bloodlust in their eyes intensified, and the assault grew increasingly brutal. Vegeta and Raditz found themselves overwhelmed, unable to withstand the sheer number of attacks. What to do? Vegeta pondered, trapped in such a confined space, surrounded by so many foes. Narrow? An idea struck him. Suddenly, Vegeta darted aside, gathering energy into a sphere. He shouted to Raditz, "Raditz, cover me for a few minutes." Raditz turned to Vegeta, noticing the glow in his palm, and immediately understood. Indeed, it could only be that technique. The Great Ape Transformation. When a Saiyan gazes at the moon or a man-made moon emitting over 17 million Blutz waves, they can transform into a colossal ape, unleashing tenfold their usual combat prowess. Raditz, fully aware of the situation, stepped forward alone to withstand all the attacks. Observing this, the others hastily concentrated their assault on Raditz, thinking that eliminating one would render the other insignificant. Above in the sky, the malevolent figure watched with glee as Raditz was battered and bruised, then turned his gaze towards Vegeta, intrigued by the glowing sphere of energy forming in his palm, pondering what mischief he was concocting. "Vegeta, are you done?" Raditz asked weakly, his breath barely audible. "Thank you, Raditz," Vegeta replied, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity as a smirk graced his lips. In an instant, he transformed, his physique swelling as he became a towering gorilla. Vegeta's colossal hand grasped Raditz's body and lifted him effortlessly onto his shoulder, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the others as he laughed heartily. "Foolish wretches, it is now my turn to strike back." At this moment, Vegeta, having morphed into a giant ape, possessed tenfold his usual fighting prowess, which normally stood at 4.7 million, now surging to an astounding 47 million. His immense stature crushed the morale of the onlookers. As they gazed upwards at the mountain-like figure of Vegeta, dread enveloped them, prompting a barrage of laser beams aimed at him. Unfazed, Vegeta remained steadfast and scathed, and with a mighty swing of his fists, he unleashed a devastating blow upon the crowd. In an instant, the ground trembled violently as his punch shattered the earth, claiming countless lives. Transforming into a great ape makes it challenging to strike ordinary humans. But now that you are all gathered in this cage, prepare to experience the terror of a Saiyan. Vegeta, now an immense gorilla, began to gather a colossal amount of energy. With a resounding roar, he unleashed the final flash. A massive ball of energy surged downward towards the crowd, who found themselves with no avenue of escape, resulting in further devastation. A wave of panic swept through the remaining survivors as they scattered, trembling, casting fearful glances skyward, wondering when this nightmare would end. This is rather amusing. Scions can transform too. The demon in the sky commented with evident delight. At this point, aside from Vegeta and Raditz, all the other Scions had perished. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Listen, I've faced Scions before. When they transform into a giant ape, the only way to revert them is to either sever their tail or wait 30 minutes for the transformation to wear off. So, let us all work together to cut off his tail, and we can defeat him." The crowd paused, contemplating whether to cut off the tail or wait 30 minutes. Naturally, they opted for the latter. After all, who among them would dare to approach such a ferocious beast? The voice that had called out was filled with regret, having hoped to incite others to act while he remained safely on the sidelines. Alas, he had spoken too freely and revealed both options. How unfortunate! Had I known earlier, I would have merely suggested severing the tail and reverting to my original form. Regret fills me, yet it is too late. Vegeta observed the crowd, noting their reluctance to act, a cold smirk forming within him. How foolish these wretches are. Since you choose to await your demise in silence, I shall oblige you. At this moment, the group had scattered, and Vegeta dashed about the arena, unleashing his laser blasts upon anyone he encountered. The others possessed a maximum combat power of merely over 3 million, far inferior to Vegeta's original strength, not to mention his current great ape form. Their numbers alone allowed them to besiege Vegeta and Raditz. However, in one-on-one encounters, they fell effortlessly before Vegeta's might. While Vegeta reveled in his overwhelming superiority and hunted down his foes, suddenly, a blade of light sliced through the air. Alarmed, Vegeta felt a chill creep down his spine as a sword beam severed his tail. With a resounding crash, his tail hit the ground, and he lost control, gradually shrinking in midair, causing Raditz, perched upon his shoulder, to plummet to the ground. Disaster. Just then, a voice emanated from the shadowy figure above. "Congratulations. You have officially become elite members of my demonic clan. Next, having just endured a fierce battle, especially the terror instilled by Vegeta's gorilla-like form. The crowd felt a momentary relief at the skyward proclamation. Yet, as the demonic voice shifted its tone, their hearts sank anew. Next, please follow our clan's guide to your accommodations for rest. Open the door. With a thunderous noise, the grand gates of the plaza ascended, allowing light from the outside to flood in as a multitude of enchanting demonesses flowed into the space, leading the crowd away. A few of these demonesses approached the incapacitated Vegeta and Raditz, assisting them to their feet as they departed, giggling and toying with their prey. They planned to let them rest for a few days, allowing them to savor the sweetness of their situation. More importantly, the demons contemplated how to persuade the two scions to join them willingly. Perhaps it would be best to employ the demon control device directly. Raditz was manageable, but the other scion, Vegeta, would pose a challenge. He was undoubtedly a rebellious spirit. Utilizing the demon control device on them would be the most prudent course of action. After all, the forthcoming scheme must not falter. Chapter 110. The bloodline of the demon clan hidden in the skies. The demon chuckled to himself, plotting how to secretly implant devices on the two scions without detection. Due to Raditz's unconscious state, Vegeta did not share a room like the others. Instead, he insisted that a demon girl select a double room for them to facilitate care for Raditz. Of course, the primary reason was Vegeta's distrust of these demons. He was uncertain of their intentions. It was only with trusted companions that he felt secure. In the ensuing days, Raditz, relying on the scion's formidable physical resilience, gradually recovered, his combat power rising to 5.3 million, an increase of 1 million due to his injury. Likewise, Vegeta's strength surged to 5 million. Boom, boom, boom. Greetings, esteemed high-ranking demon sequencers. The Overseer has an announcement to make. Please gather promptly in the square. A slender and beautiful demoness stood guard at the entrance, addressing Vegeta and Raditz. Is everyone attending? Indeed. The two, guided by the demoness, gradually approached the square. Suddenly, Raditz inquired, "You mentioned we are high-ranking demon sequencers. What does that entail?" "Your Excellencies, you are the distinguished victors who have emerged from this cage battle, and the Overseer's regard for you greatly surpasses that of others." "Oh, so sequencers refer to the rankings of all. What positions do we hold?" "Heh, need you even ask? We are undoubtedly first and second," Vegeta interjected, then whispered to Raditz. "Raditz, once we are inside, exercise caution. These demons surely have further schemes." "Understood, Vegeta." Before long, the trio arrived at the exterior of the cage square. The purple-skinned demoness extended her hands into a recess, and suddenly, an unsightly fish head sprang forth, snapping at her fingers. One by one, it bit through her 10 fingers, causing drops of blood to emerge, which gradually merged together. Beep. Identity verification for host. Fittery, blood activity, 69. 77, normal, genetic composition, hybrid of Gaia demons and Sakuma demons. Verification successful. Please proceed with the verification of the two candidates. Your Excellencies, please verify your identities. Why must we verify as well? Because the only connection to the external universe from the entire cage planet is through this square. In past cage battles, foreign entities have escaped directly from the square. Thus, this Overseer necessitates the verification of all identities. Very well. Raditz stepped forward to verify, but Vegeta halted him abruptly. After waiting for some time without the gate opening, he glanced around at others, noticing that everyone else had extended their hands to open the door. He then released Raditz, allowing him to proceed with verification. Beep. Identity verification for host. Raditz, blood activity, 48. 53, deficient, genetic composition, naturalized Sakuma bloodline. Verification successful. Please continue with the verification of one candidate. Deficient? Raditz must be a foreigner. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta approached. Beep. Identity verification for host. Vegeta, blood activity, 49. 76, deficient, genetic composition, naturalized Sakuma bloodline. Verification successful. The door opens. With a rumble, a great door slowly opened. Your Excellencies, you have arrived at the Demon Square. I wish you the best of luck. The demoness named Fittery respectfully addressed Vegeta and Raditz before gradually retreating from view. Vegeta and Raditz cautiously traversed through the now opened gate, witnessing hundreds of former adversaries standing in the square, their fates having once intertwined. Vegeta, seeing them makes my hands itch. I yearn to slay them all right now, avenging the ambush that left me grievously injured and bedridden for days. Let us proceed, Raditz. Who knows what new machinations that infernal overseer will conjure? It is prudent for us to remain discreet. Have you forgotten how you were besieged that day? Very well. It appears we shall be waiting for quite some time. Perhaps half an hour. The gates of the square opened incessantly, and the victors of the cage battle, approximately 5,000 souls, gradually assembled in the square. However, among them were a considerable number of demonesses, seemingly having taken their place. Vegeta observed that the remaining demonesses who did not enter the arena were subjected to identity verification, revealing a mixture of bloodlines between various entities and the Cybermen. For instance, the maid, Fideli, who accompanied you, and Raditz, underwent testing. While those demonesses entering the arena were overwhelmingly of hard blood, with blood concentrations commonly reaching a staggering 90, there is something amiss. In the heavens above, a resonant yet tranquil voice once more echoed. First and foremost, congratulations to all present for becoming elite members of my illustrious demon lineage. Secondly, I extend my felicitations to our guardian witches. You have successfully supplanted the previous elite. Upon reaching this juncture, allow me to enlighten you about our demon heritage. Since ancient times, our pure-blood demon race has been male, capable of procreation solely with foreign women. The offspring born as males are considered demon progeny, while females become guardian witches of this very prison. These witches, due to their physical attributes, are not acknowledged by our demon kind. Only during the once-in-a-century selection of the cage can a suitable elite be chosen, bestowing upon them the hereditary genes. It is only then that they may engage in union to acquire the elite's hereditary genes, thus transforming into pure blood demons, leaving this prison to return to our ancestral home. Wait a moment, are you implying that we have been endowed with the hereditary genes of your demon race? When did this occur? A voice in the crowd called out. Perplexed. Soon, the voice from the heavens resumed. When you were captured, our agents implanted within you identical hereditary seeds. These seeds can grow by consuming the souls of other hosts through their demise. The more hosts you eliminate during the cage battle, the more the seed flourishes, until it eventually germinates. Upon germination, the hereditary genes integrate within the host. Naturally, the compatibility between the seed and the host dictates the growth rate. Purely malevolent individuals are the preferred hosts for the demon seeds. However, you newly inducted individuals possess insufficient potential. Thus, you must vanquish more hosts for your seeds to sprout. And where are the original elites who copulated with the witches? What has become of them? Hee. Can you guess their whereabouts? Do you think they would come here if they had a chance to escape? Ha. Nevertheless, they do not find themselves at a disadvantage. The innate talent of the guardian witches lies in drawing upon the energy of their partners through the union of yin and yang, an experience they can only partake once in a lifetime. To have experienced it even once is quite sufficient. I see now. That was quite a close call. The surviving warriors on the battlefield felt a chill of trepidation. Chapter 111, Arrival at the Demon Star. Fortunately, the injured Rattais had been cared for and remained secluded. Vegeta exhaled deeply, still haunted by the experience. Above in the sky, a voice echoed once more. Now. This introduction serves to provide everyone with a fundamental understanding of our ancestral planet. Subsequently, we shall announce the ranking following this cage battle. Aside from the witch, there remain 843 naturalized beings. A friendly reminder, the rankings are of utmost importance, as they will influence your arrangements upon returning to our ancestral planet. Please remember this well. Suddenly, a large luminous screen materialized in the air, displaying the following. Rank name original race current bloodline NO. 1 Vegeta Scion Sokka Demon NO. 2 Rattai Scion Sokka Demon NO. 3 Berku Cusden Sokka Demon NO. 4 Daffel Domo Sokka Demon. No. 3843 Mogani Bijur Saku Demon. Congratulations to you all. You may now return to the ancestral planet. In the cage square, a flash of light erupted, conjuring a hexagonal magic circle. A wave of dizziness swept over them, and the crowd vanished without a trace. Ah, my 197 compatriots on the ancestral planet, we've sent a generous supply of delectable treats this time. I wonder if those two scions can endure until the end? Do not squander the controllers I painstakingly implanted in their bodies. Those fools think that by remaining indoors, I can't deal with them. Little do they know that I specifically altered the examination rules just for them. Ha. A long-suppressed malevolent laughter echoed unabashedly throughout the empty square. On the desolate demon star, a cold voice rang out. Logistics Team 3. This batch of naturalized beings and witches has arrived. You are responsible for their reception and arrangement. Understood, answered a group of demons in unison. Soon, this group of demons, led by a tall man with brown skin, made their way outside. Boss, how much food do you think this time's cage overseer has sent us? Stop your incessant chatter. I am not a clairvoyant and cannot possibly know. However, based on past ratios, there should be at least over 2,000 outsiders. Heh. I wonder how many among them will truly become naturalized and join our demon clan. You gluttons only think about food. I am curious to see what this batch of witches looks like. Laughter echoed as the figures of Vegeta and his companions stabilized after a brief disorientation, finding themselves in an unfamiliar locale. A formidable metallic barrier encircled them, leaving only the sky above unobstructed, adorned with towering trees that bore peculiar, smiling faces. Having endured the confines of a battleground, they were well acquainted with the unyielding nature of such metallic walls. The surreal presence of the towering trees above was unsettling, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with apprehension. After a prolonged silence, one among them, unable to contain his restlessness, leaped into the air, attempting to flee. Suddenly, a robust branch from one of the trees lashed out, striking him unexpectedly. As he plummeted, another thick branch swiftly ensnared his form, dragging him into the gaping maw of the tree trunk, accompanied by the sound of splattering blood. With a thunderous rumble, a colossal gate began to creak open. A group of 7 or 8 demons arrived, tardy yet purposeful, members of the logistics team who had just received their orders. One demon lamented, "Alas, we arrived too late, wasting a precious ration." Another, more serious in demeanor, responded, "Something feels off, boss. It seems all these newcomers are equipped with controllers. In the past, only 1 or 2 possessed such devices." The leader of the demons, upon hearing this, adopted a grave expression as he surveyed the clustered outsiders. He replied slowly, "Indeed, it appears so. I am uncertain of the intentions of the cage's overseer. For now, let us manage them accordingly. I shall fetch the witches," exclaimed the demon who had just spoken, darting towards the center of the arena with urgency, fearful of being outpaced by others. Soon after, the remaining demons congregated in the center, and the brown-skinned leader addressed Vegeta and his companions. "Welcome, esteemed elites of the universe, to Demon Star, where you shall officially join our clan. I will now arrange accommodations for you. Witches, please follow Eureka." "I am Eureka," the demon exclaimed with enthusiasm upon being called. "The rest of you follow us." Witnessing the earlier gruesome scene, the group was eager to exit, and without further discussion, they trailed behind the demons. Among them, Raditz discreetly elbowed Vegeta, whispering, "Vegeta, can you gauge the combat strength of these demons? Do you think we stand a chance against them? It's difficult to ascertain, but I sense that the brown leader possesses at least 10 million in battle power. The others likely match our strength. Then let us rally the others for a combined assault. With nearly 4,000 of us against their fewer than 10, we should prevail. I'm not sure. We should exercise caution. There is something extraordinary about these demons, especially the leader, who emanates a profound sense of danger beyond mere power. Why are the demons here so much stronger than those we faced on Planet Meat? Who knows? The desolate demon star appears cold and uninviting, its interior dominated by a uniformity of icy high-rise buildings. Occasionally, a pair of green, glimmering eyes peer out, reminiscent of a ferocious beast waiting to prey upon its next meal. Upon reaching a dormitory building, the demon leader at the front of the line gestured towards it, stating, "Esteemed guests, this shall be your resting place. The rooms within are numerous, varying in quality. As for the specifics of the allocation, that shall be left to your discretion." No sooner had the words left his lips than a throng surged forward, eager to claim their quarters. In that moment, the leader's airy voice echoed behind them. "Lastly, I must remind you, do not venture outside lightly at night. Hey, boss, who will be hunting tonight? I'll report in first." "Haha, boss, don't hoard all the benefits for yourself." In a high-rise office, a brown-clad leader respectfully addressed another figure. "Report. The above list is the sequence of naturalizers sent by the cage overseer." The individual glanced at the document, noting the lines reading, "No. 1 Vegeta 49, 76 no. 2 Raditz 48, 53, before inquiring, "Is there anything else?" "Report. Our subordinates have also observed the phenomenon. This batch of naturalizers all possess controllers, identified as Veritas fish teeth poison." Chapter 112, The Cultivation Journey of the Sun Family. Veritas fish teeth poison. The venom within the teeth is typically utilized to extract the blood of fusion testers, determining the concentration of demonic lineage based on toxin levels. If applied to naturalizers, it will naturally blend with their inherited genes. Once the naturalizer fully awakens their lineage, a natural controller will emerge, far surpassing other methods in efficacy, albeit at a considerable cost. It seems the overseer is quite invested. Could these two scions truly hold such value? Unknown to us. Hey, Gouda, how many naturalizers do you estimate will ultimately join our demon clan? I dare not speculate, but I hold the highest hopes for these two scions. Haha. I know your logistics team possesses exceptional combat prowess and unparalleled insight. You three groups are indeed the finest, renowned as the scourges of the entire Demon Star. With you around, who would dare to cause trouble? I never imagined there would still be individuals who could catch your eye. Gouda, thank you for the compliment. All right. Consider the remaining supplies a reward for your hard work. Go arrange tonight's hunters. Do not keep your subordinates waiting. Understood. I take my leave. As silence enveloped the room, the lone figure in the dim office turned, revealing a pair of gleaming white eyes, and growled, Beerus, wait for me. I shall have my revenge. In the underworld. On North Kai's planet, Son Goku gazed at the impeccably dressed North Kai with a puzzled expression. Is Lord Beerus truly expecting me to find him? Yet, he does not seem particularly formidable. Moreover, what is the meaning of the esteemed king of the realm donning a formal suit? Is he heading to work or perhaps mingling in society? And what of the imposing gorilla beside him, making incessant noise? Regardless, who cares? Lord Beerus undoubtedly possesses his own reasoning. King Kai, I am Sun Wukong from Earth, and I have heard that you possess a unique skill. So I earnestly request your guidance. In his quest for strength, Sun Wukong humbly lowers his tone. What art do you wish to learn from me? Renovating houses? Or perhaps tailoring suits? With a proud demeanor, King Kai leads Sun Wukong on a tour of King Kai's planet, revealing the diminutive realm adorned with buildings of varying heights. He then specifically guides Sun Wukong into one of the structures. Behold, these are all suits crafted by my own hands. Inside the towering edifice, an array of exquisite suits is displayed. Sun Wukong, his face filled with embarrassment, cannot help but exclaim, Lord King Kai, please do not jest. It is Lord Beerus who has sent me to learn your techniques. What? Lord Beerus? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, King Kai swiftly discards his suit and dons a garment emblazoned with the insignia of King Kai, his expression turning serious. Oh, to serve Lord Beerus is indeed a tremendous honor. Young one, what is your connection with Lord Beerus? Why did you not mention sooner that it was Lord Beerus who sent you? King Kai, please teach me your techniques. Very well, then put on the purple suit inside. Huh? You will understand once you wear it. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong steps inside and retrieves a rather ill-fitting purple suit, awkwardly putting it on. Ding. 100-fold gravity. Now, attempt to run around this planet 1,000 times. Remember, since I did not instruct you to remove the suit, you must keep it on. Meanwhile, Son Gohan remains steadfast at the gates of the demon realm, occasionally dispatching a demon with a swift strike. Currently, having undergone rigorous training, his combat power has surpassed 1 million. Observing from the sidelines, Piccolo smirks inwardly. The Scion lineage is indeed formidable. Surviving a fierce battle without succumbing instantly multiplies their strength exponentially. Have I unwittingly nurtured a tiger? Constrained by Lord Beerus's imposing presence, Piccolo stifles his desire to eliminate Son Gohan, yet he cannot resist the urge to personally teach that reckless boy a lesson. Of course, Piccolo employs magic to conceal his form and disguise his identity. However, on one occasion, Son Gohan unexpectedly unleashes an immense surge of power, compelling Piccolo to utilize his special beam cannon. Fortunately, Sun Wukong, unable to withstand the assault, loses consciousness, thus remaining unrecognized. Soon, over half a month has passed, leaving only 9 days until the month allotted by Beerus comes to an end. Piccolo cannot help but ponder the purpose behind Beerus placing Son Gohan, such a young child, in this predicament. Not my concern. I will eventually eliminate both the Sun family and their progeny. Vic, with a calm demeanor, settled into meditation within the gravity field bestowed by Beerus. In the realm of destruction, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the training process of Sun Wukong and Son Gohan through a crystal stone. Noticing their escalating combat prowess, he contemplated that it was time to let Vegeta and the others take the stage. Once upon a time, the enigmatic figure who had cast Vegeta and Raditz into the demon's prison was none other than Zhao Yi himself. The demon clan had been making too many underhanded moves of late. Since they were intent on recruiting more members, it seemed only fitting to provide them with the most suitable candidates. Vegeta and Raditz, being the epitome of malevolence, would surely infiltrate the ranks of the demon clan swiftly. At that juncture, he could utilize them to divert the Demon Clan's attention towards Earth, forcing Sun Wukong and his allies to confront the impending crisis. Currently, Sun Gohan's growing combat strength was becoming increasingly formidable, yet even more alarming was the astonishing rate at which he was evolving. Once the Demon Clan emerged en masse, it would become evident what sinister intentions those detestable beings harbored. Of course, if Xiao Yi wished to annihilate the Demon Clan, he could simply strike at the Demon Star with a snap of his fingers, unleashing his destructive power, rendering any of their schemes utterly futile, leaving them to dissolve into nothingness. However, such an act would lack intrigue. Before the ultimate tournament commenced, the planets in the 7th universe that were destined for elimination must be discarded, while those worthy of promotion should be elevated. This would enhance the overall standard of the universe. Excessive divine intervention would only lead to a regression of civilization, and in such a case, the Omni King would not spare him. With a sly grin, another thought flickered through Xiao Yi's mind, prompting him to summon Whis. Lord Beerus, you have been quite busy lately with your calls, he jested. When will I finally break through to perfection with Ultra Instinct? How much longer must I endure this wretched state? Xiao Yi mused coldly, his expression unyielding. Enough of the idle chatter. Take me to King Kai's planet. I wish to pay that old fellow a visit. What's this? When did you two become such good friends? What have you been hiding from me? Let us go. Whis took Xiao Yi's hand, and with a swift instant transmission, they arrived at King Kai's planet in the blink of an eye. The old Kai was peering lecherously at an alien woman bathing. Cough, cough. Is it pleasing to the eye? Ah, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. What brings you here? We have a matter to discuss. Speak. Help me unlock my potential. Chapter 113. The Hunt for Demons, Not a Single One Left Behind? On the Demon Star. The night was as dark as ink, thick and suffocating. A peculiar assembly of demons surrounded a tall, brown-skinned figure, chattering incessantly. He was the leader of the logistics team from earlier in the day. Boss, what are the arrangements? The demon who had first discovered the control devices on Vegeta and the others asked, both cautious and expectant. Calpino, you and Gangu will accompany me tonight to hunt the demon named Gouda, the leader responded, scanning the team before calling out another's name. What about Yuta? Boss, are you still unaware of him? He must be wallowing in disappointment among the witches, having been overlooked like an uninvited demon, one of them remarked. Well, I suppose he possesses some self-awareness. You all make your arrangements. Leave a few here to guard. If any unwitting gluttons dare to stir trouble tonight, let none escape. Understood. 820. Vegeta, seated comfortably on a plush sofa, surveyed the expansive room with pride, declaring, not a single coward among them dared to contest our claim for the quarters. Yet, the demons we encountered during the day seemed to be concealing something from us. He gazed anxiously out the window. The night on Demon Star was filled with fierce winds, and an unsettling chill enveloped everyone on the planet. Boss. Mogani has a form in the hands of the gray-skinned Capino, indicating a room on this floor, one of them pointed out. All right, got it, Gouda responded, retrieving 3 blue pills from his pocket. He consumed one and handed the remaining 2 to Capino and Gangu, instructing, quickly, take the identification pills. This was Gangu's first experience in the naturalization hunt, but he had heard of the pills beforehand. He promptly took one and swallowed it. Almost immediately, a faint glow emanated from his eyes. Observing his companions, he noticed a new layer of blue aura surrounding them. Gouda's was darker than Capino's. The identification pills helped the user discern the concentration of demon bloodlines. The deeper the blue of the aura, the higher the concentration. If it does not exceed 50, it appears purple, and below 30, it turns yellow. Gangu, as a first-timer, take your time to adjust to the effects. Capino, follow me. Gouda whispered to the duo. Gouda led the way to the designated room, with Capino trailing silently behind, making not a sound. Even under the moonlight, their dark skin rendered them nearly invisible. Gouda shot Capino a knowing glance, and Capino understood, focusing intently. Suddenly, he darkened and vanished from sight. A muffled thud echoed as the door opened, revealing an alien with 4 eyes, collapsed on the ground, its neck grotesquely twisted, dead beyond revival. Gouda gave a thumbs up to Capino, who was slowly becoming visible again, and praised. Capino, you truly live up to your reputation as a naturalization killer. Your Quickman bloodline is nearing its full potential. I assent it. Gangu, hearing the commotion, entered and noticed that the blue aura surrounding Capino seemed even more intense than before. Capino examined the paper he held, crossing out a line at the end, and 3843 Mogani, bloodline concentration, 23. 14. He chuckled and remarked, This meager Sukuman bloodline won't last long, will it? But boss, why does the owner still use such an outdated method for record keeping? Other planets have long since gone paperless. Gouda replied, as for the owneress affairs, how can we pass judgment? Reports of such matters have indeed surfaced previously. It is evident that the master harbors a profound disdain for technological civilization. Recently, one of the naturalized individuals, a Kebi was extinguished, and it appears that the atmosphere has turned increasingly audacious. With a swift motion, he twisted the lifeless form of a Morgani, causing a spurt of crimson to erupt from its neck, which poured into his throat. How delightful. The blood of the naturalized is the most delectable. Let us proceed to the next one. It is your turn, Gangu. At these words, Gangu instantly stirred, his spirit rekindled. His eyes ablaze with fervor, eager to devour the next candidate whole. The trio stealthily ascended to another floor, where the next naturalized individual was not situated on the same level as Morgani. Boss, why must we tread so cautiously when it comes to eliminating the naturalized? With our collective combat prowess, even if all of them were to confront us at once, they would hardly stand a chance. Gangu, a newcomer, questioned with a perplexed expression. Ah, Gangu, one of them chuckled. Though this is your inaugural venture, you ought to be aware that the naturalized carry the Sokka bloodline, which in turn heightens our demonic gene concentration. However, do not forget that these naturalized individuals are also adversaries to one another. They too can slay their rivals to augment their ancestral gene concentration. Our logistics team is tasked with eliminating all demonic beings on the Demon Star with a bloodline concentration below 60. Thus, once this group of naturalized surpasses that threshold, they will truly join our demonic clan, and we would be unable to act against them. Otherwise, the Master shall ensure that the transgressors meet a grim fate. Kebi interjected. Centuries ago, our logistics team frequently undertook the task of hunting naturalized individuals. On one occasion, a naturalized being went berserk, revealing our presence at the onset of our mission, resulting in the annihilation of all the naturalized and logistics personnel by that very individual, who now stands before you, our leader, Gouda. Gangu cast a stunned glance at the nonchalant Gouda, astonished to learn that his leader was, in fact, a naturalized individual, having been born centuries after those events. Gouda adjusted his demeanor and addressed Gangu. Now you comprehend why I chose you for this mission. Your Selu's bloodline is as optimal for hunting tasks as Kebi quick bloodline. Upon hearing this, Gangu chuckled. The naturalized, I have arrived. The trio ambled towards the chamber of the number 3846 Kuso Fei. Gouda gestured to Gangu, who took a deep breath, extended his hands to feel the walls of the room, and then signaled with an okay gesture. Seeing this, Gouda kicked the door wide open with a resounding thud, yet curiously, it emitted no sound. Kebi grinning wickedly, prepared to enter but was halted by Gouda, who motioned for Gangu to proceed inside. With a surge of excitement, Gangu released his arms and swiftly lunged onto the bed where the foreigner lay in slumber. Crack! The sound of a neck snapping echoed in the stillness. A feeble cry escaped from Kuso's lips, failing to stir even a whisper in the dense night. The brown skin of Gangu resembled an Indian blanket draped over Kuso's rigid form, while the soft sounds of chewing resonated gently in the air. Delicious, Kebi remarked. Indeed. The flesh of the naturalized is the finest. Gouda cast a sidelong glance at Gangu and inquired of Kebi Arno. Who is next? Chapter 114. The targeted Raditz and Vegeta. Fixating on Vegeta and Raditz, two demons stationed outside the naturalized dormitory exchanged grievances. That kid Gangu, having only joined our logistics team for a few days, has already stumbled upon the fortune of hunting naturalized beings. What sheer luck. Haha. I truly missed the last time I savored the flesh of a naturalized. It carries the essence of our demon lineage, invigorating as a cup of coffee, instantly revitalizing. Wait a moment, did you know? I've heard that our Captain Gouda was once a naturalized himself. Really? You're too young to know the whispers of your. Yet it seems our Captain's Sokka lineage is nearing completion. The last test indicated a staggering 98. 73. How many must be slain for that? The other demon shrank back, shivering at the thought, unable to voice the remainder. Haha, the genetic legacy of the naturalized is what most stimulates the growth of our demon lineage. Moreover, the higher-ups have decreed that only through hunting missions can we legally slay naturalized beings. Indeed, once the lineage is complete, one can select an additional innate talent, correct? Few can achieve lineage completion across the entire Demon Star. Take those witches for instance, there are now tens of thousands on the planet. Although their hag bloodlines boast innate talents exceeding 90, Advancing even a single point is akin to scaling the heavens. Only one has achieved a remarkable 93. Why don't we go in and seize a fortune ourselves? With our logistics team executing missions inside, I doubt anyone would dare contest our claim to the spoils. Haha. You make a valid point. After all, each time a naturalized is involved, there are always those who perish in infighting or vanish without a trace. The two demons surveyed their surroundings with keen eyes before slowly merging into the shadows of the night. Alas, without identification pills, how shall we proceed? One demon pondered aloud as he approached the base of the dormitory. Haha, Zunian, I have long noted where those two scions reside. Did you not see how the naturalized avoided the scions during the room allocation? It clearly indicates their formidable combat prowess, and naturally, their genetic concentration is the highest. If we eliminate these two scions first, we shall be well on our way. Recalling how the naturalized had steered clear of the scions earlier that day, Zunian chuckled. Ha! You clever one. Let us proceed as you suggest. Gongliang pointed to a brightly lit room in the dormitory and suddenly leaped into the air. Following him, Zunian also sprang upwards. Zunian, phase out. Oh no, someone is at the window. As the two soared to the height of Vegeta's window, they were startled to see Vegeta staring outside. Forget him. Phase in and eliminate them. All right. As soon as Zunian's words fell, he reached out to grasp Gongliang's ankle. Seemingly channeling power, and with a swift motion, hurled him through the window before leaping in himself. They controlled their momentum, landing softly with barely a sound, while the window remained intact as if nothing had transpired. So they have arrived. Vegeta observed the two demons with a mocking expression. Raditz nudged Vegeta's elbow, pointing at the window and inquiring, "What is happening?" "Let us wait and see," replied Vegeta. Gongliang and Zunian exchanged sinister smiles, having finally entered. "Let us act quickly while the captain is absent." Understanding each other's intent, Zunian charged towards Raditz, preparing to strike. Raditz raised a leg to kick him at the waist. Phase out. Zunian astonishingly passed through Raditz's form, landing on the floor, and retaliated with a sweeping kick. Raditz, following the momentum, lunged at Zunian, who swiftly retreated and reached for the floor. Thud. Raditz found himself unexpectedly lodged into the floor, with only his legs protruding. His head angled downwards, embedded in the ceiling of the room below. Anger surged within Raditz as he opened his eyes to see blood splattering in the lower room, where Mogani, with 4 eyes, sat lifelessly, his neck grotesquely twisted. Oh no, Vegeta, there are more demons. Vegeta, engaged in fierce combat, paled at the realization. It seemed there were indeed more demons, but how many? Had that brown-haired leader arrived? Hee, Gongliang, I've got one. I'm about to feast. With that, the demon Zunian reached to tear off one of Raditz's legs. Raditz struggled desperately, pinned to the ceiling and unable to exert any strength. Zunian's face gleamed with anticipation as he gripped one of Raditz's legs. Rip. Raditz's pants were torn apart. Whoosh. Seizing the moment while Gongliang was distracted, Vegeta fired a laser beam at Zunian. Bang. Zunian effortlessly deflected it with his left hand. Thud. Vegeta, firmly planted on the floor, lunged forward. Phase out. Zunian, appearing relaxed in his phasing, inadvertently loosened his grip. Oh no. In an instant, Raditz seized the opportunity during Zunian's moment of phasing and forcefully dropped down beside Mogani. A loud thud echoed. Standing upright, Raditz prepared to leap, aiming to break through the wall back to the original room. Bang, bang, bang. After several attempts with Raditz, the ceiling remains utterly unyielding. It is no wonder that I was unable to exert any strength earlier. This is the very metal utilized in the cage battle. The dwelling of the outsiders is entirely composed of this formidable material. What should I do? Vegeta is in peril, confronting those two fiends alone. What is that sound, echoing incessantly? Gouda and his companions are reclining in a spacious chamber, indulging in hearty belches. Cabrino has already crossed off a significant portion of his list when a sudden noise jolts him upright. He turns to Gouda and inquires, Gandu, you and Cabrino should investigate that, but remember to avoid disturbing the others. Everything is fine, boss. There are hardly any more naturalized individuals left. They won't cause any trouble. Gandu replies, yet he follows Cabrino, proceeding towards the source of the sound. In Vegeta's quarters, an expansive space has been claimed by both Vegeta and Raditz, encompassing an entire floor. Their formidable reputation instills fear among the remaining naturalized individuals, rendering them reluctant to contest. At this moment, the two demons, Gongliang and Zunian, sneer condescendingly, gazing at the beleaguered Vegeta as if he were mere prey. Vegeta's head is throbbing, The two adversaries before him are increasingly formidable. Not only is their combat prowess exceptional, but one of them can evade all attacks, slipping through like air, rendering laser blasts and physical strikes utterly ineffective. Chapter 115. Scionts assaulting Scionts? Am I, the illustrious prince of Scionts, destined to perish here? On the cold, desolate demon planet, a diminutive head emerges from the office once visited by Gouda, revealing two white eyes devoid of pupils. Ah, Scionts. Such nostalgic adversaries. Especially these two, among the rare purebred warriors. One of whom is even a prince of the planet. What a stroke of fortune. Ha ha ha. It seems that even on Earth, the planet that Beerus is most concerned about, there remain some Scionts. This would be a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. I hope you two are not slain by Gouda. Otherwise, my plan will lose its greatest thrill. With that said, the two white eyes emit a flickering light, revealing Vegeta and Raditz in the naturalized dormitory. In the shadowy glow, Vegeta's battle attire is tattered, his face weary as he struggles to maintain his stance. On the other side, Jinliang is gasping for breath, while the other demon, Zunian, clutches his arm, wincing in pain. Haha. It appears that Jinliang and Zunian are on the hunt. It seems Gouda is occupied with another Scion. Given the circumstances, this Scion is likely in dire straits. To have endured such a brutal encounter with Jinliang and Zunian is no small feat. I wonder if he is indeed that Scion prince? The diminutive figure shook his head, eyes glimmering as he conjured another scene, revealing the presence of Raditz. Surrounding him were a throng of individuals in the corridor, united in their animosity as they glared at two demons approaching from the opposite end, none other than Kabino and Gangu, who had arrived in response to the commotion. It appeared that the other naturalized individuals had already discerned the demonic hunting expedition and gathered together, with Raditz being the mightiest among them. It was only natural for them to look to him for leadership. Hey, what can a bunch of insignificant fish do together? Kabino scoffed, unperturbed by the gathering of naturalized beings. What's the matter? Are you truly intent on slaying us? Is the demon race so devoid of honor? Was it not agreed that upon arriving at Demon Star, I would be your kin? An alien with antennae shouted, his emotions flaring. After enduring a series of deadly confrontations, he had finally arrived at Demon Star, hoping for a moment of respite, only to be confronted by a few bloodthirsty maniacs intent on his demise. Naturally, his composure shattered. Ha ha ha, you think you can negotiate with demons? My dear fellow, you are squandering the ancestral genes you possess. Bestow them upon me instead. Genga shot a glance at Kabino, abruptly leaping into action as the confined corridor was poised for a violent encounter. Suddenly, a retching sound escaped the alien's lips, prompting Raditz and the others to turn. The alien had collapsed, lifeless. Raditz swiftly glanced back, noticing Gangu yawning, seemingly unfazed and not charging forward. To his astonishment, a figure had emerged beside Gangu. It was Kabino. Concealed. Raditz realized. No, it's more than mere invisibility. That alien had been hiding among the crowd, and none had noticed the newcomer. Could it be transparency? That would indeed complicate matters. Raditz's mind raced as he surveyed Kabino and then Gangu, uncertain of their capabilities. Raditz, you were indeed correct. This horde of demons does not regard us as equals. They intend to eradicate us entirely. A foreigner murmured to Raditz. Another added, I wonder how many of us remain. There are only a few hundred here. Oh, no. There are not hundreds left. To be precise, there are 226 individuals. Aside from a Scion named Vegeta, the majority are already here, huh? Kabino remarked, brandishing a piece of paper with an air of arrogance. Incredibly, over the course of a single night, more than 3,000 had been slain. What manner of beings were these demons, rivaling even the ferocity of the transformed Vegeta in the arena? What shall we do, Raditz? We are all counting on you. An impassioned foreigner called out to Raditz. Heh, at this juncture, you still wish to use me as your spearhead. Leitais cast a disdainful glance at the foreigner who had just spoken. Since you wish to thrust me out, I regret to inform you that you shall merely serve as cannon fodder. The one who had just attempted to strike me, I suspect, is an invisible entity. This group of demons seems to possess peculiar abilities. Earlier, I encountered a demon in my room capable of evading all forms of attack. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. If Leitais had indeed faced a demon and yet still lived, did it not imply that he had vanquished that very creature? Gradually, the crowd's trust in Leitais deepened, or perhaps they were simply filled with anticipation. Observing their expressions, Leitais continued at a measured pace. I recall that Frieza's Jinyu force has a diminutive member named Goldo, who possesses a unique ability to halt time. Are there any among us who belong to that race or possess similar capabilities? A voice arose from the crowd. Are you referring to the Namekians? Among the 843 individuals present, only Mogani and I are Namekians, and alas, he has already perished. Leitais turned towards the voice and beheld a tall alien with 4 eyes. He remembered that the corpse he had seen on the ceiling also bore 4 eyes. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Goldo was a Namekian. You can halt time. Can't you? Yes, as long as I hold my breath, I can, came the reply. Very well, then it is your turn. Leitais leaned closer to the Namekian and whispered. Keep your eyes fixed on that grayskin demon. The moment he vanishes, instantly halt time and strike at the place from whence he disappeared. Understood. What are they whispering about? The brown-skinned demon, Gangu, impatiently inquired of the gray-skinned demon, Pino. Heh, Gangu, are you anxious that I might eliminate all these naturalized ones, leaving you with nothing? After all, in the current situation, your celestial lineage has lost its efficacy, hasn't it? Pino replied with a mischievous glint in his eye, his feet rhythmically tapping against the floor. Go ahead and kill them all if you can. After all, I am merely a newcomer and cannot compare to you. I just fear that you might outdo the captain in slaying, which would put you in a precarious position. Gangu's words struck Kino like a heavy hammer. Indeed, if he were to surpass the captain in kills, would the captain not turn against him? After all, he was known as the slayer of naturalized beings, while the captain was reputed to be the most formidable demon slayer. Though the captain's every act of extermination was justifiable, if Kino were to claim the highest number of naturalized kills, his own lineage would become the most potent catalyst for lineage enhancement. It was not beyond reason that, under the temptation of such a potent lineage transformation, he might eliminate his most significant predator. Chapter 116, Battle against Gouda. Well, since we are on the same team, the profit shall naturally be shared equally, Pino remarked, bouncing back like a ball. Agreed, agreed, Gangu replied with a sycophantic smile. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 demons sprang into action. Time is now suspended. In the narrow corridor, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the faint shadow of a solitary figure swaying. Within the confines of Vegeta's chamber, he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, too feeble to move. Standing beside him were the demons, Gangliang and Zunian. I never imagined you would be such a tough opponent. Luckily for me, I am a hawk demon. Otherwise, it would be difficult to determine who would emerge victorious, Gangliang remarked, his gaze calm as he looked down at the incapacitated Vegeta. He turned to the injured Zunian and said, Zunian, remember our agreement, one for each of us. This one is mine, so hurry along and find yours. If Gouda and the others hear the commotion we just made, neither of us will escape unscathed. Zunian, nursing his wounded arm, recognized the undeniable authority in Gangliang's tone. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, Fine, you finish up here quickly and don't get caught. With that, Zunian reluctantly crawled away, sliding down to the 7th floor. Damn it, we fight together, yet I alone must relish the spoils. Just wait and see, Gangliang. Meanwhile, in the room above, Gangliang watched Zunian depart in frustration, a smirk forming on his lips. Why would he share the prize with someone so impaired? He glanced back at the unconscious, delirious Vegeta and approached him with a gleeful demeanor. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the door was kicked open. Who goes there? It's your captain, Gouda. Gouda burst into the room, a playful glint in his eyes as he surveyed Gangliang and then the fallen Vegeta. He laughed heartily. Is it just you? Well done. You've managed to defeat the top scion, Vegeta, from this batch of newcomers. Captain, what brings you here? Isn't that a question I should be asking you? Never mind. I know how you all crave a little extra. I should have considered that, since you've taken care of this significant inconvenience for me. A proper reward is indeed warranted. Captain. Gangliang's face brightened with a flicker of anticipation upon hearing Gouda's words. Thank goodness, nothing went awry this time. This group of newcomers hasn't yet discovered our operations. There hasn't been a single clash among them. Reaching a bloodline of 60 has been surprisingly smooth. The boss will surely reward us handsomely. If not, Gangliang, I could include you in this hunting report for the boss. Thank you, Captain, Gangliang replied simply, sensing something amiss with Gouda's demeanor. Hiki, no need for thanks. We are all part of the same team. As captain, it is merely my duty. However, this means you will bear the risks of the hunt. For instance, if you happen to be slain by this scion before us, I will avenge you. At this, Gangliang's heart raced, and he instinctively recoiled. Just then, Gouda leaped forward, launching a fierce attack. The two exchanged blows. generating a wave of heat that sent Vegeta crashing into the corner of the room. Captain, are you trying to kill me? Huh. Hunting newcomers without authorization is a capital offense. Our logistics team specializes in eliminating such criminals. Yet, you are so ruthless, merely seeking to complete the bloodline. Enough of the pleasantries. You are no longer a youth. You should be familiar with my tale. A chill of dread enveloped Jin Liang as it became evident that the rumors were indeed true. Gouda, as a naturalized being, had mercilessly slain all hunters and others during the hunt. With a fierce growl, Gunliang's form expanded dramatically, nearly grazing the ceiling. Oh, is it the bloodline of the hawk that grants such enormity? It appears that the sound just now indeed emanated from you. However, O hawk demon, I have claimed the most lives among your kind. Gouda's brown skin suddenly grew indistinct, and as Jin Liang delivered a powerful punch, it passed right through him. HM. Jin Liang wore a puzzled expression. You foolish beings, always looking down upon the naturalized, fail to realize that among all demon bloodlines, it is the Sako bloodline of the naturalized that is the most noble. Even our employer shares this lineage. Gouda's form flickered, evading each of Jin Liang's strikes, and circled around to grasp Jin Liang from behind, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and savoring it. The inhabitants of this planet believe that my slaughter of so many of my kin and naturalized beings is merely for the sake of bloodline transformation. How could these wretches comprehend that my true desire is to have my Saku bloodline assimilate yours? The Hawk bloodline may grant physical magnification and surging strength, yet that is its only merit. In contrast, my Saku bloodline can store the essence of any one of you, and upon completion of the assimilation, I shall be able to embody the essence of three simultaneously. This is what I truly seek. A growing sense of panic surged within Jin Liang as an overwhelming sense of impending peril washed over him. Turning around, he beheld Gouda transformed into a colossal brown giant, even larger than himself. As fellow hawk demons, my strength surpasses yours by 100-fold. Prepare to meet your demise. A single punch, a splatter of flesh. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached as Raditz arrived with a band of alien beings at Vegeta's chamber. Upon discovering Vegeta lying in a corner, they quickly gathered around him. Don Lu, can you heal him? Raditz called upon a Namekian with antennae. Yes, he is not dead yet. Healing is possible. Under the healing aura, Vegeta rapidly regained his strength. His gaze gravely fixed on Gouda, who was gradually shrinking in size. Although Vegeta had recovered from his severe injuries and surpassed a combat power of 10 million, he remained exceptionally vigilant towards Gouda. Raditz, ensure their safety. Vegeta instructed, directing his words towards Raditz, referring to the group of aliens, particularly the Namekian Donlu. Gouda, maintaining an impassive demeanor, suddenly queried Raditz. So, it appears that Gangu and Kabino have fallen to your hands? Such a pity for Kabino's Quake bloodline. Of course, while you possess your gifted abilities, we, too, have even more formidable innate skills. Two worthless beings. It seems that disregarding them was indeed the wisest course of action. Gouda's voice escalated in excitement. Otherwise, how could I have achieved bloodline assimilation so swiftly? It was not in vain that I personally dispatched so many naturalized beings. And of course, there is also Jin Liang, this delectable feast. Assimilation? Indeed. Upon hearing Gouda's words, Vegeta quickly comprehended the source of his sense of crisis. During the battle between Gung Liang and Gouda, although Vegeta lay on the ground, his consciousness remained alert, allowing him to overhear their entire exchange. This revelation implied the existence of three innate bloodline abilities. Chapter 117, Annihilation. It is uncertain when the countdown began. Vegeta fixated intently on Gouda, observing him panting as if coming to a realization. After Gangliong's transformation into a colossal form, he too had required an extended respite, indicating that the transformation of the Hawk bloodline was excessively taxing on stamina, necessitating a lengthy recovery period. With this thought, Vegeta erupted into laughter, springing to his feet with ferocious strikes imbued with lethal intent. Gouda, witnessing this, smirked, having fallen into the trap. In an instant, Gouda dashed to the opposite side of the room, deftly maneuvering past Raditz and others, and with a swift motion, seized the four-eyed Bijurin, twisting gently. Crack. In an instant, the Bijurian fell lifeless. Gouda dragged the Bijurian's corpse, taking a bite and savoring the taste as it slid down his throat. It's in my grasp. Time stands still. Gouda trembled and sidestepped, facing the furious Vegeta with a mocking smile. Fool, do you think I cannot contend with the dormant state of the Hawk bloodline? As a fellow naturalized being, allow me to enlighten you about the advantages of your Sokka lineage. With each bloodline upgrade, such as bloodline ancestralization, a naturalized being can instantly restore their physical condition. Even if your body were cleaved in two, as long as you catch up, you can resurrect. Vegeta, humiliated by Gouda's taunts, surged forward in a fit of rage. Haha, Scions are indeed remarkable. Their battle power escalates dramatically, now surpassing my own. As Vegeta charged, Gouda nonchalantly transformed into a giant. If his ordinary form could not match Vegeta, then doubling his battle power as a giant would surely suffice. Vegeta approached, but Gouda seized him with a massive hand, ruthlessly slamming him to the ground. Vegeta found himself utterly powerless to resist. Damn it, this guy transformed again. His battle power has increased by at least 5 times. Vegeta struggled desperately, still trapped in Gouda's grasp. He briefly contemplated transforming himself. Yet he realized that this time was different. Gouda would not afford him the time or energy to change, and Raditz and the others would be unable to hold him back. After several brutal slams, Gouda observed that Vegeta was left battered and nearly lifeless, as if only a breath remained. Pathetic. I almost thought you were the next generation of me. Ha ha ha. Truly, there is only one of my kind. Gouda's colossal form erupted in laughter. Noticing Vegeta's momentary lapse in confidence, Vegeta suddenly unleashed a laser blast aimed at Gouda's eyes. Bang! Gouda released his grip, shielding his eyes. Vegeta weakly rolled aside. Raditz, understanding the cue, exchanged a glance with Danru and swiftly approached Gouda. Get lost. Gouda squinted and effortlessly hurled Raditz away. Then in a flash, seized Danru, crushing him with force. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Ah, yet another innate bloodline wasted. Gouda gazed at Vegeta with disappointment. I'll save the most delectable morsel for the finale. Ignoring Vegeta, Gouda marched towards the others. Raditz, come here. Raditz approached Vegeta's side, where they whispered to one another. After which Raditz transferred some energy to Vegeta. Alright, that's enough. Vegeta's complexion appeared to improve, halting Raditz's actions. As the remaining naturalized beings witnessed Gouda approaching, panting, they prepared their ultimate techniques. It hurts a bit, little insects. Then let time stand still. Raditz, go. Gouda, basking in the thrill of his newly acquired ability, time stasis, gazed triumphantly at the immobilized naturalized beings before him. A fleeting glance at Vegeta revealed Raditz's absence. Perhaps he had fled, but Gouda dismissed the thought. Excitement surged within him as he approached the throng of naturalized beings, trembling with anticipation until he could no longer contain his breath, releasing it in a forceful exhalation. Bang! Raditz soared above, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gouda hurtling away. Enraged, Gouda quickly regained his footing, only to see Vegeta, invigorated as if by an elixir, charging at the bewildered crowd of naturalized beings. A laser cannon fired, causing an explosive impact. Vegeta, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, found that all the naturalized beings behind him fell with a single strike. Originally, this group possessed considerable strength. Yet repeated battles and the weight of fear had diminished their prowess, rendering them susceptible to the trio of demons who had silently dispatched thousands. Witnessing this, Gouda let out a thunderous roar. The delectable prize he had nearly savored was snatched away, a piercing ache in his heart. Vegeta chuckled, seemingly infused with countless vibrant energies, his wounds healing and strength gradually returning. Feeling the transformation within him, Gouda realized that he had not deceived himself. As a naturalized being, he could indeed slay his kind to evolve, and thus he too could. This must be the genetic awakening the Overseer had mentioned, and astonishingly, his combat power had doubled. Victory over Gouda was now assured. With a disdainful glance, Vegeta remarked, "Foolishness begets folly. Do not blame others for your own shortcomings. I have awakened my heritage, and my bloodline concentration exceeds 60. You no longer possess the right to kill me." Huh, Vegeta, in your arrogance. Have you not noticed that I have already vanquished Jinliang? I have slain both Jinliang and Zunian. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Gouda retorted with a mocking laugh. Come, let us see who prevails. As Vegeta leapt forward, his fierce aura swelling, his combat power surged to tens of millions, pinning Gouda down with overwhelming force. Feeling the weight of the situation, Gouda experienced a flicker of regret, a fleeting expression that quickly vanished. He extended his finger towards the advancing Vegeta, declaring, "Time stasis." Huffing and puffing, he thought. This skill is linked to breath. I simply need to hold my breath. Observing the stillness of Vegeta, he turned to glance at Raditz, relieved to find both present. Just as he prepared to eliminate Vegeta with a single strike, his heart raced. and he could no longer hold his breath. Alas, all was in vain. Having overexerted his demonic abilities, combined with the recent awakening of his bloodline, and employing the skills of these foreign beings, his vitality could not withstand the strain. To be a naturalized being? I never anticipated that I would become the very nourishment for the next generation of naturalized beings. Within Gouda's body, the blood churned violently until it could no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. In an instant, Vegeta and Raditz regained their composure and, upon observing a pool of fresh flesh on the ground, scanned their surroundings in confusion, finding no trace of Gouda. Raditz felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and in mere moments, his strength was completely restored, accompanied by a whispering voice echoing in his mind. Hey, Gouda has actually perished. His ambition to surpass me was rather grand. In a lofty office, a diminutive figure muttered incessantly, then rapped on the desk. Nonetheless, this inadvertently benefits the two Saiyots. Now the controller will serve its purpose. Chapter 118. You may call me the Demon Realm King. The realm of the Kais, usually a place of serene elegance, now lay in utter disarray, shrouded in thick clouds of despair. The furious Beerus seized the old Kai with fierce intensity, demanding, "What do you mean by saying my potential is limited and cannot be unlocked?" My Lord Beerus, you have misunderstood. What I meant is that I no longer possess the ability to unlock your potential, the old Kai stammered, trembling in fear. What do you mean by having no ability? Aren't you? Zhao abruptly halted, recalling that Son Gohan had never been here. You may not be aware, but strictly speaking, I am no longer a Kai. I am merely a low-tier deity now, likely due to the expiration of my tenure or the emergence of a successor, which has resulted in my divine status being stripped away. My current divine power allows me to barely assist mortals in unlocking their potential, yet I cannot exert any magical effects upon you as a god of destruction. A dimensional gap now exists between us. No wonder this old fool trembles at the sight of me. It seems his fear stems not only from my previous sealing of him, but also from the realization that his own existence no longer poses a threat to me. Fortunately, I utilized the Super Dragon Balls to sever my ties with the Kais. Otherwise, my fate would be entirely dependent on those two feeble Kais, particularly that ineffectual Shin. Zhao contemplated this, pouting slightly as he turned to Whis, who was watching the spectacle with amusement, and reaffirmed, "Whis, is this truly the case?" Oh dear. Lord Beerus would not forget this most fundamental piece of knowledge, would he? You see, without the Super Dragon Balls, your fate would have remained intricately tied to the Kais. Ordinary golden beings have a lifespan of approximately 200 million years, and their tenure is roughly the same duration. Thus, when their time is up, that generation of Kais typically perishes. So, what exactly is your situation? The old Kaishin, upon being queried by Whis, promptly responded, "Perhaps it is related to my being deceived by a witch into merging with the Patera earrings. You must be aware that the witches of this universe predominantly hail from the demon star, where the lifespan of the demon race is unexpectedly prolonged." With a chuckle, he mused, the demon star again. It seems I must keep a vigilant eye on it." At this moment, Zhao abruptly directed his attention towards the fallen old Kaishin, exclaiming, "Hey, you ancient one, take out the crystal ball and show me those two Saiyots." The old Kaishin hastily retrieved the crystal ball. Upon hearing Beerus's description, he quickly recited the incantation, yet the crystal ball remained resplendently clear, the spell having had no effect whatsoever. What is going on? What use are you if you cannot perform? Perhaps you should. Zhao glared menacingly at the trembling old Kaishin. Lord Beerus, please forgive me. If the crystal ball cannot reveal anyone, it could mean that the designated individuals are beyond my reach, or they have ventured to another universe or to that place, the demon star. Oh, I see. Vegeta and Raditz are merely Saiyots. No matter how formidable their combat prowess, they remain mortals. Thus, it can only mean that they are not within the service area. It appears they have successfully reached the demon star. Ha, a small step towards the success of the plan. Zhao grinned and addressed the old Kaishin, "Old man, have any new Kai fruits emerged on the Kai planet recently?" The subordinates are unaware. Once one becomes a Kaishin, they can no longer return to the Kai planet. In this universe, only Lord Whis can freely traverse to and from the Kai planet. Ha. Lord Beerus, you are quite forgetful today, Whis chuckled softly. Since the two greatest Kai fruits pledged allegiance to the Demon King a millennium ago, it seems the Kai fruit tree has been devoid of nourishment, showing no signs of blooming or bearing fruit. Oh, is that so? Come, Whis, take me to see it. Just be sure to hold on to their waist, he replied. With a thud, the staff hit the ground, and the two vanished, leaving only the old Kaioshin, who discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. At the Demon Star, a witch escorted Vegeta and Raditz into a towering structure. Are the two scions arriving? I must prepare accordingly. Thud, thud, thud. A knock echoed through the office. Boss, the successful naturalizers have arrived. Please let them in. Come in, beckoned the young man seated in the executive chair, his striking features highlighted by his peculiar all-white irises. Vegeta and Raditz entered, curiosity etched on their faces. So this is the boss the demons speak of, they mused. Ah, welcome, gentlemen. Please, take a seat. It is a rare occasion to encounter such exceptional naturalizers following Gouda. Congratulations on successfully awakening your ancestral genes and joining our demon clan. The young man beamed at them. Upon hearing his words, Vegeta and Raditz shrugged dismissively. Who cares about that mysterious figure? I have no interest in associating with you deceitful demons. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, the young man awkwardly continued. I presume you two scions are still unfamiliar with the innate abilities of the demon race, especially after awakening your ancestral genes, which grant you the unique Sokka bloodline reserved for naturalizers. Our demon clan places immense value on the purity of bloodlines. For only those whose demon blood concentration exceeds 60 can survive on our home planet, Demon Star. Otherwise, they are either exterminated by the logistics team or dispatched to other planets by the propaganda group. Demon Star is unlike any other. It is formed from the dark energy of the entire universe and continuously absorbs dark energy to grow stronger. Our demon bloodline is a form of dark energy, rendering it impossible for ordinary humans to survive here. The moment they arrive, they are consumed by the planet. We, however, possess demon blood, allowing us to resist to some extent. Furthermore, any demon, regardless of their lineage, can automatically absorb dark energy from the ancestral star to enhance their bloodline concentration. If the concentration exceeds 60, the rate of energy absorption matches the rate at which the planet consumes them. However, should it drop below 60, their absorption rate surpasses the planet's consumption. Thus, those with a concentration below 60 are deemed toxic and sent to other planets. Otherwise, they face elimination by the logistics team. Witches, on the other hand, maintain an absorption balance around 80, and even with concentrations above 80, they remain weaker than their male counterparts and are gradually consumed by the ancestral star, serving as sustenance for the males. However, in our 4.0 generation, regardless of gender, any demon achieving a bloodline concentration of 100, what ordinary demons refer to as full transformation, and naturalizers as bloodline ancestralization, will no longer be rejected or consumed by the ancestral star. As Vegeta and Raditz